Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 41, Second Task Aftermath. 24th of February 1995, Hogwarts. Nathan POV. And then he felt his head break the surface of the lake. Wonderful, cold, clear air was making his wet face sting. He gulped it down, feeling as though he had never breathed properly before, and, panting, pulled Tracy and the little girl up with him. He had done it. He finished the second task of the Triwizard Tournament. He could barely believe it, he was done. It was a bit ropey in the end, considering he almost drowned, but he saved Tracy and the little girl. He realized for the first time that he wasn't alone, and that this was a task, not a rescue mission. Suddenly, the crowd in the stands was making a great deal of noise, shouting and screaming. They all seemed to be on their feet. Nathan ignored them in favor of checking on Tracy and Fleur's sister. Both of them had opened their eyes. The girl looked scared and confused, but Tracy merely expelled a great spout of water, blinked in the bright light, turned to Nathan, and said, "Wet, this, isn't it?" Then she spotted Fleur's sister. "What did you bring her for?" "Fleur didn't turn up, I couldn't leave her," Nathan panted. "Did you honestly think that they would publicly kill a kid in front of an audience? A kid that isn't part of the tournament in front of an audience that includes a great number of foreign ministry workers? Not good for international relations, I think." A monotone voice said sarcastically behind him. Nathan turned around to find his twin sister sitting next to his younger sibling, legs dangling, on the edge of the pier. Jasmine was still in her outfit and was playing a game of exploding snap against Rose. They both seemed dry and did feel like they never participated in the task in the first place. It was a bit humiliating comparing his state to hers, considering they both participated in the same task. "So, my shining knight saved another damsel as well," teased Tracy. "You're lucky. I think your hero complex is cute." Nathan blushed and tried to turn away to hide his embarrassment. Something that was futile, considering how Rose's shoulders were shaking, reveling in his mortification. Trying to change the subject, Nathan looked at Tracy. "Come on," he said shortly, "help me with her. I don't think she can swim very well." They pulled Fleur's sister through the water, back toward the bank where the judges stood watching, 20 merpeople accompanying them like a guard of honor, singing their horrible screechy songs. Nathan could see Madame Pomfrey fussing over Hermione and Krum, who were wrapped in thick blankets. Dumbledore and Ludo Bagman stood beaming at Nathan and Tracy from the bank as they swam nearer, but Percy, who looked very white and somehow much younger than usual, came splashing out to meet them. Meanwhile, Madame Maxime was trying to restrain Fleur Delacour, who was quite hysterical, fighting tooth and nail to return to the water. "Gabrielle. Gabrielle. Is she alive? Is she hurt?" "She's fine." Nathan tried to tell her, but he was so exhausted he could hardly talk, let alone shout. As Dumbledore and Bagman were pulling Nathan upright, Fleur had broken free of Madame Maxime and was hugging her sister, babbling and apologizing, half in French, half in English. "Come here, you," said Madame Pomfrey. She seized Nathan and pulled him over to Hermione and the others, wrapped him so tightly in a blanket that he felt as though he were in a straitjacket, and forced a measure of very hot potion down his throat. Steam gushed out of his ears. "Nathan, well done," Hermione cried. "You did it." "I guess I did," he responded. "You're well outside the time limit, though, Nathan. Did it take you ages to find us?" "No, I found you okay." Nathan's feeling of stupidity was growing. Now he was out of the water, it seemed perfectly clear that Dumbledore's safety precautions wouldn't have permitted the death of a hostage just because their champion hadn't turned up. Dumbledore went to speak to the merpeople. He could speak Mermish for some reason, and when he was finally done, he asked to speak with the other judges in private. Meanwhile, Madame Pomfrey had gone to fetch Fleur and her sister. Fleur had many cuts on her face and arms and her robes were torn, but she didn't seem to care, nor would she allow Madame Pomfrey to clean them. "Look after Gabrielle," she told her, and then she turned to Nathan. "You saved her," she said breathlessly. "Even though she was not your hostage," she bent down, kissed Nathan twice on each cheek, to Tracy's apparent anger, and went back to talk with her sister. Before Tracy could say anything, Ludo Bagman's magically magnified voice boomed out beside them, making them all jump, and causing the crowd in the stands to go very quiet. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached our decision. Merchiftanus Mercus has told us exactly what happened at the bottom of the lake, and we have therefore decided to award marks out of 50 for each of the champions, as follows. Fleur Delacour, though she demonstrated excellent use of the bubblehead charm, was attacked by Grindillos as she approached her goal, and failed to retrieve her hostage. We award her 25 points. Applause from the stands. "I deserved 0, said Fleur throatily, shaking her magnificent head. Jasmine Evanshade, who also used an unknown spell to find and summon her hostage without entering the lake, was the first to retrieve her hostage, with her finishing the task in 7 minutes and 49 seconds. We therefore award her a full 50 points. Victor Crumb used an incomplete form of transfiguration, which was nevertheless effective, and was the second to return with his hostage. We award him 40 points. Nathan Potter used gillyweed to great effect, Bagman continued. He returned last, and well outside the time limit of an hour. However, the Merchiftanus informs us that Mr. Potter was first to reach the hostages, outside of Ms. Evanshade of course, and that the delay in his return was due to his determination to return all hostages to safety, not merely his own. Tracy and Hermione both gave Nathan half-exasperated, half-commiserating looks. Most of the judges, and here, Bagman gave Karkaroff a very nasty look, feel that this shows moral fiber and merits full marks. However, Mr. Potter's score is 45 points. Which means that into the first task we have, in first place Jasmine Evanshade, in second place, Nathan Potter, in third place, Victor Crumb, and in fourth place, Fleur Delacour. The third and final task will take place at dusk on the 24th of June. The champions will be notified of what is coming precisely 1 month beforehand. Thank you all for your support of the champions. It was over, Nathan thought dazedly, as Madame Pomfrey began herding the champions and hostages back to the castle to get into dry clothes. It was over, he had got through. He didn't have to worry about anything now until June the 24th. He was even second, losing only to his sister, who had admitted before into being a magic prodigy, not that her performance in the first task could say otherwise. He now understood the difference between a graduated witch and a student. As they made way to the castle, Jasmine had surprisingly not disappeared this time, with Hermione needling her again about the secret spell she used. So, what was the spell you used? Why didn't Dumbledore know of it? Was it dark magic? Is it hard to do? Hermione practically kept babbling at her. It's actually quite a simple spell, one of my own really. A mixture of charms and divination. It's a simple scrying spell that determines the location of anything, sort of like a tracking char I want and a modified summoning charm to get to the location and get Rose. The only issue was the fact that she was tied down and couldn't just be summoned. Thankfully, the spell was a very modified summoning charm that allowed to somewhat control the spell. I could see what was happening because of my scrying spell and I was able to summon a sharp stone to cut the rope. Then all that was left was for my spell to grab Rose and bring her to me. Nathan looked around to make sure he wasn't the only one gaping at her. Even Crumb and Delacour, who were subtly listening to her, dropped all pretense of distraction and were looking at her like she was Merlin reborn. Hermione looked like she didn't believe she would do this and asked with incredulity, "You made a spell just for the task?" "Don't be silly, of course I didn't." Everyone relaxed slightly. "I made it to be able to summon my books from the library. I made the scrying spell to be able to navigate the library and the modified summoning charm to take whatever book I choose." Hermione's eyes seemed to brighten at the thought of that spell. She was probably imagining herself using it. Nathan himself didn't believe she was so lazy as to create a spell just to avoid going to the library. "I'm just grateful that I made that spell. I wouldn't want to actually go swimming in this time of year. The water must have been freezing." Everyone's eyebrow twitched at her comment. They had all gone underwater except for her. Even the hostages who weren't champions had to get underwater. They were asleep, yes, but they must have woken up cold and wet when they got out of the water. For the first time since she got to Hogwarts, Nathan started to wonder more about his sister. Something the headmaster said to him that won't leave his mind. He now realized how little he actually knew about his sister. He had no idea what happened after the Dursleys abandoned her. She said that she was adopted by. She didn't say anything about who actually adopted her. She was even incredibly secretive about it. It unnerved him, especially how good she is at magic. How did she learn so much magic? How is she so skilled at everything? His sister was a stranger, he realized. And his family was bending over backwards to accommodate her somehow. It was weird and he didn't like it. He had first balked at the headmaster's idea of observing his sister, but now, he understood the wisdom of the idea. You must protect your home and your family, even if they don't see it themselves. It was probably nothing, but after the last few years, with Voldemort almost killing him a few years in a row, he had learned to be careful. He was glad that his sister was back, he really was. But she was still a stranger, no matter what everybody says. The only thing he knew about her past was the fact that she was blood adopted and hence, isn't a Potter anymore. His dad was miserable when he found out about it. That she would forsake them so readily. Now that he was thinking about it, he was pretty angry with the way her return affected his parents. It should have been a momentous occasion, not whatever the hell this was. His mother was crying a lot more now, his father got angry a lot more easily. It was clear that Jasmine's rejection affected them deeply and she didn't seem to care about it. Even his uncle Sirius was depressed because of the whole situation. He was normally so cheerful and now he just wasn't. His uncle Moony was still outside the country for some reason. Nathan didn't know why he was always abroad, but he guessed it had to do with the werewolf laws that were passed when he was younger. Back then, his parents had cut almost all communication with the outside world and didn't have any influence in the Wizengamot. A horrible woman called Umbridge had capitulated on the damage the werewolves did during the war and made it practically impossible for any werewolf to get a job. Back to the Jasmine situation, his mother, father, Sirius, Remus, they were his family, they were her family and they loved her so much and she didn't care. That's what really made Nathan angry. Nathan was quiet during the trip back to the castle, a lot of disturbing thoughts in his mind. Chapter 42, Dumbledore's Offer. March 4, 1995, Hogwarts. Dumbledore POV. Albus Dumbledore was in a conundrum. Something that even his beloved lemon drops couldn't relax for him, and it had to do with one annoying pest called Jasmine Potter. He didn't care what name the brat called herself, Evanshade, Potter. She could even call herself Hagrid for all her cared, but she would always be called a pain in the backside by him in his head. How was he to know that the night he summoned her would be one of the biggest mistakes he made in years? The plan had been simple: summon the brat from wherever she was to get the Potters firmly back to his side and teach the poor girl some magic and slowly manipulate her to get more control over Nathan. The boy had a destiny, and it was imperative for his plans for him to fulfill that destiny. The girl he was supposed to summon should have been a meek little thing, desperate for love and approval after what happened with her former guardians. It wasn't his plan for the girl's life to be this miserable, he just wanted to separate her and Nathan because of the potential they could have had together would have been too high and could pose a threat to his plans for the magical world. The magical transfer from the twin bond could have made Nathan surpass him in terms of magical power, something he couldn't allow. He planned to lure the girl with knowledge, become her teacher and subtly manipulate her into influencing the boy who lived to his ideals. Instead, he got a magical prodigy that had no reason to form any attachment here in Britain. She even got adopted by a sayer of all things. He never got along with that family, and he had met the current matriarch when Gellert was active there during the war. She was the most terrifying person he had ever met, and she knew things about him, things he never told anyone, and he had suddenly figured out that she had breached his mind without him knowing. It was the most powerless he had felt in a long time. He was a master of the mind arts at the time and the woman had entered it like his defenses were nothing. He felt small, weak, and defenseless. He had never been more afraid in his life. He had realized then that the woman now knew everything about him, from his relationship with Gellert to what happened to his sister. When he tried to obliviate the woman he was disarmed before he could even cast anything. She called him a kinslayer, threw him and his wand out of her mansion and told him to not expect any kind of support from anyone in the colonies. And she was correct. From that moment, not a single wizard of witch in the colonies was involved in the war, on either his or Gellert's side. Even after the war, where he became the hero of the wizarding world, not a single wizard or witch from the colonies was willing to hear him out. He had to admire her influence, no matter how much he wanted to kill her, it was impressive. He still wasn't able to move against her with her having so much blackmail material on him. He had tried to send spies against her but that obviously didn't work out. He had almost no influence in her home country. Even if he did, the Sayer family is untouchable there. They're descendant from a gaunt woman that escaped her family and moved to the colonies, meaning they were also descendants of Slytherin. Perhaps he could use that against them and put a target on their back when Tom returns, get him to kill them for him. He filed that thought for later. Anyway, the woman had helped found Ilvermorny sometime in the 17th century. They were the only descendants of the founders remaining and they were basically royalty in the colonies. With what was happening in Britain, he forgot about the Sayer family, and it was something he regretted. The hag must have told her adopted granddaughter about him, the brat had even hinted at his knowledge the night she was summoned. He had wanted to obliviate her on the spot, but he couldn't do it in front of James and Lily. From that moment, she was never alone with him. Whenever they interacted with one another, she always had witnesses present. And when she was alone, she disappeared from the castle entirely. He couldn't even locate her with his wards. He was supposed to be almost omniscient in the castle, and that bothered him a lot. He might have lied to the girl about the magical binding contract to make her stay in the tournament, but he almost regretted it now. During the first task, any hope of her being a talentless witch was extinguished. She showed that she truly was a prodigy that deserved to have graduated school at 14. Her mysterious use of runes was something he had never heard of before, something he had wanted to interrogate her about during the Yule Ball, that she sadly chose to skip. The girl spent most of her time with her sister Rose and taught her magic. He tried to spy on those lessons, but young Jasmine must have put some impressive privacy wards to stop eavesdroppers. After she had reconnected with Nathan, she started to help him a bit as well, which was something that worried him immensely. Thankfully, he was too proud to ask her for too much help, so whatever she had taught him was dwarfed by what Dumbledore taught the boy. The boy truly was an investment that was paying off. He had almost the same potential as himself, and for the first few years, he was able to subtly steer the boy towards the light, the good path, his path. After all he wanted was peace. But for peace to exist there must be war first, the war to end all wars, the war between light and darkness. Nathan was a great investment on his part and was unwittingly his spy on his troublesome sister. He even told him about the mysterious spell his sister used during the second task. It was a spell that combined charms and divination, a rare combination and a very inspired one. One of her creations, and if she could have created this spell, then what else could she have made? He really had to bring her to his side. He planted the seed of mistrust in young Nathan's mind to limit his sister's influence over him, and it was showing. Whenever he was teaching the boy, he always seemed to twitch whenever anyone mentioned his sister. He was one step away from truly disliking her or even hating her. The girl was definitely not helping with her being the sole focus of Nathan's entire family, his parents doing everything to try to get any form of relationship other than indifference with her, and Rose, who worshipped the ground her elder sister walked on. The boy was undeniably jealous, something he could certainly use. Speaking of the girl, he had called her to his office. This was it, her final chance. She had been an unknown for months, an unpredictable variable to his plans, and he was going to either have her join him or she would suffer from a tragic accident before her influence over the Potter family grows even further. Truth be told, if the girl was an adult, he wouldn't even have given her a chance, but he always had a soft spot for children. He was a merciful man after all. Dumbledore hears a knock on his door, and he waves his wand, getting the door to open. "Hello, Headmaster Dumbledore," the brat says politely, "you asked for me." "Ah, yes. Ms. Evanshade. How was your stay in Hogwarts so far?" Dumbledore asks. "It was very pleasant, thank you. It truly is a magical place," the girl responds with a small smile. "Any chance you could continue your studies here?" "I'm sorry, but no. I already finished my education. Me staying here would be a waste of time." "What about your family?" Dumbledore questions, "Are you getting along with them?" "That's extremely private. My relationship with the Potters is none of your concern." "Sorry, my girl, I just wanted to make sure everything is all right. You see, the Potters are close personal friends of mine. It still is an inappropriate question to ask anybody. I apologize for that. Now to why I called you this fine morning. I was very impressed with your performance in the last 2 tasks in the tournament. Your mix of divination and charms was inspired, and your use of runes was one of a kind. Any chance you could even give me a hint about how you did it?" "I'm sorry, but no, I added it to my family magic, I will not share it." "A shame, really." He would take it from her one way or another, he was no stranger into stealing magical family secrets. Especially, during his youth, when he would take a look at the libraries of his allies and steal some tomes from his enemies. Now, he mostly just used legitimacy on his students that are in prominent families. It was astounding how many family secrets these children knew. Everyone always underestimates the children. "As is your right." Dumbledore answers. He continued, "Ah yes, where was I? Oh, I was talking about how much I was impressed with your performance. It would be a shame for such a talent to go to waste. Now since you finished your education, you are entitled to an apprenticeship. And since you seem to like it here, I would like for you to become my apprentice. It would allow you more time to reconnect with your family." Of course, he was planning to apprentice her using the old ways, where both parties had to sign a magical contract. Unknown to most, it wasn't just an obligation of the master to pass on his knowledge to his apprentice, but it was a mutual sharing of knowledge. This meant that he would be able to get all of her secrets, including her personal magic, but most importantly information about the Sayer family. Maybe the girl could be his key for his plans to extend to an entirely new continent. The girl stayed silent for almost a minute. "I'm sorry, but I will have to decline. I have to go back home after the tournament. My family there needs me. I already had plans before coming here. I'm really going to miss the castle though. It's truly a shame then." Before Jasmine could do anything, she was suddenly bound to her chair, unable to move. It was a special chair Dumbledore enchanted himself, and he had used to restrain many people before. He didn't want to do it, but he had to obliviate the girl of all his secrets that her family told her about. "I'm sorry, my dear. I truly am. You have knowledge that I cannot allow you to spread. It's a shame you refused my offer. I guess I'll have to do it the hard way." Dumbledore pointed the Elder Wand at the girl and cast Obliviate. Suddenly a lot of things happened at once. The spell came out of the wand and hit the girl, but suddenly a blast of magic came out of the girl, knocking his chair back, making him accidentally drop his wand in the process. The blast also affected the girl, where she too fell down on her back. The chair's enchantments were broken. How peculiar, accidental magic at this age. Dumbledore is now very disappointed that the girl refused his offer. She would have been a good subordinate, now that Severus was brain dead. He still had no idea how the girl did that to him. Dumbledore and Jasmine got up, disoriented by the blast. "What happened, Headmaster?" the girl asks, confused. "Good, the memory charm must have worked." "Well, it was cast with the Elder Wand, so that was expected." "Nothing, my dear. It seems we were the victims of a certain prank. I wonder how the Weasley twins were able to break into my office," he said with a jovial tone. "Sure, weird. Is that your wand down there, Headmaster?" She bent down and picked up his wand and gave it back to him. "Ah, yes. Thank you, Miss Evanshade. I have to say, it's a shame you didn't accept my offer. Again, sir, I have prior commitments. Will that be all, headmaster? Yes, my girl, that will be all. The girl got up and walked out of his office. He never noticed the subtle smile on her face, nor will he truly notice what she did for days. Because that was the beginning of the end for him, and he had just lost his strongest weapon. Albus Dumbledore lost the allegiance of the Elder Wand. Chapter 43, The Greater Good. March 17, 1995, Hogwarts. Dumbledore POV. Something was wrong. Scratch that, everything was wrong. Something had happened to his magic. Albus Dumbledore was pacing around in his office. He had felt for days that something was amiss, but he ignored it. He, Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard since the great Merlin himself, had lost most of his magic and he had no idea how. Could it be a ploy from the dark families? He had recently led the light families into restricting some of the freedoms and magics that they used. He banned the traditional celebrations such as Yule, Beltane, and Samhain and the use of the ceremonial rituals. It was rituals to deepen one's connection to their magic and to purify it. Some even allowed limited communication with the dead at Samhain when the walls of the afterlife are the thinnest. Of course, it was nonsense. He had tried to use that particular ritual once and it did not communicate with the dead. What it does actually achieve is giving the participant a feeling of their dead loved ones. Like sounds or smells. He, for example, heard his sister's laugh, he smelled his mother's cooking, his father's pipe. Memories of happier times, before his sister was attacked by muggles, before his father was sent to Azkaban, before his mother was killed by his sister's uncontrollable magic, before his family name was shamed. He missed them terribly. It was as if they were right there, next to him. But they weren't. It was then that he realized how dangerous those practices are. The dead should stay dead, where they should be at peace, where they cannot judge the living. Furthermore, the dark families used rituals during the spring equinox to avoid the repercussions of their vile magic. They were used to balance their magic and make sure they do not go mad or insane with power. People should accept the consequences of their actions, it's the law of nature, hence these rituals are unnatural. These holidays were outdated anyway, and when he became headmaster of Hogwarts, he slowly removed these celebrations and replaced them by their Muggle counterparts. Why participate in necromantic rituals to summon the dead on Samhain when children could just eat candy and relax instead on Halloween? And ever since the fall of Voldemort at Nathan Potter's hand, he had used the momentum and the trials of the Death Eaters into slowly removing their influence. He had disallowed the farming of certain creatures or plants that dark families sold, decreasing their income, thus their influence, drastically. He banned certain potions, mostly ones that were used the most by Death Eaters. He pretty much banned every battle magic spell that he considered too powerful, and that was the price that imperious Death Eaters had to pay to stay out of Azkaban. The dark family suffered greatly, and he enjoyed every bit of it. Even the neutral families lost a lot of money because of his new laws. These families are only interested in money and are mostly traders and businessmen. Damn fence-sitters, they only choose sides when they know it's the winning one. He, however, prospered immensely, in monetary value of course. He needed funding for the world he was building, and what most people don't realize is that he was the only competent alchemist in Britain and as such had a monopoly in all alchemically created items. Alchemical elixirs and materials are only made by him and thus he chooses what they cost. After a few decades of slowly inflating the prices, he was one of the richest men in Britain, Malfoy's be damned. He wished he could have spared the gold to help out the Potters when they needed a new home, but his gold was only for funding the new world he's been building for almost a century. It was his life dream. Plus, it gave him a way to separate the Potter twins. Anyway, he made a lot of enemies when he oppressed the dark faction as much as he did, and he wouldn't put it past Lucius Malfoy to find a way to attack him, especially after his involvement in the Chamber of Secrets situation last year. Malfoy could somehow have found a blood ritual to attack Albus' magic, and it worried him greatly that the slippery men had access to such magic. But when could he have done this? He had barely noticed it happening. He only noticed during a lesson with Nathan where he tried to show him a particularly powerful shield spell and he failed to actually perform it. It was a spell that wasn't too powerful and was one the average Auror could use, it was just an obscure spell. It was embarrassing how bad the situation was. He, Albus Dumbledore, being magically weaker than Aurors, it was inconceivable. It was only luck that the boy hadn't noticed when he used the spell. He was too distracted by the situation with his sister. Now, he needed to understand when he could possibly have been cursed. He always makes sure that no one has access to blood, and he stayed in Hogwarts ever since the second task. Well, if it is a curse, he could remove it, no matter how powerful it is, it's still no match for a Deathly Hallows. A simple dispelling charm from the Death Stick could remove any curse in existence. Dumbledore points the Elder Wand towards his person and pours every ounce of magic he has and casts finite incantatum. There is a bright light and Dumbledore fell unconscious. Dumbledore woke up 3 hours later, on the floor of his office. He hadn't expected to actually pass out just from one spell, but he quickly got up and tried to cast the shield spell that he failed to cast before. He cast Presidium of Tenebris, and small white mist emits from the most powerful wand in the world. He's hopeful for a fraction of a second before the mist disappears, meaning the spell failed. He didn't understand. Theoretically, a second year with the Elder Wand, if he cast the Dispelling Charm, could remove any curse. So, either there was no curse, or the wand doesn't work for him anymore. He tested the wand once more. He destroyed one of his trinkets, a useless one really, and cast a repairing charm on it. The object fixed itself, but the enchantments remained broken. This wasn't right. The Elder Wand allowed artifacts to be fixed with a simple repairing charm, including whatever charm, curses, or enchantments they held. Which meant only one thing: he had lost the allegiance of the Elder Wand. He looked at the wand in horror. How? That was the question. And why leave the wand? Whoever is now the owner of the wand mustn't have known what they achieved, meaning they don't know they're the master of the most powerful wand in the universe. Okay, think, Albus. The Elder Wand only changes masters if its previous owner was killed or if they were disarmed. He hasn't been killed, obviously, so someone disarmed him. The wand worked perfectly when he used it to set up the second task, so it must have been recent. But how? He hadn't lost his wand ever since then. He was the only person to ever touch his wand except for... No. It can't be. Jasmine Potter. She had technically disarmed him with her accidental magic, and she did hold his wand to give it back. He needed to make sure it was true. He practically raced over to the other side of the room to retrieve his pensieve and remove the memory from his mind and deposited it into the water and put face inside the pensieve to look at the memory with more detail. He skipped the conversation and went directly to when he tried to obliviate the girl. As an observer, the magic wave the girl accidentally used was impressive. But what he did notice was that the wave, when it touched him, he let go of the wand. Later when they got up, the Potter girl picked up his wand from the floor to give it to him. What was intriguing was the fact that sparks came out of the wand. Like when a wand chooses a wizard at Ollivander's. He was now certain she was the new master of the Elder Wand. All he had to do was to disarm the girl, but to do so, he had to meet her alone. He couldn't risk disarming her with witnesses and fudging up when obliviating the witnesses. Not with how his magic was now, he just couldn't take the chance. The problem was that the girl was never alone, and she could disappear for months at a time, so she was too unpredictable to corner with a trap. The only time where he would be sure that she was alone was during the third task. He'll trap her, then disarm her and stun her. Should be easy enough. It was a 14-year-old girl after all. But was the Elder Wand the reason he lost so much magic? With the Elder Wand he could dispel whatever curse was put on him, but what if it wasn't a curse? Dumbledore remembers Gellert once telling him, when he was visiting him in Nurmengard, that there was a price for the power the Elder Wand offers, and Gellert's magic did seem weaker after he lost the Death Stick. He couldn't afford to lose his magic. Not with Voldemort's return being so close. He knew what Barty Crouch Jr. was planning. The fact that he thought he could fool him by replacing a friend of his was ridiculous. A few seconds after talking to him, he knew that Moody was an imposter. He didn't even try to use the code word they used to identify themselves. He has always thought that Alastor was too paranoid. He had to admit defeat on this. A bout of legilimency later, and he knew of the entire plan and saw no reason to intervene. It was time for Tom to return anyway. But now, he regretted not stopping the scheme. He was now the weakest he had ever been in a long time, and he wasn't ready for war anymore. Now, he was desperate, and he remembered something. A plan, a great and terrible plan. It was a last resort for him to use if he hadn't accomplished his dream in enough time, or if Tom truly became immortal. After all, what better way to fight an immortal if you became one yourself? The magic boost wouldn't hurt either. Dumbledore didn't want to do it. He really didn't, but this was for the greater good. The ritual he had modified was a very complicated one. One Merlin himself created. Albus had always idolized the man. He had even tried to learn sorcery in his youth, to become the Sorcerer Supreme like his idol. But he found out that wizards couldn't use sorcery. It was instinctual to use their magic and not dimensional energy. He had no idea how Merlin did it. Was he born different, or did he teach himself how? Maybe someone taught it to him. No, that would be ridiculous. He would have known if there were other wizard sorcerers in history. It doesn't matter now. What does matter is the choice he has to make. He has to choose between what is right and what is easy. Albus would always choose what is right. It's his nature. He had to go through with the ritual. It was for the greater good of the magical world. Albus gathered the materials: a heart of a dragon, a bone of a dementor, the talon of a griffin, a tooth from a basilisk, and the blood of a thestral. Albus drew the rune on the ground in his blood and positioned the ingredients in their rightful places. He had rechecked his work a few dozen times. He was ready. He looked at the final participant of the ritual, Fawkes. He was bound and immobilized. Albus didn't have the strength to look at his companion's eyes. He put Fawkes in the middle of the ritual and started chanting. The runes started to glow, each one of the ingredients burst into white flames, destroying them. Then Dumbledore stopped chanting and he looked at Fawkes for the first time since forcing him into the ritual. The sadness in the Phoenix's eyes was heartbreaking and he notices that his eyes started to water. Fawkes let out a mournful trill, as if trying to convey his disappointment, as if he expected this betrayal from him. Then the Phoenix started to fade. Unlike his rebirth, Fawkes didn't burst into flame, he slowly faded into nothing, leaving nothing behind, not even the customary ashes. Albus knew in his heart that Fawkes wasn't coming back anymore. He didn't have time to mourn his friend as he suddenly felt as if he was burning from the inside out. Something about him is fundamentally changing. Suddenly, the pain became too much, and he fell to the bliss of unconsciousness. Chapter 44, The Morrigan. March 17, 1995, Hogwarts. Dumbledore POV. Dumbledore woke up, disoriented. He was feeling strange. He was feeling good, like he had the best night of sleep of his life. He was sore, like he ran a marathon last night, but his body was full of energy. He was struggling with finding a description of what he's feeling. If there was a word to say it, it would be young. Albus Dumbledore was feeling young. Suddenly, he remembered about what happened before he passed out, the ritual, Fawkes' death. Albus started weeping for his life companion. He would never see him again. Fawkes had been at his side ever since Dumbledore abandoned his plans with Gellert when he was younger. He stayed there as the symbol of his redemption, that there was still good in him. And while Fawkes disapproved of his ambitions, something he expressed a multiple of times, he still stayed at his side. Even when he did something he knew in his heart was wrong, Fawkes stayed. He was Albus' last remaining true friend. He had stopped trusting people after Gellert's treachery. And now, Fawkes was gone. Whatever he had gained from the ritual will always feel bitter. Trying to distract himself from his loss, Albus reached out to his magic and was amazed with how powerful it felt. It was stronger than before. Several times stronger than when he was still the master of the Elder Wand. He wondered how powerful he would feel after getting the wand's allegiance again. He tried to use a spell, a simple transfiguration, to check for any anomalies. He pointed his wand at a chair, and it immediately turned into a lion. He didn't even think of a spell, it was just instinct. This must be why magical creatures have a deeper understanding of magic. Hello, Albus. Albus Dumbledore turned around and pointed his wand at the intruder in his office. How had he not noticed that someone else was there? He focused for a second and paled at the man. This was his former master, the oldest man alive, Nicholas Flamel. He didn't understand why the man was here. Did he know what he has become? Did he know what he did? Albus was nervous. While he was probably more powerful than his master now, he hasn't tested his newfound power and Flamel still outclasses him in terms of experience. Relax, boy. I'm not planning on attacking you. Albus was very relieved about this fact. He put his wand back in his holster and looked at the man. Then why are you here? Albus asked. This is a courtesy call. But first, I have to ask. What have you done, boy? Nothing that needs concern you. Replied Albus coldly. Flamel snorted, if it didn't concern me, then I wouldn't be here. I know about your ambitions, your plan, and while I think it was a foolish one, I didn't stop you. After centuries of life, I have witnessed horrible things, I have seen monsters, mad scientists, prodigies, and fools. I have seen so many atrocities that I stopped caring. I have seen you do awful things for your mad plan and that didn't faze me. But whatever you did yesterday wasn't just a horrible, it was an abomination and anyone that can feel magic will tell what you did. What happened last night created a beacon that awoke me in France. I have felt demon summons with less impact. The earth itself has marked you as a traitor. So again, Albus, what the hell did you do? I achieved immortality, as you did. No, you didn't, I never told you this, but I'm not the only immortal around. There are beings far older and far more powerful than myself. Gaining immortality isn't enough to get marked like you did. This worried Albus greatly. How didn't he know about this? How many other immortals are there? A lot more than you think. We regroup at least once a century, to make sure people know about new immortals and about the death of one. We only induct the powerful immortals in these meetings. Wizards are generally automatically invited, but there's a few that aren't strong enough to add them. For example, there's these two brothers whose whole powers is to just heal themselves. They're almost 2 centuries old now but we never invited them. Us, immortals, tend to avoid each other as much as possible. We are generally either scientists, heroes, or conquerors. You said there are magical immortals as well. Ah yes, there aren't many of us really. There are muggles that became immortal because of some artifact. There's this man called the Mandarin that has lived for centuries because of some enchanted rings that he wears around hands. It seems silly, but those rings allow for some of the best magical protection I have ever seen. Even a killing curse is just absorbed by them. The men pretty much conquered all of Asia using them. There are 5 immortals that use some sort of alternate magic they call chi, also known as life energy. They call themselves the Hand, and they have a hand in almost all the criminal underworld, and not just in the Muggle world. There's the Sorcerer Supreme and a few sorcerers as well, of course. But wizards and witches, there's just myself, my wife, and Morgan Le Fay. Morgan Le Fay is still alive, bellowed Dumbledore. Yes, nice woman. She was my wife's mistress, as you were mine. How didn't you kill her? This is the darkest witch that ever lived. The woman that killed Merlin himself. She's a monster. Albus, my boy, the story between Merlin and Morgan Le Fay is a lot more complicated than the legends. And the world often mistakes Morgan Le Fay and Morgause Le Fay. And even if she was a monster, that woman could probably beat me in her sleep. I'm not suicidal enough to try to kill her. But enough of that, I'm not here to recruit you into the council. I'm here to warn you. Warn me. I don't know what you did, and I'm not sure I want to know. But actions have consequences, and you did break a natural law. The laws of the universe itself, and that means that you have earned her attention. She has marked you, and everyone knows it. Dumbledore was starting to get nervous. This didn't sound good at all. She. The Morrigan. The death goddess from the Celtic pantheon? Albus asked, bewildered. Flamel shook his head, not quite. She's far older than the Celt culture, they probably witnessed her one day and thought she was a goddess. The Morrigan is a legend for us immortals. We don't know what she is, vampire, sorcerer, witch. We never even seen her face. She's the one that keeps us immortals in checks, that maintains the natural laws that keep our reality afloat. You're telling me that you're afraid of a story? Nicholas chuckled bitterly. I, too, thought that she was a story. A way to make sure immortals don't go too far. Let me tell you a story. Have you ever heard of the Roman vampires? Dumbledore looked at his former master, confused by the change in topic. No, I can't say that I have. They were a race of vampire created by a Roman emperor that wanted to achieve immortality and thought that becoming a vampire would help him achieve his goal. But vampires are slaves to their appetite and lost their magic when they turned, and he wanted to rectify that. After decades of research and experimentations on vampires, he succeeded and created the first Roman vampire, Dracula. Dracula wasn't just any normal vampire, his magic got even stronger, and he was able to command darkness like no other. He didn't need a wand to use magic anymore and had an instinctive grasp on blood magic never seen before. Outraged by what happened to his fellow vampire, Dracula massacred every single person involved in the experiments. What happened next? Asked Dumbledore. He started turning vampires to his race. He became the father of vampires and ruled over all the vampire covens. By the time I was born, there were hundreds of thousands of Roman vampires in Europe. A couple of centuries later, Dracula wasn't satisfied with his species' position in the world. He wanted to be the apex predator, the strongest species there was. So, he devised a ritual that would make the vampires ascend, so to speak, and every member of his race approved. But a ritual to empower that many vampires needed a large sacrifice. So, he created a plague and unleashed it to the world. Tens of millions died, in a ritual that was being charged for almost a century. On Samhain, during a full moon, Dracula attempted to summon a ritual, but exactly 100 days before the ritual, every Roman vampire was marked. There was a black crow just above their hearts. They tried to get rid of it, but even when he removed the skin, it returned. What was more worrying was the crow was circled by small lines. 100 lines to be exact, with one line disappearing each day. On the day of the ritual, there were no lines around the crow. The entire wizarding communities, having been warned about the ritual, prepared to attack the vampires to stop the ritual. Even I was ready to fight them. But fighting hundreds of thousands of vampires that are faster than what can be seen, stronger than giants, and with command over shadows, was a daunting experience. And did you defeat them? No, they were defeated, just not by me. Before the ritual, I saw her. The Morrigan. I instinctively knew this was her. She was a woman made of shadows with a staff that was so black it looked like it absorbed the light around it. That night every single wizard attacked the vampire stronghold, and we didn't find any opposition. There weren't any vampires or any ritual, only dust. We later found out that it wasn't dust, it was all that remained from the Roman vampires. In one night, every single Roman vampire was slaughtered. In one night, an entire race was extinguished. Genocide. Oh yes. This is the power of the Morrigan. It's the ultimate authority, judge, jury, and executioner. It hunts people that break the natural laws. There is no stopping it, there is no negotiating with it. There are some exceptions, especially when some things are fated somehow, but even then, they are punished after they fulfill their destiny. But it is the closest thing to a god I have ever seen in my long life. After seeing her, I started to research her. The stories I heard about what she did to Herpo the Foul gave me nightmares for weeks. I ever read somewhere that she is the reason the Asgardians aren't interfering with Earth right now. Apparently, the daughter of Odin, Hela, attempted to invade the planet a few thousand years ago. The so-called goddess of death was utterly annihilated and barely escaped with her life. Her army, however, was slaughtered. From what I heard from the Sorcerer Supreme, Odin imprisoned her in her weakened state because she tried to revolt against him. And let me tell you about the Frost Giant massacre when they tried to invade Earth. Dozens of legions disappeared without a trace. This is what the Morrigan is. It's not a woman, it's a force of nature. Albus was flabbergasted with what he heard, and more than a little terrified. Are you sure that she's after me? He asked hopefully. That depends. Do you have a mark above your heart? Albus gripped his purple robes and tore it with his superior strength, ignoring the unbreakable charm applied to it. But he didn't marvel at his newfound strength and didn't care about Flammel's raising of eyebrows at his new powers. No, he cared about the crow tattoo above his heart, encircled by exactly 100 lines. He was so fucked. Is there anything I can do? No. I can make this right, I can fight her, I can kill her. You will do nothing because you can do nothing. The Morrigan will come for you in 100 days, and you will die, like thousands did before you. There has to be something I can do. There is only one thing, but it's a legend. If you weren't my apprentice, I wouldn't have mentioned it. One time, when I was researching the Morrigan, I came upon a phrase written in ancient tomb in Greece. Only a true master of death can defeat the goddess of death. There is nothing else about the Morrigan being defeated anywhere else. The Hallows? Dumbledore asked with hope for the first time ever since the start of the conversation. I don't know. Maybe. But it's the only chance at surviving. The Morrigan will come for you, Albus. Get your affairs in order. After all, to the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Farewell Albus and good luck. With those parting words, Nicholas Flamel disappeared from his office. Dumbledore sighed. It looks like getting the Elder Wand's allegiance is now a priority. He still has to locate the stone somehow. He now recognized that performing the Phoenix ritual was a mistake. Chapter 45, Elements. March 19, 1995, Hogwarts. Jasmine POV. Well, I have to say it's been an eventful couple of days. I didn't expect Dumbledore to go this far when he lost the allegiance of the Elder Wand. I guess losing most of his magic would freak anyone's mind. I didn't realize he used the Elder Wand this much. He had barely more magic than a regular 7th-year student at Hogwarts. I expected him to do something rash like attacking me in public or something, but damn, I didn't expect him to actually break a natural law. Natural laws are different because they either involve cosmic entities or cause imbalance in the delicate balance of powers. Something that could easily break an entire section of the multiverse. My job, being Death's Hunter, is to hunt those who break the natural laws. What Albus Dumbledore did was try to absorb the essence of a phoenix. Phoenixes are not just some immortal magical creatures. They are part of the Phoenix Force themselves and serve as anchors to the avatar of the Phoenix. Believe it or not, a mortal, no matter how powerful, cannot host even a shard of a cosmic entity. The Phoenixes filter the cosmic energy, purifying it to make it compatible with the host. Each Phoenix is an aspect of the Phoenix. My Phoenix, Erebus, represents the destruction aspect of the cosmic entity, the darkness. Fawkes represented its fire aspect. There are many other, each one with a different element. Erebus is currently with his mate, the light Phoenix soul, that represents creation. What Dumbledore accidentally did was disperse the energy inside Fawkes. The exposure to the energy turned him into his prime condition, magic included, and supercharged his natural healing factor and longevity, which every wizard or witch possess, making him essentially immortal. He didn't really absorb Fawkes, he killed him. It will take decades for a new Fire Phoenix to be born, and now any Phoenix avatar would be very unstable. Shit, I guess I'll have to monitor Jean Grey, in case she goes crazy and turns into the Dark Phoenix. Jean is still a toddler, so I'll have time to set something up. Damn, this is very bad. Why was I so blind to this? The Phoenix Force should have warned me if something like this was going to happen. I should have felt its effects. What happened was even hidden from Hogwarts itself, and it happened inside the castle. The only explanation I have is that the Phoenix Force itself wanted this to happen for some reason, but that doesn't make any sense. Cosmic forces revel in stability. What Dumbledore did caused an imbalance, so I was given the go-ahead to kill him. Now, I don't want to just kill him, I want him to suffer. So, I marked him and told Nicholas to warn him. Let him live with a countdown. Give him hope with the bogus story with the Hallows, it will make him desperate, and I will take advantage of that. Now, let's ignore the old goat and go along with my day. I have a special lesson planned with Rose. I go to our meeting place and find her waiting for me as usual. Hey, Rose. I greet her. Good morning, Jasmine, she responds. So what are we doing today? I have been trying to use this illusion, but it becomes unstable when I try to make my illusions move. It's alright, you only need to learn to control your magic a little better. It's something that comes with practice. Today, I'm teaching you something new. I'm going to teach you light magic. Light magic, is it like the opposite of dark magic? Rose questioned. Yes and no. It depends on your definition of dark magic. What do you think is dark magic? It's the magic that hurts people, isn't it? You get corrupted when you use it and turn into monsters. No, my dear. Dark magic doesn't corrupt. Darkness is an element. I don't understand, you mean like fire or my ice? Exactly. At her confusion, I explain it more clearly. Tell me, how does casting a spell work? Like how would you go about casting a spell? My sister frowned for a moment then answered, I learn the incantation, then the wand movement and then the spell happens. If that was all there is to it, then why does your magic do the spell? It's not like magic likes Latin for some reason. I can tell you that there are spells in other languages. Then why are incantations and wand movements important? Rose shrugged, I don't know, they just are. I shake my head, that's not how magic works. Everything happens for a reason. Do you want the answer to my question? She nods, alright then, magic nowadays is based on arithmancy, meaning a precise artificial control over magic. You see, what truly sets wands apart from other kinds of focus, and yes there are other types of artifacts used to channel magic and cast spells, is the fact that their creator discovered that moving the wand a certain way allows them to shape their magic in a precise manner. What was revolutionary was the fact that a wand user's magic would be shaped exactly the same way every time they do the same movement. There was no need to learn to control magic, like the old sorcerers do. If one person creates a spell, anyone can cast it if he learns the wand movements and has enough magic to power the spell. After shaping their magic using wand movements, the wizard or witch only has to channel their magic through a wand. The wand will then channel a burst or a pulse of magic, which is what we call spells. Now, Rose, can you tell me the advantages and disadvantages of casting this way? My sister stayed quiet for a few moments and then answered, anyone can use spells this way and there's less of a risk for the people who use them. I beam at her, very good, Rose. Yes, this was one of the main advantages to using a wand. It was seen in Rome actually, the wand is a Roman invention and they used it to teach their legions combat magic very quickly. They were a fearsome empire back in the day and the invention of the wand allowed them to conquer most of Europe and a great part of northern Africa. The wand existed beforehand of course, but it was seen as a poor replacement to other focuses, like staves and rings. It was only after a wand maker called Tiberius Ollivander who showcased his findings in Rome in an effort to attract attention to his wand shop. A name that slowly evolved into Ollivanders that you know now. The sign wasn't kidding when it said that they were wand makers since 300 BC. Now what you can tell me about the negatives? Again, she spent a couple of minutes thinking and told me, I don't know. It seems better, isn't it? I sighed, on paper, maybe. But not in reality. And it centers on the invention of spells. Wands focus on arithmancy to create spells, but arithmancy is difficult. To create a spell from scratch takes years or even decades of research, which is why a lot of wizards are known for just a handful of spells, not unlike the ancient Greek that had a vast repertoire. It's easier to build upon an already created spell, modifying it and turning it into your own. This killed magical innovation. The spells we use today are modified versions of the spells used when Hogwarts was founded, which are in turn modified spells of the ones used by the Romans. Furthermore, another great disadvantage is the fact that a spell cannot be modified once cast, except of course if it's designed this way, like in an animation charm, but even then, it can only be a slight change, not an impressive one. I don't understand, what do you mean by modifying a spell? I open my hand and summon fire that I throw at the ceiling. The fireball rises and suddenly turns into a badger that starts running in the air around us. The original fire was a simple fireball and I animated it. You can't do that with a wand. Well, you can, but you have to learn how to control your magic first and not let the wand control it for you. I answer. What about people that cast without wand movements? An excellent question. It's people who has cast the spell so many times or so familiar to it that it becomes like muscle memory to shape their magic this way. So, they do not need wand movements. As for incantations, they have two purposes. One is to remember the spell, another is to help with the wand movements. If you notice, there is a symmetry between wand movements and the incantation. A longer wand movement means a longer incantation. For example, in the Lumos spell, there are two quick wand movements, two jabs to be exact. You do the first during the Lu syllable and the Mos in the second one. The incantations help synchronize the wand movements properly. Timing matters when casting with a wand. What I'm teaching you with your ice is different. What I'm teaching you is proper elemental magic, not elementally charged spells. What's the difference between elemental magic and elementally charged spells? Elemental magic is the constant control over an element. Taking your ice as an example, a true master of the ice element can conjure snowstorms, turn ice into snow with nary a thought, shape any ice to his liking, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. Each element has its own characteristics. Water is flexible, fire is passionate, air is quick and sharp. Your ice, for example, is characterized by control. There is an entire classification of elements, so it's not just the base elements like water and fire. I once met a steam elemental. It was terrifying. He could inflict the same damage as a fire elemental but had the control of a water elemental. You can have up to 2 elemental affinities. You have ice and light, hence your illusions. It takes a lot less magic to shape anything using your elements, but being an elemental can make it harder to control certain other elements. A fire elemental will have trouble shaping water, for example. Elementally charged spells are different. It's like a simple spell used by a wand that has an element attached to it. Remember the ice cutter spell you cast at me when we trained your dueling? This is a normal cutting spell that added the element ice. It's a shade of true elemental magic. Spells like Incendio, Aguamenti, and Ventus are just very weakened versions of elemental magic. That's very interesting and everything, but what does that have to do with dark magic? I chuckled. Well, everything, dear. Darkness and light are elements. Like water, air, and earth. The light is characterized by creation and darkness by destruction. There is nothing evil about any of them. Everything is born and everything dies. Most of what you call dark spell are just light spells that have their element changed from light to darkness. The blood boiling curse is a dark modified of a finished spell that healers use to save patients from hypothermia. There is nothing truly horrific about dark magic. Yes, there is some people that use negative emotions to amplify the darkness element in a spell and get used to feeling these emotions whenever they cast any magic, but this is not the magic corrupting them, it's them corrupting themselves. What about the killing curse? The killing curse isn't dark magic, Rose. It's a bastardized version of soul magic. Never use this spell, for its users never understand the price they pay for each time they cast that spell. It chips away their souls, changing the essence of their being. Every time they cast that spell, they lose a portion of their being, of their very self. They feel less and love less. They might not notice it, but they slowly lose what makes them human. In the end, they become a pale shadow of what they could be, with no compassion or empathy, living their lives with no meaning. Neither one of us talked for a good minute. Now on to a lighter topic. What I'm teaching you today is something very few people actually think it exists. It was the way healers fought in ancient times. It was the reason no one ever wanted to anger a healer, a master of a light element. I have taught you how to control your ice element, the only thing left is for you to practice. Now, it's time for you to learn how to control your light element. Time for you to learn how to use hard light. Chapter 46, Light and Darkness. March 19, 1995, Hogwarts. Jasmine POV. Now on to a lighter topic. What I'm teaching you today is something very few people actually think it exists. It was the way healer fought in ancient times. It was the reason no one ever wanted to anger a healer, a master of the light element. I have taught you how to control your ice element, the only thing left is for you to practice. Now, it's time for you to learn how to control your light element. Time for you to learn how to use hard light. Hard light. Hard light is one of the most dangerous magical techniques ever created. With it, you create a solid illusion made of light that is entirely under your control. It is not a spell as much as it is a control exercise that has been perfected into what it is now. Let me show you. I wave my wand, creating a sphere made of a light blue material that has turned into a circular shield, then into a badger that kept walking into the air around us. I can turn this ball into anything, animate it any way I want and use it to do anything I want. I can use it to defend myself. I wave my wand and the badger turns into a dome of hard light around us. Attack! The dome turned into tentacles with bladed ends that skewered the dueling dummies around us. It's like an extension of myself. I control them like an extra limb. Rose looked unimpressed. But I'm already learning this with my ice. Why learn how to do it with light? I answer, remember what I told you when I taught you control over ice. If you were in a place full of snow, even if you're in a place with just water, you only have to shape your element and not conjure it. Even if it's just chilly, you will use less magic to conjure your ice. But if you were in a desert, it will be a lot harder to do the same. Now, you will not always be in a cold place, but what you will pretty much always have is light. So far, I haven't created any light, only shaped existing light into hard light. Now if you were in a dark place, with no light whatsoever, which is very unlikely, you're just one light charm away from becoming fully armed. Something that's very handy. She seemed a little interested but not convinced, but it's really fragile though. It's only as hard as your focus. If you're distracted it will be weaker, if you're paying attention, it will be as strong as steel. But even at its weakest, it can protect you like a normal Protego shield charm. Unlike your ice, it doesn't impede your vision when protecting yourself. Look, try to attack me, I'll only use hard light, let's see what you can do. My sister nods and without any warning attacks me with a stunner. With a flick of my wand, I create a tentacle of light that intercepts the spell. With a quick wave of my wand, I am covered with a circle of hard light that is covered with flames made out of hard light. I'll be honest, I took inspiration from the Protego Horribilis spell for this. I will one of the flames to turn into a chain that attacks Rose to restrict her, but when it touches her, it goes through her, dispelling what was an illusion. I smirk. Good, she's learning. I feel a spell coming from behind me and create a triple-layered shield of hard light that stops the incoming spear made of ice that attacks me. I make out a second circle out of light outside my first one, and with a jab of my wand it explodes outwards, creating a wave of light that threw Rose into the wall, destroying the light-bending invisibility spell that I taught her. I wait for her to get up, but it seems that she isn't done with our little spar, and she summons hundreds of needles of ice around me, which are intercepted by another hard light shield. Wanting to show her how good hard light manipulation is, one of the tentacles separates itself from the other shields and morphs into a Norse rune for wind. I touch the rune with my palm and suddenly a powerful gust of wind comes out of the rune, unbalancing Rose, which got me to create a rope out of light and bind my sister. The duel is over. You said you'd only use hard light, not runes. She complained. And I did. Another reason why I want to teach you hard light is the fact that it is very easily shaped, like your illusions for example. But unlike any other elemental manipulation, you can be very precise with it and can channel spells using it. It had to be for healers to use it during operations. I heard that ancient healers could control a small piece of hard light so thin that it would enter the patient and they could channel healing magic directly in the wound, making it very effective. But to channel magic through it you have to physically touch the hard light. If you don't, then you're not connected enough to the construct for it to work. Since I underestimated how difficult my rune casting was, it would take you decades for you to learn how to do it. This presents an alternative, although far weaker, makes it possible for you to cast with runes, if you refine your control enough for it to work. She seemed spellbound by the possibilities. I continue, even if you don't achieve the necessary control, you can use hard light construct in conjunction with your magic to make it possible to give them substance. They won't just be distractions anymore, you use them for attacks as well. I can practically imagine her drooling with the possibilities that this can provide. I can tell her excitement without even using telepathy. Can you please teach me? She pretty much yells at me. I laugh and motion her to sit down. Now remember how I taught you to sense illusions. In the very beginning, I taught you how to sense light so that you could tell the inconsistencies, which means that it is manipulated somehow. I open my palm, creating a ball of hard light. Tell me, how does this feel? This feels like it's light and it isn't. Like it's moving but it isn't. It's hard to describe. Excellent, now open your palm and try to turn the light in your palm like the one in my hands. Shape it, you're the one who controls it. They're the same thing in the base. Turn the light solid. It only took a couple of hours for her to perfect the exercise and create a ball of light. It could barely be called a sphere in the beginning, but she slowly created 2 spheres for her to control at will. This was very impressive. I might have created the field to improve my healing magic and to practice my light magic, but she took to it like duck to water. Now, she's probably mentally exhausted now, so it's time to have some fun to relax her a bit. Now let's play a game. Make a beater's bat using hard light. Like this. I create a beater's bat to act as a template and she copies me effortlessly. I create a ball of hard light and use the beater's bat to send it towards my sister. Now send it back to me. She tries to hit it but her bat shatters in the impact and she's hit by the ball. Again, focus on the shape of the bat, make it as strong as you can. I send another ball at her, and she hits it back at me. I grin at her. We spent over half an hour just sending the ball back and forth, it seems like she's got the hang of it. She only needs to perfect her control over it. Now that's enough for today, Rose. You did very well, you definitely got it quicker than I did. It's seriously remarkable, even if your elemental affinity is very suited for it. She blushes and then asks, you never mentioned your elemental affinities. After all this time, I feel like I barely know you. All I know is that you have an obsession with treacle tarts, you sometime like to swear in dead languages, and you know more about runes than our rune professor, and she's one of the best rune experts in the world. I just smile at her and let her continue her rant. I told you pretty much everything about me, but I know so little about your life. I wish I could know you better. Something that doesn't have to do with magic. I look at her pleading eyes and I can't bear to refuse her. She's right, I have been reserved even to her. I wonder how long has she been bottling this up. I sigh, she deserves me to be open with her. Even if I'm probably never going to tell her about my time travel. Alright, I'm not used to be open with other people, so bear with me a little. After the Dursleys left me, I was found by the police half starving and sent into an orphanage. I lived there until a squib called Morgan Evanshade found me and adopted me. I like to write books and I even wrote a few that were published under my mother's name in the Muggle world. I went to Ilvermorny when I was 11 and was sorted into House Horned Serpent and graduated with my newts when I was 13. I discovered that I was a Parselmouth during my schooling and was formally blood adopted into the Sayer family since they too have the gift. I went to India for a year to learn how to use parcel magic, which is mainly healing and warding. Then I was summoned by the Goblet of Fire to participate in the Tri-Wizard tournament. In my free time, I joined the archery club, but I haven't touched a bow ever since I left Ilvermorny. I like to keep to myself in general, so I have few friends in general. Rose smiled at me. It was like she was lighter and freer than she ever was in my presence. I like seeing her like this. And your affinities? Oh right, I hoped she forgot about this. I'm one of the best mind mages in the world and I have mastered all elements, but my main ones are shadows and darkness. She gaped at me, all of them. You told me it took decades to properly master an element. How in Merlin's name did you do it? I just smiled mysteriously at her and refused to answer her. Fine, keep your secrets, Rose pouted, but I never heard anything about shadow spells, and you never told me anything about proper dark elemental control. I smile at her. Suddenly the room's light started to dim, and shadows start to encircle us. Suddenly they turned into spikes and impales every dueling dummy in the room. Instead of just getting skewered, they turned into dust. Shadow magic is very similar to the hard light I'm teaching you, but it makes it easier to channel dark magic instead of light magic. There's a lot more to it, but you're a bit too inexperienced to understand anything more about it. POV Nathan. Nathan stood horrified under his invisibility cloak watching the devastation his twin caused with her spell. She had admitted to being a dark witch, and she was teaching his younger sister. He had enough problems with Voldemort around, he did want to fight his sister as well. Dumbledore was right, as usual. She needed to be stopped before she corrupted his younger sister as well. As fast he could, he ran to Dumbledore's office to tell him everything he just learned. Chapter 47, Conflict of Interest. March 19, 1995, Hogwarts. Dumbledore POV. Albus Dumbledore was scared. Although he would never admit it, Nicholas' visit terrified him. Knowing you had a literal clock on your chest, knowing he would die was very unsettling. The worst thing isn't even the fact that he was dying, it was the wait. To know exactly when it will happen is torturous, and after only a couple of days, he was already sick of checking his chest every hour or so. As Nicholas said, the first 2 lines have slowly faded away. Every day, he had 1 less line. His days were counted, but if the Morrigan or whatever it was, wanted him to lay down and just die, they were wrong. He will die fighting, he will not go quietly to the afterlife. Albus had dedicated the last day to research more about the Morrigan. The mysterious entity has been seen every few centuries, and wherever it was seen, death followed. And we're not talking about a couple of dead, but death on a biblical scale. No one has ever reported ever hearing it speak. Everyone described it the same way, a figure that seemed feminine, in black, face hidden by a hood. They said that she was made of shadows. It seems like a rudimentary illusion, but the fact it was so long ago was impressive. She was often seen with a large black bird that the locals mistook for a crow. But from the rudimentary drawing Albus could find, it was some sort of magical species. It had a disturbing resemblance to fox, but Albus shook his head at the idea. No phoenix would ever ally himself with such a disgustingly dark creature like the Morrigan. The name Morrigan is mainly related to Celtic mythology, but there were mentions of her earlier. He researched what Nicholas told him about the Asgardians' relationship with the Morrigan and found more details about the battle between Princess Hela of Asgard and the Morrigan. The Morrigan defended the Celts from an attack of over 10,000 Asgardian soldiers, 50,000 Draugr, basically Asgardian infantry that are very magical resistant, and the Princess Hela herself, who was riding the giant wolf Fenris. The Norse goddess of death alone could have decimated opposition by herself, but Albus guessed she wanted to make a statement of some kind. The battle wasn't clear, but it ended with every Asgardian soldier dead and the Princess of Asgard in chains. Odin arrived after the battle ended to retrieve his daughter, who had apparently tried to revolt against his rule and had massacred the Valkyries when Odin ordered them to retrieve her. He imprisoned his daughter then and there into the empty and desolate realm of Helheim for all eternity. But before then, there were stories about the Morrigan, especially in ancient Egyptian, where a very old family, called the Grimm family, who were descendants of Atlantis, described a hooded figure that was present during Atlantis' sinking. As powerful she may seem, none of the feats described was impossible using magic. There was a chance that this Morrigan is just a very powerful witch that has achieved some kind of immortality. It was possible according to Nicholas. And how it was a surprise how Morgan Le Fay was still alive. He wished to live through the Morrigan just to defeat Merlin's slayer. Killing her would put him up there with the greatest there was. But it wasn't the time for this. He had to survive a millennia-old powerful witch at best, or a genuine goddess of death at worst. Either way, the chance of survival was low, and his only chance was the Hallows, of which he had no idea how to find the resurrection stone. If he was honest with himself, if he had learned of the existence of the Morrigan, he would probably be planning to kill her. But now, he had to make sure that, in the event of his death, he would have to make sure that he had a successor that would continue his work, and to do that, they had to defeat Voldemort when he returns. He will have to create a list of what he knows of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Suddenly, the wards in front of his office alerted him that Nathan Potter was attempting to enter his office. The boy kept yelling out the names of candy like a madman, and Albus chuckled in amusement. It was one of the pleasures of being old is to watch young wizards and witches embarrass themselves. After a couple of minutes, he took pity of the boy and allowed the gargoyle to move and let him in. Albus composed himself and put back the pile of texts he was using to research the Morrigan. It would not do to show weakness to his probable successor. He had envisioned his sister being his successor, but she was very resilient and didn't trust his guidance. The boy was, surprisingly enough, very taken with him. Even the Potters started to trust him again. He hadn't expected them to forgive him so readily for what happened to their daughter. It was very surprising that all he had to do was summon the girl and they acted as if their relationship has never been strained. He sat back at his office and waited for the boy to knock, and with a wave of his wand the door opened to show a heavy-breathing Nathan Potter. He must have run all the way here. "Hello, Nathan, my boy. You wanted to see me?" Dumbledore asked. "Headmaster, you were right," young Nathan answered. Albus was confused about the answer. The last couple of days had distracted him of his duties as headmaster and his lessons with the boy. As old as I am now, I have been right about a great many things and wrong about even more so. Just the other day, I even tried to eat a new delicacy called Werther's Originals. It was recommended to me by a former Muggle-born student of mine. It was a bit of a disappointment. It wasn't sweet enough and it was too hard on my old teeth. I think I'll stick with my sherbet lemon. Do want any, my boy? Albus was doing his best to not burst out of laughter at the boy's expression. He looked so incredulous that he probably forgot about what he came to talk to me about. "No, thank you, headmaster." "No, I meant you were right about Jasmine." With that name, the boy had his attention. He had to admit that the Potter girl has been a bit of a nuisance ever since he had summoned her. If he hadn't secured the Potter family and their block as his allies, he wouldn't have done it. Already, the girl had sank her claws at her younger sister. Young Rose has been shown to almost worship her older sister. That influence was something that worried him in case she would do the same with Nathan. Thankfully, the boy was first nervous about approaching her, which allowed him to subtly warn the boy from getting too close to someone unknown. After the second task, he became distrustful of her and started to follow her using his invisibility cloak. Elaborate. The jovial old man was gone and all that remained was the defeater of Grindelwald. The boy shivered at the pressure of his magic and immediately answered the question. "I noticed that Rose was missing during lunch and looked her up with the Marauder map. I found her with Jasmine in an empty classroom. First, they were playing some sort of game with a beater's bat, but then Rose started asking personal questions, but this time Jasmine answered. She said a bit about her life, nothing really important other than the fact that she's a Parselmouth and adopted into some important family in America. But she said that she was a dark witch, sir. She even showed her some dark magic. It was nothing I've ever seen before. I don't want my sister to become a dark witch too. This was a great opportunity to get rid of the girl. It would be the Potter's decision, not his. He hadn't asked him to spy on the girl, so whatever Nathan found out was the boy's own idea. Still, Lily had desensitized the boy about dark magic, much to Albus' dismay. It took a lot of subtle hints to make the boy instinctively dislike dark magic. Young Nathan didn't even care about dark magic except when the curses cast were very dangerous. For him to be so scared, what he had seen must have been very bad. He lamented that the boy knew a clemency and so he couldn't get a memory of what spell the girl cast. He couldn't just ask someone for a memory. It's a big taboo in the magical world. A memory is more than just sight and hearing. The emotions and thoughts of the person experiencing them are also broadcasted inside. It was why Slughorn had been so outraged when Albus asked him for the memory about his discussion with Tom Riddle about Horcruxes. He ended up just stunning the man and delve into his mind to retrieve the memory. He obliviated the man afterwards, but now he knew how many Horcruxes Voldemort created. This is grave news, my boy. When I suggested that Jasmine go to the Dursleys, I knew I was condemning her to dark and difficult years. Both your parents and I knew that she wouldn't be happy in that house, but she would be safe, whole, and innocent. We never expected that your aunt and her husband would react so negatively to her presence. I expected a timid girl that would do anything to reunite with her family. We partly succeeded in this. Jasmine is now safe and whole. I had hoped she would remain innocent even after what she went through. I should have known that being around so much hatred would make someone attuned to the dark arts. I guess it was just a foolish old man's hope that she stayed the innocent she was. Albus said somberly. It's not your fault, sir. The boy protested. Oh, but it is. I have made more mistakes than any other person alive. And giving your sister to your aunt is definitely one of them. But, alas, I cannot change the past, no matter how much I wish I could. Albus responded. The boy stayed silent for a few seconds. Where do we go from there? Sometimes, my boy, there are times when we must choose between what is easy and what is right. This is one of them. I will speak with your parents in a few days, and will come to a decision for this situation. Now, Nathan, I believe you're late for your transfiguration class. Minerva will be very displeased if you miss it. The woman is absolutely terrifying when you're not punctual. I forgot a meeting with her once and ended up spending the rest of the day as a goat in my brother's tavern. The boy still looked incredulous to my story and just shook his head and accepted his dismissal. This was good news in a way. With a little push, Jasmine Potter will now be separated from her family. As for her becoming a dark witch, he was already planning her demise to regain the mastery over the Elder Wand. No one would miss a dead dark witch anyway. Now back to the Horcruxes, he took out his pensieve. He was studying Morphingaunt's memory to confirm the existence of the ring Horcrux. It was curious that one could understand Parseltongue in a memory if its owner was also a Parselmouth. He paused the memory for a second to take a better look at the ring. There was something familiar about it. The stone on top emanated a strange sort of magic. It was cold. It reminded him of the Elder Wand. He practically looked at the stone to see it better. It was faint, but he could see it. On top of the stone, the symbol for the Deathly Hallows was carved. He was sure this was the Resurrection Stone. Perhaps he has a chance after all. Chapter 48, The Gaunt Shack. March 20, 1995, Little Hangleton. Dumbledore POV. Albus knew he was being impulsive. He should have spent more time planning and scouting the area and look out for the likely traps Tom set up to protect one of the safeguards of his immortality. But this was a Deathly Hallow, the only Deathly Hallow he didn't know the location of. Albus will admit that while he had moved on from his past with Gellert, he was still a tinge fascinated with the Hallows, and the Resurrection Stone was the Hallow he desired the most. And according to Nicholas, he was a dead man walking anyway. He had already researched extensively the village of Little Hangleton, and while it looked like any normal Muggle village, it was anything but that. It was a place with a rich history full of mysteries and ancient magic. The village of Little Hangleton has been inhabited since antiquity. In the earliest days, Celtic tribesmen built a fort on the hill overlooking the river and the rich lands below. These folk raised livestock and farmed, wove cloth, and made leather goods. During Roman times, farms were built in the valley and the fort fell out of use. Yet some people continued to visit the old fort on the hill with offerings of food and flowers in the belief that helpful spirits inhabited the place. With the arrival of the Normans, the village began to prosper. A noble knight received property as a gift from the king and built a manor on the hill. Hunting one summer day and caught in a sudden storm, he sought shelter in the old fort. The next day he brought home a wild and beautiful woman to be his bride. Their marriage flourished, as did Little Hangleton. Tradesmen were attracted to the estate and village to provide the many services needed by the large medieval household. The old forest was set aside as the private hunting preserve of the nobility, and because the livestock were still allowed to roam free within its precincts, relations between the lord and the farmers were harmonious. The family and the village continued to burgeon. Plague and famine struck other towns, not Little Hangleton. The herds were always fat, the harvests always abundant. Many wondered why this village was spared from the horrors outside of it. There were rumors about pact with ancient gods, of fairies that protect the village and its inhabitants. It was all nonsense, of course, just children's stories. But Albus knew otherwise. It took some time to find, but he did discover why this insignificant little village was spared the hardships of many other. The land occupied by the village was home of ancient druids. They were wizards and witches that were so connected to nature that they were able to gain some of its abilities. They could manipulate plant life, could connect with animals in a way never seen before and never seen after their disappearance. Their healers were unparalleled at the time, and some were rumored to be able to alter the weather itself. They did not use wands but channeled their magic and ambient magic using rituals. Whatever magic they performed had lingered, blessing the inhabitants of Little Hangleton with luck and vitality. Generations passed and Little Hangleton continued to be a rich farming community. Folk still raised livestock and farmed, wove cloth, and made leather goods. Industrialization was something people read about in the newspapers from the big cities. The village was the closest thing to utopia, until Tom Marvolo Riddle came to Little Hangleton. Most villagers blamed the decline to their livelihood to the mysterious death of the Riddle family. Without the support of the Riddle family, shops closed, the mill moved to a larger town, the children of farmers left to find work elsewhere. This was what the Muggle thought, but Albus knew better. Only something truly heinous could destroy a blessing as powerful as the one Little Hangleton possessed. Today, the farms and barns are empty. The atmosphere feels dead and oppressing. The fertile land was dried up and almost barren. This was a testament to how much Tom Riddle has fallen, how terrible a Horcrux truly is. Tom Riddle had unknowingly destroyed the lives of hundreds without even meaning to. This showed Albus that he was right. Uncontrolled knowledge was a terrible thing and dangerous magic should not be practiced. Magic was a beautiful thing and should remain pure, in the light. Albus took a deep breath and steeled himself. It was time for him to get the Resurrection Stone. With a small pop, he disappeared. He reappeared with a light pop on a country lane. It was raining and he was in the middle of a forest. With a quick wave of his wand, he confirmed that he was alone with only the shadow of the hanging trees, the perfume of earth rising from the undergrowth, soaked out from beneath. In Albus's opinion, it was unwise to go conspicuous. Following his spell of invisibility, he cast a charm to conceal his footprints and one to quiet the sounds of his steps. Thunder rumbled somewhere high above. Any lighting that followed was lost in the white of cloud-reflected sun, the intense brightness of the sky patched with gray and summer blue, the colors mixing like the inky smudging of paint. The rain fell a little harder. Albus followed the feeling of dark magic. Magic sensing was a skill that he had honed to the extreme, enough to be able to detect individual magical signatures. He was very familiar with Tom's, as corrupted as it has become, its feel remained the same. He kept walking for a dozen of minutes until he suddenly stopped, and triumph lit the corners of his mouth. He raised a hand and felt the muggle-repelling charms and layers of complex dissuading magic, subtly done, almost untraceable. Had he been a lesser wizard, he wouldn't have noticed that there was something hidden at all. But this all but confirmed that the shack was hidden in front of him. With a wave of his wand, he was able to see a runic representation of the anchored wards. They looked like standard protection wards. Muggle-repellent wards, a few obscure privacy wards, and a remarkably strong barrier ward. Nothing too dangerous or lethal, which wasn't Voldemort's style. Albus waved his wand in a complicated pattern. It was a nifty piece of magic that he and Gellert created. It allowed one to have a complete analysis of any magical item or ward and displays it as an arithmetic formula. The spell allowed him to replicate many artifacts and feats of magic. There were a few items that it couldn't analyze, like the Elder Wand, the Sword of Gryffindor, the Potter's invisibility cloak, and some of the castle wards. While it shows that something exists, it shows it as gibberish. Something that makes no sense, and what he managed to understand after decades of study made absolutely no sense whatsoever. Albus analyzed the ward around the manor and found a number of hidden wards that would have surprised most if not all other intruders. There was a very nasty mental ward that invades the mind of any intruder and shows them their deepest nightmares. There was a marking ward that would mark the magic of whoever was able to enter the ward and escape somehow. It was something he had never seen before. It's probably one of Tom's own creations. What a shame, he truly is a brilliant wizard. It took a while to calculate the exact spell needed to break the wards. He wished he still had the allegiance of the Elder Wand. It would have been easier to just overpower the ward. After a couple of hours, Albus sent a beam of light towards what seemed like an empty place and ended up absorbed by an invisible wall. Suddenly, the wall started to crack, and it collapsed on itself. The ward scheme was down. Suddenly, a house was visible. It was nestled in the darkness, with trunks and vines wrapped around it. Calling it a house would be generous, a shack would be more appropriate. Even Hagrid's shack was better built, and Albus was incredulous that someone had at some point lived here. As soon as Albus stepped past the ward, he felt a surge of magic and dozens of Infri climbed from the ground and raced towards him. With a flick of his wand, a massive flame appeared and burned the undead into crisps. When he was done, all that remained of them was ash. Albus sighed. This was classic Voldemort. He never liked subtle, sometimes, that boy disappoints him. With that done, he cast a few revealing charms and found nothing outside the shack. He slowly walked towards the shack and entered. The interior was in as much disrepair as the exterior. The settlement appears to not be inhabitable at all. Within the mossy walls lay items from past inhabitants of the shack, broken chairs, stacks upon stacks of the Daily Prophet, portraits of family members coated in a thick film of dirt and cobwebs. Although those who once lived here were long gone, Albus still felt their presence, their madness, their darkness in this house. Albus followed the feeling of Tom's magic into a room. It was very difficult, the shack practically radiated dark magic, he had to focus just to distinguish Tom's signature. He was so focused that he didn't sense the activation of another trap until it was too late. A giant undead snake, almost 10 feet tall, suddenly appeared out of nowhere and was able to sink its teeth in Albus' side. Albus let out a grunt of pain and set the snake on fire. Other snakes came out of the wall trying to attack him, and they were also set aflame. After the snakes were gone, he almost collapsed in pain. He felt nauseous and disoriented. The snake must have poisoned him somehow. He was almost tempted to turn back and try again another time, but he felt the phoenix essence trying to heal him. He felt a little better, but not enough. The bite was healing very slowly, it must be cursed somehow. He steeled himself and focused on the task at hand. He couldn't give up now. A couple of minutes later, he followed Tom's signature, making sure there weren't any traps. He found himself in front of a small room at the back. The magic here felt different. Tom's signature was unmistakable, but there was also another. It was distinctly female. It was full of fear and suffering. Long, long ago was this the room of Merrippy Gaunt. Albus frowned. He would not have expected Voldemort to bury a part of himself within his mother's room, or perhaps he had not known. It didn't matter now, he pointed his wand at the floor and suddenly a box came from the ground levitating before him. It was open. Inside was a ring, a Horcrux. But he didn't care about that. What he did care about was the stone on top of the ring. He had finally found it, he could feel it in his heart. This was the resurrection stone. Oh, what he would do with the treasure in front of him. He could talk to his father, he never got to say goodbye. He wanted to talk to his mother, to thank her for everything she did for him and his siblings. And, most of all, he wanted to talk to Ariana. To plead for her forgiveness. For not being a good brother, for being resentful of her, for killing her. He didn't know if he cast the spell that took his sister's life, but it was his ambitions with Gellert that resulted in the duel. It was all possible now, he knew the stories. All he had to do was to put on the ring. As he touched the ring, he felt pain like he never felt before. He had never experienced such agony. The ring must be cursed, and he fell right into it. He only had the presence of mind to cast a spell containing the curse to his arm and he felt his phoenix essence combat the curse. But it was too spent saving him from the snake's poison. As he passed out, he unconsciously operated back into the castle, in his office, and then everything went black. Chapter 49, Sacrifice. March 21, 1995, Hogwarts. Dumbledore POV. Albus Dumbledore woke up with a strange intense pain in his hand. It felt like it was constantly burning. Did he somehow fall asleep with a hand in a fire? Suddenly, he remembered the events of the previous day. He had come to the Gaunt Shack to retrieve the only Deathly Hallow he had never held before. He easily broke the wards and found the ring. He found the stone and tried to put on the ring. Why would he want to put it on? He must have known that Tom would at least curse it. There must have been some sort of compulsion charm on the ring, and a powerful and subtle one as well since he hadn't noticed when it took hold. The protections were tailored to weaken the intruder mentally, he noted. He tried to move his hand but the agony he felt when even thinking about moving it was enough to get him to scream in pain. This will not do at all. He had to get rid of this curse somehow. For now, he will just not move his hand anymore. Thankfully, he didn't use his wand arm to touch the ring, it would have made things much more troublesome. He couldn't imagine not being to use magic. With a wave of his wand, he summoned his prize. The ring itself was nothing special, just a gold band, but the stone was as he imagined. It thrummed with old and cold magic. It felt like death. With a quick scan with his wand, he determined that Tom's soul piece was only residing in the gold band itself and stayed as much as possible away from the stone. It was funny, in a morbid sort of way, even Tom's Horcrux was scared of death. The Dark Lord must not have known what the stone truly was to even consider defacing it in such a manner. Albus again mourned the ignorance of such a brilliant mind. Tom had so much potential. With another flick of his wand, Albus carefully separated the stone from the ring and decided to use his magic analysis spell to determine the spell and craft its counter curse. He found nothing. As far as he knew, the only magic present on the ring was the Horcrux. Tom must have designed the curse to dispel itself from the ring after it finds a victim. It was probably to make sure no one would be able to recognize the curse and cure its victim. Dumbledore took a look at his cursed hand. From the wrist down, everything was fine. His hand, though, was blackened, and thin, resembling a skeleton's hand. For the most part, the hand felt dead. Albus lamented the fact that his spell didn't work on living beings, they were too complex to be represented using arithmancy, but he could feel the phoenix essence combating the curse. Neither side was winning, and he could feel his hand being destroyed and regenerated at the same time, and it was agonizing. How he wished that Severus was still here. There were few with as much experience in the dark arts as him. He would recognize the curse immediately, and Albus had roped him into an unbreakable vow, so he could trust the men implicitly. He had no one competent enough to help him that he could trust to keep their mouth shut about this. He only had one option left, and it disgusted him that he would actually take it. With a pop, Albus Dumbledore disapparated from Hogwarts and materialized in front of Nurmengard. It was time for him to see his former partner and lover, Gellert Grindelwald. Nurmengard was stone fortress at the edge of a mountain. It had a tower with a cone-shaped top. Albus had to admit that the castle is still intimidating more than 50 years after its construction. He felt the fortress' impressive wards recognize his magical signature and let him in. The guards silently escorted him to the highest tower, where Gellert was imprisoned in the topmost cell. Dumbledore was led along the black marble corridors to the single most heavily fortified prison cell in all of Europe. The second he arrived at his destination, Albus flicked his wand, making the guards on duty overcome with an overwhelming compulsion to drink some hot black coffee. He clicked his heels and left. Dumbledore sighed as he strode in effortlessly through the magical protections and closed the outer doors of the cell behind him. A frail excuse of a wizard lay in front of him, propped up by the wall. His golden hair was a dirty yellow now, and his blue eyes had lost the vitality in them that had shook the continent with its gaze once. Albus. The haggard man rasped. It was a simple emotionless word, but full of meaning, nonetheless. Gellert. Silence. Seconds ticked by slowly. What have you done to yourself, Albus? Grindelwald said, looking almost horrified. A grave mistake, old friend. Albus responded. There are things that should not be tampered with. Even in my darkest moments, I knew that. What could have made you do something so foolish? I lost the wand. The prisoners answered a couple of seconds of silence and then burst into laughter. Albus waited for minutes for it to die down. He was here for Gellert's help after all. Who? Albus understood the implied question. Gellert wanted to know who the master of the Elder Wand. Who got one over the mighty Albus Dumbledore? A student. She disarmed me in a burst of accidental magic. Albus answered. Gellert didn't laugh this time. He looked incredulous. He guessed that should be one of most embarrassing way the past wielder of the death stick lost its allegiance. She has no idea what she has done or what she accomplished. I still have the wand, it just doesn't belong to me anymore. Albus continued. Gellert didn't respond to his comment, he looked up at Albus sadly. So, you felt it, too. The loss of magic. Gellert whispered. Yes. Why did you never tell me? Perhaps it is pride. Or maybe a final revenge. Not a single wielder of the Elder Wand died with ownership of the wand. They either lost their lives or their magic. And I know how much you value your magic. We both know that's not true, Gellert. Now tell me, why did you never tell me that you lost your magic? Albus pressed. Gellert sighed, do you know how pathetic I feel now? Even wandless, I could have escaped from this infernal prison. I didn't notice at first, I thought it was something to do with the runes carved in these walls. Maybe, some kind of new ward. It was months later that I figured out what had happened, and it broke me. We were always equals, Albus. But after our duel, the truth is we were not. Albus stayed silent. Gellert continued, we always had the same dream, Albus. We might have fought over the methods, but we had the same dream, that one day wizards and witches would be able to cast magic without fear, without hiding. Where magic would be celebrated, cherished. A world without wars and death where every magical would know peace. And you betrayed that dream when you massacred thousands of magical families. Albus bellowed, you killed who we swore to protect. You betrayed our dream, Gellert. You may have once wanted to achieve our dream, our greater good, but all you wanted was power. Gellert snarled back, do not pretend that you care about what I did, you only ended our relationship because of Ariana. Do not deny it, Albus, you killed her as much as I did. We were drawn towards the same goal of a better future for wizard kind. We were prepared to do what it would take. At least I was. What do you mean by that, Gellert? Albus' former lover laughed bitterly. What happened was the plan, Albus. It was my apology for Ariana. I gave you the wizarding world on a silver platter. You see it now. I was never meant to win the war, Albus. I did what you're trying to replicate with that abomination that calls itself a Dark Lord. A common enemy, being me, allowed the entire wizarding world to unite under one banner, your banner. I did all this for you, yet you spit on my sacrifice, Albus. Albus didn't dare to utter a word, stunned by Gellert's confession. He always assumed that what he had achieved in his life was because of his own efforts. To know that it was the design of his old lover is shocking. He didn't even have time to complete his thoughts because Gellert continued, I really thought you would kill me that day, for Ariana. But you spared my life and doomed me to live the rest of my days in my own mind, in this cursed cell. And now I look at you, Albus, and I wish I had died that day, so that I wouldn't be able to see what abomination you turned yourself into. Don't look at me like that, I could feel your tainted essence the second I laid my eyes on you. It had to be done, Gellert. Albus protested. You were scared, Albus, just as I was to tell you about what happened to my magic. Just admit it. All right, I was. I was terrified without my magic. It was so weak, so frail. I couldn't handle it. But Gellert, I'm in trouble and I need your help. Gellert sighed deeply, I guess you are the only thing I have left. What happened, Albus? I am marked. Albus turned the area around his heart invisible on his road, showing Gellert the Morrigan's mark. The Morrigan. I thought it was a myth. Gellert said, almost reverently. What do you know about it? Questioned Albus. I came upon it in a very old scroll. It was just some old stories that were told in Mesopotamia. I found it when I was looking for the Hallows. It speaks of a force of nature that marks the unworthy, gods or men, and kills them. I found a way to fight her off. It's a chance, but it's better than nothing. The Morrigan is a force of nature, Albus. You can't fight it. The Hallows. Gellert's head snapped at him at the mention of their old obsession. Albus continued, only a true master of death can defeat the goddess of death. Silence. Seconds ticked by slowly. Do you have them? Grindelwald said, almost pleading. I found the stone. I can get the wand and the cloak easily. Then why do you need me? Gellert asked. I was caught in a trap when I retrieved the stone. I was cursed. Albus showed his dead hand to him. Can you recognize it somehow? Gellert took a sniff at Albus' hand. Oh, I haven't seen this in a while. A withering curse, but a very obscure Sumerian variant modified with blood magic. You were right to get to me, Albus. Anyone else would at best prolong your suffering. The only reason you are still alive is the phoenix essence you stole. Is there any way to remove it? Albus asked pleadingly. Yes. The old counter curse won't be enough. You know the rules of blood magic, Albus. A life for a life. You need a sacrifice that you value at least as highly as your own life. Gellert kept looking sadly at him. They both knew what was going to happen. Hogwarts headmaster slowly pointed his wand at Gellert, who ignored him and cut his own finger and started to write runes with his blood. This is the counter ritual, Albus. There is only one thing left, and that's the sacrifice. Albus kept pointing his wand at Gellert and his hands kept shaking. The former Dark Lord smiled peacefully. It was always meant to be this way, Albus. I should have died when we fought. Death scares me no longer. And it's not like you'll never talk to me again. You have the stone after all. He looked up and looked at Albus' teary eyes. After all this time? He asked. Albus responded, always. For the greater good. A green flash of light later and a few silent screams. Albus Dumbledore looked at his healed hand with resentment, like it wasn't worth its price. He spent the whole day modifying the memories of the guards. It was only a day later that the entire wizarding world was shocked with disbelief. Gellert Grindelwald was dead. Most celebrated, but Albus Dumbledore wasn't available to comment on the news. He did not even show himself all day. Chapter 50, Helena. March 24, 1995, Hogwarts. Jasmine POV. It was a beautiful day at Hogwarts. I spent the whole day outside on the lake. It was so calm there, in contrast to the care of magical creatures lesson that her former twin was having. The lesson itself was quite interesting. It was about nifflers, magical creatures with a long snout and a coat of black, fluffy fur. They were attracted to shiny things, which made them wonderful for locating treasure, but that also meant that they could wreak havoc if kept indoors. They were mainly used by curse breakers to burrow underground in search of hidden treasure, so this was a very informative lesson for those who wish to continue in this path. It was quite an interesting lesson. Using the nifflers as treasure hunters with a prize in the end. The entire class was participating. Even the students from noble families, who were openly stoic and never expressed any emotion, were laughing and smiling. The green grass heiress was even smiling, something I never saw during my entire stay in Hogwarts. This lesson was quite the contrast to the previous one with those hideous hybrids of manticores and fire crabs that they called blast-ended scruts. It was quite the useless creature. The fire crab negated any magical properties from the manticore. Other than an arguably very spell-resistant shell, it couldn't even be used as potion ingredients. I had checked, out of curiosity mostly, and found no ingredient that couldn't be replaced by another ingredient that would be safer and cheaper to get. These lessons were a hazard. No professor should have asked his student to help him discover the properties of an unknown and dangerous magical creature. The scruts could be venomous, and a student might have died. And while I do admire the ingenuity involved with breeding two magical creatures, sometimes the result could be completely different from the original. Chimeras were created in Greece by the breeding of a Nemean lion, lions with physically impervious skin, and an Amalthea, a goat that could negate practically all magic and whose milk healed all non-magical ailments, hoping to create some sort of being that would be practically invulnerable, and ended up creating the chimera. Both creatures were extinct now, but the chimera remained. Similarly, the combination of a giant's essence and a spider created the first acromantula. Although, magical breeding needs the use of alchemy, especially between magical creatures. And from what I understand, Hagrid didn't know a hint of alchemy. It's a curious predicament. Giants are inherently magical and have an instinctual understanding of magic, but they're too undeveloped mentally to make use of it. Hagrid has used this connection to understand magical creatures. He could have used it to understand that the union between manticores and fire crabs is possible somehow. The idea brought a smile to my face. Even now, after all these years, magic keeps surprising me. After the lesson, I was summoned into the Quidditch pitch by Ludo Bagman. The Quidditch field was no longer smooth and flat. It looked as though somebody had been building long, low walls all over it that twisted and crisscrossed in every direction. I wait for him there, and soon the other champions arrive as well. I kept listening at Nathan's complaints about ruining the Quidditch field, but I did notice that he kept glancing at me wearily. Finally, Ludo Bagman appeared. "Hello there," he said with his annoyingly cheery voice. "Well, what do you think?" said Bagman happily. "Growing nicely, aren't they?" Give them a month and Hagrid will have them 20 feet high. Don't worry, he added, spotting the less than happy expression on Nathan's face, you'll have your Quidditch field back to normal once the task is over. Now, I imagine you can guess what we're making here. I knew of course but couldn't be bothered to answer. Maze, grunted Crumb. That's right, said Bagman. A maze. The third task is really very straightforward. The Triwizard Cup will be placed in the center of the maze. The first champion to touch it will receive full marks. We simply have to get through the maze, asked Fleur. She seems to be losing her accent with her stay here. Well, good for her. There will be obstacles, said Bagman happily, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Hagrid is providing a number of creatures, then there will be spells that must be broken, all that sort of thing, you know. Now, the champions who are leading on points will get a head start into the maze. Nathan seemed to shiver on the fact that Hagrid will be the one bringing creatures into the maze, and I smile inwardly at his nervousness. Crumb asked Nathan to have a word with him and I remembered what will happen here with Barty Crouch Sr. and I wanted nothing to do with it. The man was a horrible one and a bigoted hypocrite. He sealed his fate when he broke his son out of prison. So, I decide that it's time for me to get back to the castle. I'm a bit hungry, so I head towards the kitchens to grab a bite to eat. I kept thinking about Moody, well Barty Crouch Jr. I noticed him trying to subtly follow me whenever I'm in the castle. Voldemort must be interested in me after my performance in the last few tasks of the tournament. While it was somewhat worrying that he would alter his plans, we were too deep in for it to make any difference to mine. Either way, to make sure everything will go according to my plans, I had scanned fake Moody's mind. I have to admit that if I thought that Crouch Sr. was screwed up it was nothing compared to what he did. He was a cruel man from the start. He was strict in his hate of anything dark and disciplined his son if he so much as asked about it. And by disciplining, I meant curse the boy until he could barely walk. It was no wonder that the boy learned dark magic as soon as he came to Hogwarts and became for the first time, free of his father's influence. Teenage rebellion at its finest. He became what his father hated the most just to spite him. Barty Crouch Sr. had truly broken his son before he even got to Hogwarts. The boy subconsciously wanted to get caught, to ruin his father's reputation, to have him realize how much he failed as a father, and while he did succeed, he was sent to Azkaban to live in agony for the rest of his life. Even when Barty Crouch Sr. broke him out of Azkaban at his dying wife's last wish, he did not just put his son under the Imperius, which is horrifying by itself. He used his son as a way to relieve his stress by torturing him whenever he had a bad day. The last two members of the Crouch family were both monsters. I saw no need to save either of them from their fates. After a rather delicious meal, on my way back, I was faced by someone I haven't seen in a very long time. The Grey Lady, also known to very few as Helena Ravenclaw, and to me as a surrogate daughter, was floating in front of me. She spoke in a monotone voice. The headmaster asks you to come to his office. All right, Helena. I answer. She looked frazzled by my knowledge of her name. How do you know that name? I practically raised you, child. Did you not think I could recognize you? Who are you? She demanded. The gall of that girl. Perhaps, you remember me like this. I shifted into my Helga form. Helena gasps in shock at my form. You are not my aunt, you can't be. Who are you? If I wasn't your aunt then I wouldn't know about the fact that I once caught you wearing one of your mother's dresses in her office when you were 9. You had stolen your mother's spare wand and tried to spell it to your size, but you accidentally animated it. Aunt Helga. I smile at her. Hello, sweetie. She practically leapt at me, trying to hug me, but she goes though me. It seems she has forgotten that she was dead. How? Helena asked, pleadingly. I have lived for a very long time, dear. I was already thousands of years old when I met the other founders. So, you lied to us, you've always lied to us. Perhaps, but I believe that everyone is entitled to a little privacy. My past was my own, and considering the lives I lived in the past, I would have been pestered with questions about legendary figures and my exploits. I have learned long ago to keep each lifetime as separate as the previous one. Who were you before? She asks. It doesn't matter the persons I was, only who I am. I do not change my personality every lifetime. I am your aunt, Helena. I was there when you said your first word, when you learned to walk, when you cast your first spell. I had hoped that after all this time you would let go of your guilt and move on, Helena. You knew, I lingered. Yes, I chose to stay away from Hogwarts. What you did was reprehensible, Helena. You used the fact that I was unconscious to steal the diadem. You knew I would talk you out of it. Rowena might have been an amazing witch, but she was a terrible mother, Helena. We both knew that. But did you honestly think that stealing the diadem will help you gain her recognition? She stayed silent. What else could I have done? She stopped listening to me, and after Uncle Salazar died, she was catatonic. I had to get her attention somehow. Why did you need her approval so much? She was my mother. she protested. She might have given birth to you, but she hasn't been your mother ever since your father died. I was the one who fed you when you were hungry, who consoled you when you were sad. I was there when you got your wand, not Rowena. You were my daughter in all but name, Helena. And you threw everything away for a silly tiara and the potential recognition of a woman that barely acknowledged your existence. I shouted at her. We both stayed silent for a couple of minutes. I'm sorry, she muttered. So am I, child. Aunt Helga, about the diadem. I interrupt her, I know, Helena. Tom Riddle, right. She looked shocked once more. How did you know? I found it in my room. What a foolish man he became. How scared must he be to do such a horrible thing to himself? Is there a way to save the diadem? She practically begged me. The diadem was always safe, Helena. I found it shortly after I left the castle and replaced it with a transmutated replica. I had the thing in my castle ever since then. The boy defaced a replica, not the real thing. She seemed relieved to hear it. Her conflicted feelings towards Rowena are still there after 1,000 years. It's probably the only reason that she is still lingering to this half-life. You said the headmaster wanted to see me. I turned back into my Jasmine Potter form. Oh yes, he asked for you. The Potters were there, too. All of them? I asked. She nodded. I say, it's time then. Time for what? She asked, curious. A little test, I've been planning. She shook her head in frustration. You and your tests. She said fondly. I don't know what you're complaining about, you passed most of them. She giggled and we were at the gargoyle protecting the headmaster's office. I have to ask, why Jasmine Potter, though? I smiled at her without answering. She huffed at me without answering. All right, keep your secrets. It's good to see you again, Helena. I say, before the gargoyle moved away and let me through. You as well. I turn and walk up the stairs to the headmaster's office. The door opens automatically in front of me, showing Dumbledore, sitting on his desk with James and Lily Potter standing on his right and Nathan on his left. Rose was sitting on one of the chairs. She had tears streaming on her face. Well, this is ominous. Chapter 51, Severing Ties. March 24, 1995, Hogwarts. Jasmine POV. I turn and walk up the stairs to the headmaster's office. The door opens automatically in front of me, showing Dumbledore, sitting on his desk with James and Lily Potter standing on his right and Nathan on his left. Rose was sitting on one of the chairs. She had tears streaming on her face. Well, this is ominous. Please take a seat, Miss Evanshade. I silently sat down and started looking at them without blinking and noticed Dumbledore's intact hand. I inwardly smile. I knew he had touched the cursed ring at the Gaunt Shack. My wards alerted me when he did. After all, I was the one that enhanced Voldemort's curse with blood magic and allowed it to affect him despite the Phoenix essence he stole. I was also the one that modified the curse into disappearing from the ring after it was touched. Grindelwald's death made sense now. A life for a life. I was told you wanted to see me. I asked. Yes, Miss Evanshade. It seems we have a bit of a situation on our hands. The old man had a victorious smile on his face. And what would this situation be? I have heard of your lessons with young Rose, and I was disturbed on their content. How so? You've been teaching her dark magic. No daughter of mine will be a dark witch. James snarled at me. And he wondered why I didn't want to return to his family. I have not taught her any dark magic. I calmly answered. There's no need to hide the truth, young Jasmine. We have a witness. Albus said in his grandfatherly disappointed tone. And I can affirm you that I haven't taught Rose a single dark spell. I responded back. Liar. Nathan snarled at me. I heard you say to her that you're a dark witch. I've seen you use dark magic. Don't try to deny it, I was invisible. Of course, I knew that he was there. He was trying to sneak up on me using the invisibility cloak that I made. I let him do it because, after all this time, if there is something I appreciate, it is the freedom of choice. Even if they're being manipulated, people need to make mistakes and learn from them. It's what makes them human. I have spent so much time as a slave to the timeline, without having any choice, that I now cherish the freedom I have. It's true what they say, you only know the value of what you have when it's gone. The boy should be free to make his choices, even if they're the wrong ones. He has to make his own mistakes to grow. The Hogwarts headmaster is on a tight rope anyway. Nathan will learn the truth about him one day. Perhaps that day he will learn to think for himself. I look at my former twin without a single emotion on my face, and yet, you said nothing about me teaching her the dark arts. Dumbledore jumped at the chance, so you do not deny being a dark witch. And what would you consider dark magic? I ask back at him. One of my favorite methods of interrogation is answering questions with another question. It gives you control over the conversation. What I mean with dark magic is the type of magic made just to hurt others. He lectured at me. I have to admit, he is quite charismatic. He must have been a good teacher. Too bad he's a shit headmaster. In that case, wouldn't any type of offensive spell be considered dark magic? Is the stinging hex dark magic? Because if it is, then you have bigger problems since Professor Moody has been teaching that spell to first years. I barely could myself back from laughing. Rose even giggled at my response. No, my dear, I could see him slowly get frustrated at my lack of answer. I meant spells where you power with your negative emotions. In competitive dueling, I have seen people channel anger into a cutting charm and banishing charms to use them offensively. Are you saying that cutting charms and banishing charms are dark spells? I could see his eye twitch at the fact that I'm turning everything around on him. He closed his eyes for a second and sighed. No, my girl. These spells are not dark. But for the safety of our community, the ministry has banned certain spells and branches of magic. Those who practice them present a clear danger not only to others but to themselves as well. So, the issue resides in the fact that I performed a spell that is banned by the British Ministry of Magic. I questioned. Yes, you must confess to your misdemeanor. It would make any punishment much more lenient. He said in his grandfatherly tone once more. What misdemeanor are you speaking of? I have not used a single spell banned by your ministry. Nathan couldn't control himself anymore and practically shouted at me, then what about the shadowy spell you used? Wasn't it dark magic? Well, going by the headmaster's definition of dark magic, it's the spells banned by the British ministry that I'm not allowed to cast. If you're so certain of the nature of the spell, then you must tell me what it's called. The spell annihilated 10 dummies at the same time. What would you call it? My former twin asked me again. Sayer family magic. I simply answer. That must have stumped him. One does not ask about another house's family magic. We stayed at that stalemate for almost a minute until Nathan couldn't handle it anymore. You admitted to Rose that you're a dark witch. He practically growled at me. I sigh, if you're going by the literal definition of the word, then yes, I am a dark witch. I have never denied it and I am proud master of that branch of magic. I don't understand what the issue is. I haven't broken any laws, used any sort of banned magic or hurt anyone. The issue we have is the fact that what your lessons with young Rose entails. There's a reason why people learn dark magic after they reach their majority. They would be consumed by the emotions needed to fuel their spells. Feeling so much negative emotions in your formative years is just an easy gateway to madness and an early death. If you want to take an example, Bellatrix Lestrange, then Black, learned dark magic from the moment she stepped into Hogwarts, and even more than a decade after her incarceration, people still speak of her madness. Frankly, I am appalled that your guardians allowed you to learn such magic. You could have easily turned out like her. I assure you, headmaster, my mind is very well protected. I have no problems managing my emotions. I say, smirking at the memory of what I did to Severus Snape. The headmaster has caught on to what I'm referencing to and frowned almost imperceptibly. You may have learned to manage your emotions, but the issue resides that your sister had no such training. Her parents and I agree that it's not for her best interest to learn from you. I don't understand, why do you think I'm teaching Rose dark magic? As I said before, I haven't taught her a single dark spell. And even if I did, she would be quite bad at it. She doesn't have the affinity for it. I answer back. Then what are you teaching her, then? This time it was James that asked me, quite aggressively. To think the man, a few months ago, was begging for my forgiveness. One accusation from Albus Dumbledore turned him against his daughter. This was proof that I was right not accepting their offer to join their family. Mainly the mind arts and runes. Then, we started working on illusions and ice magic. I started her out on a bit of healing, but nothing too serious. Don't worry, she was healing fish, not people, so there's no danger to herself. I look around me and notice that they're still aggressive, and I knew why. They had made their decisions before I even got here. Well, at least James and Lily will stop pestering me about pleading for forgiveness. I continue, but you don't care about that, do you? Rose would have told you all of this, and yet you wanted to question me. To find a way to justify your actions. The issue isn't the fact that you think that I am teaching your daughter dangerous magics. The issue you have is that I am a dark witch. I expected more of you. Well, not from James or Dumbledore, but from Lily. You always advocated that dark was not evil, but push comes to shove, you fear having a dark witch for a daughter. Lily's eyes were watering. I have to do what is best for my family. I will not risk Rose turning into another Bellatrix. Even if it costs me whatever hope I had for you to forgive the suffering I put you through. You already made your decision before I even got here. I spoke. It wasn't a question, but a statement. They had already passed judgment on me. We cannot afford to have you influence Rose with your ideals. I'm afraid that you will not be allowed to spend any more time with Rose or Nathan. James said. You do understand what this means. If you go through with this, you will be officially giving up on me. After the tournament, I will return to America, and I will not contact you or your wife again. I looked him in the eyes to make sure he knows that I'm serious. But his expression was neutral, and after a quick mental scan I confirmed that he does not regret his decision. He's using my status as a dark witch to justify his abandonment of me when I was a baby. What a truly pathetic man. The Potter family was always a light one. I will not allow a dark witch to tarnish our reputation. The dark families could take advantage of it. I'm sorry, I just can't risk it. He was not sorry, I could tell, but I kept watching him impassively. He raised his hand, showing his lordship ring. You are a Potter, no more, he bellowed. A flash of light came from the ring, and nothing happened. I knew what he tried to do. It was probably Dumbledore's idea. The Lord's ring was a piece of blood magic that allows the Lord to monitor the members of the family. In case of betrayal, it can cast the offended party out of the family. And when I mean cast out, I meant by blood and magic. It changes their blood so that they would not be related to anyone in the family, and it changes their magic so that they could no longer use family magic. Needless to say, being cast out is very painful. Or at least it would have been for me if I was actually related to them or hadn't protected myself against blood magic. I looked to James' incredulous look. I guess he expected me to be screaming in pain. I say, I told you before, I am not a Potter. I was blood adopted into another family. I have their blood and their magic. But what you had tried to do is unforgivable. This just shows me how right I was when I refused to join your family. They did not talk. They were obviously too ashamed to do so. So, I add, but while you have no jurisdiction over me, you are Rose's guardian. You are responsible of her health and her education. You have the right to stop me from meeting Rose. So, if that is your wish, I will abide. James nods and Rose burst into tears. Telepathically, I sent to Rose, do not worry, dear sister, we will meet again. As for your education, I have taught you the basics, you can learn by yourself, now. And if you need help, go to the 7th floor, in front of the tapestry depicting the attempt of Barnabas the Barmy to teach trolls ballet. Walk past it 3 times. Asking for a place to learn in your head. The castle will provide what you need. Help is always given to Hogwarts to those who ask. This does not reassure her, but she visibly calms down. I guess this is goodbye then. I look up at Rose and say, goodbye, sweet sister. I walk towards the door and before I leave, I ask, I wonder when your aversion to dark wizards took place, Dumbledore. Was it after Severus Snape stopped being the potions professor? I hear he was quite nasty with his curses. Goodbye Potters, goodbye Kinslayer. Before Dumbledore could even understand what I said, I had already left the office. A second later and I was out of the castle. Dumbledore really is fun to mess with. Chapter 52, Predestination, 1981. October 31, 1981, Godric's Hollows. Jasmine POV. It's been a while since I have been in Britain. I believe I left Europe after Grindelwald's War, or on the non-magical side the Second World War. I joined the SSR as a scientist and was even Dr. Erskine's assistant. The man was undoubtedly brilliant and ahead of his time. His serum allowed the body to temporarily absorb magical energies, not that he knows what that is. He developed it as a way to temporarily heal his patients. Unfortunately, his funding was mainly from the German military and of course, they passed him up to their scientific division Hydra to weaponize it. It's a shame, he was a man of peace and all he wanted was to leave the world better than it would have been if he wasn't born. The head of Hydra, Johann Schmidt, forced the doctor to use it on him, turning him into the Red Skull. Luckily, the man was able to escape to America and decided to help the SSR as a way to atone for his mistake. The problem with the serum is that it works too well. There are no boundaries, it is a ritual. A ritual made by a muggle that did not account into consideration that magic was a thing. The ritual is simple in its nature, to enhance and the price is pain. There is a reason why wizards and witches don't do similar rituals. The subject is bare before magic, it enhances not only the body, but every aspect of the personality. Simply put, as the doctor used to say, good becomes better and bad becomes worse. Any normal human would turn bipolar, they would be extremely kind and cruel at a moment's notice. The paradox will be too much for them and they would not survive for long. The only way for it to succeed is for the subject to have a very strong inclination for a single aspect of their personality. The Red Skull wanted to dominate, it was the core of his personality, so he became crueler, more cowardly, and slightly unhinged. There's a reason why Steve Rogers was the perfect candidate for this experiment. All he wanted in life was to protect others. This was his core, it was why he chose to fight with a shield. This aspect of this personality was enhanced by the serum. Luckily, I was there to help the doctor stabilize the formula, otherwise we would have had a suicidal Steve Rogers that would kill himself just to save some strangers. There is a reason why we need negative emotions. A man that is only good does not exist and should not exist. I was able to somewhat mitigate the mental effects of the ritual, making it more efficient so to speak. Either way, it was fun to be indirectly part of events of history. I would have killed myself if I ended up as Peggy Carter or something. And so, I continued my life in America as Dr. Margaret Sayer in the Muggle world, or the Lady Sayer in the magical world. Everything was well, until I felt the wards of the Temple of Hades alert me that someone was intruding. Honestly speaking, I would have let them take whatever they wanted. I made sure to collect any dangerous artifact or text from the times of Olympus. The temple was empty, I made sure of that. The temple might have been named after Hades, but the men had nothing to do with it. This was a school of necromancy and dark magic I created in Greece. But after the Olympians were gone, it was used as a place to worship the god of the underworld. But suddenly, I felt that the intruder used a ritual to summon the patron of the temple, and curious, I shadow traveled to the temple in Greece. The ritual was a neat one, if I say so myself. It uses the fact that when you create something, take an idea, and make it a reality, it would always be connected to you. The ritual uses the connection to contact the creator. It could be used to send a message, ask for them to come, or something else. It was a very old ritual created by artificers to ensure that their creation was not stolen or copied. Whoever is trying to summon me modified the ritual so that it would forcefully bring me to him. It was a cute attempt, but it was a rather clever move to use a ley line to power the ritual, that way if I resisted, I wouldn't be able to kill him. I was curious, so I decided to go with it. Imagine my surprise when I came face to face with a young Tom Riddle that was convinced that I was death and wanted to challenge me so that he would become my master like the Sorcerer Supreme is. It was weird that people think that the Sorcerer Supreme beat death to become immortal. Nimue, or the Ancient One as she calls herself for some reason, was only immortal because of her connection to the Dark Dimension. I offered to help her once, but she refused. It was an unwritten rule for immortals to not share their methods of immortality. I still can't believe every person that isn't a sorcerer thinks that she's a guy. Sexism at its finest. I guess she chose the silly name of hers to see people's expressions when they realize that she's a woman. Back to the situation at hand, it was cute really, like having a puppy trying to intimidate you. I just created an illusion and had him try to fight it. I felt like I was messing with a dog. He kept sending killing curses at the illusion and I had it turn into smoke and pretend like no magic could affect it. He even tried to use fiend fire on me, but I got bored of playing with him. I waved my hand and held him in the air and broke every bone in his arms and legs. He screamed in agony and could barely think straight. I guess I still have unresolved issues for trying to kill me when I was a baby. Just to mess with him, I enter his mind and say in a raspy voice in his head, "You are not the one who will become my master. You are nothing more than a child running from what is inevitable." In the end, everything and everyone enters my realm. I could visibly see him pale and shiver at my voice. So much for the Dark Lord Voldemort, the most dangerous Dark Lord that ever lived. What a joke. Anyway, I left the sobbing men in the temple and shadow traveled back to my mansion. I have stayed in America ever since that encounter. I may have taken a few trips every now and then, just for fun. But with my birth nearing, the pressure to not make any mistakes is quite painful, so I opt to stay away. That's why it was odd when during the night of Samhain in 1981, the day that sentenced me into a very painful childhood. It was a surprise that I was involved with the situation. I have to be very careful and not mess up. The consequences would be disastrous. I shadow traveled to Little Hangleton and activated my true invisibility cloak. When I wear the cloak, I simply do not exist. I can go through any ward, I can even become intangible and go through walls. After all, this was Death's cloak and Death is unseen and undetectable. I enter the Potter cottage. It's curious that I could see it. It seems that coming back in time does not change the fact that I learnt the secret from when I was a baby. What a curious theory and loophole to the Fidelius charm. I'll have to study it further. I can feel the universe guiding me and I do not resist, there is too much at stake. I walk up the stairs and find myself in my baby room. Inside, baby Jasmine was there playing with Nathan, levitating blocks. They were guarded by Pettigrew. Such a cowardly man, he is. If it wasn't obvious by his animagus form, he kept trembling in fear knowing that he was about to do. Pettigrew just got up and went outside of the room. He would probably summon his master soon. As soon as he leaves, I can feel the urge to do something, I can feel the universe itself guiding me. I create a single rune in the air, the power rune, the one I have on my forehead. I keep the rune floating in the air and I instinctively know what I must do. I move it towards my younger counterpart's forehead. It is automatically absorbed by the child. The girl turned around, as if looking for something. It's curious to know that I could sense magic from such a young age. It might be a little arrogant and narcissistic, but I have to say that this was seriously impressive. I watch my younger counterpart as she played with her brother, feeling a little bit of pity towards the girl. This will be the last time she will be so carefree for a long time. I wish I could spare her pain, but there is nothing I could do. What happened to me must happen to her. I thought about leaving, but I am not done here. There is something left that I need to do, not that I know what it is. I just keep waiting and watching the children play. After a couple of minutes, I feel someone operating outside the house. The Dark Lord is here. I look out the window and watch as the traitor tells him the secret. I watch as the rat begs his master to leave and then operates away. I watched as the abomination slowly walked up the stairs. He barely has a soul anymore, and his body is warped by so many rituals that he cannot be considered human. I keep watching as he stares at the children. Is this the reason the universe deemed it necessary for me to be here? To be a witness to what happened? As soon as I had that thought, I felt the universe tell me what to do. It had never told me what to do with such detail before. I understand now what I must do. I subtly enter Voldemort's mind and make him block the next few minutes from his long-term memory. He will not remember what happened and will probably blame the backlash of the killing curse. I watch as my younger counterpart senses the danger that the intruder presents and crawl in front of her brother. The abomination, for some reason, taunts a 1-year-old girl. Truly, the man has lost all common sense. As he sends the killing curse towards the girl, I create a soul magic shield to protect the children. It was exactly as strong as the universe's vision told me to make it. I watch as the golden shield fights against the spell, and a small crack lets some residue of the spell strike Nathan on his left cheek, giving him his legendary scar. Another crack appeared and the energy of the killing curse seemed to hit my counterpart as well, breaking the shield completely. The abomination thought that the spell killed her, but the spell was absorbed by the girl, by the rune I put up earlier. I saw it appear on her forehead, exactly where she was hit. Suddenly, her body could not contain the energy of the spell and lets out a veritable wave of magic, with the same color as the killing curse, disintegrating the Dark Lord's body and blasts a hole through the room. The girl obviously passed out from exertion. I understand now, there was never any fluke of magic or element of fate magically saving me that day. It was always me. Nathan was not the boy who lived, and I was not the girl who lived. They didn't exist because it couldn't exist. No one survives being hit with the killing curse without something protecting them. A shield, a ritual, or something was needed. In the Harry Potter book, Lily Potter used a ritual, sacrificing herself to save her son. But in this case, there was no sacrifice, and a baby doing advanced soul magic is laughable. Well, that solves that mystery. It always bothered me how it never made sense. I watched the sleeping girl that didn't know the horrors that would await her. I will see her once more when I send her to the closest place that she would call home. To the place that I still consider my home, even now. She will go to Atlantis and meet a man that she will one day consider her father. She will live a long, full life, full of happiness, adventure, and pain. Knowing what will await her, I look back at my life and admit to myself that I wouldn't change a single thing. I just wish her good luck and shadow travel back to my mansion. 1 decade and I will be free from fate, once more. Chapter 53, Last Words. June 24, 1995, Hogwarts. Nathan POV. Things haven't been well with our family ever since Dad officially kicked Jasmine out of the family. Well, that's assuming that she was even part of the family in the first place. He was still confused about that. Whatever happened had burned whatever bridges between the Potters and his former twin. While he regretted that he would never have any relationship with his own twin, it was the right move for the family. Nathan would admit that he had never trusted Jasmine. At first, he refused to speak with her out of guilt. And he was a bit resentful how she broke his parents' heart for no good reason. It was probably out of spite for them leaving her. After the first task, he was jealous of his sister's abilities. He was always a powerful wizard, and he knew it. But being outclassed by his own sister wasn't fun. It hurt his pride. So, he went to the most powerful wizard he knew, Albus Dumbledore, and begged him to learn, to be better than his sister. It was one of the best decisions of his life. He had learnt more in a month of lessons with the headmaster than his entire stay in Hogwarts. The man was extremely kind and wise. He had a way to make you feel comfortable, to understand you. Nathan's understanding of magic grew after every lesson. He wanted to be like Dumbledore, a leader of light, a savior of the magical world with his own effort, not a fluke of magic like what happened with Voldemort. As much as he wanted to reconnect with his lost twin, Jasmine was a dark witch. And while he tried to have an open mind about dark magic, it was still very unsafe for someone her age, and it practically guaranteed that she would become unhinged when she's older. Having someone like that connected to the Potter family was just a recipe for disaster, not to mention her influence over Rose. As his mentor usually says, sometimes sacrifices must be made for the greater good, and this was for the greater good of his family. Speaking of Rose, she refused to speak with him or his parents. He had underestimated how deep her bond with Jasmine was. She really was devastated that their father used her to banish Jasmine from the Potter family. He went as far as to explicitly use his authority as her head of house, to forbid her from seeing Jasmine. It's sad that she doesn't understand that it was necessary for the good of the family, and whenever he tried to explain it to her, she froze him solid. He even spent the night in an ice cube because he tried to talk to her on her way back to the Hufflepuff dorms. Even Mordred, after learning what happened, refused to teach him and started to ignore him as she did any other student. His swordsmanship lessons were over, but he had learnt enough to continue on his own. His father even started to teach him fencing, and it complemented his style well. Another thing was that the sword of Gryffindor disappeared. He didn't know when, but it was some time after the second task. He wasn't worried though. Dumbledore reassured him that he would be looking for the sword himself. Speaking of Dumbledore, he had asked him to lend him his father's invisibility cloak. Apparently, it had some fascinating enchantments that he wanted to study. So far, Nathan had been studying like crazy for the third task, which was today. He was very nervous, but Dumbledore and his parents reassured him that he was ready for the third task. He trained like there was no tomorrow. He borrowed his father's aura training manual. He learned every hex, curse, charm, transfiguration he could. He got dueling lessons from him. The truth was that he was as prepared as he would ever be to compete in the third task. He even read up on magical creatures and learned spell to specifically get past them. Hermione was huge help with this. As for now, Hermione had just left to do her History of Magic exam. Exempt from the end-of-term tests as a Triwizard champion, Nathan had been sitting in the back of every exam class so far, looking up fresh hexes for the third task. But this time he was a bit hungry, so he decided to go to the Great Hall to grab something to eat for breakfast. He arrived at the Great Hall and almost sat down, but just then, Professor McGonagall came walking alongside the Gryffindor table toward him. "Potter, the champions are congregating in the chamber off the hall after breakfast," she said. "But the task's not till tonight," said Nathan, accidentally spilling scrambled eggs down his front, afraid he had mistaken the time. "I'm aware of that, Potter," she said. "The champions' families are invited to watch the final task, you know. This is simply a chance for you to greet them." It didn't mean much considering that he practically sees his family every day. His mother being a teacher and his sister being a student. Even his father visits a few times a week as security for the tournament. Nathan finished his breakfast in the emptying Great Hall. He saw Fleur Delacour get up from the Ravenclaw table and cross to the side chamber and entered. Krum slouched off to join her shortly afterward. There was no sign of Jasmine. Sighing in relief, he walked across the hall and opened the door into the chamber. Victor Krum was over in a corner, conversing with his dark-haired mother and father in rapid Bulgarian. He had inherited his father's hooked nose. On the other side of the room, Fleur was jabbering away in French to her mother. Then he saw his family, his father, his mother, even his sister was there, although she was ignoring him. The surprise though was the fact that his uncles Sirius and Remus were there to wish him luck. "It's great to be back here," said Sirius. "Ah, the memories we made in this school. I can almost smell the super dung bombs we set off in the Great Hall during our second year. No one could go to the Great Hall for 2 weeks straight. We had to eat in our common rooms." They ended up having a walk, and Nathan had a very enjoyable morning walking over the sunny grounds with his family, joking and laughing with them. The Marauder's adventures never failed to make him laugh. They walked up to the lake to find a figure napping in the shadow of a tree. With a closer look, it turned out to be Jasmine. Nathan tensed as soon as he recognized her. His former twin hadn't been seen ever since that day at the headmaster's office, to Dumbledore's frustration. The headmaster has been looking for ever since that day, her for some reason, and was positive that she wasn't anywhere in the castle. He found no trace of her anywhere. Rose, as soon as she saw her, ran towards her, and enveloped her in a hug. His younger sister seemed to brighten up. They kept talking by themselves, ignoring their entourage. After his father cleared his throat a couple of times, Jasmine looked up to him and raised her eyebrows, saying, "Yes. Though I made it clear that you two are not to spend time together," his father said. "I was here by myself, resting. You're the ones that came to me." "How am I to stay away from you if you're not staying away from me?" she replied. Before anyone could answer, she continued, "But now that you're here, I have a few things to say. I am returning to America after the task. This is probably the last time I will speak with any of you. I will not say that it was a pleasure knowing any of you because I don't particularly care for any of you aside from Rose. Maybe things could have gone differently, but with your blind faith in Dumbledore, I don't see myself being any closer to you whatever happened. In another life, I could have loved you, I think. But alas, we cannot change what has happened. That being said, I have given Rose the means to contact me if necessary. If I hear any single remark about you mistreating her, you will know perfectly well how much of a master of the dark arts I really am." Nathan would say that without a doubt, he had never been more terrified in his life, and he's including what happened in the Chamber of Secrets as well. His parents weren't any better, they were obviously shaking in fear from the teenager in front of them. It didn't make sense that a 14-year-old girl is that terrifying. "Hang on a minute," Sirius said, "you never gave me or Remus a chance." She answered, I came here with no expectations or hostility. I was treating everyone as strangers. If you didn't attempt to talk to me, then how was I supposed to give you a chance? Either way, I don't care because I never knew you, it's your loss in the end. She looked at them one last time and said, "Farewell, Potters. I wish you all the best." And she turned towards the castle and walked away. Nathan felt a sense of profound melancholy at her retreating figure. Like he lost something forever. Years later, he would realize that this feeling was the final remnant of their bond break. He instinctively knew that he will never see his twin again. His eyes were stinging, and he realized that he was crying. Looking towards his parents, he found them also tearing up. Rose, on the other hand, was bursting into tears. The rest of the day, they were all spent subdued and quiet. Jasmine POV. After speaking with the Potters, I walked back to the castle, to the 7th floor, to be specific. I walked back and forth in front of a certain wall, a door appeared, and I entered the room. Waiting for me inside the room were the closest thing I have to daughters. Mordred and Helena were floating, conversating with Hogwarts. I smiled contentedly, this was what I always wanted. They still haven't noticed me, they were too busy arguing about who would win in a sword fight, Godric Gryffindor or Arthur Pendragon. Mordred was arguing for her descendant, of course, but Helena was said that according to the legends of Knights of the Round Table, Arthur Pendragon was a legendary swordsman with no peer. I interrupt them, I have seen them both and I have to say that Artoria Pendragon is the better swordsman. Sorry, Mordred. They were startled with my appearance and turned to look at me. Helena just processed what I just said, Arthur Pendragon was a girl. She shouted at me. I shrugged, Merlin needed a king to rule Britain. Having Uther's heir be a girl didn't fit his prophecy, so he made everyone but a select few think she was a man. This is somewhat awkward, I never introduced the three of them. I know that you don't know why I asked you all to come here. So let me introduce you and your relations to me. I point at Mordred, this is Mordred. You probably all know about her from the history books. I rescued her and raised her as my daughter when I went by Morgan Le Fay. Helena gasps, you're Morgan Le Fay. Oh, I was taught by Morgan Le Fay. I sigh with exasperation, not now, Helena. I then point at her, this is Helena Ravenclaw, I practically raised her when I was Helga Hufflepuff. This time Mordred gasps, you're Helga Hufflepuff. Really, Mordred? Do grow up. I say, and finally, this is Hogwarts. And I mean this is the consciousness of the school. Helena looks intrigued, I knew that the school was somewhat sentient, I didn't think it was to that degree. Hogwarts answers her, it was a slow process but over the centuries, I just became aware. Mordred interrupts them, as fascinating as that is, I know you, Mother. You wouldn't make a big fuss out of just us meeting. Why are we here, really? I chuckle at that, I forgot how much you know me, Mordred. I continue, the reason I asked you here is because, soon there will be an event. Something that could mess with the balance of life and death permanently. I see their looks of concern, don't worry, we're decades away from it happening. But this will be like nothing I ever faced before. Can't you just look into the future and know how it will end, asks Mordred. Not for this, I cannot. I have seen but a single vision of what would happen, should I not interfere. The balance would be broken and while a few would be able to reverse what had happened, the damage will leave scars in the very fabric of reality. In the end, it will be too much. The expansion of the universe will reopen the wounds and reality itself will collapse. I answer. All three of them look disturbed. Don't worry, girls, I reassure them, I have a plan. I can follow the path of the future until the event begins. I will make sure to pave the best path with the better chances of survival of the universe. If everything goes to plan, we should save the universe in half the possible outcomes. But you know what they say, things don't always go according to plan. This time, Helena is the one to ask, but what does this have to do with us? She's saying goodbye, Hogwarts answer. I nod, to make sure that everything goes to plan, I have to observe the events carefully and involve myself in certain moments to maximize the chances of survival. Tomorrow will likely be my last day in the wizarding world until the impending crisis. But you said the crisis was decades away. We'll only have to wait until then. Mordred says. No, you won't. This half-life you're living is a lie. It's wrong that you're staying here, you're my daughters, I will not allow you to spend another century like this. You deserve to move on, as you should have centuries ago. At their flabbergasted expressions, I smile, I will not force you but both of you lingered out of guilt. Guilt that you shouldn't have. Mordred, you felt like you failed me, that you disappointed me. And that's not true, I am proud of you. You might have fallen to rage and anger, but you are my daughter and I love you. I look at Helena, you, Helena, lingered because you felt guilty betraying Rowena. The truth of the matter is that Rowena failed you long before you stole that diadem and ran away. She failed you more so when she sent the Baron after you. You do not deserve to linger with you murderer. You deserve peace. Helena and Mordred were tearing up. Do you not want us? Mordred asked, her voice breaking. Of course I do. Seeing you again was one of the most wonderful things I ever felt. But being a ghost is a curse. Rejecting death is a curse. When it's your time, you should move on. I am quite knowledgeable about this, and I will tell you that moving on is what's best for you. I will be heartbroken that I will never see either of you again, but I will be happier to know that you will achieve the rest you deserve. I have spent the last few months with you, in this room, but today will be our last day together. What about me, Mother? Hogwarts asks me. You, my brilliant girl, will continue what you've always done. Teach the children, protect them, help them when they need you. Make sure that the British magical world will not know divide and segregation. Educate them, as you always have. That was always your purpose, Hogwarts. But the wards. Hogwarts says. I interrupt her, you have my permission to take back control over the wards tomorrow. I will give you a signal for you to it. She smiled brilliantly at me, thank you, Mother. I answer her with a smile. But Mordred intrudes on our moment, what about us, do we just move on? I smile back at her, not right now, silly. Wait until the third task starts tonight. This means we still have a whole day together. Let's not ruin it with sad talks. I always wanted you to meet each other. The three of them giggled at me and restarted their argument about Godric Gryffindor and Arthur Pendragon. This time I join in. I will have to say that this was one of the best days of my life, no matter how bittersweet it ended. Chapter 54, Nathan's Third Task. June 24, 1995, Hogwarts. Nathan POV. After the seriousness of the conversation with Jasmine, it took some time for the atmosphere to turn back to the jovial one before. It was a bit sad that Jasmine was alone in Hogwarts. He wondered why the family that adopted her wasn't here. She refused his parents for them, and they couldn't be bothered to show up to support her, he thought bitterly. He put the thoughts of his former twin to the back of his mind and focused on the joke his Uncle Sirius was telling. After a long walk around the castle, they returned to the Great Hall for the evening feast. The tournament dignitaries were all present. Ludo Bagman and Cornelius Fudge had joined the staff table now. Bagman looked quite cheerful, but Cornelius Fudge, who was sitting next to Madame Maxime, looked stern and was not talking. His former sister was nowhere to be found, something that wasn't unnoticed by the minister that was muttering unflattering things about her under his breath. There were more courses than usual, but Nathan, who was starting to feel really nervous now, didn't eat much. As the enchanted ceiling overhead began to fade from blue to a dusky purple, Dumbledore rose to his feet at the staff table, and silence fell. Ladies and gentlemen, in 5 minutes' time, I will be asking you to make your way down to the Quidditch field for the third and final task of the Triwizard Tournament. Will the champions please follow Mr. Bagman down to the stadium now? Nathan got up, being cheered up by the Hogwarts students to make way to the Quidditch field. He was accompanied by his family that wished him good luck and let him walk with Fleur and Crumb to where the third task will occur. Feeling all right, Nathan? Bagman asked as they went down the stone steps onto the grounds. Confident. I'm okay, said Nathan. It was sort of true, he was nervous, but he kept running over all the hexes and spells he had been practicing in his mind as they walked, and what he learned from Dumbledore and his father, and the knowledge that he could remember them all made him feel better. They walked onto the Quidditch field, which was now completely unrecognizable. A 20-foot-high hedge ran all the way around the edge of it. There was a gap right in front of them, the entrance to the vast maze. The passage beyond it looked dark and creepy. Surprisingly enough, Jasmine was waiting for them at the edge of the maze. When had she gotten here? 5 minutes later, the stands had begun to fill, the air was full of excited voices and the rumbling of feet as the hundreds of students filed into their seats. The sky was a deep, clear blue now, and the first stars were starting to appear. Hagrid, Professor Moody, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Flitwick came walking into the stadium and approached Bagman and the champions. They were wearing large, red, luminous stars on their hats, all except Hagrid, who had his on the back of his moleskin vest. We are going to be patrolling the outside of the maze, said Professor McGonagall to the champions. If you get into difficulty, and wish to be rescued, send red sparks into the air, and one of us will come and get you, do you understand? The champions nodded. All right, champions, pick an entrance to the maze and go to it. Bagman continued and the four of them walked away in different directions, to station themselves around the maze. Nathan looked at the other champions to see if they were as nervous as he was. Fleur was fidgeting a bit and Crumb was tapping his foot. But his face was absolutely blank, even his eyes looked hazed. He must be very anxious, then. He looked at Jasmine to find her looking almost bored. Like she didn't feel like this was going to be a challenge. Not on his watch. He was going to prove her wrong and win this tournament. Bagman then started his commentary. Ladies and gentlemen, the third and final task of the Triwizard Tournament is about to begin. Let me remind you how the points currently stand. In first place, with 95 points, Jasmine Evanshade. In second place, with 85 points, Nathan Potter, of Hogwarts School. In third place, with 80 points, Victor Crumb, of Demstrang Institute. And in fourth place, Miss Fleur Delacour, of Beauxbatons Academy. The noise and cheers of the spectators were so loud, Nathan was barely able to hear himself. He could see his family in the front row, cheering him on, and Padfoot turn into his grim form and howl. He stifled his laughter. He waved at them, causing them to cheer even louder. Miss Evanshade, you can start in 3, 2, 1. Then a cannon fired a shot in the air and Jasmine calmly walked into the sinister-looking maze. Bagman started commentating on what was happening. As a donation to the tournament from the Sayer family, we were given a few gadgets just released in America. The Sayer family expressed their disappointment that they couldn't support the champion that graduated from their most prestigious academy, Ilvermorny, Jasmine Evanshade. The enchantment linked to each champion will allow to monitor them and allow people from all over the world to watch the task from the perspective of the champions. Suddenly, some kind of mist appeared in front of the spectators, allowing them to watch and hear what Jasmine was doing in the maze. Now, let's go back to our champion. Miss Evanshade seems to not have encountered any trouble other than a devil's snare so far. She dealt with it easily. Everything seems to be going well so far. She seems to encounter a nightmare enchantment. For those who don't know what that is, it's an enchantment that allows the subject to live their worst nightmares. Not that it matters here, Miss Evanshade seems to already know the counter curse and dispelled it. A strong competitor, that one. Oh, it's time for the second competitor to enter the maze. Nathan Potter, you are allowed to enter the maze, now. A firing of the cannon later, and Nathan hurried forward into the maze. His sister was already ahead, and he was nervous. The nightmare enchantment was something he had never heard of and wouldn't have been able to beat. The towering hedges cast black shadows across the path, and, whether because they were so tall and thick or because they had been enchanted, the sound of the surrounding crowd and bagmans were silenced the moment he entered the maze. To have any type of lighting, he muttered, Lumos. He had no idea how his sister was able to walk in the maze without it. It was a lot darker than it showed to the spectators. Nathan heard the cannon go off once again. Crumb had entered the maze. Nothing happened so far, his path almost seemed deserted, so he decided to hurry up. Still a couple of minutes later and there was nothing still. Nathan heard the cannon once again. All of the champions are inside the maze, now. Point me, he whispered to his wand, holding it flat in his palm. The wand spun around once and pointed toward his right, into solid hedge. That way was north, and he knew that he needed to go northwest for the center of the maze. He continued running ahead until he found the next right turn and took it. The path was empty, too. And he continued without any issues. The lack of obstacles unnerved Nathan. Jasmine had gotten through 2 obstacles in just a couple of minutes. It didn't make sense that he would have nothing to do. Surely, he should have met something by now. It felt as though the maze were luring him into a false sense of security. Nathan continued until he saw the corpses of his family. His father's eyes were empty, his mother had a hole the size of his hand on her chest and Rose had a large gash across her neck. He steeled himself, this was a boggart, he had just seen his family minutes ago. His uncle Remus had taught him about them last summer and it had taken the same form. Ridiculous, he cast, and the boggart burst into smoke with a crack. Nathan continued again, following the point me spell until he saw some odd golden mist. He didn't have a single idea what it was, and he didn't want to find out. He cast a Ventus dispersing the mist and continued on. Something he was thankful that he had done since he felt nauseous as he went through where the mist was previously. He continued and he knew that the cup was somewhere close by from what he gathered from the point me spells. He met nothing for 10 minutes but kept running into dead ends. Twice he took the same wrong turning. Finally, he found a new route and started to jog along it, his wand light waving, making his shadow flicker and distort on the hedge walls. Then he rounded another corner and found himself facing a blast-ended scrut. Damn, these things had grown. He should have killed them when they were hatchlings. He wouldn't be in this situation if they hadn't. The scrut in front of his was almost 10 feet long and looked like a 2-tailed giant scorpion somehow. Its armor looked very thick and durable. Nathan attempted to stun it but the spell rebounded off the armor. He remembered Hagrid saying that the armor was very spell-resistant but everything else, not so much. He didn't have time to think because the scrut issued a blast of fire from its end and flew forward toward him. And Nathan cast the impediment jinx on its shell-less underside. It worked and the creature was frozen in midair. Nathan followed it by a stunner to make sure it wouldn't come back after him. He ran away as fast as he could to get away from another possible scrut using the point me spell to get closer to the cup. He had been hurrying along his path for a few minutes when he heard something in the path running parallel to his own that made him stop dead. "What are you doing?" yelled Fleur's voice in a thick French accent. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" And then Nathan heard Crumb's voice. "Crucio." The air was suddenly full of Fleur's screams. Horrified, Nathan began sprinting up his path, trying to find a way into their path somehow, but there was nothing. Fleur kept on screaming, and he felt desperate and started hit the hedge between them with one reductor curse after another, making a small hole that allowed him to go through. Looking to his right, he saw Fleur jerking and twitching on the ground, Crumb standing over him, his eyes empty and blank. The Imperious curse, shit. His father had taught him how to recognize the sign, back when he was paranoid of everything. Nathan didn't even need to think and stunned the Bulgarian. They proceeded to do the same to the French witch. While he had no qualms saving her, he still wanted to win, and she needed medical attention anyway. He pointed his wand into the air and let out 2 streams of red sparks, signaling the teachers to come get them. The only person in the maze left was Jasmine. She was probably the one that put the Imperious on Crumb to torture Delacour. Dumbledore was right, she was already gone and there was nothing left of my sister left. To think that she put an unforgivable on another competitor. As horrible as this situation was, a part of him was glad that only his former sister was left. He only had to beat her for this nightmare to end. He hadn't even wanted to be the Hogwarts champion either way, but he'll do his best to represent his school. Nathan moved on, continuing to use the 4-point spell, making sure he was moving in the right direction. Every so often he hit more dead ends, but the increasing darkness made him feel sure he was getting near the heart of the maze. Then, as he strode down a long, straight path, he saw movement once again, and his beam of wand light hit an extraordinary creature. He was definitely thankful that Hermione made him study magical creatures. It was a sphinx. It had the body of an overlarge lion, great clawed paws and a long yellowish tail ending in a brown tuft. Its head, however, was that of a woman. She turned her long, almond-shaped eyes upon Nathan as he approached. He raised his wand, hesitating. She was not crouching as if to spring, but pacing from side to side of the path, blocking his progress. Then she spoke, in a deep, hoarse voice. "You are very near your goal. The quickest way is past me." So will you move, please," said Nathan, knowing what the answer was going to be. "No," she said, continuing to pace. "Not unless you can answer my riddle. Answer on your first guess, I let you pass. Answer wrongly, I attack. Remain silent and I will let you walk away from me unscathed." Nathan didn't want to risk it but saw no harm in listening to the riddle. "Okay," he said. "Can I hear the riddle?" The Sphinx sat down upon her hind legs, in the very middle of the path, and recited. "First think of the person who lives in disguise, who deals in secrets and tells naught but lies. Next, tell me what's always the last thing to mend, the middle of middle and end of the end. And finally give me the sound often heard during the search for a hard-to-find word. Now string them together, and answer me this, which creature would you be unwilling to kiss?" It was always Hermione that was good with riddles, not him, but he tried to at least solve it. It took a while, but he found the answer, a spider. And the Sphinx smiled at him and let him pass. The cup was close, he could feel it. He walked over and just round the corner, the Triwizard Cup was gleaming on a plinth 100 yards away. He was so distracted by finally finding the cup that he didn't notice the acromantula that was hiding in a corner and attacked him. He managed to get away, but he was thrown into the air. He landed on his leg, and he felt a sickening crack and intense pain on his leg. In his pain, he managed to cast a pain reliever charm that his mother taught him, decreasing the pain. His leg was definitely broken. He was still lying on his back when the acromantula attacked him again. He cast the spider banishing charm at it and it was banished away from him and fled. He limped over to the cup, he was going to win. He beat Jasmine, his life will finally go back to normal. He looked at the cup in front of him and grasped a handle. Instantly, Nathan felt a jerk behind his navel. He didn't know that the cup was a portkey. But at least now, he was safe from that nightmare of a maze. Chapter 55, Run. June 24, 1995, Hogwarts. Dumbledore POV. Dumbledore was watching the third task of the Triwizard Tournament, surveying his target. The Potter girl had eluded him ever since that conversation in his office. She had disappeared and never seen until today. This was his only chance to get back his allegiance of the Elder Wand. He already gotten the cloak from the Potter boy and the Resurrection Stone, at the cost of Gellert. There was a slight issue he had to resolve then. While the stone had accepted him as its owner, the cloak rejected him. When he wore it, he was as detectable as he would be under any normal invisibility cloak. It had none of the famed abilities that James once boasted about. It should be able to hide the owner from any form of detection, even allow his to go through wards as if they weren't here. He theorized that Ignotus Peveril, or some Potter ancestor, had bound the artifact to his bloodline. It took some research and some tinkering, but he was able to use a blood ritual, found in a journal of a line thief 6 centuries back that was caught and executed for stealing his cousin's birthright using blood magic. He used young Nathan's blood and altered his blood to mimic the fact that he had a Potter ancestor. It was enough to fool the cloak and he became the owner of the Third Hallow. With the stone and the cloak in his possession and mastered, only the Elder Wand remained, and the way to get it was to kill the girl he was seeing on the screen. It was the only way for him to get a chance to survive what was hunting him. The mark on his chest felt colder the closer his time ran out, and he was nervous at the last line left on it. This was his last chance, he would not waste it. The girl was going to die either way, having broken his memory charm. She knew too much. He successfully managed to turn her family against her, but he didn't expect her was to just accept it and vanish. He thought that her attachment with the younger Potter girl would get her to fight back, escalating the situation. And like any other magical, she would have drawn her wand in anger, and he would have disarmed her to prevent a fight from breaking out and gotten back the Elder Wand's allegiance. Then if she chose to leave, he would let her be, but if she had chosen to stay, she would have suffered an unfortunate accident during the task. Unfortunately, now he needed to adapt. He watched the task on the admittedly nice enchantment. He analyzed it and determined how to disable it. It was a nice try from the girl to protect herself by making sure that there would be no interference or attempts on her life. Too bad, she has underestimated him. The enchantment was also anchored in the maze, meaning that the spectators can only watch the champions if they're in a certain location, in this case it being the maze. So, no one should be able to watch Voldemort's resurrection. Albus looked at his doppelganger in the stands, giving him an alibi before he discreetly put on the invisibility cloak and entered the maze. He had a tracking charm on the girl and followed it. Additionally, he copied the signal from the enchantment from the stands into a small mirror in his pocket to further observe the girl. He watched as she massacred 4 acromantula that were attacking her with a flame whip, a very powerful and versatile spell. The giant spiders ended up in pieces and Dumbledore's doubt in killing the girl disappeared. This girl was going to end up like Tom Riddle, and he will not allow a second Voldemort to rise. He walked around the maze. He needed to find her as soon as possible. He could not risk her winning the tournament. This was his window of opportunities. He was now thankful for the invisibility cloak, more helpful than he ever thought it would be. He could walk past any creature, and they would not sense him. Traps would not activate when he came closer, the wards never noticed him, and he could just walk through them as if they didn't exist. He could not believe that he and Gellert dismissed the cloak so easily. No invisibility spell could compare to this masterpiece. He could understand why they called it Death's Cloak. He felt the tracking charm getting warmer, and he knew that the girl was nearby. From the mirror in his hand, she was busy fighting 2 of Hagrid's Skrewts at the same time. She really was a talented girl, too bad she has fallen to the darkness. When he reached her, she had dispatched of the 2 Skrewts relatively easily. First, Albus needed to remove that pesky enchantment from her. He cast the cancellation spell at her. It was invisible, and unless she could sense magic, a skill that took him 3 decades to master, the girl shouldn't feel a single thing. He took a look at the mirror in his hand, and it was showing him his reflection, meaning the feed was cut. The spectators would probably think that the spell malfunctioned somehow. After all, this was a newly developed spell. With the confirmation of anonymity gone, he put away the mirror and pointed his wand at the girl and fired a stunner which was surprisingly blocked with a wordless shield. With his surprise attack failing, there was no use for hiding. He removed the cloak, returning to the realm of visibility, once more. Dumbledore, she snarled at him. Hello, my girl. How is your task going so far? He asked like they were in a normal conversation. The girl didn't respond and just asked, what are you doing here? You took something of mine, my girl. I just need it back. Albus responded. And what the hell did I take from you? She snarked back at him. My wand, he calmly answered her. Your wand is in your hand, you delusional old man. She growled. No, it might be in my hand, but you own it. You see, my girl, this is no ordinary wand. This is the Elder Wand of Legends. I won it of Gellert when I defeated him 50 years ago. The Elder Wand, she murmured. She took another look at him, and her eyes lingered at the ring in his hand and the silver cloak he was wearing. You have the other too. I don't know where you got the stone, but I recognize the cloak. Do the Potters know you stole from them? I did not take it by force, if that is what you're asking. I just mislead them on the reason I asked to borrow it, of course. I have to say, I have grown quite fond of it. I think I'm going to keep it. They might have something to say about that, she answered. Nothing, a few memory charms couldn't fix. Albus answered back. Her answer was a barrage of powerful dark curses that bounced harmlessly on his shield. Youth these days, they have no respect. With a simple wave of his wand, he sent a banishing charm her way, sending her flying back, hitting a thorny hedge. That had to hurt. Jasmine looked at him, eyes full of hatred. You're a monster. Dumbledore chuckled. I rather think of myself a visionary. I do not expect a young girl like you to understand. What I want is to create a world without hatred. Something a dark witch like you will never appreciate. The young girl answered him with a wall of fire that almost caught him off guard. He was barely able to cast a flame-freezing charm to neutralize the flames. The girl was now up, in front of him, wand drawn, in a dueling stance. She screamed, "Fullman," at him. A bolt of lightning came out of her wand, and he admittedly had to use a mage shield to protect himself against this spell. Even then, there was a crack in the middle of his shield. This was his strongest shield spell, and she nearly broke it. The girl was more dangerous than he thought. "You can't kill me, the whole world is watching." She taunted at him. "No, my dear. Marvelous idea, by the way, but I desactivated the enchantment before attacking you." The headmaster smirked at her. She paled visibly, the enchantment was her shield from him. "Then people will notice that you're not in the stands." This time he did chuckle. "In my young life, I have been owed a few favors. I just asked a colleague of mine to take my place using polyjuice potion because I was too ill to attend myself. This time, it was he who went on the offensive." She tried to dodge his spells, and when she shielded, they broke instantly. Finally, he was able to clip her with a disarming charm, sending her back and depriving her of her wand. He was finally going to kill the brat. He wasn't going to lie and say that he won't feel good doing it, she had been such an annoyance for months. He pretended to look apologetic. "I'm sorry, my dear. I truly am. I need the Elder Wand to fight the coming darkness, and you are too wild to keep under control." "What the hell are you talking about?" Jasmine questioned, sneering at him. "Tonight, Lord Voldemort will return." "You're mad. He died 15 years ago." She said, gaping at him. "I don't expect you to understand, but he will return, and the magical world will be at war once more. And you're not doing anything to stop it." She questioned. "You don't want to stop it, do you? You want the Dark Lord back," she realized out loud. "I need the threat of Voldemort to unite the wizarding world under my leadership. I have plans for our world, Miss Potter. I'm sorry about this, I truly am. But know that your life will not end in vain. It's for the greater good of the magical world." Dumbledore said with a solemn tone. "What about Nathan?" she asked. "He'll make a good martyr. Once the Dark Lord kills him, I will use his tragic death to further unite the magical world against Voldemort. Now, enough stalling, goodbye, Miss Potter." "So, you're going to kill me, just like that?" "I'm not surprised, I'm not the first girl that you killed. After all, a man that killed his own sister could kill anyone." She smirked at him. How dare she taunt him of Ariana, of the sister he failed? "Do not speak of what you don't understand," he snarled back at her. "That's why you really want to kill me. Don't kid yourself, you don't have to, you want to. Because I know too much, I know the truth, about the nature of your real relationship with Grindelwald, about how you planned your conquest together. The greater good, isn't that what you called it?" "Silence, child." He growled at her. "You can never run away from it, the Sayer family knows the truth. If something happens to me, they'll reveal it." She had the gall to smirk at him. "Then the Sayer family's days are numbered." He cast a disintegration curse at her, and it went through her. This was an illusion. Suddenly, Albus felt pain in his wand arm. The brat had cut off his wand arm. He turned and looked at her and sent a pulse of magic, sending her flying back, once again. He was done playing with the girl. His hand grew back in almost 3 seconds and he wandlessly summoned his wand. He had developed a talent in wandless magic after the ritual with Fawkes. The girl got up limping. It seems that she broke her leg. "How?" she asked. "A ritual, I don't expect you to recognize such a delicate art. It took some time for me to learn, but I'm the closest thing there is to a master of ritual magic in the world." Dumbledore animated the roots underground to rise and attack the girl. She set them on fire, but they were enchanted to be fire-resistant. She then used the Shadow Consumer curse. The spell, similar to Fiend Fire, consumes everything it touches. It disintegrated the attacking roots and flew towards him. He conjured his Patronus, beating back the darkness, causing a battle of wills. Darkness against light, young against old. They seemed to be almost equals, something that baffled Dumbledore. How is the girl as magically powerful as him? Using his wandless magic, he animated the roots behind her, stabbing her in the chest. The girl fell like a puppet with her strings cut. Albus slowly walked towards his fallen opponent and summoned her wand to him. It will make for a good trophy, and now he had officially disarmed her. He didn't feel anything different from the Elder Wand. It seems like he needs to kill her. "You put up a valiant effort, my girl. And you are powerful, I'll grant you that. But experience always beats raw power. I'm afraid I have won, my dear." She crawled at him and looked up and coughed up blood. Her magic was trying to save her somehow and failing miserably. "You lose." She was laughing and coughing at the same time. He saw her pointing at the ground and found the mirror he used to locate her. It didn't show his reflection, but a view from above of himself and a dying Jasmine. He looked up and found a bird looking at him. Somehow, the girl had transferred her enchantment to the bird. He paled, people from all over the world watched him say his plan like an idiot. Angry, he shot the girl from the sky. When? He asked the dying girl. You talk too much, she said, grinning. This was bad. The girl must have done it when he talked to her before fighting. People would have been able to see the entire fight and the conversation. He needed some damage control. But he had more pressing concerns, like the Morrigan. He pointed his wand at the girl, who was still grinning at him. Run. Those were the last words that were uttered by Jasmine Potter. She was then hit with Dumbledore's disintegration curse and turned into dust. Albus then felt the power coursing through his veins and the Elder Wand was vibrating in his hand, like it did when he first acquired it from Gellert. He had mastered all the three Hallows. He was now the master of death. Suddenly, Dumbledore felt the castle wards fall from his control. The girl had somehow removed his control over the castle. Or perhaps the spectators did, somehow. He needed to get away and he can't apparate anymore without his control over the castle wards. Thankfully, he would be able to sneak out of the castle with the cloak. If people saw the feed, then he will be hunted. He had no time for this, he needed to prepare with his confrontation against the goddess of death itself. But now, he was as ready as he would ever be. He was ready for the Morrigan. Chapter 56, The Graveyard. June 24, 1995, Little Hangleton. Nathan POV. He limped over to the cup, he was going to win. He beat Jasmine, his life will finally go back to normal. He looked at the cup in front of him and grasped a handle. Instantly, Nathan felt a jerk behind his navel. He didn't know that the cup was a portkey. But at least now, he was safe from that nightmare of a maze. Nathan felt his feet slam into the ground. He landed on his broken leg, and he fell over, letting go of the Triwizard Cup. He raised his head and took a look around. He had left the Hogwarts grounds completely, he had obviously traveled miles, perhaps hundreds of miles, for even the mountains surrounding the castle were gone. He was standing instead in a dark and overgrown graveyard, the black outline of a small church was visible beyond a large yew tree to his right. A hill rose above them to his left. Nathan could just make out the outline of a fine old house on the hillside. Something was wrong, he could feel it in his gut. The cup shouldn't be a portkey. He got up, wincing at the pain in his leg and pulled out his wand. He felt like he was being watched. He looked around to find a figure drawing nearer, walking steadily toward him between the graves. He couldn't see the stranger's face, but from the way it was walking and holding its arms, he could tell that it was carrying something. Whoever it was, he was short, and wearing a hooded cloak pulled up over his head to obscure his face. Seeing the figure as a non-threat, Nathan lowered his wand slightly. He regretted it immediately when he saw a flash of red light and he fell unconscious. Nathan woke up, feeling something around his ankles and arms. He looked up around him, disoriented. He was tied to a marble headstone. The situation would have made him scared enough on its own, but it was the name on the stone that truly made him freeze in fright. The name on the stone was Tom Riddle. Nathan struggled trying to get out of his restraints, but the hooded men hit him. The effort had made the man's head fall off, exposing a familiar face. It was the traitor. His parents told Nathan about him. He was supposed to be in Azkaban. You. He shouted at him. Pettigrew, you're supposed to be in Azkaban. Nathan snarled at him. The traitorous marauder did not respond, he waved a wand and gagged him, then turned and hurried away. When he came back, he was pushing a stone cauldron to the foot of the grave. It was larger than any cauldron he had ever seen before. The liquid in the cauldron seemed to heat very fast. The surface began not only to bubble, but to send out fiery sparks, as though it were on fire. Steam was thickening, blurring the outline of Pettigrew tending the fire. The traitor removed the robes he was holding, revealing what he had underneath. It was one of the most disgusting things he had ever seen in his life. It looked like a sickly baby, but there was nothing natural about it. It was hairless and scaly looking, a dark, raw, reddish black. Its arms and legs were thin and feeble, and its face was flat and snake-like, with gleaming red eyes. The traitor lifted the ugly baby thing and lowered it into the cauldron. Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son. A bone now levitated from the grave in front of him and fell softly into the cauldron. The bone immediately burst into flames and disintegrated into the potion. Then the former marauder trembled for a second and then steeled himself. He took out a silver dagger, a ritual dagger. His mother had shown him a Potter ritual dagger that looked similar to it. Flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master. It only lasted barely more than a second, but it was something would haunt him for years. Pettigrew swung the blade downwards and cut off his hand. Nathan tried to block out the screams of agony that pierced the night. The traitor picked up his cut hand and threw it into the potion, panting in pain. The man must have been in a tremendous amount of pain, but he carried on, blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe. Nathan tried to escape, once more, but he was too tightly bound. The former marauder turned and looked at him, with the ritual dagger in his remaining hand. Nathan knew that he was going to die, he was going to be stabbed to death by the traitorous rat. He closed his eyes, fully expecting to see the afterlife, only to feel a stinging on the crook of his right arm. He opened his eyes, confused. The man was holding a glass vial to the cut on his arm, filling it with blood. He staggered back to the cauldron with Nathan's blood. He poured it inside. The liquid within turned, instantly, a blinding white and started simmering, sending diamond sparks everywhere. It was so bright, he had to avert his eyes to not be blinded by it. And then, suddenly, the sparks emanating from the cauldron were extinguished. A surge of white steam billowed thickly from the cauldron. Nathan hoped that whatever ritual was happening to have failed somehow. But then, through the mist in front of him, he saw, with an icy surge of terror, the dark outline of a man, tall and skeletally thin, rising slowly from inside the cauldron. "Robe me," said the high, cold voice from behind the steam, and Pettigrew hurried and helped him breathe. The thin man stepped out of the cauldron, staring at Nathan. He was whiter than a skull, with wide, livid scarlet eyes and a nose that was flat as a snake with slits for nostrils. He instinctively knew who that was. Lord Voldemort was back. While the Dark Lord was admiring his new body, Nathan was petrified in fear. The headmaster had told him that this day will come, but Nathan had hoped that it would be in the far future when he would be ready for it. He can't fight someone like Voldemort before he had even graduated from Hogwarts. His musing was interrupted by Voldemort's cold voice. "Hold out your arm," said Voldemort to Pettigrew. "Thank you, master." Pettigrew extended the bleeding stump, but Voldemort laughed at him. "The other arm, Wormtail." The rat looked like he wanted to say something but refrained and just raised his unharmed arm towards his master. Voldemort forced the sleeve of the traitor's robes up past his elbow, and Nathan saw something upon the skin there, something like a vivid red tattoo, the dark mark. He pressed his long white forefinger to the brand on Wormtail's arm, it turned jet black. With a look of cruel satisfaction on his face, Voldemort straightened up, threw back his head, and stared around at the dark graveyard. "How many will be brave enough to return when they feel it?" he whispered, his gleaming red eyes fixed upon the stars. "And how many will be foolish enough to stay away?" Nathan never understood why people would want to follow a man that treated them so horribly. Is their need to be cruel so great that they accept someone like Voldemort as their master just to be able to hurt others? Or is it perhaps an effect of the dark arts? Voldemort began to pace up and down before Nathan and Wormtail, eyes sweeping the graveyard all the while. After a minute or so, he looked down at Nathan again, a cruel smile twisting his snake-like face. "You stand, Nathan Potter, upon the remains of my late father," he hissed softly. "A muggle and a fool, but even fools have their uses, do they not? I killed my father, and see how useful he has proved himself, in death." He laughed cruelly and continued pacing. "Listen to me, reliving family history," he said quietly. "Why, I am growing quite sentimental. But look, Nathan. My true family returns." The air was suddenly full of the swishing of cloaks. Between graves, behind the yew tree, in every shadowy space, wizards were operating. All of them were hooded and masked. And one by one they moved forward. They looked as though they could hardly believe their eyes. Voldemort stood in silence, waiting for them. They started to kneel and kissing his robes, before backing away and standing up in a circle. Voldemort started talking about their loyalty. Nathan could barely think straight, his leg was in agony, and he kept passing out from the pain. He vaguely recognized some screaming. Voldemort was probably punishing his followers. He had to get out of here and get Dumbledore. Crucio, Nathan heard, and suddenly, he felt pain. The pain was so intense, so all-consuming, that he no longer knew where he was. White-hot knives were piercing every inch of his skin, his head was surely going to burst with pain, he was screaming more loudly than he'd ever screamed in his life. It only lasted a moment, but he was shaking uncontrollably, still bound to the stone. Voldemort had vanished the gag just to hear him scream. "Nice to have back with us, Nathan Potter," Voldemort said to him, with a malicious smile on his face. "It's sad that people actually think that you defeated me somehow. They called you my downfall. What happened that night almost 14 years ago is not known to even me. But what I do know that whatever was done was ancient magic, very ancient and very powerful, and with my demise, my memories of that night are fragmented. Something that no child should be able to power. I'm even more surprised that I chose to cast the killing curse at you. Your sister was far more impressive and held far more potential. Perhaps, I chose to dispose of the waste first and it backfired somehow." Nathan could not believe what he was hearing. "I would have chosen her for my rebirth, had I not wanted to make a statement. You will not leave this place alive, Nathan Potter. And the world will know that what happened that night was a fluke. I fell for a trap, I know not who would be able to create something so elaborate, but even then, I am alive, survived death itself, and there is nothing that can stop me." Nathan screamed at him, "Dumbledore will stop you." Voldemort just silenced him with a wave of his wand. The shiver ran once more around the circle of listening Death Eaters. Voldemort let the silence spiral horribly before continuing. It truly is a shame about your sister, Nathan. She had a lot of potential to be able to hold on against Dumbledore being only 14 years old. Had she survived the encounter, I would have extended her an offer to join our ranks. Nathan was gaping at his enemy. Jasmine was dead. Dumbledore killed her. How? The headmaster doesn't kill. Why would they fight in the task? Voldemort laughed cruelly at the expression on his face. You don't know, do you? Your precious leader of light attacked your twin with the intention of killing her. He hunted her down to kill her because he wanted an artifact. She fought valiantly. I would admit that she even reminded me of a younger me. What a shame, such potential being stifled so early. What cunning she displayed. To trick the manipulator himself into revealing his deeds and his plans to the world. She has just benefited us so much without even meaning to. With Dumbledore hunted down like a common criminal, by the light and dark alike, we can easily take over Britain. That girl with just this simple act of revenge, handed us the key to conquer magical Britain. Dumbledore had done all this. He tricked him. He killed his sister, his twin. He would never make it up to her. He abandoned his other half and now she was gone. It doesn't matter, he will probably join her soon in death. He even mentioned you, Potter. He was preparing you as a martyr. He wanted to use your death to unite the magical community under his reign. He raised you like a pig to slaughter. You will die knowing that you lived a meaningless life that was always going to end in an early death thanks to the machinations of your mentor. But I will not kill you, yet. I wish to break you first, you're so close, Potter. We only need to wait for him to arrive. Who? Nathan asked. My most faithful servant, and who has already re-entered my service, at Hogwarts. He entered your name in the Goblet of Fire, he made sure that you win, for this moment. He will arrive soon, and he will have someone with him. Someone dear to you, your sister Rose. Nathan thrashed at his bindings. You will not touch a hair on her shoulder. He shouted at the Dark Lord. Crucio. He felt the torture curse, once again and screamed in pain. To think I believed such a silly prophecy. As high as your potential could be, you are hardly my equal. Prophecy. Nathan gasped out. You don't know, do you? You truly do not know why I attacked you, all these years ago. I have hated you for so long, Nathan Potter, but now I cannot but pity you. But if you want to save your sister, you only have to defeat me. I will allow you to fight, prove to everyone that you're stronger than me, boy. The Death Eaters stood watching. Now, untie him, Wormtail, and give him back his wand. Chapter 57, Thorns. June 24, 1995, Hogwarts. Rose POV. Rose watched the start of the third task with dreaded anticipation. It was bittersweet. She had talked to her sister earlier that day, for the first time in months. She had missed Jasmine terribly and she knew her sister felt the same. She missed her dry humor, her lessons in magic. She had a grasp of magic that she had never seen before, never heard of before. She knew things that she shouldn't have. She read countless tomes and books, some were even centuries old, and she found nothing about what she was talking about. Only speculation and wild theories. Jasmine spoke with such certainty that Rose knew her sister wasn't lying or making stuff up. And her lessons were real. The magic she taught Rose wasn't mentioned in any book or in any scroll. It was weeks after her first lesson that she realized how special her sister really was. She didn't understand what made her this way, but she is different than any other wizard or witch out there. Rose remembers once testing her sister by copying some unidentified runes from the library and asking her to translate them. Apparently, they were found somewhere in Asia but couldn't be understood without the alphabet. She showed it to her sister during one of the lessons and she immediately recognized that it was in ancient Sumerian and translated what was written. She then proceeded to teach her a couple of words using the supposedly unknown language. Although she did mention not seeing that language in a while. That confirmed that her sister knew more than she should. But what made her sure that her sister was different were her eyes. Jasmine had her mother's eyes, that was true, but they were old. They were eyes that had seen too much, that lived for too long. She had seen eyes like that once when she went to France with her family during summer vacation, 2 years ago, and met an old wizard that fought in Grindelwald's war. He was very old, he experienced terrible things, but he was one of the kindest men she had ever met. Jasmine's eyes reminded her of that old man. It was what put her at ease with Jasmine and made her trust her sister easily. When her parents subtly asked her about her lessons with Jasmine, she didn't tell them anything. Jasmine's lessons were private, and they shouldn't intrude. They did not like her saying no to them but respected her decisions. After all, Jasmine not only taught her magic but also how to understand people. She was wiser than she looked, and her stories were always entertaining. Rose kept silent about her suspicions and didn't even voice them to Jasmine. When her parents went behind her back and forced her to stop spending time with her sister, she was devastated, angry, and most of all, she was sad. She stopped speaking to her parents because they didn't even listen to her. Jasmine did once say that if someone doesn't listen to you, then they are not worth your words. She stopped speaking to Nathan because he spied on her and Jasmine during her lessons. She still loved them, don't get her wrong, but they didn't even apologize. They only said that it was for her own good. But after her anger simmered, she was lonely. She hadn't been lonely since last year, where people avoided her because her brother was a parcelmouth. She blamed Dumbledore for what happened. Her family used to be wary of the man, but he wormed his way back into their trust and she didn't like it. She knew that having her stop seeing Jasmine was his idea. She didn't understand why a headmaster of a school had so much influence on family matters, but the man was always awfully interested in Nathan. When she talked to her sister earlier today, it was the best she felt so far. But when Rose looked at Jasmine's eyes, a pit grew in her stomach, her eyes were sad. Which meant that it was probably the last time they will spend together. So now, while her sister is entering the maze, she wants it to end as fast as possible so that she wouldn't be in danger and to last as long as possible, because after the task, her sister will leave her forever. She recalled her sister's last words. She sent them telepathically as she entered the maze: "Do not trust Alastor Moody." Rose trusted her sister with all her life, so she took those words seriously. Rose watched the task with the odd screens that the Americans sent. There was one for every champion, and she didn't understand why that wasn't possible for the second task. According to Susan Bones, they just sat there and watched the surface of the water for an hour. She didn't know how they didn't think that would happen. A couple of minutes in and Rose realized that Jasmine had far more obstacles than the other champions. She was attacked every minute or so but made short work of them. Both Crumb and Delacour had somewhat normal obstacles and were attacked regularly, but nothing like Jasmine's that seems as if she was targeted. Nathan, though, hardly fought anything other than some sort of weird golden mist he just blew away with a second-year spell. It was clear to anyone with a brain that Jasmine was being targeted and that Nathan was being favored. Probably Dumbledore's decision. He really hated Jasmine for some reason. Rose was sitting next to her parents, right next to the judges of the tournament. Just looking at Dumbledore, who was sitting serenely at few seats right of her father, made her blood boil in anger. She could have convinced Jasmine to stay if she had enough time, and that man ruined it. Everything was going well until her sister feed was cut for a few seconds but then returned as a view from above, revealing her sister being attacked by a second Dumbledore. Some of what Dumbledore said was very incriminating and very disgusting. He planned on killing Jasmine, he planned on getting Nathan killed as well. He stole her family's cloak, a true family heirloom. He committed blood theft. He wanted Voldemort back, the absolute nutjob. The Dumbledore in the stands looked exceedingly nervous during the whole affair, and it was revealed to be an associate of Dumbledore under Polyjuice Potion, like the man confessed to it on the feed. Her father recognized the man as Daedalus Diggle and arrested him for illegal use of Polyjuice. Her parents, though, looked paler than she had ever seen them be. Her mother was trembling and in tears. She watched as Dumbledore and Jasmine dueled, and while it would be spectacular, if she didn't know her sister. But Rose had dueled Jasmine for a long time and knew that what she was showing wasn't even scratching her abilities. She didn't use any runes or even any powerful elemental magic. Hell, she even fell for some traps that she taught Rose during their dueling lessons. For some reason, Jasmine was putting up a show and she wanted to lose to the headmaster in front of everybody. Even when not taking things seriously, her sister still hurt Dumbledore and cut off an arm. Although it grew back in a few seconds. As Rose expected, Jasmine lost the duel, and even though Rose knew that it probably wasn't true, watching Jasmine getting impaled was heartbreaking. Her mother was sobbing her heart out and even her father was tearing up. As for her, Rose was panting, nauseous, constantly reminding herself that it was fake, that her sister wouldn't die in a duel like that. The worst thing was the screen turning blank before she knew what happened. The worst thing was not knowing what happened. She could barely notice when Crumb put Delacour under the torture curse and her brother saving her and stunning them both. She barely noticed when he touched the cup and his feet also turned blank, causing mayhem from the crowd since he should have appeared in front of the spectators. Her mind was in disarray when she followed her parents, who were walking with Moody, to investigate the scene and rescue her if she was still alive, unlikely as it may be. She followed her parents through the maze, remembering Jasmine's last words: "Don't trust Alastor Moody." When they were deep enough to the maze, she heard shouts of "Stupefy," and her parents were hit by beams of red light. Moody had stunned her parents. When the stunner was fired at her, she was expecting it. She might be a wreck, but she always trusts her sister. Jasmine's advice made her wary of the men and ready to defend herself at a moment's notice. She sprang up a shield made out of hard light that absorbed the spell. She had practiced like Jasmine told her. Even now, Jasmine was saving her hide. Moody looked surprised at her reaction but kept sending spells at her, and like her sister taught her, she intercepted each spell with a tendril of hard light. She sent a spike of ice at him, and he couldn't dodge in time and broke his wooden leg. It was still holding itself with magic, but her attacker couldn't move as fast as before. The men glared at her and sent curse after curse. She didn't recognize all of them and kept intercepting them with her hard light, but the few she did recognize were very dark ones, her sister had mentioned once in passing. This wasn't Alastair Moody, the men her parents talked about. He was efficient and wouldn't use the dark arts because he was angry, he would only use them if they were the best way to achieve his goal. He would not send a spell to flay its target alive for no reason, he would just send a piercer to kill them or a stunner to capture them for interrogation. He definitely wouldn't be using the Cruciatus against any opponent. She sends a wall of hard light at him, sending him flying towards the hedge. She looked down, making sure that her parents weren't hit by a stray spell. Damn, now she has to protect them as well, she had forgotten about them, lost in the duel. It was only luck that they weren't hurt. You're not Alastair Moody, who are you really? She asked her downed attacker. While the man was down, she sent a renervate at her parents to make sure they don't stay vulnerable. Then, before Rose's very eyes, the face of the man on the floor began to change. The scars were disappearing, the skin was becoming smooth, the mangled nose became whole and started to shrink. The long mane of grizzled gray hair was withdrawing into the scalp and turning the color of straw. Suddenly, with a loud clunk, the wooden leg fell away as a normal leg regrew in its place. Next moment, the magical eyeball had popped out of the man's face as a real eye replaced it. It rolled away across the floor and continued to swivel in every direction. He laughed at her. It was a laugh full of madness and cruelty. I am my master's most loyal, and he has returned. He will reward me, his most devout, and he will destroy you all. Who is your master? You're about to meet him, girl. Oh, the plans he has for you. The mysteryman giggled. He rolled his sleeves and looked at the jet-black mark of a skull with a snake protruding from its mouth. She knew what that was. This was the dark mark. Her attacker was a Death Eater. Just as she was about to stun him, he sneakily caught her with a disarming charm, sending her flying back and her wand too far away from her. It's almost time for you to meet my lord, and my mission will be complete. He was very interested in meeting you. The men continued. Rose was disarmed and very scared. Her parents hadn't woken up from the stunner, which meant that her attacker overpowered the stunning charm, so it will take time for them to wake up. She was sure that she cast the renervate charm correctly. She only had to delay him. But she wasn't helpless as she seemed when she was wandless. She could only cast a couple of spells, her sister insisted she did, and once more her sister was saving her life. She created a small illusion and made herself invisible at the same time. While her illusion stayed where she used to be, trembling in fear, she slowly walked to the side, making sure to make no noise. Thank Merlin that he didn't have Moody's eye anymore, he would have seen right through it. Damn, her wand was too far away. Don't worry, girl. The Dark Lord is merciful, he will treat you well and he will teach you so much. You will even meet your brother there. The men said to her illusion. Welcome to your new life, Rose Potter. He cast another stunning charm at her, and it went through her illusion. She took his confused distraction to create something out of hard light. Long spike chains emerged from her hands and bound her attacker, who groaned in pain as the spikes cut his flesh. He tried to resist but realized that it only brought more pain. Behind her, her father awoke and got up suddenly. He jumped and looked around, alarmed, only to relax when seeing her unharmed and her attacker bound. A little help here, Dad. She panted at him. All this wandless magic was taking a lot from her. Her father focused on her attacker and sent a stunner at him, knocking him out. Rose released her light constructs and walked up to retrieve her wand. Her father checked on the attacker and her mother slowly got up, just as distressed as her father, before relaxing when she saw Rose unharmed. This is Barty Crouch Jr. He's supposed to be dead, at Azkaban. He father said. Mum, Dad. He said that Voldemort has Nathan. He said that he returned and asked him to kidnap me too. At her parents' terrified look, she knew that they understood the severity of the situation. They decided to split up. Her father went back to the Aurors to tell them of the situation and to look for Nathan, and her mother and her continued to search in the maze, looking any trace of Jasmine. She now understood why her sister looked so sad. This truly was a horrible day. Chapter 58, Potters Do Not Bow. June 24, 1995, Little Hangleton. Nathan POV. Voldemort sneered at Nathan, to think I believed such a silly prophecy. As high as your potential could be, you are hardly my equal. Prophecy. Nathan gasped out. You don't know, do you? You truly do not know why I attacked you, all these years ago. I have hated you for so long, Nathan Potter, but now I cannot but pity you. But if you want to save your sister, you only have to defeat me. I will allow you to fight, prove to everyone that you're stronger than me, boy. The Death Eaters stood watching. Now, untie him, Wormtail, and give him back his wand. Voldemort looked angry at the lack of answer and looked back to where Pettigrew lied on the ground. He was probably going to torture him or something, only to find him dead on the ground. He was lying down, grasping his bleeding arm. He must have lost too much blood. Nathan felt a sick satisfaction to see the man that betrayed his family and resurrected Voldemort dead. Voldemort's slight widening of eyes told Nathan that he had not planned the rat's death, he had completely forgotten about him in his monologue to his other followers. It seems that our dear rat is indisposed at the moment, it falls to another to help our esteemed guest get his wand. Avery. Voldemort continued. Voldemort did not even need to order the men directly. A cloaked and masked man, that Nathan assumes is the Death Eater called Avery, walked hurriedly towards Wormtail's body, retrieved Nathan's wand and with a swipe of his own wand cut through the restraints tying Nathan to the gravestone. Nathan landed on his broken leg, making him stifle a scream of pain, until he got up limping. So that's running out of his options. The Death Eaters closed ranks, forming a tighter circle around him and Voldemort. The men he assumes is Avery thrusts Nathan's wand into his hand and promptly returned to his place in the circle of Death Eaters. You have been taught how to duel, Nathan Potter, said Voldemort softly, his red eyes glinting through the darkness. Nathan had been taught how to duel from his father and from Dumbledore, and while according to them, he was impressive for his age, he could barely hold off an Auror trainee, let alone a man that had terrorized the entire Auror department for a few decades. So, no. He held no illusion that he could fight let alone defeat Voldemort. He was probably going to die tonight, alone, away from his family. Nathan steeled himself, he wasn't going to lay there and let the men hit him with a killing curse. He's going to die fighting, like his grandfather had and his great-grandfather before him. He was a Potter, and he is going to die with his head held high and with no fear in his heart. We bow to each other, Nathan, said Voldemort, bending a little, but keeping his snake-like face upturned to Nathan. Come, the niceties must be observed. Dumbledore would like you to show manners. Bow to death, Nathan. I surely hope that your younger sister will be better than you at following orders, Potter. If I do take her as an apprentice, perhaps she will eventually learn it. Or she will die, probably. The Death Eaters were laughing again. Voldemort's lipless mouth was smiling. Nathan did not let the comments about Rose get to him. He had to find a way to warn his parents to get them to protect Rose. As for now, Nathan did not bow. Potters do not bow, he read that somewhere in the library, written by one of his ancestors. He was not going to break that tradition now. I said, bow, Voldemort said, raising his wand, and Nathan felt his spine curve as though a huge, invisible hand were bending him ruthlessly forward, and the Death Eaters laughed harder than ever. He used this distraction and showmanship to send a silent reductor curse at Voldemort. The Dark Lord blocked it, of course. He never expected it to actually land, but he wanted to make a point, even if he was going to die tonight, he will not submit to his enemy. Potters do not bow. The Death Eaters were silent now, not daring to laugh, and Voldemort's red eyes were glowing. Nathan anticipated the men to curse him to oblivion only to be surprised when the men burst into laughter. I did not expect you to be so defiant. Perhaps there was something to this prophecy after all. This might be interesting after all. Shall we begin? Nathan did not have time to answer, too busy to dodge the Cruciatus curse sent his way. Having felt its effects before, he had no desire to do so again. Alas, when he dodged the curse, he jumped on his broken leg, which immediately gave out, sending him on the floor. As a desperate attempt to get some cover, he shouted, Bomarda, and sent the spell towards the ground in front of where his enemy was. An explosion of earth and dirt happened right in front of the Dark Lord, and Nathan crawled, attempting to hide behind a tombstone to regroup himself. Before he could get there, he was hit by another Cruciatus, making scream in pain once more. Voldemort slowly walked from the fog of dirt, not a single injury on him, even his robes were in impeccable condition, not a single touch of dirt on them. Suddenly, the pain stopped, and Nathan quickly crawled behind a gravestone and pulled himself up. Using Auror tactics against me, Potter. It didn't work for them, why would it work for you? Voldemort mocked at him, but you still got hit, boy. That hurt, didn't it? You're scared of me, aren't you, scared of death? Nathan was not going to answer, he was not going to give the men the satisfaction. Potters do not bow, his grandfather did not bow to Grindelwald, his father did not bow to Voldemort, and he was not going to do so now. Answer me, Imperio. Nathan felt the calm of the Imperious curse and the urge to answer the question, but he learned from Moody's lesson on how to resist the curse. So, he pretended to be under the curse and sent a silent piercing curse to his right. If he couldn't kill the monster in front of him, he will kill his followers. He was a dead man, anyway, might as well take as many of the bastards with him. His action took the Dark Lord by surprise, not having expected him to break from his Imperious curse, and even then, expecting him to attack him, not one of his Death Eaters. The sound of Nathan's spell hitting the unsuspecting Death Eater surprised everyone, and one of the cloaked figures had suddenly a hole in his chest. Nathan took advantage of the distraction to hide from the unexpected death and flung himself to the ground behind another gravestone. The curse had missed him but barely. Damn, Voldemort's curses were faster than anybody's before. Resorting to killing, now, Potter. That's not something Dumbledore would approve of. Perhaps we do have so things in common after all. Now come out from hiding, boy, and I promise to be merciful. Just a single spell and it will be over, you won't have to be in pain anymore. It will be quick, maybe even painless. I would not know, I have never died. As if summoned by name, the night grew colder, as if a dementor was nearby. Nathan started to shiver, and his breath started to turn to mist. He had no idea what was happening, and Voldemort did not either by the looks of it. Suddenly, out of the shadows a figure appeared. It was humanoid, dressed in a black cloak, its face hidden by a hood. It was not human, it did not feel human. Shadows clung to it constantly moving around it. Nathan had no idea what it was, but Voldemort seemed to recognize the figure. You. I defeated you, I am immortal. You have no sway over me. Voldemort snarled at the figure, but Nathan could detect some hidden fear in his tone. The figure did not answer, nor did it move. Voldemort seemed enraged for some reason and yelled, Avada Kedavra, at the dark figure. Nathan almost yelled at it to get down. Whatever it was, is an enemy of Voldemort, which meant they were an ally. But the curse seemed to go through the figure like it wasn't there. I am immortal. Death has no sway over me. Voldemort said and sent another killing curse at the figure, which didn't do anything either. I researched you. Entities like you have no sway for the living. You only have sway over the dead. Voldemort said smugly, I have cheated you and there's nothing you can do about it. The figure tilted its head and raised a single arm. Every Death Eater were levitated from their neck. They kept choking, looking at their master and pleading, Master, Master. Their master did not look at them, he didn't care one bit about them. Nathan looked at Voldemort and for the first time, the men looked afraid. Not just afraid, but absolutely terrified. Suddenly, the figure stopped moving, probably passed out, until Nathan heard a sudden crack and every Death Eater's neck broke at the same time and they fell at unison to the ground. You have no hold over me, I am protected by fate. Only boy can kill me. Voldemort pleaded desperately. The figure still did not move, seemingly undisturbed by the man's pleading. I only have to destroy Potter to escape you, it seems. Voldemort continued. Nathan was still lying down, watching what was happening, and he quickly leapt away to dodge the flash of green light, headed his way. The dark figure was still not moving, nor attempted to protect him in any way. Nathan knew he had no chance at winning this, but he couldn't just run away from him, and he couldn't just keep hiding. He had to attack. So, he readied himself, he had to defeat this man, not just to survive but to protect his sister from him. Perhaps, with his other servants dead, Voldemort will forget about her. Nathan shouted, Conf Rigo, and at the same time Voldemort cried, Avada Kedavra. A jet of green light issued from Voldemort's wand just as a jet of red light blasted from Nathan's. They met in midair, and suddenly Nathan's wand was vibrating as though an electric charge were surging through it, his hand seized up around it, he couldn't have released it if he'd wanted to, and a narrow beam of light connected the two wands, neither red nor green, but bright, deep gold. Nathan, following the beam with his astonished gaze, saw that Voldemort's long white fingers too were gripping a wand that was shaking and vibrating. And then, nothing could have prepared Nathan for this, he felt his feet lift from the ground. He and Voldemort were both being raised into the air, their wands still connected by that thread of shimmering golden light. They glided away from the tombstone of Voldemort's father and then came to rest on a patch of ground that was clear and free of graves. The golden thread connecting Nathan and Voldemort splintered, though the wands remained connected. 1,000 more beams arced high over Nathan and Voldemort, crisscrossing all around them, until they were enclosed in a golden, dome-shaped web, a cage of light. Nathan had no clue about what was happening, and neither did Voldemort, by the expression on his face. Nathan saw his red eyes wide with astonishment at what was happening, saw him fighting to break the thread of light still connecting his wand with Nathan's. Nathan held onto his wand more tightly, with both hands, and the golden thread remained unbroken. And then an unearthly and beautiful sound filled the air. It was coming from every thread of the light-spun web vibrating around Nathan and Voldemort. It was a sound Nathan recognized, Phoenix Song. For the first time since coming to the graveyard, Nathan felt hope. Nathan then noticed a bead of light in the middle of the golden thread, and he focused on sending it Voldemort's way. He recognized what was happening, Hermione had told him about it. It was a fight of pure magic, of perseverance. It was a battle of wills where the stronger wizard wins. Nathan was weaker than Voldemort magically, but he was fighting to protect his sister, his family from the monster before him. Voldemort was more powerful than him, but he was fighting out of fear of death, magic and will battled, and it looked even, until Nathan noticed the bead slowly moving towards his wand. The holly and phoenix feather wand vibrated and grew so hot, he feared it would burst into flames. Nathan knew that if the bead touched his wand, he would die, and pushed everything he had into the wand. Every piece of magic and the desperation he was feeling into the wand. It still wasn't enough, the bead was still moving towards his wand, Voldemort was winning. Suddenly, Voldemort started screaming and was losing his concentration. Nathan saw figures of dark shadows that resembled him the last time he saw him, in his second year, when he escaped from Professor Quirrell's body. The Voldemort wraiths appeared one by one, entering Voldemort, causing him immense pain. Nathan had no idea what was happening and didn't care. With Voldemort distracted, perhaps he could survive this. Nathan continued pushing, more than he had ever pushed before. He sent everything to his wand and the bead kept going towards Voldemort's wand. It moved along the golden thread and then connected to his wand. Suddenly, Voldemort's hand exploded, as if it was hit with the Confrigo spell, and his wand was destroyed. Voldemort looked disbelievingly at his hand and Nathan roared loudly. This was his Hail Mary, his last effort, and swung his hand at him. He didn't know why, it felt like instinct, like his body moved on his own, but then he understood when a familiar sword materialized in his hands. Nathan then burst into flames. The flames didn't hurt him or kill him, they energized him, like a phoenix's flames, and he stabbed the sword in his enemy's heart. The flames that were previously on his body were then absorbed by the sword, who looked more like a sword of flames than of metal. The sword sunk into Voldemort's chest, and the monster that haunted his nightmares for years turned into ash, dead. Nathan instinctively knew that the man was dead for good this time. It was over, he survived, he was free, and his family was safe. Nathan's injuries caught up to him and collapsed onto the ground. The graveyard looked so peaceful, as if nothing happened. He looked around and there was no sign of the hooded figure, whatever that was, or even the Death Eater's bodies. There was no sign of the ritual that brought Voldemort back to life. Suddenly, Nathan felt something hit him in the back and felt the jerk behind his navel. It was the Triwizard Trophy. He was going back to Hogwarts. It was over, he had won. Chapter 59, Manhunt. June 25, 1995, Nurmengard. Dumbledore POV. Albus Dumbledore was angry. No, calling him angry would understate what he was feeling. Albus Dumbledore was outraged. After everything he has done for them, how dare they treat him like this? He crushed the newspaper in his hand. It was today's Daily Prophet, and it was crinkled, and its sides were almost torn up by how strongly his grip was on it. On the front page, an article made out the entire page. Manhunt for Albus Dumbledore, the True Dark Lord. By Rita Skeeter. Yesterday, the third task of the Triwizard Tournament took place. It was a night that should have been full of closer international wizarding links, of rebuilding old ties, of forgetting old differences. That event was to ensure a deeper international magical community that had suffered after Grindelwald's war. However, this event ended with nothing but tragedy. It started out well enough. The third task appeared to be a maze with obstacles in the form of magical creatures of certain enchantments that the champions had to go through. The winner was the first of the champion to reach the heart of the maze where the Triwizard Cup was put. After the complaints of the spectators during the second task, the Sayer family from America offered the use of an enchantment that allowed people from the whole world to watch the task following each champion. It was no wonder that this was created, considering the number of complaints from spectators from the whole world that came to Hogwarts and paid galleons to watch the second task, only to spend an hour in the stands watching the surface of the Black Lake for an hour. Anyway, the first champion to enter the maze was Jasmine Evanshade, formerly Potter. Following her was Nathan Potter, Victor Crumb, and finally Fleur Delacour. At first the event went as planned, although Nathan Potter's path had far fewer dangers than the other champions, especially Jasmine Evanshade that was practically attacked by a creature every minute. Favoritism aside, the task was going quite well until Jasmine Evanshade's feet went blank for a few seconds but then returned to the scene of Albus Dumbledore attacking the poor 14-year-old girl. The man that was attending the tournament as a judge was revealed to be an accomplice of the former headmaster, Daedalus Diggle, under Polyjuice Potion. He was then arrested by the DMLE for illegal use of the potion and detained for questioning about the actions of the men he impersonated. The former headmaster of Hogwarts didn't seem to notice the girl reactivating the enchantment, as he confessed with many crimes, including his involvement in the death of his own sister, and planning the conquest of the magical world with Gellert Grindelwald. The men even confessed to having planned to use the boy who lived as a martyr and ensure the resurrection of who must not be named to grab power over the whole magical world. The Triwizard champion fought valiantly against the defeater of Grindelwald and even managed to injure him, after which Albus Dumbledore healed himself, confessing his use of rituals to augment his body. The poor girl did better than most Aurors could but was impaled in the chest by the former headmaster. The feed was cut before the death of the champion, but an investigation from the Auror department found the use of a disintegration curse and the remains matched Jasmine Evanshade. It seems that sadly, our young hero did not survive her encounter with the men. Albus Dumbledore was not seen or heard of after the confrontation. As for the other champions, they were not unscathed by the third task. Fleur Delacour suffered under the Cruciatus Curse, cast by Victor Crumb, that was under the Imperius Curse. As for the winner of the Triwizard Tournament, the boy who lived, Nathan Potter, his feet disappeared after he touched the cup. He returned half an hour later, screaming and yelling that he who must not be named had returned and that he had killed him, before falling into unconsciousness. The Auror department quickly traced the portkey to a graveyard in a small town called Little Hangleton. The graveyard appeared to be empty, deserted, and intact. Nothing seemed to have happened to it. Auror Robards confirmed this. Rituals, especially necromantic ones, leave a trace. they affect the area where they happened. The graveyard, while sinister-looking, did not have any sort of magical trace or signature. Nathan Potter did exhibit the signs of being held under the Cruciatus curse, which lends credence that the boy did not try to seek attention by proclaiming the rise of the Dark Lord and his defeat by his hands once more. The boy could have been held by a very strong illusion that made him experience the rise of the Dark Lord. Could this be the plan that Albus Dumbledore confessed to earlier, to fake the return of a dead man to terrify the masses? Only Dumbledore could answer that question. The Potter family did not comment on the events of the third task regarding what happened to their son and former daughter. Speaking of the Potter family, Rose Potter was almost kidnapped by an impostor pretending to be Alastor Moody. The men stunned James and Lily Potter and attempted to kidnap their younger daughter. Rose Potter was able to defend herself and was able to renovate her parents who stunned the impostor. The man was revealed to be Barty Crouch Jr., a man that was supposed to have died in Azkaban years ago. However, before he was questioned, the Dementors accompanying the minister went rogue and kissed the man. With Barty Crouch Sr. missing, we will never know how he escaped. This was, after all, the first man to ever escape Azkaban. However, the Auror Corps is being stretched too thin. With the murder of a teenager, the torture of others, an escapee from Azkaban, the biggest threat is the rise of violent crimes in Britain. Madam Bones, the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement or DMLE, commented, "The confrontation between Albus Dumbledore and Jasmine Evanshade was aired in the whole world." The former headmaster's words about owning all three of the Deathly Hallows, legendary artifacts that were considered myths by most people until the events of the third task. The amount of bounty hunters and mercenaries that arrived in Britain today caused a rise in violent crimes. Power-hungry individuals from the entire world are hunting the Hallows. Albus Dumbledore, as powerful as he may be, is now a target. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Albus Dumbledore is not only hunted by the Aurors but by criminals too. Speaking of the Aurors, the Ministry ordered a nationwide manhunt for Albus Dumbledore for various crimes, including the premeditated murder of a minor and treason of the magical world. Something that was quickly copied by all of the countries of the ICW, who hold the men responsible for some of the horrors they suffered during Grindelwald's War. Even countries outside of Europe have forbidden the man's entry into their countries. MCUSA went so far as to issue a capture-on-sight order on the men, as Jasmine Evanshade was one of their citizens. On to other news, a great number of upstanding members of our society have died under mysterious circumstances after the events of the third task. They seem to have perished from natural causes, but the only reason it was suspicious was because hundreds of others died at the exact same time from natural causes at once. In light of this, investigations of the mysterious death revealed the cause being an imploded magical core that killed them instantly. It does not appear to be any type of disease, and the DMLE theorized it being some kind of curse. Considering the victims are known opposers of Albus Dumbledore, he is the most likely suspect to these murders, as he is one of the few wizards being able to create such a curse. Perhaps it was Dumbledore's way to silence his opposers. Several head of ancient and noble houses, notably the Malfoy, Nott, and Avery families, have also disappeared after the events of the third task of the Tri-Wizard Tournament. Considering the death of other prominent opposers of Albus Dumbledore, they are presumed dead by the core imploding curse, but the Aurors are looking for any sign of them. However, there are brighter news to this dreary days. Fenrir Greyback was found dead in a tavern in Nocturne Alley from the same curse as the other prominent members of society. It seems that even Albus Dumbledore hated the werewolf that terrorized wizarding Britain for decades, killing hundreds of wizards and turning hundreds of children, and rumored to be able to transform himself even when a full moon is not present. The infighting over the alpha title over werewolves have begun, and thus the DMLE expects lower werewolf attacks while the infighting continues. With the immense pressure over the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Minister Fudge announced the rise of the budget of said department until the situation in Britain stabilizes. Desperate time means desperate measures, and believe me, these are desperate times. But with some efforts, we will be able to rise above this. We have rooted out a great evil in our society. Albus Dumbledore betrayed us all, but I have faith that if we all work together, we will be able to get through this," said Minister Fudge. "It is a fact that we have trusted Dumbledore too much and gave him too much power. He was not only the headmaster of Britain's most prestigious school but also the supreme mugwump of the ICW and the chief warlock of the Wisengamot. A man holding 3 full-time jobs of such prestige at the same time sets a very dangerous precedent and could allow the holder to get control over that magical world easily. Perhaps it was the plan. By defeating Grindelwald, Dumbledore was able to gain a very important political influence over the entire magical world. Could the defeat of Grindelwald been planned between them for Albus Dumbledore to seize power for the both of them? Many had speculated why Albus Dumbledore had not killed Gellert Grindelwald during their duel in 1945. Perhaps this was the reason. These questions cannot be answered by anyone but Albus Dumbledore, especially after Grindelwald's death a few months ago. But this reporter will not give up and will continue to investigate the former headmaster's past to share with you the truth and lies of Albus Dumbledore. For more information about Albus Dumbledore, view page 2 to 3. For more information about Jasmine Evanshade, view page 4. For more information about the Potter family, view page 5. For more information about the rise of crimes in Britain, view pages 6 to 8. Albus Dumbledore reread the article one more time and it did nothing to quench the rage inside of him. The girl had tricked him, she had the last laugh. He thought that the girl was trying to prolong her life while fighting him and indulged her. It's not as if she could do anything with what he told her. But the girl was more cunning than he thought. Well, at least he knew that she would have been in Slytherin had she actually gone to Hogwarts. The girl had ruined everything and there was nothing he could do about it. But he was immortal now, he could try again in a century. Either way, the magical world will follow his ideals for the greater good. Perhaps he will infiltrate Hogwarts again as a student and slowly raise to power once more. He knew a few rituals to de-age himself, although they do not allow the person to live longer. He was already immortal, so that didn't matter to him. The issue now was the Morrigan. He had the Hallows now. The thought of this made his heart beat faster, but it was better to fight the Morrigan in a defensible position. He wanted to use Hogwarts as he had control over the wards, but the Potter girl ruined that plan. The only place with wards even rivaling the castle was Nurmengard. After Gellert died, the ICW found the fortress to be a waste of resources and moved the few prisoners it held to other prisons in Europe. The guards left with them. Albus Dumbledore stepped inside the castle feeling the wards welcome him. After Gellert's death, the wards accepted him as their master. When Gellert was incarcerated, his magic was bound, but even then, his magic was already damaged by the Elder Wand, meaning that he could not take control over them, even though they recognized him as their master. But now, a very powerful Dumbledore has full access to the wards of the castle. Albus went inside and went to Gellert's former throne room and sat down on the throne in the middle of the castle. He was as ready as he could ever be. Albus looked at the mark on his chest, watching the last line slowly fade away into nothingness. He kept watching for hours until it disappeared. The crow on his chest started pulsing and disappeared. It was time, the Morrigan was coming. Chapter 60, Fall. June 25, 1995, Nurmengard. Dumbledore POV. Albus went to Gellert's former throne room and sat down on the throne in the middle of the castle. He was as ready as he could ever be. Albus looked at the mark on his chest, watching the last line slowly fade away into nothingness. He kept watching for hours until it disappeared. The crow on his chest started pulsing and disappeared. It was time, the Morrigan was coming. The room started to inexplicably darken. The light coming from the candle seemed to find some sort of resistance, like it was slowly being stopped from illuminating the room. Even the Gubrathian fire torch was being affected, something that should have been impossible. Nothing should affect the everlasting fire from burning. Albus did not feel the wards being affected, and that made him nervous. The wind seemed to pick up, even when he's indoors. He could feel it in his bones, she was coming. Then, suddenly, the torches seemed to be put out in a fraction of a second. Even the Gubrathian fire torch was affected, once more. Suddenly, as the torches and candles were lit once more, a hooded figure in black stood in front of him, shadows moving around her. He instinctively knew that it was the Morrigan. He could feel the danger and power this being's presence seemed to broadcast. Albus felt like his own subconscious told him to run away as fast as he could and go as far as possible, away from death. But the former headmaster knew that he couldn't escape his hunter, his pursuer. His only chance at survival was to fight, and he certainly had the time to do so. The Morrigan entering Nurmengard without triggering any of the wards took him off guard. The only thing that he had heard of that could do that was the Potter invisibility cloak, and his pursuer seems to have replicated the magic somehow. This did not bode well for him. The figure just stood there for a few seconds, and seconds was all it took Dumbledore to activate his trap. Since wards didn't seem to stop her from moving through them, he could not rely on them to delay her until the trap is properly powered on. One of the unique features of the Nurmengard is the fact that the wards allow their master to affect the fortress itself. Which meant he could create rooms and walls wherever and whenever he wanted. He could even affect the spatial enchantments of the castle. No wonder Gellert was overconfident. In this fortress, he was a god. Albus created a room around the hooded figure, trying to trap it somehow. He manipulated the extension charms to make it almost as big as the Great Hall in Hogwarts. He turned around to create a secret passage to get away, only to find the Morrigan standing there. This was impossible. It should have taken her minutes to escape his impromptu prison. She glided towards him, and he created a wall separating them and removed the floor from her side of the room. He turned around to run away once more, to find his hunter standing in front of him. Again, she glided over to him, but this time she was faster and Albus panicked. He created a hole in the ground under him to escape this terrifying being. He fell down to the lower floor and was barely able to cast Arresto Momentum to avoid serious injuries. Again, his pursuer was not far behind, and he decided to cast the first spell at her. Protego Horribilis, he bellowed, spinning the Elder Wand in a circle. This was Gellert's signature spell, an army killer spell if used correctly, both defense and attack. It was a variation of the Fiend Fire spell that was a bit less powerful but allowed a lot more flexibility and control over the fire. One of the characteristics of Fiend Fire was its ability to consume magic, and the shield charm derived from it allowed it to nullify practically every spell that goes through it. Albus created a giant phoenix out of the cursed flames and thrust his wand, sending it at his enemy. He had hoped briefly that she was dead now, that he had won. It was for naught of course, as after he recalled the flames, the figure was still standing there as if nothing happened. The Morrigan slowly glided towards him and Albus intensified the power of the flames, only for them to part as the hooded figure glided near them. Albus was very anxious now, he only knew of one light spell that could kill that thing as it affects the soul. And so, Albus cast the spell he hated most, Avada Kedavra. The green beam light coming from his wand, went at a blinding speed towards his attacker who did not dodge. Whatever hope, Dumbledore had died that moment where the green light seemed to go through the figure as if she wasn't there. Then suddenly, the wards notified Dumbledore that his trap was ready, he still had a chance. He chanted, "In darkest day, in brightest night, no evil shall escape my might, banish the darkness so that reigns light." The moment he finished the incantation, the ritual he had been preparing began. He bled the wards dry, overpowering the ritual. It was a very obscure one that destroyed anything with dark magic. From what he researched about the Morrigan, he deduced that, whatever it was a creature of darkness, similar to a Dementor, and would be affected by it. This ritual was successful in destroying Dementors who were considered to be immortal, so it was a good chance that it could kill the attacker. A blinding white light engulfed the room and probably the entire fortress considering how much he powered the ritual. It took him off guard and blinded him. It was a few moments later that he was able to see once more, trying to blink away the spots in his eyes. With his vision back he looked hopefully at where his attacker stood before his trap, only Tom find the same hooded figure standing there as if nothing happened. She started to glide, slowly, towards him and he panicked. It didn't even seem affected in any way whatsoever by his ritual. And his trap had drained the wards, meaning that his field advantage was gone. He bellowed, "Lux Ostas," and dozens of spears of light materialized from his wand and attempted to skewer the Morrigan, only to go through her again, like it did with the killing curse. Albus had only one chance, one hope that Flamel's word were true somehow. The figure was almost a few feet away and raised its hands towards him. He channeled magic into his wand, the stone he wore in his ring and the cloak he was wearing. "You cannot harm the Master of Death, cease at once." The figure froze, as if it was petrified, and Albus Dumbledore felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He had done it, he had survived the Morrigan. Of course, his victory was short-lived as every Hallow turned into ash and the Morrigan moved again, and this time, he was petrified. He couldn't move anything from the neck down. This was it, this was the end for him. He was going to die. The Morrigan's hooded face approached his and she started to remove her hood. He was afraid that she would kiss him like a Dementor would, but he was curious to what was hidden underneath the hood. Was she human, was she a god? She pulled down her hood, revealing her face. It was not the monstrous being he expected, but he was met with a familiar face. She looked older than he remembered, and he knew that it was impossible since the owner of the face was dead. He had killed her himself hours ago after all. "Why do you have this face?" he rasped. The girl smiled at him, "Because it's my face." "It's been a while, Albus Dumbledore." "Jasmine Potter?" he asked. "Yes," she responded. "Impossible." He spoke. And it was impossible, the girl was dead. He had gotten ownership of the Elder by killing her, and no magic could bring the dead back to life. He had researched it after his sister died. "Darling, you have no idea what's possible. It's funny that you thought that you could defeat me with my trinkets. Nicholas really laid it on thick, didn't he?" "Trinkets? How are you here? How are you alive? How could you be the Morrigan?" "It was thousands of years ago," he asked. "It's quite funny actually, it was a little accident with time magic. Sent me a few thousand years back. Lived some interesting lives, to be honest. I actually founded your school, if you would believe it." Albus was flabbergasted. This was his enemy, an actual founder of Hogwarts, in front of him. She continued, "You actually remind me of Murden, an old foolish student of mine. Very ungrateful brat. He ended up attacking me for some prophecy. I made his death long and painful." This was too much for Albus. "Morgan Le Fay?" he questioned. "Ah, yes, I went by that name a few centuries back. Was confused by another witch called Morgause Le Fay. Horrible woman, she stole my last name for notoriety and was adamant that Camelot was hers and wanted to conquer Britannia." Albus was too stunned to actually answer. She continued, "Oh, right. Where was I? Ah, yes, the Hallows. I made them as a way to trick the Peveril brothers. They were always cursed artifacts, they were just subtle curse. Powerful but subtle, you have felt the Elder Wand's curse. Which brings us to today's issue. You broke the natural laws by killing Fawkes. Phoenixes have a much bigger role than you realize, and your murder will have severe consequence in the near future, something that could destroy the entire planet. How? This is not the time for a lecture on cosmic balance. Teaching you will be as easy as teaching a monkey how to use calculus. Especially considering how old you are, you're very set in your way. She answered back. How dare you? This is an illusion of some sort. I had plans. I was going to save the wizarding world. He sneered at her. You, Albus Dumbledore, have been seeing the world through a keyhole trying to see as much as possible, but now that you understand that you could have simply picked the lock and opened the door, you refuse the truths that you couldn't see before. She answered back without a tinge of heat in her voice. She continued, I never like you, Dumbledore. You're very manipulative and judgmental, and your morals are so flexible. You have no honor, no code. You caused me to have a miserable childhood, but I'm too old to care about that. Your summoning of me was cute and I was slightly bored, so I agreed to come. I had planned to let you kill yourself with the ring's curse and be done with it, but then I saw what you did to my castle and knew that you had to suffer for it before dying. I took away your magic first by disarming you. It was the thing that made you special, your power. But you couldn't handle the loss and broke a natural law to bring it back, which sealed your fate. How was I supposed to know that it was a natural law? They are not written. Albus yelled at her. Of course, we can't write them down. If people know of them, they'll try to break them just because they could. Your actions threatened every life of this planet. You have to deal with the consequences of your decision. I put the idea in your head to find the resurrection stone in the Gaunt Shack and let you be cursed. I used another compulsion for you to visit Grindelwald to deal with the curse and you killed him. No. He gasped. She laughed at him. You might consider yourself a master of the mind arts, but your skills are that of a child compared to mine. I didn't make you do anything, I just gave you ideas, you're the one that acted on them. You killed the only man to ever love you, the real you, not the persona you project. You killed the only man you ever loved. I made myself a target for your obsession, the Hallows. I made sure that Nicholas told you about the saying between the Morrigan and the Master of the Hallows and you fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. You killed my teenager self and I made sure the whole world watched. Now, look at you, I took away your magic, your reputation, your goals, your love. I didn't even have to do it myself, you're the one who is responsible for this. When you die today, the world will remember Albus Dumbledore as the hidden Dark Lord that almost conquered Britain, the man that sacrificed children for power. Your dream is dead. Albus Dumbledore is destroyed. Your war will not happen. I made sure Nathan killed Voldemort, permanently this time, and with a bit of soul magic, every Death Eater is now dead. Which is something that was blamed on you. Albus could not believe for a second how deep her manipulations ran. He never stood a chance. How could he? Everything was planned masterfully from the start. Why? Why do all this? You could have just killed me any time. Why would you prolong my suffering? He asked, resigned to his fate. Hogwarts is more than a building. The wards became self-aware centuries ago, by my design. She is the closest thing I have to a daughter, and you hurt her. You imprisoned her in her own walls for decades. This wasn't just some convoluted way for me to kill you, this was revenge. She smirked at him. All right then, I'm ready to join my family. He lowered his head, preparing for his death. You're not going to see them. You're never going to see them again. You broke the natural laws, Albus Dumbledore. You have broken the laws of life and death. You will not be allowed in the afterlife, or as you call it, the next great adventure. You will suffer in limbo, in the void alone until you succumb to your madness and lose your identity, yourself. That is your punishment. You will see nothing, hear nothing, feel nothing. You will be alone for centuries. You will beg for death in a day, your mind will fracture in a week. Time is meaningless there, you will stay in limbo until there is no you anymore. Goodbye, Albus Dumbledore. Listening to his fate, he looked up at her, eyes wide. Before he could protest, Jasmine touched him, and he turned to dust and ash. Albus Dumbledore was dead. Chapter 61, Funeral. June 26, 1995, Godric's Hollows. Nathan POV. When Nathan woke up today, it was several seconds before he remembered what will be occurring that day. Then he hoped childishly that it had been a dream, that Jasmine was still there and had never died, that Dumbledore had never betrayed him or raised him like a lamb to slaughter. Today was a very sad day in the Potter household. Today was the day of the funeral of Jasmine Potter. Nathan had never been close to his twin sister, definitely not as close as Rose was. He ignored her at first, as a way to deal with his own guilt. Then when he reached out, she welcomed him with her arms open. The only thing that irked him was her unwillingness to accept his parents. Other than that, she was completely cordial and friendly, even if she was very secretive. He didn't know how it began, but he started to feel hostility towards her. Maybe it was Dumbledore's words, maybe it was his own jealousy of her talent or of her relationship with her sister. He didn't know and it didn't matter anymore, his actions were all the same. He still tattled on her to Dumbledore, which caused his father to disinherit her officially. He even stopped her relationship with Rose. Rose was never the same after that, she smiled less, barely talked to anyone and just felt numb. That little action cost him and his family the last few months they could have had with her, something her regrets severely. He could not mourn her, not truly, he never knew her, really knew her. He didn't know what she liked, what she hated, what her favorite food was, what her favorite spell was. Nathan mostly mourns what could have been. Before, he had been so sure that he never wanted to see her again and didn't expect to after the Tri-Wizard tournament. But now, that he was sure that he never will, he felt a deep sense of loss. Would she have survived? Should he have tried to befriend her? Should he have not betrayed her? Probably not. He was not under the delusion that he could beat Albus Dumbledore, his sister had died to him, and she was miles better than he was. But perhaps those last few months would have been spent with her, instead of pushing her away. Nathan jumped down from his own bed and slowly walked out of his room. He tried his very best to avert his eyes from the door of Jasmine's empty room. His parents had been taking care of it, even after they gave her away and had furnished it when they knew that she was going to summon later that year. When he was younger, that door had served as a motivation for him to get better. He had dreamt of finding his twin and going on adventures together. What a fool he was. He still couldn't believe that Jasmine was given away by their parents. It was a betrayal of the highest order. They might have liked to say they didn't have any choice, but there was no reason to not check up on her. They could use the flu in their house, even if they couldn't leave, they could still contact the outside world. His parents should have asked someone to check in on her, a squib or something to make sure she was all right. The misery and pain Jasmine suffered through was because of his parents' betrayal just as much as it was his monstrous Muggles relatives' fault. She should have been angry at his parents, she should have been bitter, but she wanted nothing to do with them and in a way that hurt them more than if she had hated them. He slowly walked towards the kitchen where his mother was silently making breakfast. No one said a word to each other, not even a hello. He knew that no matter the grief he felt, it paled compared to Rose's or his parents'. Rose lost her confidant, her best friend, and his parents had just found out that they betrayed their child once more, but now they would never make it up to her, it was too late. They can call betraying her once an accident, but the second time, they knew exactly what they were doing, not that he was any better, he did the same thing. After waking up from the events in the graveyard, and getting treatment for exposure to the Cruciatus curse, Nathan, his sister, and his mother were allowed to leave Hogwarts early to mourn their loss, not that anyone though they cared about her, it was more out of courtesy than anything. The press has been hounding them non-stop trying to find anything against them or about Jasmine. It seems that even in death, his twin was still as mysterious as ever. The press spent the last few days trying to find anything about her but found absolutely nothing. Serves the idiots right. The press painted a picture of her being the misunderstood hero who discovered Albus Dumbledore's treachery and opposed him to protect the magical world from him. She had scarified herself valiantly to warn the magical world from their hidden enemy. Nathan, though, was portrayed as an unstable young man who was tortured into insanity by the Cruciatus. His parents and him agreed that they would keep what happened in Little Hangleton to themselves and said that he was trapped in an illusion showing that the Dark Lord was back. There was no need to create even more chaos. The minister seemed to sag in relief at their admission, he was apparently trying to get him to retract his delirious words about Voldemort coming back when he came back from the graveyard. Yeah, they had dodged a bullet there. The press has been relentless of their pursuit of any type of information, reveling in the chaos. Rita Skeeter was even caught trying to infiltrate Hogwarts to interrogate students about Jasmine and was asked to leave by Professor McGonagall. Speaking of Hogwarts, they were in a very bad situation with the Dumbledore situation. The men left them with a horrible reputation and quite the mess. Professor McGonagall was devastated with the man's crimes and betrayals but still soldiered on to take the post of headmistress, not that it changed much, she did do most of the job when she was still deputy headmistress. Dumbledore was really only headmaster in name, or if he wanted something specifically. Nathan had tried to find Mordred, to have someone to talk to, but he couldn't find her anywhere. Mordred wasn't the only ghost having seemingly disappeared. Nathan heard rumors that Ravenclaw's ghost, the Grey Lady, was never seen after the third task. The visiting schools were definitely not happy with what happened. Dumbledore's betrayal aside, their champions were put under an unforgivable each to ensure they wouldn't win. With America closing their borders after Jasmine, being an American citizen, was murdered on British soil, on top of the situation with France and Scandinavian countries, international relations were in an all-time low. Barty Crouch's death didn't help matters, they had a hard time replacing the man since he never delegated his work, meaning he did all the work himself. To the entire world, Britain was responsible for Albus Dumbledore's crimes, especially his role in Grindelwald's rise. Thank Merlin that the Death Eaters died with Voldemort, if they were still alive, they could have easily taken over the country in this state of affairs. With a large percent of the Traditionalist Party, also known as the Dark Party, dying in the Progressive Party, or the Light Party, having imploded when Dumbledore's crimes were revealed, and the neutrals were pretty much scared out of their wits since they mainly only cared for business. Even Nathan, who was rarely interested in politics, knew that the situation in Britain was delicate. Nathan shook his head. This was not the time to think about politics, this was the time to mourn Jasmine. He sat down and started to eat his breakfast. He looked at his mother's face to find her eyes red with tears. She must have cried all night. His father was sitting in the living room, uncommonly silent in his grief. It was a few minutes later that his younger sister walked out of her bedroom. Her eyes were blank, like she was still processing what happened. She didn't talk to anyone, just sat down and ate her breakfast. After a few hours, his uncles Sirius and Remus arrived by Flo, and it was time for the funeral to begin. They got out of the house in silence and walked towards the graveyard, which was by the church. There was a kissing gate at the entrance to the graveyard. Nathan's mother pushed it open as quietly as possible and they edged through it and walked next to the church, getting past it. The path was slippery and there was mud around them, it must have rained recently. Behind the church, row upon row of tombstones protruded from a blanket of pale blue that was flecked with dazzling red, gold, and green wherever the reflections from the stained glass hit the wet tombstones. Having never been to the graveyard, Nathan moved toward the nearest grave and read the name. It was an Abbott, probably a relation to Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff. They walked deeper and deeper into the graveyard, the mud ruining their shoes and robes. Nathan did look at a lot of old tombstones, trying to find any Potter's grave. He was curious, there might be a famous wizard or witch's grave somewhere. Godric's Hollows was the birthplace of Godric Gryffindor after all. They kept walking and found the graves of Kendra and Ariana Dumbledore. Probably members of his former headmaster's family. The name Dumbledore seemed to make him angry now. The man had betrayed him in the worst way possible. He manipulated him into rejecting his twin sister, manipulated his parents to give away their daughter, tried to make him a martyr and wanted Voldemort to return. To think he thought of him as a surrogate grandfather of sorts, his betrayal broke his heart. He had watched the recording when he woke up at Hogwarts. The man was really as bad as Voldemort. Again, Nathan cursed his wandering mind and focused on the matter at hand. This was his sister's funeral. He walked past a very old grave of someone called Ignotus Peveril. That name was familiar for some reason, but he ignored it and continued following his father. It was only a few minutes later that they arrived at the Potter section of the graveyard. Nathan saw his father freeze for a second before two graves. He took a look at them and saw their names being Charles and Doria Potter. These were his grandparents. He often wondered what they were like. His father never spoke of them. Next to his grandparents' graves was an empty patch of land. His father swished his wand, and the dirt was replaced by a 3 feet deep hole. He then took out something from his pocket and with a flick of his wand enlarged it. It was a casket, and it was beautiful. It was bone white with jasmine flowers carved all around it. His mother levitated the casket into the hole in the ground. The saddest thing was that there was no body to bury. All that was left of her was an empty casket. His father then spoke for the first time that day. Does anyone wish to say a few words? He looked around to find a solemn Sirius that didn't answer. Remus didn't even stop looking at the empty white grave. His mother was sobbing, and Rose just shook her head. He continued, all right, I will not pretend that I knew Jasmine well, and I have failed her in ways I could not describe. We all did, in our own ways. My biggest regret in life is my decision to give her away. But alas, we cannot travel back in time. I realize now that we didn't even try to make an effort to have her back other than just asking her to come back to a family that caused her so much pain. We have failed her in life, but the least we can do is honor her in death. She was the bravest one of us all, a true Potter, and died with her head held high like a Potter would. She did not bow. Perhaps we should learn from this, from her. She died a Potter and should be buried as a Potter. Goodbye, Jasmine. We will miss you. Everyone was tearing up. His father swished his wand once more and the hole was patched back up, as if it was never dug. His father took out something else from his pocket and enlarged it once again. It was a tombstone with a jasmine flower on top. In the middle, Nathan read, Jasmine Potter, may she bloom even in death. It was as beautiful as the casket and Nathan had no doubt that his father made them himself. They stayed at Jasmine's grave for a while and left together, in silence, back to the cottage and sat down in the living room. She loved you, you know. Nathan's thoughts were interrupted by his sister's voice. Nathan looked confusingly at her, and she continued, she loved you, believed in you. Even after you went to Dumbledore about her. I was angry, I told her that I hated you and that I wanted to leave with her. She said, hate is a very strong emotion. Nathan is young, misguided, a bit naive. Nobody is perfect when they're growing up. Nathan has so much potential, he could help so many people and he needs you. It will come a time where he will understand how wrong he was, and you need to make sure to pick up the pieces. How? What I did was horrible. He protested. Yes, it was. You broke my trust and Jasmine's. You went behind our back, and it was wrong of you. Jasmine never blamed you for it, she always called you young, anyways. She answered. Nathan stayed silent, no believing what he had just heard. You're not going to leave me, he asked, hating how vulnerable he sounded. Rose snorted, no, I'm not. I'm honoring my sister's final words to me. This is the last chance, prove to me that Jasmine was right about you, show me the potential she saw in you. Nathan nodded, I will. And he meant it. He was going to learn from what happened to Jasmine. He will never trust anyone blindly anymore, he will start thinking things through. He will make sure that nobody suffers like Jasmine did. Rose seemed to approve to what she saw on his face because she smiled at him. It was the first time she did that in months, and he knew that now, he and Rose were going to be closer than ever. It's a shame that their sister had to die for it to happen. They stayed silently until an owl came into the house and dropped a letter. It was supposed to be impossible, the wards stop unauthorized people from sending them mail. His father took the letter carefully, casting detection spells on the enveloped. Nathan assumed that it was safe because his father opened the letter. It's from Gringotts, he said, we're being summoned to the bank. It's about Jasmine's will. Chapter 62, Will. June 29, 1995, Godric's Hollows. Nathan POV. It's been a couple of days since Jasmine's funeral and the unexpected letter from Gringotts. Nathan was still surprised that his sister had made a will before her death. People her age do not write wills, and if they do, they don't have enough galleons for it to matter anyway. For some reason, Rose has been better ever since we received that letter. Nathan wouldn't say that she was happy, but she didn't feel her overwhelming grief for some reason. She stopped crying all the time and started smiling more. It didn't make any sense to Nathan, but girls never made sense in the first place anyway. In contrast, Nathan's parents didn't speak to anyone ever since the funeral. His mother was moving by instinct alone, eyes constantly red and dead, without any expression. She did the exact same thing during the last few days. She woke up early, made some breakfast, sat in the living room without moving a muscle until she made lunch. She then went to Jasmine's room. Nathan tried to ignore the heart-wrenching sobbing that came out of the room. However, his mother was always back out a few hours later to make dinner and went to bed immediately after. His father, on the other hand, had to go to work. With the rise of dark wizards and creatures arriving from all over the world to hunt Dumbledore for some kind of legendary artifacts, including their family's cloak, every aura was needed and had to work extra shifts. Nathan only saw his father when he was waking up to have breakfast. He never saw him coming back home, but he knew for a fact that he was as devastated as Nathan's mother. He had treated her horribly, it was his idea to give Jasmine away, and it was his idea to kick her out of the family officially in Dumbledore's office. Nathan understood on some level why they felt so horrible. When Jasmine was missing, as devastated as they must have been of her treatment at the hand of their caretakers, they still held out hope. And hope is a very powerful thing, it was the only thing to stop them from breaking, under the loss of their child. He guessed that with Rose being so young, the responsibility of raising her distracted them somehow, and the hope that they would find her gave them an attainable goal. But now, there was no hope, their daughter was dead. She died hating them. Well, hating them is a bit harsh, she didn't even acknowledge them in any way. Nathan honestly though that this hurt them more than if she just hated them. Now, Nathan stopped wallowing in despair like his parents and decided to learn from what happened. It might have been because he and his sister didn't spend too much time together, or because he doesn't have any memory of her before this year, but he decided to move on. Nathan gave himself another purpose. He knew that magical society was broken at almost a fundamental level. So much so, that it was easy for a single man to have enough power to affect his own sister's life and hurt her. It was wrong, too wrong. The idea that only the rich and powerful had their voices heard and acknowledged. The other factions did not matter, werewolves, muggle-borns, even magical creatures had no voice, no opinion. And he wanted to fix that. If they lived in a fair world, there wouldn't be a Voldemort, there wouldn't be a Dumbledore, society wouldn't have been divided into two halves, battling against each other. If they lived in a fair world, his sister would have lived a normal childhood, she would have been alive now, but alas, it was not a fair world. But Nathan wanted to make it one. He was not under the delusion that it would be easy or even possible, but he will do his best for the world to be pretty damn close to one. Nathan was inspired by his sister's world, he would do his best to prove her right, that she was right to believe in him. Nathan's musing was interrupted by his father's voice. Nathan, Rose, we're going to Gringotts. A couple of minutes later, he was ready and went downstairs to the floor, to find his mother, father, and sister, dressed and waiting for him. After flowing to the leaky cauldron, Nathan and his family walked in the alley to get to Gringotts. He ignored the whispers of the people that recognized him. Some even called him mad and loose in the head, some expressed pity, for his sister to die and him to be tortured on the same day. Nathan ignored their fake sympathies, they were all just sheep that believe whatever the prophet tells them. They finally arrived in front of Gringotts, and he always felt a bit of awe every time he came there. The bank towers over the other shops with its snowy white facade and bronzed, guarded doors. There was an obvious contrast between the luxurious bank and the rest of the alley. The goblins who built it seemed to want to make a statement. They entered the bank and read the usual warning against theft that was inside. They kept walking until they arrived in front of a teller whose father just showed him the letter they received. The goblin just took a look at it and called in another goblin and spoke to him in gobbledygook. He then turned to Nathan's father. Grip Hook will show you to where you are needed, and then continued counting gold as if it was the end of the conversation. The goblin who Nathan assumes is called Grip Hook spoke, "Follow me," and just turned around expecting us to follow him. Talk about rude. But they followed him, nonetheless. They arrived in front of an extremely luxurious office. There was a sign on the office's door, but it was also in gobbledygook, so Nathan didn't understand what it said, but they entered, nonetheless. There was a goblin sitting at the desk. Ah yes, the Potter family. Please take a seat, we will start shortly. They sat down and watched the goblin open a magically enlarged drawer where he spent looking for a simple file for about 2 minutes. Ah, yes. There it is. The will of Jasmine Evanshade. It was quite odd that she asked the Goblin Nation to execute the will instead of your ministry. Apparently, she wanted an uninvolved party to do it for some reason. Anyway, I, Sharpclaw, shall read the will of Jasmine Evanshade. If anybody objects or disputes any item that has been bequeathed, their gift shall be declared null and void and donated to the chief beneficiaries. Nathan looked around in the room and couldn't help but ask the goblin, that he now knows is named Sharpclaw, didn't she have a family in America? Why are we the only ones there? The goblin responded, goblins do not care whatever nonsense you humans do, or whatever nonsensical reasons you do them for. But if you have to know, with the relations between America and Britain is at an all-time low, there was already a will reading done in America. This will pertain to the assets that are in Britain, not outside of it. He continued, I, Jasmine Evanshade, heir of the Sayer family, of sound mind and of sound body, declare this will to be my final will and testament, voiding all previously filed will and testaments. This will and testament is dated 7th of June 1995. Now with that out of the way, I made a different will in Britain to make sure my sister is well taken care of, just in case something happens. I have a feeling that something bad is about to happen in the third task. It will be the last time Dumbledore will have access to me, and you know what they say, hope for the best but prepare for the worst. I initially wanted to just have Rose read the will, but I have words to say to every member of the Potter family. Now firstly, for James and Lily Potter, I only have a few words for you. You have failed me, when you were my parents and when you weren't, but you are not bad people. I know that and always have known that. I just wanted nothing to do with you. I haven't needed a parent in a long time, and you were insistent on becoming mine. I understand that my absence hurt you, but you used your memories of me to impact how you raised Nathan and Rose. Perhaps if things were different, I would have been glad to have you as parents, but it's not healthy to wallow in the past and forget to live. You made me a constant in their life, even when I wasn't there. Your actions got them to make pictures of myself in their minds. They had expectations of who I am and constantly compared themselves to the hypothetical me. You have failed them once, do not do this again. You seem like good people, if only easily led around. I hope you will remember this. Now on to Nathan Potter. To be honest, we haven't spent time together, but the few times we had, you seemed like a nice young man, with a good head on his shoulders and very high potential. You trusted the wrong man, a mistake many people your age make every day. I do not blame you for what happened, and the only thing I can say is that it's better for you to learn from your mistakes and move forward. You have a bright future ahead of you. Finally, to Rose Potter, my dear sister. You are one of greatest sisters anyone could have, and I certainly wouldn't have enjoyed Hogwarts without you. I hope that you keep training and continue what I have taught you. You have great potential, you only need the resources to achieve it. Which is why, I leave my trust vault of approximately 150,000 galleons for you in a manor in Yorkshire. Don't worry, the manor is very well warded. And don't get too excited, you and only you will only have access to them when you're 17. Last but not least, I give you my ring, as a memento to remember me by, for I shall stay with you always. Goodbye and good luck. Jasmine Evanshade, heiress of House Sayer. Nathan was flabbergasted on the amount of money Jasmine left for Rose. It was more than the Malfoy fortune. He looked at his father and mother and they were gaping as well. His sister was just smiling sadly, eyes watering. Rose POV. Rose was sure now that Jasmine was alive somehow. She knew that her sister was special and was a lot smarter than anyone knew. She made the will only a few days before the task. Then she had planned Dumbledore's attack, and seeing as she was holding back a lot during their duel, she had planned on losing and faking her death to incriminate Dumbledore. The proof was in the ring. She had never taken it off while she was at Hogwarts, and she definitely wasn't wearing it during the task, or it would have been destroyed. She had planned this. Rose's eyes watered in happiness at the thought her sister was okay, but was sure to give her a piece of her mind when she sees her the next time. The goblin ignored Rose and her parents and continued, now about the ring. It was examined, and it was a simple accessory without any enchantments. Miss Evanshade just channeled so much of her magic into it that it has an imprint of her magic. He opened a jewelry box to reveal a ring with a blue almost glowing sapphire on it. There was no further information, but Rose knew that the ring was the key to find out what really happened to her sister. The ring called to her somehow and she grabbed it and put it on. She felt her sister's magic wash over her and comfort her. But nothing else happened. Disappointed, she asked the goblin, "Is there anything else?" Sharpclaw just answered, "No." "Can I take a look for a second?" The goblin seemed offended by her question but handed her the parchment anyway. She took a look, and a few letters were glowing. The ring must have allowed her to read the hidden information. She read, "Dearest sister, I know that as smart as you are, you will figure out what the ring's purpose really is. If you're reading this, it means that you're as brilliant as I think you are. Do not despair, I am alive and well, it was just a way of getting rid of the old man. I needed the entire magical world to understand how much he hurt them. I needed them to learn from their mistakes and be better, and this was their wake-up call. Just look around and you'll see what I mean. People are starting to think for themselves for the first time in almost a century, and after the storm settles, it will be a new society, a better society that rises. Now, I know you know how much this will hurt you, but I cannot stay with you. You probably gathered that I'm not a normal witch, and you're right. I am extremely powerful, but I also have responsibilities to make sure the world keeps on going. A storm is coming, and it will be my most dangerous trial. I need to be ready for it. I left you a present in Hogwarts, in the room of requirements. All of your questions will be answered there. But no, I will see you again. But until then, continue learning, continue growing, and I know for a fact that you'll be fantastic. I love you, Rose." Rose kept tearing up and just handed the parchment back to the goblin that eyed her curiously. She stayed quiet on their way back home. She could tell that her parents had gotten better somehow. The visit to the bank had given them some sort of closure. Jasmine always knew what to say to make people feel better. Her mother spoke for the first time in days, "I have to go to Hogwarts to pick some stuff up." Rose jumped at the chance, "Can I come?" She wanted to know what her sister left her there. Her mother looked at her with surprise on her face. "Are you sure you're up to it?" she asked. "Yes, I think I am." Rose Potter was coming to Hogwarts. She had one last mystery to unravel. She was excited. Today, she was going to have all her questions answered. She was going to finally know who was Jasmine Evanshade. Chapter 63, Goodbyes. June 29, 1995, Hogwarts. Rose POV. Rose kept tearing up and just handed the parchment back to the goblin that eyed her curiously. She stayed quiet on their way back home. She could tell that her parents had gotten better somehow. The visit to the bank had given them some sort of closure. Jasmine always knew what to say to make people feel better. Her mother spoke for the first time in days, "I have to go to Hogwarts to pick some stuff up." Rose jumped at the chance, "Can I come?" She wanted to know what her sister left her there. Her mother looked at her with surprise on her face. "Are you sure you're up to it?" she asked. "Yes, I think I am." Rose Potter was coming to Hogwarts. She had one last mystery to unravel. She was excited. Today, she was going to have all her questions answered. She was going to finally know who was Jasmine Evanshade. It was an hour later that Rose's mother called her to get to Hogwarts. Since Rose came with her, they were not operating, so they took the Fleur to the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade and took the Thestral carriages to get to the school. It was very hot, especially for a night in Scotland. The wind felt like it was coming from inside an oven, but Rose didn't care. She was feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension. She didn't dare to hope that Jasmine would be there to greet her one last time. Her letter had implied that they won't see each other for a long time. But all this time, there was this doubt. She hated it, but Rose was scared that it was all a dream or a trick. That Jasmine really was dead. As they were arriving to the castle, Rose noticed how quiet it was. There were no students outside. The Black Lake was the most peaceful she had ever seen it. There was not a single ripple in the entire lake. It was as if someone had replaced the lake with a giant mirror. The castle itself seemed to be in mourning somehow. When they entered the castle, there were no students running around, no loud noises, no games of explosive snap. People kept whispering when she walked in the corridor next to her mother, but she ignored them. She didn't care about them anymore. It was something Jasmine taught her: the words of strangers are irrelevant, only the words of the people you care about matters in the end. Rose entered the Great Hall, to find it almost full of students. She forgot that this was the leaving feast. She wanted to avoid as much people as she could and get to the room of requirements. The leaving feast is a celebration, where the winner of the Interhouse Championship would be announced. But there was nothing to celebrate now, and it showed. Rose noticed that the usual decorations were missing. The Great Hall was normally decorated with the winning house's colors for the leaving feast. Tonight, however, there were black drapes on the wall behind the teacher's table. Rose knew instantly that they were there as a mark of respect to Jasmine. Not that she spoke a single word to any of the people in the Great Hall, right now. Rose noticed for the first time how many staff members were missing compared to the beginning of the year. Snape and Dumbledore weren't there obviously, but Hagrid seemed to have taken Dumbledore's betrayal very badly and hasn't been seen after the third task. Alastor Moody was still missing, apparently during the investigation, and Auror almost lost a hand trying to go through his belongings, so they left everything in the evidence locker at the DMLE offices in the Ministry. No one wanted to take a chance breaking a suitcase warded to high hell. Karkaroff was missing as well, not that she was surprised, with the rest of the Death Eaters dying, there was no surprise that he didn't make it. It was funny in a morbid way, only one headmaster had kept their job and that was Madame Maxime. Rose had barely sat down at the Hufflepuff table before someone tapped her shoulders, it was Susan Bones. The girl had been her friend until she left her when Nathan was revealed as a Parselmouth. It was quite a revelation really. How easy people turn against you for no reason. She was devastated when that happened, but she didn't care anymore. Susan spoke, "I'm sorry for your loss. I knew that you two were close. She was a true hero, you know." Yes, she was. Rose answered effectively, ending the conversation. This was proof that they didn't know Jasmine. Her sister wasn't a hero, she was a survivor, she wouldn't fight in a straight fight even if she knew she would win, she liked to have people do it to themselves for her. One only needs to look at Dumbledore to see that. Rose could tell that Susan wanted to ask questions, the inconsiderate bitch. She would do anything for gossip. But Rose turned her back at her, effectively cutting her off. It was a few moments later that McGonagall stood up at the staff table and the conversations in the entire hall ceased immediately. This is the end of a year. There is much that had happened this year. It was a year filled with wonder and joy. It's a true tragedy that it ended with betrayal and death. First things first, to honor one of the bravest students that had ever graced these halls, I would like you all, please, to stand, and raise your glasses, Jasmine Evanshade. And they did, every single person in the Great Hall, from every single school, stood up and raised their goblets and echoed, in one loud, low, rumbling voice, Jasmine Evanshade. Rose noticed that a great number of people were trying to discreetly to look at her and failing to do so. The headmistress continued, Jasmine might not have been a student in Hogwarts, but she exhibited every quality of every house. She fought bravely against overwhelming odds, she displayed an intelligence not seen for many years, she was loyal to who she considered family and her cunning was enough to beat a vastly superior opponent and warn the entire world of his treachery. The Triwizard Tournament's aim was to further and promote magical understanding. In the light of what has happened, such ties are more important than ever before. It's the least we could do to honor Jasmine's sacrifice. Rose was seething, the headmistress had used Jasmine's death as a political move. She understood it, but it was extremely unethical for her to do so. Even Rose's mother looked outraged at the words spoken and started to walk towards McGonagall. Rose took advantage of this to use the light invisibility spell Jasmine taught her and to sneak towards the 7th floor, to the room of requirements. When she arrived in front of the familiar tapestry, she realized that she didn't know what to ask the room, but before she could ponder on what to ask, a door materialized in front of her. It was the first time the room opened without her asking for anything. She slowly moved towards the door and opened it and gasped. Everything was white, the floor and sky. She couldn't see any walls, it was as if she was in an infinite space. The door disappeared when it closed, and Rose panicked at the thought of being trapped here. But before she could turn around, a voice spoke, "Hello, Rose Potter." Rose turned around to see a woman. She was tall, had pale skin, dark eyes, and long black hair. What was unusual about her was the fact that she was glowing with a white light. There was something ethereal about her, something otherworldly. Rose instinctively knew that the woman wasn't human. "Who are you?" Rose asked. "I am Hogwarts, dear child. I remember when you first came into my castle. You such a shy little thing." "How?" Hogwarts responded, "I was created as a warding system, but Mother wanted something better to protect the children. Wizards and witches were quite persecuted by the Muggles, you know. And power-hungry wizards and witches could do horrible things with an easy access to magical children. It was a very different world back then. Mother wanted a ward that learns, that makes decisions. It took me a while to understand and to learn, and with so much ambient magic I became self-aware." "So, you're alive?" Rose questioned. "Oh yes, very alive," she answered. "Then why didn't you help us?" Rose exclaimed. "Albus Dumbledore took control over the wards. When he left, I got control back." How many lives had Dumbledore affected? He really was a horrible man. "My sister told me to come here." Rose was more subdued now. "Yes, Mother told me you were coming." The sentient castle answered. "Mother." She went by many names during her long life. I knew her as Helga Hufflepuff, my mother. To you, she is Jasmine Evanshade, your sister. This didn't make any sense. How was that possible? How? As far as I understand, she was involved in a temporal accident when she was younger, sending her to the past. She did not tell me everything that happened to her, but she has lived for thousands of years, taking many names in the process. Rose was speechless. She could not believe what she was hearing. How did she live for so long? I'm unclear on what method she used, but there are many ways to be long-lived. She did say something about helping the Flammels with their stone. They're very close friends. I guess immortal wizards and witches are quite rare, so there are few choices in companionship. She's been alone for so long. How did she not go mad? Rose questioned with tears in her eyes. Your sister dealt with it in different ways. She would often have companions, adopt children, and so on. It helps keep her centered. The other founders were like that to her. That was before Salazar's fall to madness. Mordred was the same too. Mordred, the knight that trained my brother. Yes, her. Your sister was like a mother to her. Mother. My sister was Morgana. She exclaimed. The legends have mistaken her for another power-hungry witch that stole her name. History is one of the most inconsistent subjects in the magical world. Rose, my mother has been a constant figure in history, sometimes as a witness and sometimes as its subject. I don't think there exists any other wizard or witch that has as much magical knowledge as she does. Oh Merlin. I was taught by Morgana. No wonder she always sounded wise and knowledgeable about magic. She taught her ancient magic, never seen by anyone. Oh, Merlin, she spent months complaining to her about her parents. She even asked her for romantic advice. No wonder she didn't want anything to do with her parents. She was older than her entire family line. She didn't need parents. Don't feel intimidated. She's still your sister. Oh yeah, and try not to swear by Merlin. It annoys her. Apparently, he was an entitled brat. She did not seem fond of him. Her sister called Merlin a brat. Of course, she did. Rose was pretty much hysterical now. After all these answers, she had one last question. Why? Why did Jasmine come to Hogwarts? Why spend so much time with me? Why teach me? It started as a curiosity, really. Mother was summoned with blood from before she was sent to the past. She was not bound by magic or anything, but she was curious about what was happening here. She had planned on acting discreetly, under the radar so to speak, but she wanted to visit the castle without sneaking around. Mother only interfere when whatever happens would lead to a lot of deaths otherwise. Had she not done involved herself, Voldemort would have returned, and war would have spilled over the entirety of Europe. Voldemort would have died at your brother's hand in a few years, but he would have died from his injuries. Albus Dumbledore would have united the entire magical world, kidnapping Muggleborns and erasing their parents' memories of them. But the damage would have been done. The population of wizards would be more than halved and wizards would start dying out. Most magical creatures would have been extinct or hunted down. Your sister stopped that from happening by removing Dumbledore, Voldemort, and their supporters from the board. She gave the magical world a chance at a new beginning. Things might be a little chaotic now, but people, for the first time, started to think for themselves. When the situation stabilizes, the magical world will progress like never before. But why did she spend time with me? It's not a deep answer, dear. She liked you, loved you even. Not everything has to be for a purpose. Sometimes you could just enjoy yourself. Even Mother understood that. Then why did she leave me? Rose shouted. She knew that Dumbledore would hunt her down and kill her. She could either kill him and be hunted either as a murderer or become his replacement. Or she could have let him win and fake her death. Her death would serve as a trick to show the world his true colors. Plus, Mother wanted you to grow, and for that you must not rely completely on her. With the coming crisis, she's very busy planning the survival of the planets and to make sure reality doesn't collapse. Hogwarts calmly answered with a serene smile on her face. I don't know how to move on without her. Rose said with a subdued tone. Hogwarts chuckled. Did you really think that your sister left you empty-handed? Hogwarts moved her hands, and something appeared out of thin air. It was a portrait, a magical portrait of her sister to be exact. Rose almost burst into tears when Jasmine spoke. Hello, Rose. Long time no see, huh? For the first time ever since the third task, Rose had a true smile on her face. Chapter 64, Curious Meetings, 1972. February 29, 1972, Black Manor. Arcturus Black POV. Arcturus Black was a man on a mission. It was a silly mission, all things considered, but even the patriarch of the Black family has a little Gryffindor inside. He always had to act like a buffoon and deal with the other members of the Wisengamot. It felt nice to finally do something for himself. And with the rise of this new Dark Lord, the Traditionalist Party was getting very bold indeed. Dumbledore's machinations were not helping the matters. In the last few decades, he banned almost any field of magic that he could. Arcturus was very grateful that his proposition of a centralization of all magical knowledge was denied. He still didn't believe the old man tried to steal their family spells. It was probably going to be a dead end, but it was a dream of his ever since he was a young boy and found a retelling of the Arthurian legends from Leon Black, a Knight of the Round Table. It was quite the surprise to discover the truth behind Merlin and Morgana. It was a surprise that there were two witches called Le Fay during that time. One was a known dark witch that wanted to conquer Camelot named Morgause, and another was a relatively unknown but definitely the more dangerous one of the two, named Morgan. Leon didn't know what King Arthur or Morgause did to offend her, but when the Battle of Camlan was over, both armies that were fighting were destroyed. It wasn't a battle but a massacre, and there was only one winner, and that was Morgan Le Fay. Ever since reading this, he had considered her to be the true Morgana, not the one people are more familiar about in the legends. When he dug a little deeper, he discovered that the witch was first seen about a century before the Battle of Camlan. Apparently, she was named this when she healed an injured girl and the villagers worshipped her. That was the beginning. It could have been an ancestor, but Arcturus was convinced that Morgan Le Fay was immortal. Tales of the black-haired, green-eyed, pale witch were scattered in history. From her role in stopping goblin rebellions, to healing an impossible injury, even a couple of other massacres, if one were to look carefully, there were traces of her everywhere she went. Arcturus kept his suspicions to himself, of course. It was just a little hobby, trying to find the immortal witch in history. He took a couple of days off every once in a while, to visit places she went to once. It was a silly thing really, but he couldn't help but hope to meet her one day. Perhaps he could ask her about what it really was like back then, how Camelot was, did she ever meet the founders, he had so many questions. His wife Melania was the first person he ever talked about his little hobby. She was interested, sure, but wasn't even close to being as passionate about this as he was. He ended up telling his best friend and brother-in-law Charles Potter. He had met the men when they were fighting in Grindelwald's war, and Arcturus was more than happy when Charles officially became family and married his sister Doria. When Arcturus told Charles about his discoveries, the men had first laughed at his face until he was shown the proof Arcturus collected from the day he first read about Morgan Le Fay. And while the men hadn't come to one of the outings with him, he still asked regularly for updates on any new discovery Arcturus made. Most of the outings were a bust really, but there were traces of ancient magic in some of them. He just added proximity wards when he found them in hope of someone actually tripping them. They were tripped twice so far, and it was just some Muggle tourists. Today another ward was tripped in Yorkshire, and with a crack, Arcturus operated to the location. He remembered this place. For Muggles it might have looked like a simple valley, with beautiful tall trees everywhere, grass sprouting everywhere and a small river going through it. But Arcturus knew better. The trees were too healthy, the grass was greener than normal, he felt warm even though it was in the middle of winter, the magic of this place making him feel safe and at peace. There were definitely signs of druidic magic, guessing by the state of the vegetation. There was no one around him, not even a Muggle. Arcturus sighed, it must have been an animal or something that tripped his wards. But he was dressed now and didn't feel like going home right away. He remembered there being a wizarding tavern close by, and slowly walked towards it. For the first time in weeks, he forgot all about Abraxas Malfoy's idiotic propositions, Dumbledore's manipulations, and the new Dark Lord. It was only him and nature. It was the most peaceful he felt in a very long time. After a while, he arrived at the tavern that was unsurprisingly empty. It was barely evening, and Arcturus had no idea why a tavern would be open at a time like this. He just shrugged and sat down in front of the bar. The only person that was there was the barmaid, a young pretty blonde woman with ocean blue eyes. Had he not been happily married, he would have jumped at the chance to talking to her. Arcturus could only imagine how many hearts this woman had broken. She smiled brightly at him. So, what can I get you? Fire whiskey, neat. He answered. Coming right up. She turned and grabbed a bottle and poured its content into a glass and served it to Arcturus. When he took a sip, it was surprisingly good for an establishment like this. I like it. What year was it made? He asked. It's an Ogden's original, made in 1949. She responded. Ah, a favorite of mine. You know your whiskey. She said. It's something of a hobby. Ever since my father gave me sip of the 1864 Ogdens, I fell in love with it. Oh, the legendary Ogden Dry Out. Someone sabotaged the distillery, destroying that year's collection. Only a dozen bottles were left. That must have cost him a fortune. Yes, it did. Although my wife never liked it. More of a wine woman herself. He smiled at her. Everyone has their own tastes, I suppose. I'm Jasmine, by the way. She spoke. Arcturus. He answered back. It was nice to be treated like a normal person for a change, and not have people kissing his arse trying to curry a favor from the Lord Black. So, Arcturus, what are you doing in a tavern at a time like this? She questioned. Nothing, really. Just trying to find someone. Oh, is it a special someone? She said, wiggling her eyes. No, I'm married for Merlin's sake. No, she's more like someone I look up to. I've been trying to find her ever since I was a little boy. Then why not send her a letter, not following her like some stalker? Arcturus blushed. He had actually tried sending her a letter once, but the owl didn't find her. She's unreachable by mail. He answered. Is that so? It seems like she's someone that doesn't want to be found. But don't be discouraged, the journey is more important than the destination, she spoke. Probably. I mostly use trying to find her as an excuse to travel for a bit. Take a time off from my family. Why? Are they that hard to deal with? She asked. Oh, they're a nightmare. I have 2 sons, one is a sexist pig that hates his entire family and the other one gave control over everything to his mad wife. Damn insufferable harpy got even one of her sons to despise our entire family. Really, tell me about him. Arcturus sighed. Sirius is a very talented boy with a good head on his shoulders, but his mother's treatment of him pretty much alienated him completely. Tries to piss her off as much as possible, I have to admit it's pretty funny. He even joined my brother-in-law in some sort of pranking group, calling themselves the Marauders. It's not as funny when we're sent letters from his teachers complaining about him. A little rebellion is expected at that age, but he's completely ignoring his education. I fear it may be too late, that he would leave the family when he's older. Her answer was simple, then why don't you do something about it? Arcturus sighed, don't you think I tried? My son blocked every attempt to even talk to them. If I force the issue, it could end up being very problematic and our family is under enough scrutiny, we don't need a scandal. She just shrugged and poured herself a glass of fire whiskey. What about your other grandchildren? I have a granddaughter, Bellatrix, just graduated last year, top of her class. And absolutely insane. Her father even encouraged this behavior. Their mother is just a timid thing, would agree with her husband about anything. So far, I only have hope for Narcissa, Andromeda, and Regulus. Huh, I guess that's why you're here trying to get away, I would too. She stated. Arcturus couldn't help but laugh at that. What about you, dear? How did you come to work here? Me. I'm not that interesting. Pureblood father, Muggle-born mother, was a Hufflepuff at Hogwarts. Traveled the world, doing odd jobs left and right. A friend of my father's owned this place and wanted to sell, so I worked my arse off and bought the place and here I am. She just shrugged. This surprised Arcturus, really? You own this place? Did you really think I would be drinking the fire whiskey if I wasn't? Good point. He laughed. So, you said you traveled? Anywhere interesting, he asked. She immediately brightened up, yeah, loads. Went to Greece for a few months, then to Egypt and toured Asia for a bit. Spent the past couple of years in America though. Really, you went to America? What did Makusa say about it? Who said they knew about it? I just confounded some muggles and went by boat. She chuckled. He burst out in laughter at that, so much for their ultimate protection. Yeah, they've been annoyingly oppressive ever since their spat with the Soviet Union. Bunch of idiots, starting wars over nothing. She responded. Arcturus kept laughing at the ridiculousness of the situation. Makusa had forbidden non-authorized entries into their land and a young girl, barely an adult, was able to bypass it like it was nothing. The two of them kept talking for almost an hour, before it started to darken, and more people came inside the bar. The girl had a good sense of humor, a sharp wit and very sociable. How Arcturus wished that even a single one of his grandchildren was like her. With his heir getting into trouble with the Potter boy, all the time, he really wished he could pass on the mantle of Lord Black soon before this family drive him mad. With a start, Arcturus had noticed that he had so much fun that he almost forgot why he came to Yorkshire in the first place. His conversation with the girl was breath of fresh air. After a while, he had to come home, so he excused himself and returned to Black Manor. Of course, the very next day, he visited Charles and told him about the remarkable young woman he met the day before. You seem taken by her. Charles said. Nothing that far, my friend. I'm just impressed. Arcturus responded. Is that what they call it these days? Arcturus' answer was a glare which caused the men to burst into laughter. Not really. It was a magical place though. Never felt this refreshed in years. Arcturus answered. Before Charles could answer, an eagle owl entered the room and dropped a package on Arcturus' lap and flew away. How was that possible? The male wards he put on himself stops unauthorized owls to find him. In barely a second, their war instincts kicked in and both of them pointed their wards at the package. Charles had the same thought. Did you take down your wards? No, he answered stupefied. Did you take down the ones on the manor? No. Charles answered. With a wave of his wand, Arcturus opened the package to reveal a box and a letter. After scanning both of them of curses, Arcturus opened the letter addressed to him. For you and the missus as a reward for almost finding me. It's always nice to meet a fan. Thanks for the drink. Good luck with your family. And stop putting wards everywhere, it's weird. Love, Morgan Le Fay. Arcturus paled and his hands shook. He didn't believe his eyes. While he was reading the letter, Charles picked up the box and opened it. Arcturus, you need to take a look at this. In the box was an unopened bottle of 1864 Ogden's Fire Whiskey and a bottle of Chateau d'Yquem. A red wine made in France in 1811. It was one of the sought-out bottles in the entire magical world. But Arcturus didn't look at them for more than a second. His hands were still shaking with the letter in his hand. Charles looked at him, worried. What is it, Arcturus? Arcturus just handed him the letter. The man paled and his eyes budged as well before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. It's not funny. Arcturus protested. Yes, it is. Are you sure that this is her? Yes, I didn't tell her who I was looking for. And her all bypassed the wards. How is that possible? You were served drinks by Morgan Le Fay. Charles once again burst into laughter. This time Arcturus joined him. Melania is going to love the wine. He mused. Charles responded, maybe she's still there. Didn't you say that she owned the tavern? With that realization, they both apparat to where the tavern was. Only to find nothing there. The only tavern that was close by was a couple of miles away and no one had any memory of another tavern being nearby. When they asked the owner of the tavern about the blonde, blue-eyes woman, he said that she left a note for them, better luck next time, boys. Arcturus chuckled for a bit, it's been a while since anyone got one over on him. Chapter 65, Making Plans. July 1, 1995, Sayre Manor. Jasmine POV. I returned to my mansion, feeling accomplished. I had given the magical world a chance, should they take it or not will be up to them. The magical world was a bigoted, racist, and intolerable place. It's a shame, really, they had so much potential in the past. Wizards and witches are naturally lazy, depending on magic for everything, even the most mundane tasks. It's no wonder they look down on the non-magical population, they have no clue how to possibly live without it. That kind of resentment started appearing in the first generation after the establishment of the Statute of Secrecy a few centuries ago, and the limiting of relationships with the non-magical population. At the time, the average adult magical could take on thousands of muggles on their own, the technology then being a mere shadow of what it is today. That arrogance carried on from father to son, from mother to daughter. Wizards and witches are also relatively long-lived, with a lifespan dependent on their magical strength. The average magical lives at least for a century and the exceptionally powerful ones can live past 2 centuries. If they're not repulsed by muggles, wizards tend to adventure in the muggle world during their childhood but ignore it when they're adults. Today, the average wizard thinks that muggles have the same technology they had a century ago, which makes them dismissive of them. With the exponential progress of the scientific fields, wizards are very unprepared to confront muggles, the way Voldemort wanted. With the Dark Lord's plan to break the statute, every magical being and creature, not just wizards and witches, would be hunted to extinction by muggles, after experimenting on them. One only needs to look at how they would inevitably treat mutants when they discover their existence. The military and spy agencies that do know of them tend to hunt them down and experiment with them. To make sure that the wizarding world survives, Tom Riddle had to die. But should Tom Riddle die as he is meant to, it would be at Nathan Potter's hand, but it would be Dumbledore who would be victorious. And with Dumbledore victorious, he would unite the magical world and would officially ban most magical fields. There would be no more magical research and slowly the number of spells will dwindle. Wizards would not use their magic as much as they do, meaning they would be getting weaker, even more so than they already are. A normal wizard before the statute was as strong as Dumbledore. They would be less skilled than him, of course, but in terms of power, they would be similar. If things continued the way Dumbledore wanted, wizards would be barely able to use an unlocking charm in 2 centuries. So, Dumbledore had to go. Killing Tom Riddle would be easy. He had tied his followers to him with the dark mark so it would be easy to manipulate the mark to kill every follower he had. I hope he enjoys limbo. Making Horcruxes, what was he thinking? But Dumbledore is more than just a man, he's an idea, a messiah. If I just killed the man, it would just make him a martyr, and another will use his ideology to gain power, it wouldn't change anything in the long run. I had to discredit him, make the people not believe in him. I initially planned on just anonymously publishing a book on his crimes, to discredit him and finally fake him killing himself. I had everything planned out, I had the evidence when I read his mind during my life as Margaret Sayre in Grindelwald's War. But when I saw what he put Hogwarts through, how he had imprisoned her inside her own body, I wanted him to suffer. And while him killing Fawkes was a surprise and would add more to my workload, I am glad that the man is suffering in limbo. With both extremes of the magical world gone, it made a big impact on the magical world, and with no one to impose their ideas, people would be able to think for themselves and chose how to continue forward. That freedom of choice is what I have them. If they choose to squander it, That would be their choice as well, and they would deserve whatever consequences of their actions they reveal. Not that I'm expecting much, wizards and witches tend to follow the most powerful for some reason. So, you're finally back, are you? A voice greets me when I enter my mansion. I really missed her when I went to Hogwarts. Yeah, I respond, my work in Britain is done. You mean like destroying the two most popular political stances in the magical world without even fighting them directly? She chuckled. Maybe. Although, I did kill Dumbledore and did distract Riddle by destroying his soul shard so that Nathan Potter could kill him. I mused out loud. You didn't directly kill Riddle, and we both know that Dumbledore's life was forfeit the moment he killed that phoenix. I still can't believe he did that. What an idiot. She responded. I sigh, tell me about it, with the Phoenix Force avatar this young, this imbalance will be a bitch to correct. And it had to be this phoenix, no one wants a Phoenix Force avatar consumed by darkness. I'll have to keep a close eye on the girl. She smirked at me, it's your fault. You could have killed the man, but you had to scare him to death. What did you expect when you took away his magic? A man like Dumbledore worships magic. If it's gone, it had to lash out. I answer, yes, I know that now, but there was something odd about it. There was no warning, like it was coming out of nowhere. I should have felt it coming or seen a vision of it. I knew that he would get his magic somehow and it would cost him something important, but I didn't foresee this. Something made sure I couldn't see this. Something wants to manipulate the Phoenix avatar for some reason, something powerful and probably with cosmic origins. It has me worried. She held my hand to comfort me, you'll deal with it. You always have. We stayed in a comfortable silence, enjoying each other's presence. It's nice to finally relax after almost a year apart. So, how did you like Britain? She asks me. I didn't, not really. Weather was awful, and I forgot how dense the magical population actually was. I answer. She sighs, I still don't get why you didn't do things from the background. You could have resisted your summoning with barely a thought. You could have dealt with Dumbledore and Riddle without directly involving yourself. I say, discrediting Dumbledore would have been difficult without being presently there. She scoffs, don't lie to me, love. I know for a fact you could have easily done it from here. So, why did you go to Britain? I stayed silent for almost a minute before answering quietly, I wanted to meet them. Time is very relative for us immortals. I wanted to know what could have been before it was too late. Was it worth it? Yeah, I smile, not James and Lily, to be fair. Just Nathan and Rose. She frowns, really? Even the boy? I just shrugged to her question, he's naive, but at his age, he has a right to be naive. He has potential though. And the girl, she questions. She would make a good successor. I smile. Really, her, she exclaims. You should have seen her. She has a control over magic that I haven't seen since Murden. She learned how to create hard light constructs in a couple of months. So, she's talented, I'll give you that. But being Queen of Avalon is a huge responsibility. Are you sure she's up for it? She asks. I have faith in me. Leaving her is a test of sorts. I needed to stop holding her hand. In a couple of decades or so, we'll see if I am right or wrong. But do you need to plan for a successor? She asks me pleadingly. I don't know if I will survive the coming crisis. I cannot have clear visions of it, there are too many permutations. I couldn't even see it using the time stone when I asked Nimue to borrow it. Avalon has to be protected, Avalon needs a queen. Don't worry, I'm only preparing for the worst. There's no proof that I will perish in the crisis either. I calmly answer her. But why don't you ask for help? She cries at me. There is no one that can help. I will do my best to even the odds. To make sure reality doesn't implode. Then why don't you go to Strange? You always said he had an immense potential as a sorcerer, she begs. I answer her, I will, at the correct time. Without his responsibilities as the Sorcerer Supreme, he is not experienced enough to deal with this rationally. Telling him now could lead to many disasters I do not want to deal with. In his wish to save the world, he could very well cause its doom. Is there anything that you can do? She asks me. I am doing what can be done. Even if I die, I have lived a full life. I have known love and felt despair. If I could go back, I wouldn't change a thing. If it is the time for me to die, then it simply is. I am not thrilled by the idea, but there is no need to fear death. So, what now? I need influence for my plan to work. I need people to listen to my opinions, to make sure the world is ready for that is to come. I will start a company, a media company. I respond. What do you hope to achieve with a media company? I smirk at her, never underestimate the power of the media, and it's not just a normal media company. It'll be a titan among all titans. It will be a news company, but it'll publish books, produce movies and TV shows, create video games. If I want to steer the world toward an idea, it'll be easy to subtly put it in a book or a movie. Whoever controls the media controls the masses, and I will need control over the masses to continue. Will you need help with that? No, I don't need help from your little club. I chuckle at the affronted look she gives me. A little club? We pretty much are in control of the entire world. She exclaimed, and I burst into laughter. She's so easy to rile up. She smirks at me. You know what that means. I furrow my eyebrows. What? You're going to need a new persona. I groan. She can be such a child sometimes. I already have a persona as Morgan Evanshade. I'll use it to start the company. Her face fell and I genuinely felt bad, although, with Jasmine Evanshade being dead, I do need another identity so that I wouldn't be accosted by crazy fans and journalists all the time. Plus Alfred, the AI I made before I time traveled, will handle managing the company properly. She immediately brightens up. Honestly, it's adorable. Are we going with the M motif? She asks. The M motif? I ask. You know, the names starting with M, Morgan, Morrigan, Margaret. When we met, you were even called Medusa. I still can't believe people thought your hair was made of snakes. She laughs. I protest. I turned my hair into snakes once. It was already cut up, I just transfigured it. I'm never using that trick again. Once was enough. But I'm partial to Jasmine, to be honest. I didn't get to use it for a long time. And I was thinking of staying a sayer, in case Makusa tries to confiscate my stuff. Plus, if I need influence in the magical world, my name will be enough. So, Jasmine Sayer. I like it, she cries out. I sigh, she'll never grow up. My musing was interrupted by a squeaky voice. Mistress, it exclaimed. A house elf ran past towards me and hugged my legs. Hello, Tilly. The elf was very confused when I summoned her after my younger self traveled to the past. It took her a while to adjust, and while it took some time, she did. Do you need anything, mistress? I'll be making dinner. Do you want anything in particular? No, Tilly, just do your best and I'm sure it'll be delicious as always. She beams at me and pops to the kitchen. I watch the only other woman in the mansion smirking at me and say, I don't care what you say, that elf is weird. I just chuckle in answer. So, what are you planning to do with your new persona? She asks me. I smirk and answer, I'll be going to Bayville. Chapter 66, Greece, 870 BC. 870 BC, random village in Greece. Jasmine POV. It's been a while since I started traveling. I spent a couple of centuries in ancient Egypt where I was confused for a goddess when I saved a couple of villagers from some snakes by speaking parcel tongue. For some reason, they thought I was the snake goddess Wajet and started worshipping me. Of course, all of this came back to the pharaoh, and I ended up as a special advisor to the pharaoh for a few generations. My lack of aging seemed to solidify the fact that I was, in fact, a real goddess, going so far as to make me a few temples to pray to me. The truth was that life as an advisor to the pharaoh was boring. It was exciting for a couple of decades, but that's it, and after a few centuries, it started to become monotone. I even started teaching magically inclined citizens in the capital, to distract myself, mostly. I tried not to get attached to anyone. Humans had such a short lifespan that I knew that if I got too attached to them, I would start breaking down from constant grief. But trying and succeeding wasn't enough. By the time my first student died, I knew I had to get out of there. So, I left. I left no words, said no goodbyes. They'll get over it eventually. When I left, I had no idea what to do with my time and I just decided to travel. I spent my time discovering the entire continent of Africa, seeing rare magical creatures that would be extinct in the future. I even saw the first settlements around what I assume will be the kingdom of Wakanda in the future, considering the mountain of vibranium that was there. Finally, I decided to go back north past the Mediterranean Sea, to ancient Greece. From what I remembered, during this time period Greece was getting interesting and I was curious to how life was at the time. I made myself a boat by transmuting earth into wood and shaping it into a boat and enchanted it to steer itself and to accelerate forward. All I had to do was live on seafood for a couple of weeks and I had safely arrived at the other side of the sea. She barely had time to explore before she heard the screams. I would have ignored it, but it was the voice of a young boy, and no matter how old I became, I always hated to see children cry. Almost out of instinct, I ran towards the sound and was surprised about what I saw. It was a village. Well, it could barely call itself a village. It was just a dozen houses that were so badly built that they felt like a particularly strong breeze could knock them over. The village itself was riddled with corpses that seemed to follow a trail towards the center of the town. The village was attacked somehow and not by something human, guessing by the wound on the cadavers in front of me. It looked like an animal attack more than anything. As I move towards a body to examine the wounds further, I hear screaming once more and I sprint towards its origins. Seconds later, I discover that the source of the screaming happens to be of two young girls being attacked by some kind of golden lions. There was a man in front of them, trying to do his best to protect them, but he didn't have a chance and he knew it. Perhaps, he just wanted to have the girls live for as long as possible. It was something brave and tragic at the same time. Watching the men wielding an axe that was probably made to cut wood and not combat, trying to fight off 4 giant lions that encircled him, to protect 2 children, made my heart ache. He was injured, I could see a wound on his chest bleeding profusely, and I couldn't just watch anymore. Children were always a weakness of mine. I create a shield around the girls and their protector, to keep them safe from the lions, and when one of their attackers leapt into the air to finally kill their prey, they hit an invisible wall that stopped them from going further. The girls stopped weeping in shock at what happened, fully expecting their death, and the lions started to circle around the shield trying to see for any weak points. I teleport into the inside of the shield and ask the girls, "Are you hurt?" They just shake their heads and I sigh in relief. I take a look at the offending lions, and I telekinetically push them away from the shield, hoping that they would just get scared enough to leave. Surprisingly, they were able to right themselves in the air and landed on their feet. It didn't take them long to run back towards us to attack us as well. Before they could reach us, I summoned some lightning and sent it at my attackers. To my astonishment, they were barely affected by the attack. I then conjure spikes of steel and banish them towards us, but they broke when they contacted the lion's skin. Their skin was magical resistant and unbreakable, it seems. I knew how to deal with creatures with near invulnerable skin like dragons. So, I telemetrically hold the 4 lions, stopping them from moving, and I conjured smaller steel spikes. I forced their mouths to open, and that wasn't an easy feat, their jaws were very strong. I then banished the steel spikes into the roof of their mouths and into their brains, killing them instantly. Thank you, Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, for teaching me how to deal with enemies with invulnerable skin. I finally looked down to the people I saved. The man was already dead, probably from blood loss. It wasn't a surprise, really, considering how dangerous his wounds were. He was probably standing by pure will to protect the girls. The girls are weeping their hearts out, hugging the corpse, in a naive hope that he could come back to life somehow. After almost an hour of crying, I knew that I needed to feed them. "Hello," I say, smiling kindly. "Hi," they both answer me. "What are your names?" I ask. One answers, "I'm Stheno." Then the other one continues, "I'm Euriley." Taking a closer look at them, I notice that they are almost identical. They both had snow-white skin and purple eyes, which are associated with a strong magical potential, and oddly enough, purple hair. "I'm guessing that you two are sisters." "Yeah," Stheno exclaimed, "we're twins." I smile at her innocence. "Girls, I know what I'm going to ask you will be hard, but I need you to be brave." "All right." They nodded. "All right, girls. Can you tell me what happened?" I asked. Euriley was the one that answered, "The lions, they came out of nowhere. They killed everyone. Mama tried to hide us, but they got her. Papa was the last one. He tried to fight them, but nothing could hurt them." She then broke down into hysterics. I started to rub the girl, trying to console her. I now had a good idea about what happened. It seemed like a standard magical creature attack. These lions are definitely magical, considering their size and their impenetrable skin. I'll take a look at them later. Those 2 girls are the last survivors in the entire village. Is there anyone left to take care of you? Any family or friends outside the village? I ask. They both shook their heads and I sigh internally. I knew that getting attached to them will hurt me in the long run, but what's another heartbreak in my lifetime? I cursed myself for always being weak-willed against children. They were so cute though, perhaps this time will be different, I hope, even if I know that eventually they will leave me too. "Do you want to stay with me?" They look at me with wide eyes. They fully expected me to abandon them in a ruin where they would die of hunger in a couple of days. They teared up once more and leapt towards me, and each one of them grabbed a leg and hugged it. It was a bit uncomfortable for me, but knowing of their tragedy today, I chose to let get whatever comfort they needed. A couple of minutes later, they were fast asleep from exhaustion. I conjure a small hovel and some beds and levitate them into them so that they could sleep comfortably. Without them noticing, I enter their minds to find out the names of every former resident in the village and their faces, and I levitate the bodies and magically dig up graves. For every person dead, adult, or child, I dig up a grave, bury them and transmutate some earth into marble and create gravestones with their names on them. I chose to do this when the girls are asleep so that they wouldn't deal with the trauma of watching the bodies of every person they had ever known. I group the graves by family so that it's easier for the girls to visit them when they're ready. With the bodies gone, I need to clean up the place. I first create a stone wall all around the village, except for the side looking at the sea. I then transmutate the hovels they considered houses into actual structurally sound houses made with wood and stone. I then manipulate the ground and create actual roads instead of the loosely carved stone that was there before. With the cattle dead in the attack, I needed to find wild cows, pigs, and chicken to raise and breed to feed the kids. I put some basic protection charm around the house with the girls to notify me if something tries to get in or if the girls are up so that I could teleport there. A tracking charm later, I get the location of the nearest wild herd of cows, and I bind them and teleport them to the village where I create a pen for them to live in. Similarly, I find some wild chickens and pigs to breed later on. The only thing remaining was the crops. During my stay in Egypt, I devised multiple rituals to turn the earth fertile and accelerate crop growth using ambient magic. I use that ritual to help with crop growth in the village. In terms of drinking water, I just create a well where I inscribe some runes into turning the humidity in the air into liquid water. With the sea being this close, the atmosphere is very humid, so that's the drinking water taken care of for the foreseeable future. With that done, I summon my ship from where it landed and create an impromptu port for it to stay there. The ship would be useful for fishing, I suppose. I will need to teach the girls how to feed themselves when they grow up. With that out of the way, I notice that it's almost night. I lost track of time when I was making the village livable. It seems that it was a very productive day. Suddenly, the wards notify me that the girls are waking up. I teleport myself to them so that they could wake up feeling safe. It's sad watching them realize that what happened to them wasn't a dream or a nightmare, that they truly lost every single person they ever knew. They were alone in the world, well, they had me but no one else. It took a while to coax them into leaving the house and exploring the village, and they were amazed at how I fixed and improved their homes. I did explain to them what I did with the graveyard and that they could visit there anytime they wanted, but they seemed to avoid the issue. We were now sitting together in front of the beach. They were both cuddling to me, and it was almost the middle of the night. They felt sleepy and I was quite exhausted as well. I didn't have any time to rest from my trip. I never asked. "What's the village named?" I asked. "I heard Papa call it Corinthos once." Urieli answered. With a wave of my hand, I conjure a flag on the beach with the name Corinthos written on it. The girls giggled for a bit, and then the previously silent Stheno asked, "Why are you so nice to us, Medusa?" I was startled for a bit. "Why did you call me that?" "You never told us your name, so we made one for you. It means guardian and protector. Because you protected us from the monster." I smile kindly at her and answer, "Medusa is fine." I then sigh, "Protecting children should always be done without thought. You are the future. If no one protected the children, then who will take care of us when we're old and gray?" They giggled again and I sighed internally. It seems that I have a role here to play. That name was not a coincidence. But this was not the time to contemplate this. I have 2 little ones to put to sleep. Chapter 67, Hearth, 865 BC. 865 BC, Corinthos. Hestia POV. Hestia was given an assignment from her brother and King Zeus. The whole worshipping thing was getting to him, and she could tell. It was almost as if he believed it himself, that he's a god, that he is the king of the sky. The way he was acting as if he was entitled to be worshipped at all times, that the non-magicals don't matter, he even started calling them mortal, as if he wasn't anymore. As if he was divine. But Hestia knew better. She had listened to the stories her mother told her and her siblings before she died, of a land of wonders and magic that she came from, when she was barely a century old. Of a clan where everyone was united and strong together, preferring family over everything. A clan that is now full of infighting over insignificant matters. How the Olympia clan of Atlantis has fallen. These stories were one of the main reasons that she treasures the concept of family so much. She was never interested in the pointless power plays over useless matters, even if her family seemed obsessed with them for some reason. Ever since she and her siblings defeated and dethroned their father, her brothers, Hades, Poseidon, and Zeus kept fighting for control over the family. Zeus ended up winning, of course, and Hera married him to become queen as well. But with the non-magical population witnessing their feats, they were worshipped as gods, something Zeus and Hera reveled in. Not that they weren't considered gods before. During her father's reign, he took some of the mortals to perform some experiments with them. Hestia's father, Kronos, was a time elemental. And not just any time elemental, he was the undisputed master of time. He was trying to find a way to travel back in time so that he could see Atlantis one more time. It's not as if he was trying to save it or anything, he just wanted the knowledge that was destroyed with it. Kronos was the head of the family, but he seemed quite lax with his responsibility, preferring to spend his time experimenting with, well, time. No one knew how old he was, really. With his experiments with time dilation, he had lived for thousands of years. With him not enforcing any punishment to his family members, they took advantage of that by indulging to their most disgusting desires with the mortals. They killed, tortured, assaulted women with no consequences to their actions. They became no better than rabid animals, thinking only of their desires and impulses. This caused the mortals to hold an intense fear of them. But one day, Kronos heard a prophecy that his offspring will kill him and take his place. He tried to make his wife, Rhea, barren, but she would heal instantly from any wound and eventually got pregnant. Hestia was the first to be born, then Demeter, then Hera. After that her brothers were born, first came Hades, then Poseidon, and finally Zeus. Every single one of them, minutes after being born, were imprisoned in what they called the Dark Place, or as it is known today, Tartarus. Kronos created a small box, containing a dimension filled with horrors and pain. Time had no meaning there, the air was very toxic, and it was only Hestia's constitution that allowed her to survive. They didn't need to eat or drink in that hellhole. It was keeping them alive as much as it was slowly killing them. They found a river once, but drinking the water was like drinking acid, and they learnt not to do so anymore. Tartarus was a box that Kronos always had on hand, hidden somewhere on his person. It was only when Zeus was born, and their mother Rhea created a blood golem to fool her husband into thinking it was another son, that they had a chance to be free. It was a subtle thing, but the golem temporarily destabilized the dimension and create a small crack that they could use to escape. It took a lot of time for the crack to widen enough for them to go through, but after some patience, they finally escaped. After joining up with their youngest sibling, they attacked their father and everyone who supported him as head of the family. They attacked with stealth and precision and were able to thin their numbers enough for them to fight, not that they ended up fighting. Zeus just snuck into Kronos' palace thanks to Rhea's information and killed their father in his sleep. Zeus was then chosen as the new head of the family. The rest of the family quickly submitted to them, and that should have been it. But Zeus was not happy with the knowledge that some of them called him a coward for not fighting his father directly, and he reacted by executing the violent ones and imprisoning the rest in Tartarus. He had found the curse box on their father's body, he never said where exactly and was skittish when asked. Zeus hunted and imprisoned every single member of the old regime, also known as the Titans or the silver-blooded ones. The members of the family that possessed silver blood were the ones that had survived Atlantis and witnessed his glory. The knowledge was lost, and the ones that knew refused to share how they were able to do it. Not that they could find out now, there weren't any left, which meant they had to settle with their golden blood, or as they call it now, their golden ichor. But that wasn't enough. Zeus destroyed any knowledge of Atlantis, and any god born after the Titanomachy were ignorant of their origins and believed themselves to be gods. Zeus, in celebration of their victory, made a light show as an air elemental and lightning elemental, which was witnessed by some mortals, and they thought him a god. It was the start of the decline of their family. The worship was getting too much. Poseidon and Hades ended up fighting with Zeus and left, each one creating his own kingdom. Each one trying to one-up the other. When Zeus created Olympus, Poseidon responded with Atlantis, an underwater city named after their homeland, and Hades created his underworld. When Zeus created a giant species of eagles that he called Caucasian eagles, Poseidon responded with Pegasi, and Hades created the Cerberus. Poseidon and Hades created their own followers like mermen and furies. All this was achieved using alchemy, of course, by combining normal animals and elements. Slowly, the world started to forget about Kronos and his titans, and new gods replaced the imprisoned and dead predecessors. The Olympian Council grew with Zeus' children, Ares, Apollo, Artemis, Hermes, Dionysus, Hephaestus, and Athena. At this moment, Zeus considers Greece to be his domain, his empire. And back to the subject at hand, Hestia was sent to investigate a city situated between Athens and Sparta. It had grown tremendously in the last 5 years out of nowhere, rivaling the great cities of the gods in population and luxury. They were led by a woman, their protector, Medusa. A woman of great beauty and immense power that fights and incapacitates any intruder. It took some time, but Hestia found herself in front of a high solid wall encircling the city, made out of some kind of white stone. It was as if the entire wall was made out of a single stone. The skill of the builder must be very impressive. The walls themselves were very thick, and it would take a lot of power for someone to tear it down. Hestia disguised herself and snuck into the city. The roads looked to be similar to the walls, as in they were made of some kind of smooth white stone that seems to have merged with the others so much that it looks as if it was made with a single stone. Hestia noticed that the houses seemed more solid and structurally sound than the ones in Athens. Every person seemed clean and shaven, unlike the normal commoners in the rest of Greece that seems to wash themselves once a month at most. Hestia walked through a market and watched as the food that was being sold seemed healthier, bigger, juicier. She was something of a culinary expert herself, and she could only admire the quality of the produce sold. She was definitely going to like it here. However, there was no sign of the mysterious Medusa who kept into line all these people. Suddenly, Hestia heard some yelling and followed the crowd towards the commotion, only to find half a dozen of men assaulting an old woman who was selling peaches and taking the gold she earned that day. Hestia wished she could intervene. Killing those men would barely take any effort. As a fire elemental, there were few things that could stand in her way if she was really determined, and had this been anywhere else in Greece, she would have defended the woman and burned the men into ash. However, in this case, she didn't want to be found and noticed as an intruder. She hated herself for letting a woman get hurt just to stay hidden, but she didn't want to be found. Before she could ponder on the issue, a soft feminine voice interrupted the man. It was a woman, but she was definitely not a normal one. She was the most beautiful woman Hestia had ever seen. Her skin was as pale as the moon and was so smooth, she could mistake it for porcelain. Her hair was wavy and as dark as the night, creating a contrast with her skin that somehow enhanced her beauty further. But her most exciting feature were her eyes. They were emerald green and they glowed with power. This woman was even more beautiful than even Hera and Aphrodite. "And what do you think you're doing?" the mystery woman called out. The men froze in shock, as if they couldn't grasp the idea that someone was actually telling them off, before the man that was holding the old woman let go of her. He was obviously their leader. "Why don't you turn around and go home? Or better yet, stay here. I don't mind having a pretty little thing like you around." He grinned lecherously at her. The woman looked at him with an unreadable expression but then looked underneath her and whispered something to the girls standing next to her. They looked as if they 12 to 13 years old, but oddly enough, their hair was purple as were their eyes. The girls nodded and the woman walked towards the men who insulted her. "I am going to ask you to leave that woman alone." The green-eyed woman asked him again. The bandit sneered at her, or what? He drew his sword and pointed it at her. His underlings did the same, mimicking their leader. "You will not like the consequence of your actions should you continue," she responded, unconcerned by the weapons pointed at her. "All right, bitch. You asked for this." The man swung his sword at her, trying to behead her. The woman stayed unconcerned until the blade slowed down the more it approached her neck until it completely stopped inches before her neck. It was then that everyone noticed that the man was turned into stone. Even his clothes and sword turned into stone as well. Hestia had never seen anything like it before. Before she could process what happened, the other bandits, scared shitless from their leader's untimely end, rushed to attack her as well. Fools, did they not notice how dangerous she is? The woman looked around at them and suddenly, they were turning into stone as well. Seconds later, the woman was surrounded by statues of attacking men, sneering at her. It would be quite humorous if Hestia didn't know that these used to be real people. The green-eyed woman blew a kiss at the statues, and they slowly broke down and turned into dust. Hestia had a feeling that she had found the mysterious Medusa. She sneakily followed after her. Chapter 68, The First Olympian, 865 BC. 865 BC, Corinthos. Hestia POV. Hestia had a feeling that she had found the mysterious Medusa. She sneakily followed after her. As she followed her, she noticed that the people ignored the woman, as if she wasn't the founder and protector of the village. They didn't bow upon seeing her and she bought some produce like any old villager would. It was extremely odd to Hestia since she was used to the way people treat her younger brothers. The woman, that she assumes is Medusa, was walking through the marketplace holding hands with the two purple-haired girls. One of them dragged by her hand towards a stand of apples. "Mama, can we have any apples? You promised you would make us a pie if we were able to finish our studies early." She girl adorably pleaded. "All right, Stheno. But I'm only making one pie and you have to share it with your sister. We don't want a repeat of what happened on your birthday." The maybe Medusa responded. The other girl groaned, "I told you, Mama, it wasn't us. It's not our fault, Uncle Erebus came in and just ate everything." "Then why did you have pastry all over your face?" "He threw some of it at us." The girl practically yelled. The maybe Medusa sighed, "If you say so, you're Eily." She picked some apple and checked for their quality and put a good dozen of them in her basket. She showed the woman selling them how many she took and then handed her the coins to pay for them. After buying the apples, to the delight of her two daughters, she returned to the road and continued her shopping. "Don't look so smug, girls. I will only make the pie if you're done with your work. And considering your lack of practice, it won't be for a while." The girl, Hestia couldn't differentiate her from her identical sister, groaned, "You're the one who gave us this impossible spell, Mama. And why do we even have to know how to use a sword? You'll always protect us, right?" The woman sighed, "Of course I will, but sometimes, things happen without anyone expecting it and I will sleep easily at night when I know that you'll be able to protect yourselves. The world is a very dangerous place, it's only fitting that you be as dangerous as well." The woman's daughters didn't answer to the sudden change in tone. The fun-loving mother from before was gone and instead there was a woman who has seen too much of the world. Suddenly, the loving mother was back, "But enough of this depressing topic, the sea looks beautiful tonight, how would you like to go for a swim today?" Both girls brightened instantly and looked at each other with smiles on their faces. "What about our lessons?" The woman laughed, "This day is too beautiful to waste on lessons, Stheno." The girls giggled at her answer and followed her. Hestia was fascinated about that woman. She knew that she was powerful but people as powerful as her always abuse it in an effort to end up in positions of authority. Her family was a testament to that. Zeus was a powerful man, that's true. He might have started out as a king, but he quickly got bored of it and now spends his time sleeping with mortals, much to his wife's displeasure, and causes thunderstorms just for the fun of it. Hestia has never seen him dote on any of his children the way Medusa dotes on her daughters. Even Athena, who is known to be Zeus' favorite, didn't spend too much time with him during her childhood and started to actually know her father when she ascended to the council when she grew up. To be honest with herself, Hestia assumed that she was the one who was different. That her priority for her family was something out of the regular. The other Olympians mostly indulged her kindness, but they forgot that Hestia was the first to have been imprisoned in Tartarus. And that she was alone in that hellhole with no explanations whatsoever to why she lived in such a miserable place. That crushing loneliness for decades changed her. Her family, no matter how hateful they became, saved her from herself. When her sister appeared in Tartarus as a baby, Hestia was just relieved that she wasn't alone anymore. When all her siblings and other members of her clan started to fight for any shred of power, Hestia remembered the loneliness of the pit and chose to set her priorities straight. Power had no purpose without someone to share it with. The fact that none of the other members of her clan understood this is one of the reasons Hestia thinks that they're not happy with their lives. The actions of Zeus are not the actions of a happy man but of a man trying to fill an unknown hole in his life. She just wishes that her clan will see that before it's too late. Now, back to the woman. She walked towards the beach and Hestia had to admit that it looked magnificent. The sand was so pale, it was almost white. The sea was deep blue without a single wave in sight. It looked like a giant sapphire that spread for miles and Hestia thought that it was almost a shame for it to be disturbed. Poseidon would love to see this, he was always fond of the sea. The girls disrobed and one of them ran towards the sea. "Are you coming, Mama?" The other asked. "No dearie, why don't you go swim with your sister for a bit, and I'll come join you in a few moments." The girl nodded and ran after her sister. The woman shook her head and chuckled. With a wave of her hand, she conjured two chairs and out of nowhere, the burning sun was blocked. Hestia looked towards the sun to find a cloud perfectly obscuring where the woman was sitting. She was sure that the sky was absolutely clear a few moments ago. Her musing was interrupted by the woman's voice. "Aren't you going to join me? I did make a chair just for you." Hestia was startled at being discovered. This wasn't going according to plan. Medusa POV. It was a normal morning until today. Even if some idiot bandits tried to assault a woman in the middle of the market, it was nothing out of the ordinary. I noticed that I was being watched and it was by the powerful witch that I detected arriving in my city the day before. I could tell that she had no negative intentions towards anyone inside, so I let her do her thing. I did build this village to take in anyone that had nowhere else to go. I never specified that it had to be a non-magical person. So having a powerful witch was no issue and from what I could sense, she was a good person with a good heart. The woman kept following me, through my entire time shopping and I suggested going swimming to the girls to be able to talk to her in private. When the girls were swimming, I conjured her a chair and spoke. "Aren't you going to join me? I did make a chair just for you." The woman looked startled and a little fearful of me and I had to reassure her, there was no need for a fight. "Don't worry, I'm not going to attack you or something. It's just that you've been following all day, you must be tired by now. Any refreshments?" I conjure up a cup of lemonade and hand it to her. She shook her head and I just shrugged. It was her loss, my lemonade was awesome. The woman finally decided to sit down and for the first time, I took a good look at her. She was beautiful in an unpretentious way. She had small lines on her face showing that she smiled frequently, black hair that framed her face in ringlets and warm brown eyes. She wore a plain yellow dress and used no magic to accentuate her beauty like witches usually do. In a word, she was breathtaking. I just smile at her and raise an eyebrow. "Aren't you going to introduce yourself?" The woman smiled awkwardly and responded, "I am Hestia, daughter of Kronos, goddess of the hearth and family." I chuckle, I should have seen this coming. "There's no need for that, Hestia. I know that you're not a goddess, just a descendant of Atlantis." Hestia looked startled. "How?" I answer, "Do you truly think that your clan is the only one that survived?" "You," she exclaimed. I nod. "You're part of the Olympia clan, I suppose. I recognized your father's name when I lived there. He was the talk of the city after he was announced as a time elemental. Spatial and temporal elementals were very rare and were given special treatment. Should he have reached adulthood before Atlantis sank, then he would have risen the position of your clan head immediately. It was why he was declared to be the heir of the clan even though he was fifth in line. Too bad, he was barely 2 centuries old when Atlantis sank. It was lucky that the Olympia clan family home was in the outskirts of the island. A lot of your clan members survived but they were all children. The older members joined the others in evacuating the children and perished during the disaster. So, you're... Oh, right. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Medusa. I answered. That's not your real name, is it? I grinned mischievously at her. No. Names have power, dear. I learned long ago to not give it away so easily. Names do have power, but not over the person with the name but on the one using it. When someone is sufficiently powerful, they notice when someone far less powerful uses their name and can scry the person saying it. It's not that deep, but if my true name got out, it could get annoying really quick. I could turn it off, of course, but if someone knew it at this time, it would either have to be another survivor of Atlantis or someone with knowledge they shouldn't have. Besides, imagine listening to every person uttering their name like Zeus and throwing a tantrum every time someone badmouths me. So, why are you here, Hestia of Olympia? I asked. My brother, the king of gods, wanted to observe the city. It was hidden from his sight, and he was worried. Perhaps he should be. That is of no concern either way. I just created a basic protection scheme around the city. Nothing too powerful or dangerous, but it does stop any type of scrying. Your king wouldn't be able to observe without coming here himself. Besides, king of gods. It's very arrogant of him to declare himself so. If a true god was able to manifest himself on this plane, they would be very cross with him. So, what do you want to know? She looked startled. You would just tell me. I don't see why not. I can sense no maliciousness on your part, and everything is public knowledge here. Hestia asked, what is this place and why did you make it? This city is a place for the lost and lonely. There is a place for everyone here if they follow the rules. They are free to live outside of wars, no monster or magical creature will attack them here. This is the safest place in Greece, of that I have no doubt. I found this place during a Nemean lion attack, and after killing them, the only survivors were my daughters. I needed a place to raise them and rebuilt what remained of the village into what you see today. Word spread of a safe place with easily found food and water, and people kept coming and I kept expanding. What are your intentions towards Olympus? Hestia asked once more. I have no intentions, really. I don't care about your clan much. Aside from being insufferable and arrogant, you clanmates are not that terrible. Yeah, you tend to kill and curse a lot of people for idiotic reasons, but I cannot hold your clan to the standards on Atlantis. These are barbaric times, and I think that your clanmates adopted them as their own. My city is off limits, and if one of them goes too far they'll have me to deal with. And trust me, I'm not pleasant as an enemy. You saw that in the marketplace. Hestia nodded at my answer. I was not being unreasonable, and she knew it. She asked another question but seemed hesitant this time. Speaking of the marketplace, why didn't the people recognize you? I laugh. I tend to use different faces when I interfere if there's a situation. Apparently, they think that I possess people to solve any attack. They just assumed that this form is of another normal woman who was possessed. It doesn't help that as far as they know, Medusa is a woman with a bandage over her eyes that can petrify people if they look into their eyes, and has green hair that can turn into snakes. The petrifying thing is not done with my eyes. I reverse-engineered the magic of a cockatrice and turned it into a spell. I could theoretically perform the spell with my eyes if I want, but that would be dangerous, and I could accidentally kill anyone that meets my eyes. Plus, some wrong information about me could be advantageous later on. That and reverse-engineering the abilities of dangerous magical creatures is a hobby of mine. I did have a lot of time on my hands. But why do all this? Why stay hidden? Hestia asked. I smile sadly. There are more important things in life than worship and power. I didn't want the girls to live as the great Medusa's daughter, getting whatever they ask for and growing up spoiled without any understanding on how the world works. I picked my children over being placed on a pedestal, and I do not regret it one bit. And being worshipped gets really old, really fast. It wasn't worth the effort. Hestia smiled at me, and it was beautiful. Whatever I said to her seemed to really affect her. I continue. How long did Zeus leave you to do this assignment? A couple of decades. He wanted me to infiltrate the ruling body somehow. She answered. I grin. I guess we have all the time in the world to get to know each other. Chapter 69, Monsters, 862 BC. 862 BC, Corinthos. Medusa POV. It's been 3 years since Hestia arrived at my city, and she became an indispensable part of mine and my daughter's lives. She is the kindest person that I've ever met, and the girls adore her. Plus, her cooking is to die for. The girls definitely love it, and I have to admit that she spoils us sometimes. It was very hard to not fall in love with her. She was just too kind, too wholesome. I try to avoid using memories of the future to judge people, but tales of this woman's benevolence, if anything, have been watered down. She is a good-natured, gentle, and understanding woman who never says a bad word about anyone. She didn't even complain about her siblings, and I know there are horrible people from the stories I heard, killing people for no reason, taking offense at the slightest provocation, and committed massacres because they were bored. Her brothers were far worse than her sisters. Zeus destroyed cities by blasting lightning at them. Poseidon caused earthquakes and flooded cities, killing thousands. Hades killed people so that he could turn them to necromantic constructs. The entire clan was pitted against each other, always fighting for a shred of power, in a vain hope to ascending to the council and officially become an Olympian. Not that they had any chance. Zeus rigged the entire thing so that the council is filled with his children to maximize his influence. This disgusted me to the core. Clans in Atlantis were more than just a name. The clan heads protected the family, and in turn every member supports the clan head. Should the clan head fail in his duties, he would be forced to step down and another one was voted in. The relationship between the head and members was symbiotic, everyone benefiting and held accountable to their actions. Whatever Olympus was now, it definitely wasn't a clan anymore. It's a perversion of our traditions and our customs, and it disgusts me that these were all that remained of my people. That I fought death itself to protect them. What a disgrace. Thankfully, Hestia wasn't like them, she was very humble. She was the only member of the Olympia clan that acknowledges that she actually wasn't a goddess. She was one of the few remaining members of the clan that remembers her origins, and the rest were intimidated into silence by Zeus. The men even forced every member of the clan to teach their children that they're actually real gods. That was the most damaging thing, to be honest. Younglings assumed that what they were taught was true and that they would get reformed should they die. And as resilient their bodies are and as powerful as their healing factor was, getting killed is still a strong possibility if they're acting rashly, which they are. The children grow entitled, which makes sense since they think that they're gods and that they're superior to all other races. Which explains why most of the clan are insufferable right now. And when the children discover their elemental affinity, they call it their domain and assume that they have absolute dominion over it, which is ridiculous. Artemis, Zeus' daughter, had an elemental affinity of moonlight. It was rare, but for her to believe that she was the goddess of the moon is absolutely ridiculous. And it's not a unique situation either. Her twin Apollo, a light elemental, thinks that he's the god of the sun. Now back to Hestia. We started to officially court 2 years ago, and it was the best time of my life. I taught her Atlantis customs, told her how things were back then and described as best I could how everything worked. She told me stories of her youth, her time in Tartarus, how much she wishes that her family would just get along. We got on very well and had a lot in common. We both endured suffering, me at the Dudley's hands and her in the pit. We both got over it, cherished whatever family we could have and became better people afterwards. After Atlantis fell, I felt like I was alone. I traveled, met people, but they would always die, in the end, and I would remain alone. I spent so much time by myself that I forgot what it was like to have someone in my life. So, when I found someone like me, that understands loneliness and the value of human life, that would live as long as me, I held onto her as much as I could as a lifeline. She was my chance at happiness. So, I fell for her, and I fell hard, and she did the same for me. I was very inexperienced with relationships, not that Hestia was any better. This was the first relationship for the both of us. Hestia refused to enter a relationship with anyone capable of the cruelty that her family exhibits, and I never entered a relationship in Atlantis, since there was no one my age in that place. Everyone was at least half a dozen centuries older or younger than me, and that age gap for someone as young as I was too much. After Atlantis fell, I was alone and I couldn't very well court someone that will die in the blink of an eye, so I stayed away from that path, fearing further heartbreak. But now, Hestia was with me, and she represented for me a slim chance at happiness. Truth be told, the last few years with her were the best in centuries. For the first time, I felt at home. Right now, I was sitting on a chair at the beach, looking at the sea. My 2 daughters were having fun swimming and Hestia was sitting on another chair next to me. We did this at least once a month, as if trying to recreate the first time we ever met each other. We sat there, in a comfortable silence. It was something I loved about our time together. There was no need to talk, to fill an awkward silence. We could just enjoy each other's presence in peace. This peace was of course interrupted by my beloved's voice. There's something I have been meaning to talk to you about. I raise an eyebrow. What do you mean? It's about the girls. A lot of boys wanted to court them, and they're interested. They wanted to ask your permission to do so. I immediately jolt up. Absolutely not. They're too young for any of that stuff. Hestia calmly answers, no they aren't, and you know it. They're almost 18 years old now, and they're very attractive girls. Of course boys would be interested. The other girls her age started courting years ago. It's time to let them go. But they're my girls. Hestia interrupts me. You told me that you wanted to raise them like normal girls their age. Falling in love and getting married is a normal part of life. I sigh. I just don't want them to get hurt. I know, love. But this is for the best, for you and for them. You are unreasonably protective of them. I prepare to retort to the unreasonable accusation, but the wards warned me that something was attacking the walls. Thankfully, they haven't breached it yet. There's something attacking the city, I exclaim. We have to go. Fine, she sighs, but this conversation is not over. I grab Hestia's hand and teleport us towards the walls. What we found was baffling. The wall was being attacked by a hybrid of a man and a bull that I recognized as the Minotaur. Similarly, we were also attacked by some sort of creature that had the head of a lion, the body of a goat and a large diamondback snake-headed tail. This was a chimera. Both these creatures were in Greek mythology, but I never heard of them in this time. I had just assumed that they were made up later on, considering how inaccurate the legends are. Suddenly, we heard a roar, and a dozen giant humanoid creatures marched towards the walls, clubs in hand. It took me a few seconds to notice that they had only one eye on their foreheads. These were cyclopes. How the hell did I just meet 3 previously unseen mythical magical species, native to Greece? Magical creatures aren't usually that concentrated and diverse in the same environment, and Greece seems like a hub of weird different creatures. This was odd. They were definitely not naturally created. I'll have to investigate that later. Before leaping to conclusion, I ask Hestia, have you ever seen or heard of creatures like that before? She shook her head and I continue, all right, let's just kill them but capture a few to interrogate. She nods, looking resigned. I knew that she didn't like fighting and I would never make her do it, but she took it upon herself to help me protect my city. Hestia jumped in front of the attackers. You shall not pass. Leave and you may live, stay, and forfeit your lives. She exclaimed. I chuckle in my head at her inadvertent reference. The creatures in front of them did not share my humor and just proceeded to attack her. The chimera breathed fire at her, and she redirected it towards the charging Minotaur and Cyclopes. The one-eyed giants shrugged off the fire and kept charging, so they were immune to fire somehow. The Minotaur was not that lucky and proceeded to scream in agony at the burns. I teleported next to Hestia and conjured a sword that I used to behead the chimera's snake tails and stabbed the weeping Minotaur in the chest. Jumping over it, I conjure a dozen of steel spikes and telekinetically banish them towards the lone eye of every Cyclops, killing all but 2 of them that managed to hide behind their comrades. The chimera, that was roaring in pain, breathed fire all around it, but Hestia once again controlled the fire and pushed it towards the beast's maw, burning it from the inside, causing its demise. With every attacker dead, except for the 2 Cyclopes remaining, I turn one of them to stone and restrain the other to interrogate it. I enter its mind to only find an animalistic mind. The Cyclops had no ambitions, no desires, and lived through instinct alone. And that instinct was to kill everything in front of them or die trying. The mind was odd though. Even animals were more developed than this. Cyclops had no desire to eat, drink, or any sense of self-preservation. It could not understand the concept of allies, which meant that they couldn't have consciously attacked the city. Something was controlling them somehow. And considering that the beasts were artificially made, this meant that someone was creating creatures and using them as weapons. Whatever was controlling them must have noticed that I have captured them, and the surviving Cyclops started to tremble and spasm before relaxing, dead. I look at Hestia. Who among your family is able to create creatures using alchemy? The things were not natural, she exclaimed. I nod. Someone has been making them and using them as weapons. Hestia paled and then responded, it's not something that was taught, really. Zeus tried to ban anything from before his crowning and this was definitely banned. So, only people old enough that could even remember that it was possible could make them. Even then, during my father's reign, only the high-class titans were allowed to access that knowledge and the members of the Olympian Council too, I guess. Poseidon did create mermen using alchemy and I know that Hades and Zeus have created creatures of their own. I nod and levitate the body. This was a lead and I need to pursue it. I levitate the body of the last Cyclops. The perpetrator made a mistake by proving to me that they did witness what was happening. They must have been using mind magic since they couldn't use scrying because of my wards. Magic always leaves a trace and I look for any type of psionic magical signature and find one leading to Italy, to a mountain in the Alps to be specific. I was not just a mountain but a volcano, it was magical in nature somehow and it prevented me from being able to see further. I knew that I had to investigate this, it was a feeling in my gut that if I don't, I would regret it. I looked towards my beloved and asked with a smirk on my face, are you ready to go a trip? Chapter 70, Into the Fire, 862 BC. 862 BC, Corinthos. Medusa POV. The perpetrator made a mistake by proving to me that they did witness what was happening. They must have been using mind magic since they couldn't use scrying because of my wards. Magic always leaves a trace and I look for any type of psionic magical signature and find one leading to Italy, to a mountain in the Alps to be specific. It was not just a mountain but a volcano, it was magical in nature somehow and it prevented me from being able to see further. I knew that I had to investigate this, it was a feeling in my gut that if I don't, I would regret it. I looked towards my beloved and asked with a smirk on my face, are you ready to go a trip? Hestia responded, sure. Where are we going? West. We're going west. Whoever is responsible for this is staying in some mountain there. This is going to take some time to unravel. We need to tell the girls that we're leaving. She nods and we teleport back to the house. We make enough food for the girl to last them a few days. Before we're done, both sisters enter the kitchen and gaped at the amount of food we're making. After a few moments of a stupefied silence, Euryale commented, what are you cooking for the entire village or something? Hestia chuckled, no dear. We're going on a small trip, and we don't know how long it would take. This is all for you, we are putting everything in status so that you won't have to cook. This time Stheno was the one who spoke up, where are you going? Is it dangerous? I answer, we don't know yet. But everything is going to be fine, don't worry. And don't forget to continue your studies. And don't do anything stupid while we're away, trust me, I will know. They both nodded, Yes, Mama. I chuckle inwardly. I always caught the girls whenever they tried to do something they shouldn't. Even if my skill in the mind arts didn't allow me to instinctively know whenever anyone is trying to deceive me, many of monitoring charms I have on my property would have told me anyway. I did not make the wards with this purpose in mind, to be honest, but it does help a lot. Additionally, I am not using telepathy on my daughters, it's just that my instinctive intent detector is something that I don't consciously use. It's very useful, to be honest, but I cannot stop using it. It would be like asking your eyes to stop seeing colors on command. It can be very bothersome in crowds, but I have learned to manage it over time. After saying our goodbyes, Hestia and I leave our home and teleport towards the location that I scried using the Cyclops corpse. When we arrived at our destination, we saw a large mountain in front of us. It was tall and almost entirely covered in snow. The base showed signs of plant life that seems to be undisturbed by any type of human presence. Around the mountain was a vast forest that went on for miles. But there was something wrong with it. I could sense that there was some sort of magic that wanted to influence intruders to stop them from going further. There was something that was also wrong with what I was seeing. Like it was missing something. I slowly walked towards the mountain, ignoring the compulsion, but I heard Hestia's voice, "There's obviously nothing here. Let's just come back." I answer, "We need to work on your mental defenses when we go home, you fell for compulsion." My beloved entered a trance, probably to check her mind for any tampering, before nodding grimly. The warm look that was usually in her eyes was gone. She understood the severity of the situation. Hestia had refused to learn any magic from me, insisting that what she knows is enough for her to live with and that she was plenty strong on her own. Something that was inconvenient now. Whoever put the compulsion was powerful and definitely skilled. This was going to be a dangerous opponent. It doesn't matter now, what is done, is done. There was no use crying over spilled milk. I stepped forward and threw whatever illusion was being cast over the mountain. The tranquil forest disappeared, leaving a large dense and heavy woodland. There was a feeling of wrongness emanating from it and I could barely see inside the forest, the thick trees stopping the light from entering. But that was nothing compared to the mountain itself. Or what used to be a mountain. Instead, a huge mass of ash and slag and burned stone, out of which a sheer-sided cone was raised into the clouds. Suddenly, a veritable explosion occurred at the top, expelling molten stone into the air, and I could feel and hear it from here. I even felt the air grow hotter, even from miles away. The molten rock fell back into the ground, forming rivers of lava of joining the already existent ones formed from chasms in its sides, burning everything in their way. This was not a mountain, this was a giant volcano. But it definitely wasn't a normal one. There was something wrong with it. The volcano felt magical. No, it was more than that, it felt alive. The volcano itself was the one maintaining the spell, considering how much magic it would be very unlikely that someone human would be able to keep it up. But the illusion was not the only thing the volcano's magic was maintaining. There was a curse stopping anyone from using any type of spatial manipulation and of travel over the trees, meaning I could not teleport or fly over the forest to reach the mountain. Whoever designed that spell would force anyone from getting to the volcano without going through the forest first. It was quite cleverly made, and considering the amount of magic used for each spell, it would take a lot of power to disable these curses from the outside, and even then, it would take hours to remove them, which would warn whoever put them up in the first place. I could use the invisibility cloak to just stroll in, but I haven't told Hestia about the Hallows, and now is not the time to do so. I never told her about the sinking of Atlantis, and she has been considerate enough to not ask. Revealing the existence of the Hallows would also lead to questions about how I acquired them, something I was not ready to talk about. Plus, I sincerely doubt that anything in the forest could actually harm us, and should there be something, I would just use the cloak. No secret was worth Hestia's life. I hear Hestia gasping behind me as she too broke the illusion. I smirk at her. Well, this should prove to be interesting. She laughs and we both walk into the forest. I was right, the forest emanated some kind of menace, like if the trees were alive, they would try to kill us. It felt like it could be never-ending, and there were some enchantments that would trap intruders into some kind of infinite space. Whoever made this had a good grasp on space magic. We avoided it, of course, but it made me stay alert just in case. Our uneventful journey was then interrupted by a dozen giant spiders leaping down from the trees, attempting to kill us. I recognized them as Acromantula, a magical creature that didn't exist at this time but is common knowledge in the magical world in the future. I can sense that someone used alchemy to create them by combining the essence of a spider and a giant. Similar to the creatures attacking Corindas, the giant spiders felt wrong. From what I know, Acromantula are sentient, they have desires besides feeding and breeding. The spiders in front of me were just some rabid animals that are ruled by their instincts. From my experience with the Cyclopes, I find an identical psionic magical signature around them. But with the enchantment clear in front of me and not faded like the one on the Cyclops, I could tell that it was doing more than just commanding the creatures. It was also stunting their growth. They were designed to not have thoughts of their own. Magical creatures tend to develop a conscience quickly, This enchantment stopped that, probably to make sure they don't rebel. Taking control of multiple animals is easy, taking control of multiple magical creatures is very hard. They tend to resist, it's one of the many reasons wizards never attempted to magically control dragons. But removing their ability to resist would make it theoretically possible. This was beyond monstrous. Normally, using alchemy to create magical creatures was dodgy enough, even if you take responsibility of their development and well-being. But creating a magical creature with a complex soul but not allow it to develop is just wrong on so many levels. Whoever was doing this weaponized life, and this was unacceptable. Back to the spiders, Hestia made short work of them. They were vulnerable to fire, so that didn't take too much effort. After I explained my findings to her, she asked, "Are all magical creatures a product of alchemy? You mentioned that some of them are made naturally." I nod. There are 4 types of magical creatures. There are ones who are normal animals that are conceived in a highly magical area. The creatures can be born different to their parent and start displaying signs of intelligence. This is how thunderbirds were created. In an eagle nest, some of the hatchlings were different, they had 6 wings and could summon thunderstorms. Similarly, some creatures are created with the breeding of 2 magical creatures. It's pretty rare for 2 magical creatures to be compatible, but it is possible. There is alchemy, like I told you. And there are also creatures from the age of gods, like dragons. I do not know how they were created, everything from this era is shrouded in mystery. Hestia responds, "Gods. As in true gods. Tell me about them." Gods, or as I call them elder gods, are extremely powerful beings of energy. They were so powerful, they could shape continents at will. They were at war with another factions called demons, and it was tearing the world apart. In an attempt to protect the mortals from this conflict, a sorcerer of immense power called Agamotto banished them from our reality into their own realms. Trust me, this is not the work of an elder god, you will know if an elder god is near. Hestia nodded somberly, and we walked towards the giant volcano. We were attacked every other hour on our way there by a number of creatures, but nothing to be worried about. It was only a dozen of cyclopes, the odd acromantula here and there, and even a couple of hippogriffs and a griffin. It seems that most magical creatures in the future originated from here. It broke my heart when an ashwinder, a small snake capable of a limited control over fire, attacked us and at the time was simply hissing, "Kill," repeatedly. It was already disturbing when I understood the enchantment, but it gets a lot more horrifying when I can understand the creatures. Whoever was responsible will die by my hand. This was just wrong on so many levels. Hestia looked just as grim as me. After a few hours, we arrived at the base of the volcano, and we noticed an entrance to the deep. It was large, as if a giant could walk through. The heat emanating from it was extremely high, but it was muted somehow. It was still extremely hot, but it's similar to the heat in a desert during a summer day. On top of the entrance was a sign. It said, "Mount Etna." With a small gulp, we stepped into the deep. Chapter 71, Father of Monsters, 862 BC. 862 BC, Mount Etna. Medusa POV. After a few hours, we arrived at the base of the volcano, and we noticed an entrance to the deep. It was large, as if a giant could walk through. The heat emanating from it was extremely high, but it was muted somehow. It was still extremely hot, but it's similar to the heat in a desert during a summer day. On top of the entrance was a sign. It said, "Mount Etna." With a small gulp, we stepped into the deep. As soon as we stepped out of the entrance, I could feel the true nature of the magic of the volcano. It was old, very powerful. It didn't feel calm, though. This was a wilder, hotter magic. The magic felt wrong. It was not malicious in its nature, but it was sinister all the same. Like something was forcing it to be malicious. The volcano itself didn't have any wards on it, the resident here probably assumed that the forest was protection enough. And the magic of the volcano could affect any wards being erected, which could cause a cascading failure and the death of every resident inside the wards. The insides Mount Etna was full of ash and dirt. Other than the black volcanic rocks that looked like glass, of course. There was no light source other than the lava rivers, and what light they provided was not worth the risk. With a twitch of my fingers, I summoned an orb of light that traveled next to us. As we got progressively deeper into the fiery inferno, the magic started to get exponentially stronger, and the air grew hotter. Both myself and my beloved started to really sweat, and I shuddered to think what the temperature would be without the enchantment regulating the heat. I steel myself and keep going, my gut telling me that whatever was going on was worth the journey. As we journeyed deeper, we arrived at a gate of steel. I spell it to open it cautiously and prepare myself for traps. What I saw inside scarred me for life. Even Hestia let out a horrified gasp. Inside were dozens of creatures whose every limb was shackled to a wall. But that was not the horrifying part, the creatures themselves were half human, they had a human body from the waist up but had a horse's or a goat's body from the waist down. These were centaurs and satyrs, and I didn't know that their origins were so horrible. I could sense the traces of alchemical rituals used to create them, and while they were very powerful, they did not prioritize the subject's survival. One of the centaurs raised his head. "No more, please." I answer, "I am not here to hurt you." At the sound of my voice, all of conscious centaurs and satyrs raised their heads in surprise. "Who are you?" "My name is Medusa." I point towards Hestia. "This is Hestia. We're here to help." "You can't help us." "Nothing can help us," the centaur whispered miserably. I knew that the answer wasn't going to be pretty, but I had to ask, "And why is that?" He responded, "She will come, and she will hurt us for being failures." "And why are you failures?" Hestia questioned gently. "When Father created us, he called us that. Now we must be punished for it." The man looked like he hated himself for not being acceptable enough to whoever created them. It was most likely that they were too smart, and their creator would strain himself controlling them. They were too human, so he decided to imprison them. I didn't understand why he didn't just kill them. I guess that whoever their creator was, he didn't like to throw his toys away. I was about to ask, who was it that hurt them, before a wicked voice bellowed, "Have anyone been naughty today? Will I need to discipline you?" I hide myself and Hestia in the shadows using a small but powerful illusion. Whoever it was should not be able to tell that we were there. Suddenly, a woman entered the prison. Whatever I could call her, human was not a word I would use. She looked humanoid, but instead of skin, she had green scales all over her body. She had yellow reptilian eyes and almost no nose. She looked like a female scaly version of Voldemort, but with claws instead of hands and a forked tongue. "We did nothing, Mother," the centaur pleaded. "Do not lie to me, Sonny. I thought I beat that out of you long ago." The woman conjured a whip and prepared to strike the bound centaur, but before she could, I raised my hands and banished her away. I step out of the shadows, conjure a sword and leap at her. With a surprising show of agility and speed, the snake woman dodged my attempt and tried to attack me again. She raised her hand, probably to cast a spell, but I didn't allow her to do so. I swung my sword at her hand, but it did not cut it as I expected. Instead, there was a deep but already healing gash of silver on her appendage. She hissed and dropped her whip from the pain. I exclaim, "You're an Atlantean." The woman just snarled at me and conjured a dagger and swung it at me again, and I could sense that this dagger was cursed heavily and would seriously hurt me, if it touches me. Acting on instinct, I conjured another sword. This time it was enchanted to go through anything and to prevent healing. I then ducked under her swing and impaled her through the chest. With a gasp, the woman dropped the cursed knife and fell down, eyes blank. She was dead. Around me, the centaurs and satyrs looked at me in astonishment. The centaur I was talking to before was gaping at me and muttered, "You killed Mother." I nod. "I am giving you an opportunity to be free from your torment. I will not force you to do so. It has to be your choice." I wave my arm and their chains turned to dust. I continue, "Who here is your leader?" The centaur I was talking to stood up, and so did one of the satyrs. "I am Chiron. I am responsible of the four-legged ones." "This is Pan. He is responsible of the two-legged ones." I nod. "I will leave the gate open. Should you want to leave, do so of your own volition." He looked at me. "Where are you going?" "I have a conversation to have with your father." He looked startled, as if he couldn't fathom why anyone would fight his creator. "Thank you and good luck." I nod and turn around, Hestia joining me, and walk away. I should have guessed that an Atlantean was responsible for this. No one had the skill of knowledge to do so. I march forward, looking determined and ready to confront the men responsible for this. I only took us minutes to reach a great hall. At its end was a throne, made of volcanic rock, where a man was sitting on it. This was no man, this was an abomination. It had the height of a giant and its skin was pure black, metallic, with only the joints emitting an orange light like that of a molten stone. Its eyes were glowing, and malice emanated from him in waves. As soon as I started assessing him, his voice bellowed, "Hello, young Morrigan. You know me?" I answer. Very few residents of Atlantis didn't know of Atlantis, little prodigy. "I think I would have heard of someone like you if you ever lived there," I respond. Sarcastically. "I did not always look like that, young one." He's calling me young, meaning that he must have been an adult by Atlantean standard when Atlantis was still there. This is the first adult survivor of my home I encountered. "Who are you, really?" The man chuckled. "You always were a sharp one. Who I was before doesn't matter now. I have another name, much like you, I assume. Medusa, the Protector. What a curious name. And what do we have here? A daughter of the Olympia clan. How sad that such a rising clan had it fallen so far. Don't bring her into this. What's interesting was what you have done to yourself. Always the academic, aren't you, Morrigan?" I was dying on the shores of Atlantis. There was nothing I could do to survive, not that I wanted to survive. My entire family, my clan was dead. They were my responsibility and I failed them. I thought I would be the last one alive, the last son of Atlantis. I had to survive as a duty to my home, perhaps rebuild another Atlantis, and I found a way. I had nothing to lose, and so, I merged with my element, lava, and used transmutation to turn myself into a being of lava. It was excruciating, but I survived. For centuries, I wandered the world alone. Everyone was terrified of me, calling me demon, monster. I tried to teach them our ways. To understand peace and serenity, but they wouldn't listen. No one would listen. But then these Olympians appeared. They were worshipped as gods. These weaklings and kinslayers were heralded as saviors, as gods. Just because of how they looked. I then understood that for everyone to understand each other, they all had to be as monstrous as me. He was a lava elemental, and a clan head from the looks of it. He was an alchemy prodigy to be able to permanently transform himself into his element. There was only one man that fit the picture. You're Prometheus, aren't you? The men snarled at me. Prometheus is dead. I am Typhon, the father of monsters. Looking at him, it broke my heart. That man was one of the kindest people I ever met on Atlantis and my alchemy teacher. He taught me for centuries, ever since I was a girl. I asked, but why create new creatures? The Olympians are a blight to our society. They desecrate their ancestors with the way they're behaving. The people emulate their behavior, trying to be like their gods. I was to create a new Atlantis, and for that I have to kill them. But they are too numerous for even me to fight alone. I created my monsters to be my weapons against them. I sneer at him, but why did you cripple their development? Why did you force them under your will? I tried at first to do it the right way. But they were disobedient. They didn't want to fight. I killed them, of course. I learnt my lesson. A disobedient weapon is useless. I did not create them to disobey me. And you call yourself a son of Atlantis? You truly are a hypocrite. He growled at me. It doesn't matter what you call me. When I succeed to create a world of peace, no one is going to complain about how I achieved it. There was no talking him out of this. I changed the subject. Who is the snake woman, by the way? The snake woman. Oh, you mean Echidna. I picked her up half dead. Apparently, she displeased a man called Atlas. She was my first attempt of transmutating an Atlantean. It didn't work well. The lizard instincts were too strong, and she assimilated them during the transformation. She became very prone to violence and her critical thinking was crippled. What happened to her, by the way? I answer, she died. Oh, that's a shame. He didn't sound the least bit upset. Ignoring his apathy, I ask, but the question is, how are you able to create so many magical creatures? If I remember correctly, one can create a creature at most every decade. If you use it too much, you upset the balance and the ambient magic could end up crippling you magically. He snickered. You still remember your lessons? The answer is quite simple. I did not use my magic. Then whose magic did you use? Typhon just raised his hand and a part of the wall melted. Inside was a magnificent creature that I have never seen before. It was almost as large as a mountain, it was majestic, and waves of pure power thrummed from it. But was roaring in pain, with some kind of spikes impaling it to the ground. There were chains of lava that bound it and there were runes glowing on it. I didn't get a good look, but there was a dimensional binding array there somewhere. I used him. Morrigan, let me introduce you to Sholau, the last elder dragon in this realm. Chapter 72, The Last Flame, 862 BC. 862 BC, Mount Etna. Medusa POV. Typhon just raised his hand and a part of the wall melted. Inside was a magnificent creature that I have never seen before. It was almost as large as a mountain, it was majestic, and waves of pure power thrummed from it. But was roaring in pain, with some kind of spikes impaling it to the ground. There were chains of lava that bound it and there were runes glowing on it. I didn't get a good look, but there was a dimensional binding array there somewhere. I used him. Morrigan, let me introduce you to Sholau, the last elder dragon in this realm. I gasped in horror. What have you done? He grinned sinisterly at me. I found him when he was sleeping in the mountain. He's still young for his race. I was very lucky and was able to bind it. This made a sick sort of sense. The elder dragons were one of the most powerful beings on this planet. They lived during the age of gods and demons. They were more than even creatures, they were fire made flesh. Their flames burned hotter than the sun and they were so large that they were dozens of times bigger than mountains. They were far smarter and wiser than any mortal and lived for hundreds of thousands of years. But it was more than that, they had their own brand of magic, and it was far more powerful and extraordinary than any mortal could ever imagine. They were especially skilled in dimensional magic, and it was rumored that one of them was the one to teach Agamotto how to banish the elder gods and demons to their own dimensions. They were never seen after the banishment of the gods, and everyone assumed that they either left using their dimensional magic or were also affected by Agamotto's spell. These were creatures so wondrous and magnificent that no one would even hope to meet. For Typhon to manage to imprison and weaponize their magic would be inconceivable. It makes sense that what he captures was essentially a sleeping child, and it made it that much horrible for him to do so. It made sense now why he used dimensional binding arrays. The dragon, even if it is young, could instinctively escape to another dimension, should it have the chance. I sneered at the lava elemental, and you captured him, used its magic for your sick experiments. You truly are a monster, Typhon. You should not judge me so readily, Morrigan. You are responsible for far more sinister events. I raise my eyebrow, and how so? I saw you there, in the middle. When Atlantis fell, you were in the center of it. You destroyed our home, Morrigan. I saved our home. I fought death itself, ready to give my life to save whatever survived our doom. Do not misunderstand, Typhon, I saved your life that day. We were all supposed to die. Something I am starting to regret, considering your actions. He looked at me angrily. It didn't stop the island from sinking, did it? Atlantis is more than just an island. It was the people who made it what it was. Then join me, he pleaded. You saved what remained of our people, why not go the extra step and rebuild it? We can make a new Atlantis, a better one, just imagine. You can hide behind pretty words all you like, but it doesn't change what you've done, what you're planning on doing. I can let it go on, Typhon. It seems that we're at an impasse, then. I prepare myself to fight, it seems we are. In barely a few moments, Typhon stomps on the ground. A great fissure appeared in the middle of the hall with molten rock getting out of it. Meanwhile, I summon a stone, transmutate it to become a perfect sphere of quartz, and with a touch, carving appears on it, making a pattern. I sense some sort of danger in front of me, to find a veritable wave of lava attacking me. I couldn't dodge because Hestia was right behind me. Instead, I summon a giant blade of shadows and make it slice the wave into two, leaving a small gap to fit myself and Hestia, the wave going around us. I reply by summoning giant chains of shadows leaping at him. My opponent didn't even try to dodge, and the chains went straight through him. Deep down, I knew that he wasn't defeated, he wanted to be hit by that attack. I was proven correctly when he just automatically reformed after he was supposed to be impaled. At my surprised look, he boasted, when I said I merged with my element, I wasn't exaggerating. I am the lava, and you can't kill stone, Morrigan. I answered by summoning very powerful bolt of lightning to see if it could hurt him somehow and throwing it at him, but inches before it hit him, it disappeared into nothing. I couldn't believe my eyes, the man had transmuted a bolt of lightning. This was getting ridiculous, the man was almost untouchable, and he has a severe advantage because we're in a volcano and I am a disadvantage since I couldn't use any celestial runes fighting it because of the dragon's presence. The dimensional energy originating from it could make any of my runes have unpredictable events. I had to find a way out of this fast. Perhaps, if I could cool him down, I could somehow restrain him. I conjure a large body of water and throw it at him. The water doesn't even reach him before it evaporates into steam. Seriously, Morrigan. Water against lava. I am severely disappointed in you. As Atlan's legacy, you are very underwhelming, he taunted. All right, if he wants me to get serious, I have no problem obliging to his request. I telepathically send a message to Hestia, shield me, I'm doing something big. And she proceeded to conjure a shield just in time to stop a spear of lava from reaching us. I summon my staff, a gift from death itself, and wave it at him. I can feel the intoxicating power that the staff gives me, and for the first time since I got it, I had a legitimate reason to use it. In front of me, the ground started to freeze, going towards my opponent. The spell's idea was simple, it absorbs the heat from everything in front, which is the definition of making things colder. It wasn't an elemental spell, so he couldn't transmutate it somehow. In practice, the spell consumes magic for the heat to be absorbed. The more heat absorbed, the more magic it costs me, and with the environment being a volcano, I was nearing magical exhaustion with every second I held the spell. It was shot in the dark and it was working. The cold started to spread towards Typhon, and the moment it touched him, he stiffened and became sluggish. He tried to counter the spell, probably using alchemy, but that wouldn't work. This spell was especially pure cold, he could only try to counter it by bringing more heat and wait until I'm too exhausted to maintain the spell. Thankfully, he didn't figure it out in time, and in a few seconds, the man was covered in frost, the glowing orange veins all over his body was extinguished. He turned into stone. Finally, I released the spell, it was too much even for me. I was lightheaded and my sight was spotty. I was gasping in exhaustion, and Hestia ran towards me to make sure that I'm okay. I whispered to her, not me, Hestia. Restrain him, quickly. Her eyes widened, but before she could actually restrain him, the frozen figure exploded in a wave of heat, sending myself and Hestia flying into the wall. The previously defeated enemy broke into laughter. I certainly didn't expect that. It's almost a shame that I'll have to kill you. I look at Hestia next to me, to prepare to fight once more, but she had hit her head and was unconscious. I enervate her magically, but the spell takes some time to work. I put the rune stone I made in her pocket and stand up towards my opponent with a plan in mind. The lava elemental looked at me with a bloodthirsty smile. That was your ace in the hole, you should have made sure that I was dead. You're too exhausted to continue now, we both know it. This is the last time I'm offering you this, join me. We could rebuild our home, how could you be against that? I answer him, my face sneering, I will never join a man like you. He looked solemn, so be it. He summons all the lava around the room and turn it into a giant fist that strikes at me. I conjure a shield of energy to protect myself. The impact resulted in a deafening bang, and while the shield held, cracks started to show on its surface. I conjure an iron spear and banish it towards him. Unsurprisingly, he let it hit him, expecting it to melt when it touches his body. He didn't expect the subtle runes I used to create a concussive blast on impact, sending him back a few feet. I had an opening, but I couldn't exploit it because I was too exhausted to do anything. The freezing spell had cost me a large part of my magic. Any advantage I could have, I can't take advantage of. In response, the lava elemental leaps towards me, with a flaming sword of lava in his hand. I respond with a swing of Death's staff to stop him. It was a struggle of strength, and as a woman, I was outmatched, and I knew it. I was faster though, so I redirect his sword and tried to hit him, but he was able to dodge it. We kept trading blows until he tricked me into another battle of strength. However, he tried to grab my staff, his hand hot, probably trying to melt it. But that wasn't any old staff, and Death's gifts are hard to destroy and do not approve of anyone else wielding them. The staff shocks my former alchemy teacher, and I use this distraction to hit him with the butt of my staff and sending him flying with a telekinetic push. He righted himself in the air and landed on his feet. You're going to lose, Typhon. I exclaim at him. How is it that you hope to do that? You are barely standing up. You know that you can't defeat me, I am invincible. You can't kill lava, Morrigan. Yeah, but you forgot something very important, something that will be your downfall. He sneered at me, and what would that be? I answer smirking, I didn't come here alone. Suddenly, the ground began to shake, and stones started to fall from the ceiling. He looked at me angrily, what have you done? You were so focused on me that you forgot that Hestia was there. She used my distraction to get to the dragon cave and free it. How? No one could have broken my enchantments that quickly. And that was your second mistake, you used runes. I had a glimpse of the array you used when you showed us the dragon. I entered my mindscape then and used my mastery over my mind to examine the array in detail and devise another array to counter yours. I then wrote it on a stone and gave it to her when you got out of the freezing spell. Hestia only had to activate the array when she reached the dragon's lair. The dragon should have escaped by now. You don't have a magical battery for you to use anymore, and the mountain is collapsing. You lose, Typhon. He looked angrily at me, you might have stopped my plans, but I can always just wipe the Olympians myself. After I'm done with you, I'm going to hunt down that Olympian pet of yours and kill her slowly and painfully. After that I'm going to burn your little village to the ground. I look at him and answer solemnly, no, you're not. I move my hands and the necklace I wore opened up to reveal a glowing orange stone. It was the soul stone, Death's second gift. Suddenly, Typhon, who was halfway through attacking me, stopped moving. I used the stone to freeze his soul. How? He rasped at me. Your body might be invulnerable, but your soul is just as mortal as everybody else. I'm sorry it came to this, I really am. I was always scared of using this, the power is too great, and I was scared it would corrupt me. But this is the only way. I can't allow you to continue with your atrocities. I will mourn my teacher and my mentor, but not the monster you became. May you have peace in death that you never had in life. Goodbye, Prometheus. I then release his soul from his body. His body melts into lava and all that was left of him is a small pile of lava. I then remember that Hestia should be in the epicenter of the earthquake. I scan for her mind, and I find her quickly. I then traveled through shadows to get her, the dragon being gone, I could teleport without issue. I grab her and teleport out. We arrive at the outer edge of the forest, right next to the herd of centaurs and satyrs. Moments later, the volcano erupted violently in an enormous explosion of magma and ash that swept us off our feet. The centaur leader, Chiron, looked upon the sight in awe. You really did it, you defeated Father. I nod, too tired to answer. It was Hestia that spoke next. What about the creatures in the forest? The survivors will probably end up killing themselves. I only have hope for the next generation. Without Typhon, they will grow and learn as they're meant to. We will only see in time. We returned home, tired but victorious. It was a bittersweet one, for I had to kill one of the few survivors of my home. Chapter 73, The Olympian Council, 842 BC. 842 BC, Corinthos. Hestia POV. It's been 20 years since the eruption of Mount Etna and the death of Typhon, the father of monsters. They had returned shortly after with an entire tribe of half-horse and half-goat people that Medusa named centaurs and satyrs respectively. Both races had moved to the dense forest surrounding their home and ventured very rarely outside. Funnily enough, each race had their own quirks, with the centaurs being able to divine the future using the placements of the stars, not that they were willing to share anything, choosing to not alter the tapestry of fate, or whatever they called it. Hestia didn't understand what they were on about, but Medusa seemed to approve, which was a good sign. The satyrs, on the other hand, developed some sort of instinctive nature magic, giving them a limited control over the earth and trees but also some sort of empathy allowing them to communicate with any animal or creature. Medusa spent a good number of years trying to replicate the magic, however, she was unsuccessful because the satyrs felt skittish about her analyzing their magic. It was probably an instinctive fear due to Typhon's experiments. Personally, Hestia's relationship with Medusa was better than ever. They mainly stayed alone in their home after both sisters got married around 14 years ago. It took some convincing and a lot of gentle coercing from Hestia's part, but Medusa didn't just march to their suitors and kill them in their sleep. She was inconsolable when they left their home, but such is the life of an immortal. Getting attached is a recipe for heartbreak and disaster. Both girls, that Hestia considers surrogate daughters of hers, did visit once every month or so, making sure that their mothers were all right. But as time went on, the visits kept getting far apart, and when they had children, they barely saw each other anymore. This broke Medusa's heart, but Hestia knew that she made her peace about it. The girls had grown up and it was time to live their own lives. With the centaurs and satyrs protecting the city from attackers, Medusa was barely called on to defend her city. Tales of her turned into legends, but whenever someone commits a crime, they were found days later turned into stone, and so these instances were somewhat rare. With so little to do, Hestia and Medusa spent their days relaxing in their home, right on the beach. It took some time, but Hestia was able to gain Medusa's trust, and the green-eyed witch revealed her real name to her and her position in Atlantis as the king's adopted daughter. She described the events of Atlantis' fall and her role, assuring that someone would survive. It made her appreciate Medusa even more. Every member of her family was alive because she chose to fight something that should not be fought. She was Death's chosen champion, but she didn't choose to gain power and conquer the world. She didn't want to rule over others, even if Hestia knew that her reign would be far better than Zeus. Medusa, or should she call her Morrigan, was a kind woman. She would remain Medusa to her, the wonderful woman she met. The Morrigan was the terrifying master of death that Hestia saw fighting Typhon. For some reason, she liked to consider them different people. Medusa, the kind and caring mother and lover. Morrigan, the powerful warrior and Death's champion. For the last 20 years, Hestia saw no trace of the Morrigan in her lover, but she knew that it was there, just hiding inside of her, and she accepted it. Her beloved was a woman of many layers, and this just happened to be one of them. It was just a layer that she didn't wish to see. For when the Morrigan awakes, death soon follows. But now, it was time. Her assignment was over, and Zeus called her back. Hestia was anxious that this short piece was coming to an end. Her musing was interrupted by her beloved. "You're scared." Hestia sighed. There was few things she could hide from her beloved. "I am. This could go wrong very quickly, Medusa." "I know. But it's the only way. If I don't show Corinthos as a city able to protect itself, then your brother will just try to take over like he did with the others. But this could end up with a fight between you and my family. I don't know if I can take a side." Medusa smiled sadly at her. "I know. Don't worry, I won't make you choose. Even if he wishes to fight, we have a plan to avoid any direct conflict. I just worry, sometimes. I'm not really comfortable in conflicts." Medusa just nods and kisses her. After a breathtaking make-out session, her beloved proposed, "You're going to be late. You're procrastinating." Hestia huffed, "It's so annoying how well you know me." She smirked at her, "You know you love it." With another huff, Hestia teleported to Mount Olympus, and the usual view of what she once considered home awaited her. From the top of the clouds rose the decapitated peak of a mountain, its summit covered with snow. Clinging to the mountainside were dozens of multi-leveled palaces, a city of mansions, all with white columned porticos, gilded terraces, and bronze braziers glowing with 1,000 fires. Roads wound crazily up to the peak, where the largest palace gleamed against the snow. Precariously perched gardens bloomed with olive trees and rose bushes. There was an open-air market filled with colorful tents, a stone amphitheater built on one side of the mountain, a hippodrome, and a colosseum on the other. Hestia hated it. It was so pretentious, a statement of luxury that no mortal would even see. It was just a way to make themselves superior to the rest of the world, and it made her sick. This place didn't have a single trace of a home. It didn't offer any comfort, it didn't make anyone relaxed and warm. It was just a statement of luxury, that every member of her family tried to one-up each other. Hestia walked up the main road and finally arrived at the big palace at the peak towards the largest palace in Olympus, a monstrosity in white and silver. She went through the courtyard and entered the throne room. So far in her journey, she wasn't stopped a single time. She was either considered a very minor member of the clan from her modest dress, or they recognized her and didn't want to disturb a member of the Olympian Council. Zeus had a fearsome reputation after all. 12 thrones, each one more ostentatious as the other, were arranged in an inverted U. In the middle was a large throne, made entirely of platinum. It belonged to her king and brother Zeus. He was wearing a white toga with golden thread. He had a well-trimmed black beard, similar to his hair. His blue eyes glowed like a miniature thunder, something he liked to use to subtly intimidate his subject. For the first time in a long time, all the members of the council were present in the meeting. She nodded her head to the king first, then to her other brother and sisters until finally greeting the rest of the council, which was pretty much a bunch of Zeus children. It really was getting ridiculous. After the customary greetings, she walked up to her throne and sat down. Her throne was made of wood. It was elegant in its simplicity. There was no gold, no silver, no platinum, no pearls, or diamonds. It was just a chair in the end. But Hestia knew for a fact that neither of the other thrones were half as comfortable as hers. Zeus started the meeting. This is the summer solstice annual meeting, and before we start, I want to welcome back Hestia after a mission I sent her to for a couple of decades now. All she received was a few grumbling words of welcome. Most of them probably never noticed that she was gone. After that, it was a standard meeting with everyone pretty much reporting what they have been doing ever since the last meeting. Ares talked about his Spartans, Artemis did reports on her hunters, a group of women that she adopts and hunt prey, be it monsters or normal animals, and even the occasional man. Poseidon's presence was pretty much a formality. He had little sway here and he knew it, so he kept his reports brief, probably omitting pretty much everything he's been up to. When it was her turn, she started. As Zeus told you, I was sent to investigate a city called Corinthos that was gaining a lot of influence lately. I was able to slowly integrate myself into the ruling body easily enough and gained a lot of information about the city from it. The city itself is ruled by a council that's elected from the noble families every decade or so. Of course, the families can become noble, or have it stripped every 5 years by a council of the head of all noble families, when certain criteria are met or not. Noble families have to be wealthy enough to apply for nobility and they have to have no crimes to their name. In the end, they swear an unbreakable vow to prioritize the well-being of the city and its occupants during every council meeting. Apollo interrupted her. Yeah, it's a paradise. Still, a new city should not grow this quickly with no intervention. Hestia glared at him. I was just going to it. Anyway, the life of every inhabitant is very comfortable, and the number of crimes is very low. What's attractive about Corinthos is the safety. The city's crops are abundant, so they're very cheap, drinking water is abundant, but what's important that nothing ever succeeded attacking the city. There hasn't been a single fatality so far. There is a large forest around the city and it's the home to a race of human-horse hybrids called centaurs and human-goat hybrids called satyrs. They protect the city from any attack. Athena was the one to ask a question this time. Surely a city this prosperous should have paid tribute to any of us. Do they have temples of anyone? Hestia grimaced and answered, the city is isolated. While tales of us exist, they do not worship us. Instead, most of the citizens worship someone else. Most of the hall gasped in horror at the blasphemy of not being worshipped as deities. This was getting on her nerve. Zeus' voice thundered, who? Hestia responded, they worship a woman they named Medusa. They call her the protector of the city, a woman so fearsome that she could turn a man to stone with just a look. It's said that she was the one that started the village and saved the first citizens of Corinthos from a pack of Nemean lions. They still pray for her protection to this day. Athena sighed in relief. So it's just a tale then. One of us showing up there would be enough to turn their beliefs. That is not something I recommend, niece, Hestia spoke, because the city's protector is real. What? Most of the council exclaimed. Hestia continued, I wanted to investigate who this mysterious Medusa was. I thought it might be some minor god trying to gain influence somehow. I was wrong. I found her, spoke to her. Medusa is real, and she's very powerful, and while she does not care for our affairs, she said that the dealings of Corinthos are off limit to any Olympian. With these last words, Hestia could feel Zeus' aura palpating and pulsing, showing his anger. Who does she think she is? Before he could do anything rash, Hestia answered, she is the daughter of the last king of Atlantis, brother. Silence met her answer, until moments later, pandemonium followed. Chapter 74, Long Time Coming, 842 BC. 842 BC, Mount Olympus. Hestia POV. Hestia continued, I wanted to investigate who this mysterious Medusa was. I thought it might be some minor god trying to gain influence somehow. I was wrong. I found her, spoke to her. Medusa is real, and she's very powerful, and while she does not care for our affairs, she said that the dealings of Corinthos are off limit to any Olympian. With these last words, Hestia could feel Zeus' aura palpating and pulsing, showing his anger. Who does she think she is? Before he could do anything rash, Hestia answered, she is the daughter of the last king of Atlantis, brother. Silence met her answer, until moments later, pandemonium followed. The reactions were mixed, some were angry, some were afraid, but most were confused. It was Artemis that voiced her confusion, I don't follow. Isn't Poseidon the king of Atlantis? Hestia was about to answer before she was interrupted by Zeus. I forbade any knowledge of this centuries ago, Hestia. I will not revisit ancient history for no reason. This is not the time, Zeus, Poseidon protested. It's not us revisiting ancient history, but it's the ancient history itself that has come to our doorsteps. We have to address this, and we can't do it if most of the council don't know what we're talking about. Before Zeus could protest any further, he sensed Hera glaring at him and then sighed, frustrated. All right, I agree, but what we discuss here must never leave this council. He motioned to Poseidon to explain, his pride probably not allowing him to do it himself. Poseidon sighed, all right, most of you know that us gods originate from the Titans, and those Titans are the result of the union between the sky and the earth. We are descended from the Titan, that's true. But the Titans did not come from some sort of metaphysical union, they came from a clan called Olympia that lived in a city on an island. This city was called Atlantis. It was beautiful, a veritable city of magic, every citizen was almost immortal and were very powerful. The last king of Atlantis, Atlan, was rumored to be able to control an entire sea by himself. These were tales told to us by our mother, Rhea, when she was a girl. Years ago, there was a cataclysmic event, and the island sank. No one knows what happened or why, but as far as I know, our clan was the largest one to survive, led by our father. Over the years, other survivors joined our clan during our father's reign. Zeus, when he was announced as king, banned all mentions of Atlantis from every Titan. The ones who refused were immediately sent to Tartarus, and the ones who complied were subtly disposed of when they had children. As far as I know, there are no more Titans outside of Tartarus. Then why call your city Atlantis? Athena questioned. Unlike most, I do not forget my origins. I wanted to pay my respect. He replied. Enough, Zeus explained, we have a situation, we need to make decisions about that Medusa. What can you tell us about her, Hestia? She's reasonable, I can tell you that. She knew that I was in the city and sensed no ill intent, so she left me to my devices. When I found her, she was aloof, didn't care about the affairs of Olympus, called it troublesome. Hestia explained. The room sighed in relief. All right, it wouldn't be hard to imprison her as well, Zeus said while grinning. Hestia exclaimed, no. Are you mad? She would kill us all. Apollo spoke, what do you mean, she would kill us all? You just said that she's harmless. I never said that she was harmless, I said she wasn't interested in our affairs. If we bring our affairs to her, she will have to respond. This woman is someone who called our father a brat and can make him look like a demigod. Trust me, if we confront her, we will not survive. Hestia warned. Athena asked, what can you tell us about her power, her weaknesses? I saw her fight someone seriously once, near a mountain in the west. It was another survivor of Atlantis that attacked her city. The man, Typhon, wanted to wipe us out using a great number of monsters he created and held under his control. The man's base was in a mountain, and let's just say that there was barely a mountain when the fight ended. Speaking of this, a great number of monsters escaped his control after his demise, so we can expect the occasional attack every once in a while. Hestia of course neglected to tell them about her role in Typhon's demise, but it wasn't like she did anything important, she just shielded Medusa for a while and activated a rune. Something that Hestia suspected her beloved could have done herself. Artemis spoke up, I will handle them. The rest of the council grumbled their agreement. Wait a minute, Hermes interrupted, did you say that she killed Typhon? As in permanently? Yes, Hestia responded, I thought Poseidon just told you that we're not truly gods, but very powerful and very long-lived wizards and witches. It is possible for us to die, even if it is unlikely. The younger generation of gods looked shaken at her statement. They had never needed to worry about their own mortality before, something that Hestia considered to be quite unhealthy for their growth. But surely father can just imprison her in Tartarus like he did the other Titans. And even then, our combined strength should be enough for one person. Ares asked. Hestia shook her head, if it was a contest of power, we would have a chance of defeating her. But the sheer knowledge she possesses is incredible. She was the king's daughter, she had access to every bit of knowledge in Atlantis. She could easily counter father's dimensional trap. I know for a fact she used some kind of dimensional magic during her fight with Typhon. Then what do we do? Asked Aphrodite. We cannot confront her directly, Athena answered. She did say she wanted to meet Zeus, somewhere outside of Olympus of your choosing. But she did warn that should anyone attack her city, do not expect them to survive. Hestia explained. Zeus paused looking pensive, all right, I will meet with her, I will give you a date and a place later on. I need to think first. After a moment of silence, Zeus continued, there's one last thing we need to address in this meeting. Everyone's back straightened, at the thought of leaving the meeting. Hestia was exasperated with their behavior, they acted like children. My son, Dionysus, has achieved much during the last few decades and now possesses a large following. It's time to introduce him to the council. Which means that unfortunately, he has to take someone's place. Hestia understood what Zeus was doing and so did the other elder Olympians. He really wasn't subtle about it. He wanted to gain as much influence as he could on the council. Having already removed Hades, who used to be his main opposition, he now had the excuse to remove another one. It was probably going to be either Poseidon or Demeter, from the look of things. This will fracture the family further and could very well lead up to a war. As expected, Zeus followed by explaining that it was time for the newer generation to flourish, so it has to be one of the elder Olympians that will be kicked out of the council. Hestia could see Poseidon's thunderous expression and Hera's bitter face. She really hated how unfaithful her husband was and was reminded of this with every new addition to the council. But in Zeus' usual tripe, Hestia saw an opportunity and she seized it as soon as she could. I volunteer. Hestia relished at watching the council's gaping faces looking at her. Zeus looked at her stupefied. What? I said that I volunteer my place from the council. Why would you do that? He spluttered. I grow weary of the fighting that happens during every meeting. If appointing a new council member would add more conflict, then I'd rather not be a part of it. So, I volunteer my place in the council for your son to take, Zeus. Zeus collected himself and then nodded. All right then, I guess the matter is concluded. Hestia interrupted him before he could end the meeting. I said I volunteer to give my place on the council. I never said that I will do it for free. Zeus, once again, was gaping at her. Finally he sighed in resignation. What do you want, Hestia? Hestia smirked at him. Nothing too bothersome. I have decided to stay a maiden and I will marry no man. I want your assurances that you will stop any attempt to court me. I'm looking at you, Apollo, and that you will never force me into a marriage. That's my price. Zeus looked at Apollo's crestfallen expression and then sighed once more. Agreed. Zeus then finally ended the session, and Hestia teleported to her home and was greeted by her beloved. So, how did it go? Hestia answered, it went well. I am now free from any courting or marriage proposal. As far as they know, I'm a maiden. How the hell did you manage that? Hestia grinned. Zeus wanted another son of his on the council. You sold your seat just so that no one would force you into a marriage? No, silly, I sold my seat so that I could be with you forever. The following make-out session was so intense that Hestia almost forgot to tell her beloved about what else happened during the council meeting. I almost forgot. I did what you asked and told them about you. Hestia remembered. Medusa responded. How did they react? Not well. Zeus had to explain what Atlantis was to the younger members of the council. I'm guessing that it didn't go well. Hestia spoke. Of course it didn't go well. They were told that their entire lives, their very nature, is a lie. What did you expect? Medusa stayed silent for a minute. What about your siblings? They were scared. Zeus was angry though, but he did agree for a meeting. We both know that he will try something during that meeting. From what you told me, he doesn't like anything that isn't under his direct control. I made sure that he will never control Corinthos and he definitely will never have a say on what I do. You're overreacting, my love. Hestia protested. Not really, but I will not be the one to instigate this. Whatever happens will be on his hands. Hestia nodded but stayed silent and both women just enjoyed each other's company. Medusa broke the silence. I had an idea, I wanted to run by you. What is it, Medusa? It's been so boring lately. The city is self-dependent and can defend itself, the girls left home. I need a new project before I start going crazy. So, I was thinking about building a school. A school, where? Questioned Hestia. Not in Corinthos, if that's what you're asking. I want to build it somewhere between Corinthos and Athens. This is just asking for trouble, my love. Medusa smiled. I know, that's what makes it exciting. But this won't be any normal little school. This will be a school of magic. I already found a powerful witch, not an Olympian, don't worry, that could help me with build it. What? You want to teach people magic? Are you mad? My family is not going to be happy with this. You're just asking for trouble here. A smirk adorned Medusa's face. That's the best part, they will have no idea it exists. I'm going to build it under their noses. Chapter 75, Tensions, 842 BC. 842 BC, Mount Olympus. Zeus POV. Zeus knew that he wasn't the smartest Olympian around. This title belonged to his daughter Athena, who prided herself for her skill in strategy and her wisdom. It didn't mean that he was an idiot. One did not stay king for as long as he did if he committed one blunder after another. He would admit, never in public though, that his behavior is fit for a king. His numerous extramarital dalliances were a clear example of that. It didn't help that his wife Hera was an obnoxious, horrible woman that only cared for her illusion of perfect family. He had been forced to marry her, to present a united front to the rest of Olympus after the war with the Titans. Zeus could barely stand the woman and it was surprising that they were able to have children together. It was no wonder that he took every opportunity to sleep with mortal women, if only to escape the bitch. Having children with mortals was a way to gain some influence in the mortal worlds. His children's deeds often reflect onto him. Zeus had forbidden his subjects from using their powers in front of the mortals. Not that he could realistically enforce it, but if someone did a highly impressive feat, tales usually traveled all the way to Olympus, where he would punish the perpetrator. He had done so because he would lose a lot of control if his subjects were allowed to walk around freely and perform miracles left and right. He would be king in name only and he would barely be able to govern them. And without control, he would be susceptible to be overthrown, or worse be forced into a civil war. This was why Zeus created the council in the first place. It gives all of his subjects hope into getting a small piece of power. However, the influence needed to enter the council was the amount of mortal that worship you, build you temples, make sacrifices in your name. Zeus had made sure that his demigod children spread the tales of his godly children in the mortal world, to make sure no one would object at their appointment. This made it almost impossible for some random god to obtain a seat, considering the competition, the only exception being Aphrodite, who used her physical beauty to ensnare kings into worshipping her and created a race of beautiful women she called Vela that spread her name to every man they meet. Other than Aphrodite, the entire council was comprised of either his children or his siblings, and even then, his siblings were slowly being forced out. Zeus had maneuvered himself brilliantly, making any sort of attempt to overthrow him very unlikely to succeed. Which brings him to his current dilemma, the daughter of the last king of Atlantis. He hadn't expected that little revelation when he sent Hestia to that new up-and-coming city that came out of nowhere. He had wanted to distance her from the affairs of Olympus for a while, in an attempt to move things along and pressure her into marrying his son Apollo. He had asked Zeus many times for this union, absolutely infatuated with his aunt. This would have been the final nail in the coffin, with Hestia being married to Apollo, and Demeter pretty much agreeing to everything he said. He had planned to remove Poseidon from the council as he had done with Hades previously, but Hestia had to ruin everything. She agreed to give up her position in the council. This was something that was coveted by every single god on Olympus, and she gave it away like it was nothing. She already had a reputation as a gentle benevolent goddess, but now, she accidentally became the picture of kindness and gained the respect of every minor god out there. He couldn't even ask for her to marry Apollo anymore since her price for leaving her seat in the council was to stay an eternal maiden. He couldn't refuse because he had granted both his daughters the same boon, which was advantageous for him since he would always stay as the most influential male in their lives, pretty much guaranteeing their votes. With her last action during the council meeting, Hestia had put him in quite the conundrum, not that he would ever do anything about it. His eldest sister asking for a favor was a very rare event and he didn't have it in his heart to refuse her, even if he could. Now back to this Medusa, should Hestia's words be correct, she could become either his greatest boon or his worst nightmare. One thing was for certain and that was to not make her an enemy. Zeus had heard his mother's tales when he was younger, and while he dismissed most of them as children's tales, he still remembers the awe in his mother's eyes as she retold the feats of famous Atlanteans. His father, as terrifying as he was back then, was very unskilled in terms of magical knowledge and Zeus did not dare to even attempt to fight him directly, choosing to assassinate him instead. This Medusa was a full-fledged Atlantean and if Hestia was correct, far more powerful and knowledgeable than Kronos. He could not afford a direct conflict, so he will use the same tactic as his father. Having her support would elevate his status to the very few that know of their true origins, and she would protect Olympus from any other surviving Atlantean, like the mysterious Typhon who created all these monsters in an effort to weaken Olympus. But should she refuse to submit under his rule, she shall meet the same fate as his father. He could not allow of someone with such power to remain unsupervised. Not that anyone would care, now that Atlantis was gone, she had no supporters and no one to avenge her death. It was time for the meeting now, they had agreed to meet on an empty beach, giving Zeus the biggest advantage. He had invited Athena, one of his most powerful warriors, and Poseidon, with how powerful he would be this close to the sea. Together, all three of them teleported to their destination. The scene they found was not as expected. Instead of the terrifying warrior he expected, he saw a breathtakingly beautiful woman, with purple hair and purple eyes. She was wearing a white dress, that was simple but elegant, reminding him a bit of Hestia. She was sitting down, drinking some wine facing the sea. This was not the feared foe he expected. She seemed to sense their presence and turned around. She waved at them and then made other chairs appear out of nowhere. "Hello there, it's very nice to meet you all," she greeted. Zeus was still too dumbstruck to answer, and he wasn't the only one. Athena was openly gaping at the purple-haired woman. For all her intelligence, she had no idea how to deal with surprises. Poseidon on the other hand was the first to regain his voice. "Greetings. I'm Poseidon, Lord of the Sea. I have to say, I did not expect the mighty Medusa, defeater of Typhon to be such a beautiful and radiant woman." Damn, he knew when Poseidon acted like this, the idiot was already infatuated with the woman and all she said was greeting them. Athena unfroze from her stupor, looking annoyed from his actions. Her feelings for the god of the sea were so obvious that everyone on the council apart from them already knew. However, Athena's vow to stay a maiden had stopped her from pursuing a relationship with him, and probably the fact that he's married. Not that Poseidon gave a damn about his marriages, he almost slept around as much as Zeus did. Medusa responded, "Why thank you, Poseidon. As you probably know, I'm Medusa. I'm guessing that you're Zeus," she pointed at Zeus, "and you're Athena." She pointed at Athena. At their nod, she continued, "Why don't you sit down?" She motioned towards the seat she conjured, and they obeyed and sat down. "So, what are we talking about?" she questioned. Zeus and Athena looked puzzled at her question while Poseidon was still leering at her. "You asked for the meeting." "Ah, yes. It was mostly to set you at ease. Ask whatever you want, I'll answer if I can." Athena was the one who asked the first question, "What are your intentions towards Olympus? As far as I know, every descendant of Atlantis has joined your clan under your leadership. They had done so willingly, and whatever you do is due to their choices. You might have imprisoned the older generation in your precious little dimensional prison that your father made, but as far as I know, Atlantis is gone and so did their values, their traditions, and so on. I have no right to judge you for your actions using the laws of Atlantis." Zeus perked up, "So, you do not want revenge for what I did to my father?" Medusa laughed melodiously, "I don't care that you killed that brat. He was already very arrogant back in Atlantis. He was the ticket for your clan to gain influence and he knew it. Time elementals are rare, but his behavior would have repelled a lot of instructors and he wouldn't have gained any apprenticeship. Most of the Titans were born because of the sudden death of a generation of elders that were tired of life. Over 300 new children were born a century or so before the fall of Atlantis. I used to be the younger one for a while before that happened. The population in Atlantis was controlled, you see. Besides, even if I cared about it, I'm not in charge of them. My father might have been the king of Atlantis, but the throne wasn't hereditary. Every king was voted in by the clans." The king of gods was very frustrated by her answers. She tended to stray from the topic, not that Athena and Poseidon cared. The wisdom goddess was fascinated with ancient history and Poseidon just kept nodding and smiling with that silly lovesick expression of his. He couldn't believe that he invited them for this. It might not like it, but this was an official alliance meeting. Grumbling under his breath about the uselessness of his companion, he spoke, "So you have no desire to interfere with the affairs of the gods of Olympus?" She chuckled and answered, "I really don't care about what you Olympians are doing, but calling yourselves gods is a very arrogant and pretentious thing to do. If a true god were to hear you call yourself king of gods, I fear they would not be as understanding about it as I am. However, should any Olympian interfere in my affairs, or that of my city, I will respond accordingly." Zeus ignored the comment about gods. "This wasn't the time to address more issues. How about you join Olympus? It's only right that you take a place with the few survivors of your people. Your city could benefit from our protection. No one would ever dare to attack it, if they know that it's under the supervision of Olympus." Here it was, he gave her the offer to submit to him, to avoid any sort of conflict. And what would that entail? Zeus responded, "We can't just give you a seat on the council. You're relatively unknown outside of your city, even if it would elevate your status. With a bit of time and patience, there is a good chance that you would be inducted into the council." He had no intention of ever inviting her to join the council, but it was as good incentive as ever, and every other survivor of Atlantis agreed to the terms. He would remove her influence from Corinthos by introducing the Olympian gods to them, which would lower her status even further. Medusa just laughed, "You want me to become your subject, obey your rules and decrees, give you control over my city, just for the chance of joining a council that I don't care about? I haven't heard a joke like that in years. No, my boy, you'll have to do better than that." Every other survivor was too young to even think about politics, but I lived in Atlan's court. "I know what you're doing, Zeus, don't get smart with me. My city will stay under my protection. I will take offense if anyone doesn't respect that." There it was, the implied threat. Medusa will never be an ally, he recognized it now. He gave her a choice between submission and death. She chose death, not that she knows it. "I'll consider my proposal refused then," Zeus stated. "Athena, Poseidon, we're done here." Poseidon responded, "No, brother, I wish to speak with the lovely lady Medusa further." Zeus nodded and grimaced inwardly. He whispered to Athena, "Make sure the idiot doesn't ruin things for us." She nodded and Zeus teleported. Now to think of a way to kill that troublesome purple-haired woman. Chapter 76, Jealousy, 842 BC. 842 BC, Beach in Greece. Medusa POV. The meeting went as I expected. Zeus didn't care that I wanted to be left alone and wanted to use whatever he could to gain any kind of control over me. It was a bit sad how insecure he felt as the mere potential of a rival, not that I care about it. I had to say multiple times that I'm not interested in his precious throne or give a damn what his subject do as long as they don't go overboard. Although, the so-called king of gods was a lot more cunning than I thought. I honestly envisioned him coming by himself, stomping on the ground like a petulant child and threatened to smite me from the face of the earth if I didn't submit to him. Instead, he came with his brother, Poseidon, and his daughter, Athena. He then proceeded to generously offer me a place in Olympus. Of course, it would be under supervision, and I would have to start as a nobody and earn my way up to the council that I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be allowed to join, considering how many of the members are children of Zeus, and the very few that aren't are slowly being cast out. Poseidon and Athena served as backup and nothing more, as some sort of deterrent in case I want to attack their king. They brought nothing into the conversation, they didn't even voice their opinions. All they did was stand there and in Poseidon's case, keep staring at her like she was food. Athena did not seem to like me receiving Poseidon's affection, not that I would entertain them. I did consider the man's general disregard to his marriage to be quite distasteful, not to mention I was more likely to sleep with his wife than with him. Fortunately for Poseidon, I am quite happy with Hestia, so his wife, Virtue, is quite safe. After I refused Zeus' generous, in his opinion, offer, the man stomped out like a child, just as I imagined. It seems that his mature and cunning persona isn't very patient, and after just refusing the offer, he reverted to the man-child Hestia described to me. He was probably sulking in his golden temple, trying to create a brilliant plan to assassinate me. The man was scared of me, I could certainly tell that. He subtly flinched every time I made a sudden move. He must have heard tales of the might of Atlantis, and he was right to be afraid. If I wanted to, I could kill the man relatively easily, not that isn't tempting with someone of his personality. Unfortunately, I need him. As far as I know, Olympus is the only home to every survivor of my home. If there are other rogue Atlantean, then they are very well hidden and do not wish to be found. I needed someone to take charge of the Olympian, and should Zeus perish, there would be a civil war. The residents of Olympus take politics far too seriously, and all it takes for one idiot to kill another one for a chance at becoming king, that a massacre follow, causing whatever remnants of my home to die. That was the problem. The king wanted me dead and to take over my city, but I couldn't retaliate without severe consequences. I had a rough plan on how to deal with this, but not every detail was planned out yet. But I had time for that. Now on the other hand, I had a different issue. With Zeus leaving like a child, I was left with the presence of his extremely horny brother hitting on me and the woman who was probably infatuated with him, glaring at both of us. I cursed inwardly when I heard him say that he wanted to stay with me after the meeting, and even more so when I noticed that Athena was staying, probably under Zeus' order so that God of the Sea doesn't cause an irreversible incident. I didn't have time for this nonsense. Maybe I should have chosen a less attractive appearance. If I was looking like an old crone, I wouldn't have to deal with this shit. My inner monologue was interrupted by Poseidon's annoying voice. So, my lady, what do you like doing for fun? The man had practically grabbed me aside, away from Athena, and proceeded to try everything he could to get me into bed. It was quite awkward, and Goddess of Wisdom glaring at my back wasn't helping matters in any way. I sigh inwardly. This was getting very tedious. I like to practice and hone my magic. But other than that, I guess I quite like building things. I built my city myself, you know. I didn't expect it to be this populated. I just built the farms, roads, and a few houses, and people just kept coming, I guess. It was quite nice to see how grateful people were for my creations. It's very gratifying, isn't it? I feel the same whenever I see my subjects live their daily lives. I don't think you know this, but as god of the sea, I created an entire race of sea creatures. I called them mermen. They're half men from the waist up and half fish from the waist down. I had to create their homes and infrastructure when I was creating a city underwater. I called it Atlantis, actually, as a way to honor my origins. I could sense where this was going. It was very noble of you to do so. I don't understand why your brother refuses to acknowledge his lineage and forbidden anyone to speak of it. Being an Atlantean is a very noble origin. Shying away from it is a disrespect to his ancestors. He should feel proud and honored. Not that he's an Atlantean anyway, or any of you. I look at you and I see an echo, that's all. An Atlantean is so much more. A sum of knowledge, a code, a shared history, a shared suffering. Only it's gone now, all of it. Gone forever. I was right when I said this. As much as it pains me to say it, Atlantis is gone. All that remains is a poor remnant called Olympus with none of the culture and a semblance of its predecessor's power. Poseidon didn't know how to answer to that, and I almost smirked in triumph. Perhaps I could escape without offending him. Before I could do anything, he gently grabbed my hand. I would love nothing more than for you to tell me more about it. The history, the suffering, all of it. Perhaps I could help you move on. You're welcome to come to my palace in Atlantis. My Atlantis, I mean. It's only right you get to visit. It's the namesake of your home, after all. Now that was a dickhead move and a blatant show of emotional manipulation. He was this close to pissing me off. I'm afraid that's not a good idea, Poseidon. Why not? I would show you a good time. Keep your mind off the tragedy and all. Did I not make myself clear? No means no. Besides, you're not my type. I tried to remove my hand from his grasp, but he held onto it. He smirked at me. Trust me, a night with me and I would definitely become your type. Let go of my hand, Poseidon. He did not answer and kept grinning lecherously at me. This is your last warning, I continue. I want you and you should know, my dear Medusa, that I always get what I want. So that's how he wants to do this, fine. I'm done being nice. I conjure a knife made of shadows with my other hand and hold it between his legs. I whisper to him darkly, if you'd like to keep your balls, get your hands off me and leave. A flash of fear went through his eyes, and he finally recognized that he wasn't just flirting with any pretty girl but with the daughter of the last king of Atlantis, who is a very powerful and dangerous witch that killed other beings like him and would not blink before castrating him. He quickly hid his grimace and jumped back, away from me, winked at me to keep up appearances and teleported out. Finally, it was time for me to go home. Perhaps, I'll take a bath with Hestia. I need to relax after this meeting that just wouldn't end. It was always going to be a formality, with Zeus ignoring any sign of neutrality and considering me a threat to his precious throne. I prepare myself to teleport out, but I heard the remaining Olympian, Athena, call out to me. How dare you comport yourself like this in front of me? I have killed mortals for less. Leave my presence at once or you shall suffer my wrath. Will this day never end? Wait a minute, did she seriously try to threaten me? I couldn't hold my snickers. You're cute, kiddo. And this is not the time for the god act. I already know you're just as mortal as any of them. No need to pretend just for me. She glared at me, just stay away from Poseidon. I look at her bemused, is that what this is about? I don't want anything to do with the man. But doesn't he have a wife? Go be jealous at her or something. You were not acting as if you wanted nothing to do with him. I saw how you tried to seduce him, you whore. Is this seriously happening? Isn't she supposed to be the logical cold goddess? What's going on here? Again, I don't want anything to do with Poseidon. Now, I would say it was nice to meet you and all, but with the way you're acting, I can't bother with lying to you. I'll be leaving now. I turn around to leave but I feel a malicious surge of magic behind me. I sidestep the curse she sent at me and replace myself with an illusion made of shadows. It looked like Athena captured me from an outsider's perspective. I was curious to find out what she wanted. The girl started her customary monologue, not so smug now, are you? I don't understand why they're so afraid of you. You're definitely a fake that fooled my Aunt Hestia into believing that you're one of us. Let's see if Poseidon would still like you without your pretty face. I curse you, Medusa, to forever be as hideous on the outside as you are within. No one shall meet your eyes, no one shall think you beautiful. They say you have snakes for hair, let's make that a reality. It was a simple transmutation curse, I don't know what she's so smug about, we used to use them as pranks in Atlantis. They weren't as malicious, of course, but it was still simple magic. So much for the goddess of wisdom. I turn the illusion into a hideous woman, whose hair's turned into a serpent. I make it scream in agony, while holding my laughter to myself. The smug look on Athena's face as she teleports was priceless. If she was the smartest goddess around, the rest must be a bunch of baboons. But perhaps no one is logical in the matters of the heart, even the goddess of strategy herself. I teleport home and find Hestia in front of me. Hestia, you would not believe the day I just had. Zeus POV. Zeus was pacing in his temple, trying to find a way out of the biggest problem he had to face ever since killing his father. This Medusa could end up destroying everything he built. Inside her city, she was untouchable as no Olympian could enter Corinthos. Outside, she would inevitably be prepared for an attack and stay vigilant. He had to find a way to kill her in her home somehow. He knew that she slept in her temple in Corinthos, in the middle of the city. Hestia had said so, in the council meeting. He only had to find a way to get inside. Suddenly, he got an idea and teleported outside Olympus. He was met by what would be a beautiful mansion for a mortal, he was used to such things as king of gods. In a loud voice, he bellowed, Perseus, my son. I have need of you. And I'll be honest, I'm not really happy with this chapter, especially with the Athena part. I don't feel like this scene fits Medusa or Athena's character, really. But I wanted to have a little hint of the mythology so I went with it. The next chapter is actually one of my favorites, so that kinda makes up for that one. Chapter 77, Harp, 842 BC. 842 BC, Mount Olympus. Perseus POV. Perseus was a son of the king of gods, Zeus, and the princess of Argos, Danae, and he would like to consider that he lived a pretty eventful life so far. He and his mother had been abandoned by his grandfather, in fear of a prophecy that Perseus would kill him. He was found later by another king and he and his mother were given a place to live. It was a good life, his mother fell in love with the king and married him, and having been told of his parenting, Perseus decided to go on a journey. He was itching for an adventure, it was in his blood after all. Even before he was told that his father was the king of gods, Perseus knew that he was different. He was stronger than a man grown when he was 5 years old. He had always been at ease in the open air, and whenever he climbed high up in the sky, like he was home. He later learned that his love of the sky was inherited by his father, and so did his limited control over the air. He had trained with his godly powers and loved to use them anytime he could. Unfortunately, doing so was a good way to gain unwanted attention, as many people would hunt him down for the glory of slaying a son of the king of gods himself. Alas, a few mishaps with his powers were enough to rouse suspicions of his origins. He had been young and stupid, feeling invincible of his might, until he realized that his family would be targeted as well. So, he left his home, his mother, and her husband, fearing that his family would be harmed due to his presence. He traveled all over the known world. He even crossed the Middle Sea itself, unafraid of Poseidon's wrath for stepping in his domain as a son of Zeus. Speaking of his father, Perseus had met him soon after he started traveling. His father had given him quests, or mission, to gain experience during his journey. He had fought many monsters and slayed them all, giant serpents, giant boars, even the invincible Minotaur itself. He had earned notoriety due to his accomplishments, both in the mortal world and in Olympus, as many gods often came to visit him, giving him quests. To be honest, he was starting to tire from their constant demands, but one does not refuse a god's order. He heard stories of a woman who defeated the goddess Athena in a weaving contest, ended up turned into some sort of monstrous spider hybrid. He doesn't need to learn to offend gods from experience, he was perfectly happy with cautionary tales. His greatest accomplishment was the slaying of the mighty Cetus, a gigantic sea monster that had swallowed many ships whole. He didn't know how he was able to do it, perhaps his lord father had lent him his strength, but he had flown over the monster's head, and killed it by throwing spears into his eyes and pushing the air around them to push them further into the beast's head. It was concerning that a monster that size existed, but in the last few decades, many monsters appeared, mostly came from the west. There were so many that it was theorized that the entrance to Tartarus itself was there, for there was nothing else terrible enough to release such monsters. But Cetus itself was not the reason he considered that act to be his greatest triumph, but who he saved when slaying the beast. He had saved the king of Ethiopia, but more importantly, his daughter Andromeda. He fell in love with her at first sight and was able to gain her hand in marriage. Her father was very grateful for their safety and had promised the son of Zeus whatever boon he wished. After this grueling undertaking, Perseus decided it was time to stop fighting and to settle down. He moved away with his new bride to Athens and lived a peaceful, quiet life. He changed his and his wife's name to avoid any enemies, and for the first time in his life, he was at peace. When his son, Perses, was born, a year after they moved to Athens, he couldn't be any happier. He then spent years raising his son. He had no need to work, considering the gold he had amassed during his quests. He thought he was finally free of his past, but that was not to be. One day, he heard a familiar voice outside of his mansion. He hadn't heard it in years, but he recognized it all the same. It was his father. "Perseus, my son. I have need of you." Perseus froze, mostly from fright. He had thought he was free from the machinations of gods, but it appears he was mistaken. He walked to the entrance and knelt before the king of gods. "What can I do for you, father?" "My son, I have a quest. A threat to Olympus has been discovered, you have been given the honor to deal with it." Perseus sighed inwardly. He was turning into Olympus, attack god in the mortal world. However, his father's next world gave him hope. "I know that you wish to stop fighting, and I tried to respect that. For all you have done for us, you deserve your rest. I already have another son, Heracles, to fill the role you left. But in this quest, I need someone with experience and not just brute strength. I need you, champion of Olympus. Should you succeed, you will not be asked for anything by any Olympian." This was good, one last quest and it would be over. What was the harm in that? "Father, I am in your service." "Very well, Perseus, the target here is no mere mortal. She's an abomination, capable of turning men to stone with a simple look. She's the Gorgon, Medusa. She resides in a temple in the city of Corinthos." Perseus nodded. It would be hard but not impossible. However, Zeus continued, "I am not finished, my son. This woman is also the mighty sorceress. Should you fight her directly, you will die quickly. You need to hide, infiltrate her castle and slay her when she's not aware of your presence." This made things difficult but not impossible. Perseus replied, "Your will shall be done, father. Before you leave for Corinthos, I have a gift for you." A sword appeared in Zeus' grasp. This is Harp, a weapon forged by Hephaestus. Any wound dealt with this sword will not heal, gods and mortals alike. This is one of the finest weapons ever forged, it will help you in slaying the Gorgon. Perseus nodded, dumbfounded. This was the first time his father ever gave him a gift. This quest must be very dangerous and very important for him to give him such a mighty weapon. Like every quest he has ever been on, he prepared himself and began his journey towards Corinthos, his final adventure. He flew above the enchanted forest, avoiding any confrontation with its protectors. He had used the sandals given to him by Hermes in a previous quest to do so, as they gave him more control over his flight and allowed him to fly without exhausting himself. He had done so to avoid the centaurs and the satyrs who protect the city. Centaurs were rumored to be archers as skilled as Apollo, and the satyrs' powers over nature made them fearsome opponents in a forest. To make sure he was undetected, he remained unseen using the invisibility helm that the goddess Athena gave him during another quest. He reached the city walls and flew over them. He was officially in Corinthos, he only had to get to the temple first. His father had no idea about the protections on the temple but knew that it was powerful. The entire city was hidden from Olympus' eye and the king of gods had given him the impression that the people lived in misery. He couldn't be more wrong, the entire city was the most luxurious place he had ever seen. The roads were made with what seemed to be marble, the houses were as well built with skill that rivals the ones on the palaces of Athens' nobles. There were no street urchins, every man, woman, and child looked fed and watered. These people had better lives than the residents of Athens. But this was not the time for him to admire the city. He had a mission to fulfill, and for the sake of his wife and son, he would do anything. It wasn't hard to find the temple, it was by far the biggest building and it was in the middle of the city. He stood in front of the temple for minutes on end, invisible, before he steeled himself and walked inside the temple. Perseus knew that something was wrong the second his foot stepped inside the temple. He suddenly felt dread, as if he had no hope in succeeding his mission. Even with his father's sword would not be enough. He then shook his head, this temple was playing games with him. He pictured his wife and son's faces in his mind, and it gave him the courage to continue. Slowly, Perseus felt drained, like his energy was leaving him. He instinctively knew that should he have not been a demigod, he would have perished long ago, however he was a son of Zeus, his body was stronger than any mortal, his mind clearer. But he was running out of time, he would feel empty in minutes and would die from the exhaustion. Perseus felt nausea, dizzy. He felt like he was extremely hot, his senses were also muted somehow. He had trouble breathing and kept gasping, trying to breathe properly. Perseus was on the verge of losing his vision when he found the beast's bedroom. He sneakily entered inside and took a look at the sleeping woman. She was hideous, looked like an old crone but her most defining feature was her hair, it was made of purple snakes that were slowly hissing in their sleep. Perseus didn't expect her to look like this. His father described a woman of extreme beauty but it seems that she had hidden her true appearance from the public. Only a monster could look like this, so sneakily, Perseus unsheathed his sword harp and a swing later, the woman was beheaded. Her face slowly turned into a younger one and the snakes disappeared from her head, leaving long purple hair. Perseus didn't care about the severed head, only that the feeling of despair he was feeling before was gone, the protections died with the witch. When he started to pay attention to the body, he noticed that the body started glowing orange and it slowly disappeared into the ground like some kind of glowing dust. Perseus shrugged, he didn't care what happened in the head, who was bleeding some sort of black liquid, would suffice as proof to his father. He left the city and flew outside the forest to call his father give him the proof of his kill to his father. He felt ecstatic, he was finally free. When said his father's name, the man teleported in front of him and as usual, Perseus knelt in front of him. Father, I have succeeded. The king of gods looked overjoyed at his admission, Perseus, my son, you have aided Olympus tremendously. You are now free of the responsibility of being the champion of Olympus, no Olympian shall ask a quest of you. You are now at peace, you have earned it. Perseus nodded and gave his father the woman's severed head. For some reason, Zeus seemed to admire it, looking at every detail and smiling cruelly at it. Suddenly before any of them could react, the head's dead purple eyes opened and started to speak with a gravely voice, Zeus, son of Cronos, head of the Olympia clan, you have failed your duty and broke our neutrality. You will bear the consequences of your actions, for I curse you. I take away your strength and power. Arrogant you have become, king of gods, for no ichor shall flow in your veins until you are worthy to be king. My sacrifice will forever protect Corinthos from the likes of you, so mote be it. Suddenly 2 beams of white light appeared from the eyes of the dead woman and hit his unexpecting father in the chest. It barely took a few seconds but after it was done, the severed head turned into dust and the king of gods looked weakened. The hands that were holding the head looked burned but what was more surprising that was instead of normal ichor, the king of gods bled red, like a mortal. Perseus did not notice that he was gaping at his father. Nor did he notice his father's scared face when he realized what had happened. Before he could do anything, Perseus' father looked at him sadly, I'm sorry my son, but you know too much. I cannot afford anyone knowing about what happened. What, father? Before he could even register what his father said, Zeus had already summoned his weapon, a lightning bolt, and hit him with it. He felt pain for barely a second before dying. His last thoughts were of his wife and son, and how they will never see him again. Chapter 78, Calm Before the Storm, 823 BC. 823 BC, Corinthos. Medusa POV. It's been almost 2 decades since Zeus tried and failed to kill me. It was quite the pathetic attempt, to be honest. He thought he could kill me the same way he killed his father, assuming that we were as strong as each other. Unfortunately for him, Cronos was barely more than a child in the eye of an Atlantean, and I was a recognized master in runes and was as skilled as some masters in other fields. It was like thinking he could kill a lion since he was successful in killing a house cat. It was a shame that Zeus chose the hero Perseus to have the honor of slaying me. I was quite fond of his story. I did send a substantial amount of gold to his wife and son, because I was feeling bad about him getting caught in one of my schemes. They're living quite comfortably in Athens, not that it mattered now, the man was dead and Zeus was cursed. My curse wasn't quite as debilitating as it seemed. It only bound any kind body magic from recipient, which meant that while Zeus kept his magic, thus his control over air and lightning, he was physically as strong as a normal human and did not have the usual healing factor that all of his fellow Olympians possessed. However, a side effect of body magic that was usually unnoticed was that it allowed the user to channel magic easier through his body, which meant that with it gone, Zeus had a harder time casting any spell. For the first time in his life, Zeus was powerless. I hoped to do so would help him understand how similar he was to a normal man, and how his actions as a king have affected thousands of people. It was a lesson in humility he needed, which was why I conditioned the curse. If he ever becomes worthy of becoming king, the curse will lift and he shall regain his former power. Not that he seems to be getting any better, the only difference was that the so-called king of gods has been a lot less impulsive lately. At least he learned something. In other news, everyone thought that I had died. Even the citizens of Corinthos noticed my absence, but they had learned to adapt without me and became self-sufficient easily enough. I was never a hands-on ruler. I told my daughters just after it happened, of course, but they weren't bothered, really. They were too busy with their lives and their children, and I really hoped they would live long and fulfilling lives. In the end, I returned back home with Hestia and continued our life together. It was nice, and for the first time in years, I was content. Corinthos was safe after I decided to put some intent wards on the city. The centaurs and satyrs deter most travelers, but they couldn't hope to handle a single Olympian. My wards, on the other hand, did have enough power to do so. After all, Zeus had ordered some of his children to invade the city and they were stopped by the wards. Following their failures, he ordered some of his Olympian children to do the same, with the same result. After a while, he just gave up on Corinthos, accepting that the wards that I supposedly had powered at the cost of my life were indestructible. All that was left was to rest and relax with my beloved. Speaking of Hestia, she had scolded me when she realized that I cursed Zeus. She was scared that he would do something stupid since he thought he was weakened. I did reassure her that I would handle anything he would do, and that if he goes too far, I might just kill him. She wasn't happy with me in the slightest, and we ended up fighting for months about it. We ended up reconciliating and just ignored the issue. It wasn't healthy, but it is what it is. With a lot of time in my hands, I was bored. Thankfully, I had already planned on building a school of magic, and I kinda went overboard. I changed my name to Hecate, this time because there was no Olympian called Hecate. I asked Hestia, and she denied knowing any Hecate, and I wanted to honor her. It really was a shame that the Greek goddess of magic didn't exist. I ended up creating an entire infrastructure of magical schools, every one with a different field in mind. To help govern them all, I found a very powerful sorceress that had the potential of actually battling minor gods. Her name was Circe. The school was divided into one for beginners, where the foundations of magical fields are taught, and into higher schools, one for every magical field that the students would choose. The tutelage was free, but the students had to do jobs, like farming and so on, for a couple of hours a day. Truth be told, this little academy was starting to remind me of Atlantis. Of course, the knowledge taught didn't come from there, it was just regular magic that Greek wizards and witches perform, but it was centralized. I had created this place, not to teach people magic but to encourage research into magic. Perhaps one day, they could build a new Atlantis, a new land of magic. I knew from the future that no such nation existed, but there was no harm to hope a little. Truth be told, I sometimes forget that I am from the future. I have lived for so long in this era that I don't care about returning. Even if I did, it could risk many rips in reality if I do it. I could even end up in another universe accidentally. It was a small feeling in my gut, like an instinct, telling me that traveling back to the future could entail grave consequences and many disasters. So far, as long as I have Hestia with me, I am fine taking the long way round. I look upon the face of my beloved, she really was a wonderful woman. Suddenly, I feel someone attacking the wards on one of my temples in Egypt. I wouldn't care much, but some of the artifacts that I hid there could be pretty dangerous in the wrong hands. Turning toward Hestia, I say, "My love, something urgent just came up. I need to travel to Egypt for a few days." She replies, "That's all right, Medusa. Be safe." "I will," I respond. I then dress myself, turn invisible and teleport to my temple in Egypt. Zeus POV. There was a council meeting in a few days and Zeus wasn't particularly excited about it. Ever since the bitch Medusa cursed him with her severed head, he lived in constant fear. Who the fuck curses someone with their own severed head? Who even thinks of that? That just proved that he was right in trying to kill her. If she could affect him this strongly when she was dead, he shudders on what she could do if she was still alive. But now the bitch was dead, and he had to deal with this curse of hers. He didn't dare tell anyone about it, they would surround him like sharks and leave him for dead. They would betray him without a second's thought, even his wife and children would do so. Zeus ruled because he was powerful, and it was his power that kept him on the throne. But now, he was weakened. He was cursed with the body of a mortal. His magic was as strong as ever, but it did exhaust his body if he channeled too much. This allowed him to hide his condition. As far as anyone is concerned, the king of gods was as powerful as ever. But his body was driving him insane, he was always afraid. If he was attacked, he would be as good as dead. Hell, if he was caught in an accident, he would likely perish as well. This constant anxiety was slowly turning him mad, and there was nothing he could ever do to reverse the effect. To clear his head, he decided to take a walk in the middle of nowhere. There were no people around for miles, and that suited him nicely. He walked with what could be hours, thinking of way of prolonging the inevitable, his family's discovery of his weakness, when he heard a noise. Mighty Zeus, king of gods, I'm here to bargain. Zeus was startled, he hadn't sensed the men. Nevertheless, he ignored his surprise at being recognized and spoke, Speak up, mortal, and I shall consider it. For the first time, Zeus took a look at the man. He was a relatively old man, with a long white beard that was hunched over. He was wearing a purple robe and was wielding a green staff carved to look like a serpent. But what was most striking were his eyes. They glowed with red. There was something fundamentally wrong with the man, he could instinctively sense it but could not put into words. The man smiled and presented his offer, My liege, my name is Herpo and I was the student of the mighty Typhon, the father of monsters before he perished. That gained his attention, somewhat. Hestia had spoken of Typhon, the Atlantean that wanted to kill the Olympians and was later killed by Medusa. As Typhon's student, he told me of your true origins, that you are not true gods. Before he could smite the men in front of him, but that can be changed. I have found a method to turn you into true gods. Zeus was stunned, and couldn't help but ask, how? Herpo smiled at him, Gods are beings of pure energy, of pure magic. One must be born a god. However, a being with a body cannot absorb that much magic to ascend into a being of energy, but they can house something else, souls. Souls are energy, they are life. I'm not saying that we kill hundreds of people and retrieve their souls, because we don't need to. The number of people that worship you, and pray for your blessing grants you a certain link to them. Imagine hundreds of thousands of small shards of souls empowering you, the stronger their faith, the stronger you become, which means that you, King of Gods, shall be the strongest. That's the ritual I have designed. In the end, your worshippers will be fine, if a bit tired for a few months, but other than that they should survive. This sounded like it was too good to be true, a way to become a true god and survive his current situation. But he had to be careful, you said that it was a bargain. What do you wish in return? I wish to join you, of course. I have been pursuing immortality ever since Master Typhon perished. I am not an Atlantean and am just as mortal as any other man. I found a way to turn myself immortal, but in doing so, I have cursed myself. Now more than ever, I fear death. This is my last chance. I have the ability to possess other bodies, and all I ask is that you allow me to take over one of your subjects. For the ritual to work, I will need to be worshipped, so please make it a popular god. Allow me to ascend with you, to escape death, and I shall serve you faithfully until the rest of my days. Zeus grinned inwardly, this worked out perfectly after all. He could get rid of one of his strongest oppositions and ascend into a god at the same time. 2 birds, 1 stone. Herpo, I will grant you your request. You shall take over for my brother, Hades. Now let us discuss of the specifics of the ritual. Chapter 79, Sandstorm, 823 BC. 823 BC, Valley of Kings, Egypt. Medusa POV. I had just teleported from my home to the location of the temple that someone was trying to break into. I'm not a fool to leave dangerous artifact unprotected, so there was no hope for someone to actually break in and steal my stuff. The only issue that this temple of mine should only be known to the royal family in Egypt, more precisely, only the king. I made a lot of temples in my days as an advisor to the pharaoh, and most of them were only filled with treasure. These were known to pretty much anyone who had worshipped me as the snake goddess Wadjet. I mostly left gold there to appease the pharaoh. For some reason, the men insisted I do this, similarly to how he kept his wealth in a pyramid for him to be buried with, in some vain hope to have it in the afterlife. Plus, I needed a place to put all the useless gifts I kept receiving for some reason. After a while, even gold is getting old. I left most of the stuff I don't particularly care about in these temples. These temples were protected so the average mage will not be able to enter, but an entire team of cursebreakers in a few centuries could break in. I left it for some lucky team that would be capable enough to get inside and retrieve what should be to them, a great treasure. I would honestly not care if the temple that was being attacked was one of them. However, there is a single temple I created that mattered to me. A personal vault of memorabilia and precious treasures. It held my personal belongings, but I did use it to keep artifacts there, some I confiscated and some were of my own creations. What? I was bored over the years, which meant I had all the time in the world to enchant a few items, just to know if I could. I would admit that some of them were a bit too dangerous to exist in case they fall into some idiot's hands, but I was bored and lonely, there was little I could do. In this vault laid all the knowledge of Atlantean magic that I confiscated, even some of the books I wrote about my experimentations with magic. So, what's inside that vault is far more valuable than all the treasures in my other ones combined, and so I warded it accordingly. Even its location was supposed to be a secret I only told to the last pharaoh before I left Egypt, and I enchanted the knowledge so that only the undisputed king of Egypt could know. Even with all that, someone was trying to enter my temple, which meant that it was either the pharaoh or someone ordered by him trying to steal my property, which meant that something was wrong in Egypt. I teleport into my temple to find that nothing was taken and the wards were at full power. I then turned into smoke and confronted the intruder. There were 5 in total, they were powerful, but it felt artificial somehow. Their magic felt as if someone had tried to inflate it like a balloon somehow, allowing them to gather more magic, but disrupting their control and stopping it from evolving. The power-up was bound to the man in the middle somehow. Funnily enough, the man was blue and was wearing some kind of weird armor that I could sense was very heavily enchanted. The blue man was trying to teleport past my wards. It was a heavily modified portal that was based pure space manipulation. It would have gotten through anti-teleportation wards easily, but I had a deep understanding of space magic and stopped any kind of space magic inside that didn't have my own magical signature. The blue man's magic just felt wrong, like it was a lot of different magic being stitched up together. I didn't like it. After watching them, I had enough and materialize in front of them, and they stiffened in surprise at my arrival. "You are not welcome here," I bellow. The blue man steps forward. "How curious. And who are you?" It is customary for the intruders to introduce themselves first, especially to the owner of this temple. "You are the Wadjet," I reply sarcastically, "and you are trespassing." The man ignored my not-so-subtle words to leave and just continued, "I am En-Sabah-Nur, the king of Egypt." Shit, I totally forgot about him. This is Apocalypse. But aren't they supposed to be mutants? Why do they feel magical? That you may be, however, you are still not welcome here. En-Sabah-Nur seemed to start getting irritated. "This temple is in my kingdom, it is mine, and so are its contents." "No, it's not. My agreement with the previous pharaoh was for a small land that would forever be untouched by his kingdom. You are trespassing, En-Sabah-Nur. It seems we are in a disagreement." I reply, "It seems we are. This is your last warning. Leave now." The king did not reply and just turned to one of his servants, one of his so-called horsemen. The men started to gather some lightning and threw it at me. I just created a shield that absorbed the attack. I looked at him, raising an eyebrow. Is this seriously the best he could do? Even En-Sabah-Nur looked unimpressed with him. Is he some sort of new recruit of something? Before any of them could react, I gathered the power of the lightning bolt thrown at me and used it to power a telekinetic wave that threw all of them far away into the desert. I teleport towards them, and En-Sabah-Nur had righted himself in the air and landed gracefully on the sand. One of horsemen sprouted wings out of nowhere and flew into the air, sword in hand, trying to impale me. This looks like it's going to be a fight. I materialize my staff and parry his attack and throw him into the air. It then leaps after him and kick him far away from the fight. Suddenly, another one of Apocalypse's horsemen leapt at me. He looked somewhat feral, he had pointy teeth and his nails were elongated into claws. He reminded me a bit of a sane werewolf without the fur and with control over his mind. He looked to be as strong as one, considering I had to put a bit of effort into blocking his attack. I then conjured a blade made out of shadows and stab him in the gut with it. I then throw him away from me. By the time I was done with him, the 2 remaining horsemen had arrived to our fight. One was the lightning-throwing man, and the other was a woman who was wearing some sort of hood and was holding some sort of crimson sword. For some reason, the king just stood there watching, assessing, and didn't even try to attack me. I didn't get any time trying to puzzle them and machinations before I was attacked with another bolt of lightning. I redirected it at the woman with a wave of my staff. She blocked it with her sword that seemed to somehow absorb the lightning and started to gain a crimson glow. When the attack finished, the sword looked like it was on fire. She then waved her sword at him and released a red beam of light at me, and I could sense its danger the second it appeared. I tapped my staff on the ground and created a cutting curse that split the beam into 2 halves that passed harmlessly around me. They ended up hitting a hill behind me, causing some sort of sand avalanche. With another wave of my staff, opened a portal in the middle of the avalanche and another one in front of me. A giant beam of pressurized sand hit them both, sending them back behind their master. Apocalypse and I were the only ones left standing. He observed them and muttered, "Disappointing." Unconcerned with their fates, he looked impassively at me. "Do you know how I became king?" "Can't say that I do. I started from the bottom, with nothing to my name. Even my parents abandoned me, probably thought I was an abomination because of my appearance. I was then found by a band of desert nomads called the Sandstormers, whose leader, Baal, recognized my potential and raised me as his own. He even gave me my name, En-Sabah-Nur. He taught me the truth of the world, that the strong survive and the weak die. Those words are one that I still live by to these days. All was well until the pharaoh attacked our tribe in fear of a prophecy that a young and powerful warrior would dethrone him and end his line. I was always stronger, smarter than everyone else. I became a fearsome warrior. There were songs of my exploits and tales of my adventures. The more well-known I became, the more the pharaoh feared me, so he ordered his soldiers to wipe down my tribe. My entire tribe was massacred by the mages under the pharaoh's command, and I was apprehended. I was then enslaved by the pharaoh, to become a symbol to all those who dared to oppose him. Every day I was tortured, until one day another prisoner arrived. He was curious, able to heal from any injury, and the pharaoh wanted to understand his abilities so that he could become invincible. That day, one of the mages went too far, and as I was laying there dying, I reached out to the prisoner in a vain attempt to save me, only to find myself in his body. My old body was shriveled and I became him. With my strength, I was able to escape from his prison, as they didn't enchant his prison to be unbreakable like mine. There was no need for it. I then proceeded to kill every mage in the palace, every member of the royal family, every noble in the palace. I freed the slaves and took over the city. And the rest was history. I answer, as intriguing as this is, why should that matter to me? He replied, I am a man who earned everything I have today, and nothing will ever stop me. Even your pathetic order of mages serves me now and have devised a ritual for me to get even stronger. The strong live and the weak die, and I am the strongest of them all. I am Egypt and you have no place here. He then controlled the sand all around us and created a veritable sandstorm. Suddenly the sand turned into steel spikes that tried to impale me. I turn to smoke and it goes right through me. That was close. Transmutation and sand manipulation on this level is really impressive. I create a shockwave sending shards of steel towards Apocalypse. He conjured some sort of force field to stop them. I then raised my staff into the air and conjure a veritable thunderstorm, and a giant bolt of lightning appears from the sky and hits my opponent. The bolt was so powerful that it temporarily blinded me, and yet when I regained my vision, my opponent was still alive, although a bit ragged. He then telekinetically controlled giant boulders and threw them at me. I transformed them into smoke that spread around the battlefield, blinding him. I then proceeded to travel through the shadows, stabbing him with a conjured sword and then disappearing before he could even register the blow. Angrily, En-Sabah-Nur created a telekinetic shockwave, dispersing the smoke. His cuts were already visibly healing by themselves. Your reputation was not exaggerated, Wadjet. You truly are a fearsome opponent. Your body will be my masterpiece. I sensed something coming from my left. It was the flying horseman from before. I was done playing. I unmaterialized my staff and conjured two swords made of shadows. I dodged the flying attack and swung my sword at one of my attacker's wings, cutting it off entirely. The man screamed in pain at the attack, and I used this distraction to send a pressurized blast of air towards his head, killing him. I dodged the sand attack that Apocalypse sends at me and create a portal directing it at another attacking horseman. The man Wolf 1 was swept away by the sand. I create another portal later, teleporting him towards me, and with a swing of my swords I beheaded him. The last two horsemen attack me, but I conjure steel spiked into their foots, pinning them into the ground. Then I throw both sword at them, hitting each one of them in the throat, killing them instantly. In barely 10 seconds, all of the horsemen were dead, and I looked at Apocalypse's face. It seemed that he started to understand his mistake. Nevertheless, he screamed into the air, and it was like the entire desert came to life and a veritable tsunami of sand appeared, trying to smother me. I gather my power over darkness and create a veritable wave of dark magic, disintegrating everything around me, the sand's momentum stopping and it turned into ash. Apocalypse created a force field to protect him from the attack, but some of it came through and parts of his body were hit in the process and looked like it was eaten by some sort of acid. Again the wounds started to heal on their own. I told you, Wadjet, I am invincible. You cannot kill me. I smile at him. Your body might be, but there are many ways to kill someone like you. I cast a spell at him, draining his life force and dispersing it into the ground, causing him to visibly starting to age. A few seconds later and he looked like an old withered man. Scared, the man created a purple sphere and teleported away. So that's how he did it. I knew I could not kill him yet, as he's supposed to be alive in the future. Instead, I make sure he is imprisoned. It only took a couple of suggestions for a few mages to turn on him and interrupt the ritual. They destroyed the pyramid where the ritual was being held and kept him trapped in status for thousands of years. It took a few days, but En-Sabah-Nur was trapped and Egypt was free. Chapter 80, Mistakes, 823 BC. 823 BC, Valley of Kings, Egypt. Medusa POV. It took some liberate use of telepathy, but En-Sabah-Nur was imprisoned, stuck in status in the middle of possessing another mutant in a desperate bid to survive. Without his horsemen terrorizing the people, he had no one who was truly loyal to him. Even those who served him in fear could be persuaded to betray him if they were assured that Apocalypse would die. It took a few subtle mental compulsions using my telepathy, and slowly there was a group of rebellions that planned on killing him. I manipulated the mages so that they would subtly alter the normal ritual so that Apocalypse stays in status and not awake like he used to in the old ritual. Then the only thing it took was subtly let them know my plan, with them thinking it was their idea in the first place. On the day of the possession, the rebellion infiltrated the slave guards and collapsed the pyramid, hoping to kill him. I, of course, knew that this wouldn't kill him, but it would destabilize the ritual, which would result in MC being trapped under the ruins. It was very carefully planned and every detail was accounted for. It worked as it should and the mighty Apocalypse was trapped. It was surprising how powerful the man actually was. I actually had to fight seriously near the end. Don't get me wrong, I was always going to win, but the men could probably fight Zeus on equal grounds and maybe even win. Truth be told, the only thing that rattled me was how their mutant powers felt like. The closest thing I could compare it to was magic, and it was so similar to it. But the only difference was that I didn't feel a spell forming, just the energy being dispersed like a spell. Truth be told, I could copy every single attack that did with magic. The spell might take some time to develop, but it was doable. What I couldn't replicate was how to cast these spells without molding my magic. A true wizard's power is not the amount of magic that's in their body but how they could use it. Every spell we cast, we must first shape our magic to match the spell and then cast it. These mutants could do it without shaping it, like energy was already fixed in that state. I never noticed that before, but I know for a fact that my telepathy works differently. I'll have to think on this later. With the Apocalypse problem being taken care of, I decide to wipe any knowledge of my temple. It was only a matter of time until another idiot sits on the throne as pharaoh and try to break in with promises of riches and power. I would rather not risk it again. For now, I was done with Egypt. The kingdom is powerful enough so that no outside army could attempt to conquer it for centuries. What they choose to do now will be their responsibility. I teleport back home to Corinthos, trying to find my beloved. I missed her terribly. These last few days were exhausting. Honestly, the fight with MC and his horsemen was less tiresome than my efforts for creating the trap to imprison him. Sometimes, it's the subtle stuff that's more effective. I cast so many compulsions that it's very mentally draining. I was tempted to just imprison Apocalypse myself, but the people needed to defeat him themselves if they were to have any hope to move on from his reign of terrors and progress. Now that I was home again, I wanted to just cuddle up to Hestia and go to sleep. I kept looking for her, but there was nothing to be found. She was probably still in Olympus because of the council meeting. It was the summer solstice after all. The Olympian Council biannuary meeting occurred there. All over Europe people prayed to them, for gold, for family, for sickness. They even did the same in Corinthos, in my name, but I don't really care about that. I tried using our respective tracking charms. I made each one of us a ring that was imbued in our magic so that we could use it to track and scry each other, but that didn't work and that made me worry. I could feel that she was somewhere in Olympus, but it was like the signal was scrambled somehow. Something was wrong. Olympus didn't have wards that could stop me. Scared out of my mind, I teleported to Olympus, to Hestia's temple there, only to be rebuffed once more. Something was very wrong. I could feel it in my bones. I usually teleported there at my leisure. But I started to gather what was happening. These types of wards were added in sensitive rituals as to stop any type of interference. The ward itself was included in the ritual itself, so there was no hope that I could dismantle it without risking the ritual going haywire and killing everyone, including Hestia. However, I had a small cheat in the form of Death's Cloak. The main reason it's so overpowered is the fact that I can use it to hide from anything, including any form of wards. As far as the world is concerned, when I wear that cloak, I do not exist. I shadow travel to the entrance of Olympus to find an old man standing before me. He was a relatively old man with a long white beard that was hunched over. He was wearing a purple robe and was wielding a green staff carved to look like a serpent. But what was most striking were his eyes. They glowed with red. He felt wrong, like an abomination. There was this impulse for me to kill the offending being in front of me. The only time I have felt something like this was when Voldemort attacked me when I was a baby. When I went back and relived the memory, there was a distinct feeling of wrongness around him. For all his faults, Voldemort's greatest mistake was making Horcruxes. Honestly, I wouldn't have cared about him otherwise. There were far greatest monsters in the annals of history. Voldemort is but a man in a long line of power-hungry Dark Lords. He wasn't anything special. This man had split his soul. I hadn't seen anything like it in the past, and I should have sensed this travesty over magic when it occurred. This was troubling. Trying to understand the situation more, I asked, "Who are you?" "I am Herpo, the serpent sorcerer, giver of divinity and apprentice to Typhon." Shit, this guy was Typhon's apprentice. The lava elemental must have shielded the soul splitting somehow. This is why I don't like fighting old Atlantean. While I'm more powerful than most of them, they have studied magic for far longer than I did, and subtle things like this can be very annoying. Wait a minute, did this guy say he was Herpo, as in Herpo the Foul, the creator of the Horcrux and Basilisks? That guy learned from Typhon of all people. The only puzzling thing was his divinity thing. What do you mean by, giver of divinity? He laughed maliciously at me. I have discovered the secrets of true divinity. You are here to witness mine and the Olympians' ascension. Leave mortal or suffer the consequences of my wrath. This was getting even worse now. The secrets of divinity, you mean how you split your soul? The man spluttered with a bit. How do you know that information? Who are you? Well, you said that you were Typhon's apprentice. I am his slayer, Medusa. He snarled at me. You're dead, Zeus said so himself. You ruined everything. You killed him before I could finish my apprenticeship with him. I did however learn the secrets of the soul. As you can see, I am immortal. The soul is supposed to be whole, Herpo. What you accomplished is an abomination. You're mad, to rip your own soul in half. Madness is just another word for genius that others don't understand. If I am an abomination, so are the rest of the Olympians. Explain. I demanded. It doesn't mean anything, you'll be too dead to do anything about it. He suddenly started hissing, but it was hissing that I understood. It was Parseltongue. My children, kill the intruder. She is not to pass. Shit, these were probably basilisks. I needed something to even the odds. I bellow, Erebus, and from the shadows appeared a phoenix as dark as the night itself. I look at him. The giant serpents attacking us are dangerous. Go for the eyes, they can kill on sight. My companion trilled in affirmation and I then relaxed and closed my eyes. I couldn't risk getting killed by a stray look. I then use a spell I created in a whim a few centuries ago. It allows some sort of rudimentary sight by sensing the magic around. It's not true sight, but something like a magical radar. And everything has at least a small drop of magic, which means that I could see when my eyes were closed. I could feel Erebus clawing at one of the basilisk's eyes and giant snake screeching in pain. Suddenly, I felt a spell fly towards me and I instinctively block with a shield. I need to get rid of the basilisks before fighting Herpo. I had to interrogate him first and I couldn't do that with a few basilisks around. Determined, I leap into the air, conjuring some wind under me to propel me further upwards. The snakes were over 60 feet tall and I had to get above them. There were 3 basilisks in total and while Erebus was handling one of them, the rest noticed me and started attacking. Before it could do anything, I conjured 2 spikes of steel and banished them towards the eyes, blinding one of them instantly. The target of my attack hissed in pain and his brother took offense at me and leapt, trying to swallow me whole. Instead, I conjure a small ball of quartz and carve, using transmutation, a quick destabilized runic array that would explode in seconds. I channel magic into the ball and let go of it. I then transform into a raven and narrowly dodge the offending basilisk. The basilisk ended up swallowing my small bomb. A second later, the basilisk's head exploded, killing it instantly. It was so strong that the basilisk ended up with no head. In response, Herpo was hissing in fury, smell her. You don't need to see her to kill her. Of course, I knew that and as the snake obeyed its master, it found me and opened his maw to attack me, only to receive another steel spike through the roof of its mouth, going through its brain and killing it instantly. Sensing for Erebus, I noticed that he had somehow killed the other basilisk. Talk about a badass bird. Anyway, I open my eyes and look at Herpo. He tried to cast a spell at me using his staff and with a wave of my hand, I cut off his hand, disarming him literally. The men screamed in pain and just telekinetically summon him and snarl at him. I was quickly running out of patience. What did you do, pest? He laughed bloodily at me. I gave them immortality and it was so easy. They were so gullible. Faith is a very powerful thing, daughter of Atlan. To truly believe in someone is more than just words. You give them power over you. A minuscule part of you, your essence, your very soul becomes theirs. I only gave them a way to harness it. Imagine it, thousands, even millions of minuscule pieces of souls empowering them and propelling them into godhood. Not that they know what would happen to them should they rise. Agamotto's sanctums will remove them from this realm. They will end up in the realm of gods and demons, and you know what that means, they will not survive for long. My master's goals shall be accomplished. The Olympians will be destroyed. Why are you telling me all this? Because you're already too late. The ritual has just begun and there's no going back. I growl at him, you're sacrificing the afterlife of thousands of people just for revenge in the name of a dead master. He just gave me a smug smirk and I say, then you won't be here to see it. I conjure a sword of shadows, ready to cut off his head. He laughed at me, you're wrong again. After all, you spent all this time fighting just one half of my soul. Shit, I was fighting a Horcrux, all this time. I just decapitate the men and start sensing for a soul piece. I quickly find it in the form of the serpent staff that Herpo held. With a sneer on my face, I conjure some fiend fire and direct it at the staff. A high-pitched scream pierced the previous silence, signifying the Horcrux's destruction. After I was done, there was nothing left of it but ash. This could end up catastrophically. I needed to deal with it before it's too late, if it isn't already. Chapter 81, Olympus has fallen, 823 BC. 823 BC, Olympus. Medusa POV. Shit, I was fighting a Horcrux, all this time. I just decapitate the men and start sensing for a soul piece. I quickly find it in the form of the serpent staff that Herpo held. With a sneer on my face, I conjure some fiend fire and direct it at the staff. A high-pitched scream pierced the previous silence, signifying the Horcrux's destruction. After I was done, there was nothing left of it but ash. This could end up catastrophically. I needed to deal with it before it's too late, if it isn't already. With no one to stop me, I threw the gates of Olympus. I wear my invisibility cloak, the deathly halo allowing me to bypass the ritualistic wards as if they weren't there, and I finally enter Olympus. The sight that greeted me was the complete opposite of how I saw it in Hestia's memories. The city of gods was supposed to crowded, filled with markets and young gods trying to sell their goods. But now, Olympus was deserted. There was no sign of life anywhere and the silence was deafening. I walk around and try to sense for any sign of magic. A ritual of the scale Herpo described should have been pulsing with magic. I was not disappointed. There was powerful traces of magic leading me to what I assume is the Colosseum. I make my way there and, suddenly, my magical sensing came blaring into life. If what I was following was a spark, what I sensed now was an entire bonfire of energy. Shaking my head to focus on the task at hand, I step into the Colosseum to find it entirely full and completely quiet. The center of the Colosseum was turned into a copy of the council room, every member given a seat with Zeus at the top. The stands were also full with what I assume are thousands of minor gods. But even though all of the Olympians were there was not a single sound. Everyone seemed to be in some sort of trance. The energy was so dense that it started to get visible. There a beam of energy coming from the sky and concentrating on something in front of each Olympian. I focus on the object. It looks somewhat circular. The light from the energy is too dense to make sure. But then I realized that the light is different for every participant in this ritual. The members of the council, particularly Zeus, had a much stronger light than the others. I look at the object in front, one of the minor gods at the back, and discover the object to be an apple. However, it was halfway gold and was slowly turning into gold completely. I look around and find that in the front row, Hestia was there. She was also in the trance, but she was chained down as if she was forced to do this. That's my Hestia, resisting to the very end. She was also holding our bracelet. She must have tried to contact me somehow. Now that I know that Hestia was somewhat safe, I had to focus on the ritual. Analyzing the magic, I discover something startling. This energy wasn't magic but soul energy. They were absorbing the soul energy and storing it in an apple somehow. Each apple was connected on a deep level to each participant. The apples are fundamentally changing. The amount of soul energy was too much for it not to. The apple served as a stabilizer, as a constant influx of souls would be too much for anything with a soul to handle. The soul is a person's identity, and taking on the soul of another will fundamentally change who you are. But the apples are somehow being used to remove the identity of each soul and just storing what appears to be pure soul energy. I'm assuming that after the ritual is complete, everyone will eat their apple and will supercharge their own souls. The amount of energy would overwhelm their bodies, but their souls will be too strong for them to die, meaning that they would become beings of pure energy and ascend into godhood. Unfortunately for them, Agamotto's spell, which is being maintained by the Sanctums, is actively banishing every god or demon on the planet. The gods of Olympus will be removed from this realm and transported randomly into a god's or demon's realm. I do not have to tell you that most of them would not like having intruders in their domains. I don't think that Dormammu or Thon would welcome them with open arms. They would be destroyed easily, and with them, the last traces of Atlantis. Furthermore, the souls were not full souls but fragments of the souls of every worshipper. The soul is meant to be whole. That was the first law of soul magic, and this ritual is causing thousands if not millions of people to lose a part of their soul, which will affect their afterlife. A fragmented soul is just left in limbo until the whole soul is reunited. When the entire soul has moved on, they stay in limbo, losing their identity, until they're basically a blank soul that will then be reused later. This ritual could hypothetically doom thousands of people into an eternity in limbo. Not touch, no smell, no sound, no sight. Nothing but the void, and they will be conscient for everything. At first, they will turn mad, and then they will start to lose their will to live, their will to think, their own identity, until all that is left is a blank soul. For someone to be forced into this without actually doing anything to merit this punishment is beyond cruel. I could not let that happen. There was only one thing that could help me with this, and it was the Soul Stone. With barely a thought, the necklace containing the Soul Stone opens, revealing its glory to the world. I can feel that the Soul Stone itself was perturbed with what it was seeing. I could feel its outrage, its fury at souls being used in such a way. I tried to use it to reverse the effects, and it started working for a couple of seconds before one of the Olympians started to cough golden blood. With a quick diagnostic charm, I determined that interrupting the ritual would end up killing everyone from the shock. The apples were too tightly bound to the users, and removing the soul energy damages the apples, which in turn hurts its master. If I was there earlier, I could have prevented this, but I was too late. I have to kill them. I have to kill Hestia. The stone seemed to agree with this decision as it thrummed on my chest. But this time, I had enough. This was getting too much. I had just tasted a glimpse of happiness in my life, and I was not going to lose it. I will not lose Hestia as I lost Atlan. This is too much even for me, it will break me. I refuse to be alone in the world, to become the lonely god. So, I exclaimed to no one in particular, no. I refuse. I am not your puppet. I will not lose and keep losing like some sort of cosmic joke. I'm done. No more. With newfound determination, a plan forms in my head. It's a mad plan, but it's a plan nonetheless. I do not need to kill them to save them. I just need to stop the connection and find something else to feed the apples. I can feel the soul stone vibrating warningly at my plan, but I ignore it. I will not be the last Atlantean. I put the soul stone at the top of my staff, Death Staff, and then violently stab it into the ground. All 7 celestial runes appeared into the air. Runes was always my strongest subject, let's test how much I can do with it on the fly. Suddenly, Olympus started shaking, and suddenly Olympus wasn't on a mountain anymore but on some sort of floating rock. There was no start or no end, just Olympus. It was a dimension that I created on the fly. Well, not really created, it was already there, but it was empty. I just created a gate to it and moved Olympus in it, then I transported everyone there. I didn't have time to admire my work because without a connection to the souls, the Olympians started to throw up golden blood. I needed to replace the soul energy with something else. That's why I chose this dimension in particular, it was almost saturated in magic. The ritual will continue by replacing the souls by simple magical energy. I then use the soul stone to return the souls inside the apples through the portal to the real world. Slowly but surely, the souls started returning to their owners and the apples became full of magical energy instead of soul energy. Doing something like this is very draining, but doing it without any plans, that's almost suicidal. Gasping in pain, I double over, nauseous, and throw up. I used too much magic and channeled the power of an infinity stone. I was too tired to even think straight, and I could feel me passing out anytime soon. The ritual was finished and the Olympians were starting to wake up. But now, I had a choice to make. The gate was closing permanently. Technically speaking, I turned this dimension into a realm and the Olympians into realm lords. Of course, they're weaker than almost any of them, but they are all the same. And while sorcerers could have connections to certain realms and borrow power from them to perform certain spells, a direct connection to an inhabited realm are automatically closed by the sanctums to avoid realm lords invading the earth. Which brings me to this choice, to stay or to leave. Hestia was bound here like the rest of them because of the connection to this new realm. But to stay with her, I would have to give up my home. But if I leave, I'll leave again, and I refuse to be alone anymore. I'm done with this. The choice is simple, I'm going to stay. Maybe I'll even bang some sense into the idiots that remained of my first home. With my decision being made, I stopped resisting the sanctum's magic and let the gate close for good, but before it could close, some sort of wraith got out of what I assume is Hades' body and flew and went through. That must be Herpo. Hades then turned limp and fell dead. To tell you the truth, I was too tired to care about it. I slowly limped towards Hestia, to make sure she's okay. I remove her bindings and to my relief, I could feel her moving. She sleepily mumbled, "Medusa." "Yes, it's me, love." Her eyes then were wide awake and she jerked up, "Medusa, you have to stop them, they're doing something horrible." Before she could continue, I interrupt her, "I already took care of it." "How do you feel?" "I feel weird." "Not bad, just different." "What happened?" "I had no choice. It was either that or you dying. I created a new place, just for Olympians, just for us, away from the mortals. What you're sensing is the new magic going through this place." She looked at it confusingly, "So you trapped everyone here?" "What about you?" she asked pleadingly, "are you going to stay?" I smile at her, "It will take something extraordinary to take me away from you." I kiss her deeply and slowly lose myself in the sensation. I was interrupted by some sort of jerking motion, pulling me away from her. I thought it might be one of her brothers, but it was some sort of shadow. I try to resist, but I can sense its power and it feels cold and almost infinite. I know that I don't have a chance. I look at Hestia's worried eyes and say, "I love you." I was completely swallowed by the shadow and all I could see was darkness. I don't know if it was my kidnapper or my own exhaustion, I pass out all the same. I didn't realize then that this would be the last time I ever looked at Hestia's face. I only wished I could have had more time with her. It was unfair, but life is unfair, the only thing that's truly fair in this world is death. And I'll be honest, I know most of you will not like the ending of that arc. I actually don't, it was rushed, and just didn't feel right. To be fair, the arc was getting long and I felt like it was slowly turning into an ancient Greece fanfic instead of the MCU XHP I promised. So the next chapter will be the sort of conclusion of the arc and then it's back to the present. On other news, I'm thinking about rewriting some of the earlier chapters, like the ones with shitty grammar, and maybe add some substance to the Atlantis arc and what happened before the time travel. Those chapters really turn off a lot of readers, so I wanted to get your opinions about it because I'm really undecided. This shouldn't interfere with my upload schedule, so don't worry, and I'll notify you if I change something substantial, not grammar or actual plot stuff. So what do you think? Chapter 82, To Move On, 823 BC. 823 BC, Unknown Location. Medusa POV. I kiss her deeply and slowly lose myself in the sensation. I was interrupted by some sort of jerking motion, pulling me away from her. I thought it might be one of her brothers, but it was some sort of shadow. I try to resist, but I can sense its power and it feels cold and almost infinite. I know that I don't have a chance. I look at Hestia's worried eyes and say, I love you. I was completely swallowed by the shadow and all I could see was darkness. I don't know if it was my kidnapper or my own exhaustion, I pass out all the same. I didn't realize then that this would be the last time I ever looked at Hestia's face. I only wished I could have had more time with her. It was unfair, but life is unfair. The only thing that's truly fair in this world is death. When I woke up, I was face down, listening to the silence. I was perfectly alone and I knew instinctively that no one was there. It was weird because I was there but I was not at the same time. I spent a long time lying on the perfectly flat floor questioning my entire existence. Or perhaps it was just a moment, time felt weird here, wherever I was. Perhaps I was dead, perhaps I was always dead and my life is the afterlife. Wow, that's trippy. I just realized that I hadn't opened my eyes yet. Did I have eyes? Maybe I was just a blob of stuff. What if I was secretly a puddle all this time? No, I'm getting distracted. What was I thinking about? Oh, yes, eyes. Maybe if I have eyes, I should open them. The sight that greeted me was proof that in fact, I did have eyes. All I could see was white. It had no beginning or no end, it had no form. It was just white. There was a thick mist around, so I could barely see more than a few feet in front of me. But I knew in my gut that this place was infinite, even without the mist. I was lying down on the floor, a remarkably perfectly flat floor. I decide to stand up, but is there an up? There must be, since I was able to do it somehow. I couldn't even see what I was standing on, all I could see was white. I was naked. I don't like being naked even when I'm alone. Just as I finish this thought, I'm clothed in a white toga. Might as well go with the white theme. With that out of the way, I decide to relax one after the day I've been having. From imprisoning mad mutants in Egypt and trying to save the Olympians from their own stupidity. It was exhausting trying to keep it all together. At least Hestia is safe. There was something telling me that I will never see it again, but that doesn't have to be the case. All I had to do was wake up and I would probably find myself in her arms. Some things are not meant to be understood, my love. You always had that problem. You want to know everything that ever was and will be. I spun around to find Hestia in front of me, in all her glory. She was as beautiful as the day I met her, with her black hair and warm brown eyes. She had an honest smile in front of her. But there was something missing. Hestia's eyes were always full of warmth and love, but now, they looked dead. I respond, "You are not Hestia." Not Hestia seemed pleased with my answer, smiled approvingly and nodded, "I am not." Neither of us talked for a while. I honestly didn't know where to start and not Hestia seemed reluctant to tell me anything. "So, if you're not Hestia, then who are you?" I ask. She still kept smiling at me, "You already know who I am." Maybe it was. I kinda recognize this place, this limbo. There was only one person with power over it, death. I half asked, half answered. She just nodded at me. I continue, "Am I dead then?" "No, you're not. I just wanted to speak with you." "Well, you certainly look different." I could feel her smirk lightly at me. The last time we met, I was summoned into an incomplete avatar that could barely contain a sliver of my power. I had to spend half the time making sure I wasn't going to destroy your realm by accident. I didn't care much for aesthetics then. Although, I tend to change things up every once in a while. The Grim Reaper look does get boring after a while. I chose this form to make you comfortable talking with me. I am a cosmic entity, child. I do not have a form, I'm a concept, an aspect of creation. In every world, in every universe, in every multiverse, everyone known who I am. I am death, I am formless, I am endless. You would not begin to understand if you saw me for what I really am. It's why we, cosmic entities, choose avatars to contact mortals. Sometimes even with some gods or other cosmic entities. We are a varied bunch. Then why now? Why haven't you contacted me so far? It's been thousands of years. Time is not relevant to me. I exist outside of it. Don't try to make sense of it, Morrigan. Some things are not meant to be understood. As for why I am contacting you, I am doing so because I am displeased with you. I look at her uncomfortably. Why? What have I done? You are my champion, Morrigan. You're supposed to represent my interests in your realm, and by representing my interests, I mean hunting those who have broken my laws, trying to escape my grasp. How was I supposed to know that? You didn't say anything. She just smiled at me. I had to be quick. My presence was harming your world. Additionally, there was no need to. When I made you my champion, your mission became a part of your very being. You will intuitively sense your target and will feel the need to kill them. It's a part of you, just as your blood is a part of you. You did not think that my gifts were the only thing I gave you that night, right? Herpo, that's why I wanted to kill him this bad, other than trying to destroy Olympus and kill my beloved for the sake of a dead man that was already half mad. I respond to her, then, why are you displeased? What did I do wrong? The Olympians, she simply stated. I wince at that answer. The second I understood the ritual, I had the inexplicable urge to kill every participant in this abomination. I resisted, of course, but by doing so, I went against my instinct and spared people that should have been killed on sight, according to Death. I'm sorry, I couldn't let what remained of my home die. Death sneered at me. Atlantis is dead, child. It was destroyed when those idiots foolishly tried to summon me and bind me to their will. But they're still going to die. You could punish them then. No, they won't. You didn't just save them, you made them into realm lords. You bound their existence to their realm. So long as the realm exists, they will not die. I looked at her questioningly. But what's the problem? There are other realm lords. The problem is, child, that none of the other realm lords have souls. They're beings of energy. Should they somehow perish, that energy would simply disperse. They would no ever have an afterlife. The Olympians have souls, hence you have removed thousands of souls from my reach. By doing this, you have upset the balance. I cringe at the realization of my blunder. I was a bit anxious at what Death was going to do. Death must have read it in my face because she continued, relax, my champion. Your punishment will not be severe as I never explicitly told you of your purpose. But now that you understand, I will not be as merciful should you repeat your offense. As a punishment, I will be taking back the soul stone. It did not find you worthy of its power. I will keep it hidden until such time you are ready for the responsibility. When it finds you worthy, the stone will come to you. This actually wasn't as harsh as I expected. I rarely ever used the stone. Its power was too big for me to wield casually. It would be like using Mjolnir to hammer a nail. It would work, but it's not meant for something like this. Death continued, I have removed you from the realm of Olympus and into Earth. Before I could protest, do not test my limited patience, child. I have been lenient so far. I know of your intention of staying with what you think is your kin, but do not forget that you are mine, Morrigan. My champion, and I have need of your services. You will never see the Olympians again. That is your true punishment. I didn't say anything, barely processing what she was saying. She ignored my devastated look. This is all I wanted to speak of. I'm sending you back to Earth. You know your mission, my champion, my hunter. Start by killing the soul splitter, Herpo. I expect nothing by excellence from now on. Before I could even respond, there was a pulse of white light and everything went black once more. When I woke up again, I was lying face down on the ground again. The smell of a forest filled my nostrils. I could feel the cold hard ground beneath my cheek. I got up, on my knees until the reality of the situation caught up with me. I wasn't on Olympus and my meeting with Death hadn't been a weird dream. I was once again all alone. I lost everyone. I lost what remained of my home. I lost Hestia. I didn't know what to do. All these emotions, hate, anger, sadness, despair, and the crushing loneliness. I let it all out and I screamed in agony. My magic responded in kind and let out a pulse of pure destruction. It pushed away the trees and even the very ground. When I was done, all that was left of the forest was a crater. My sadness slowly turned into anger. Anger at the men, the little monster that caused all of this. The men that manipulated Zeus into damning his subjects. Herpo, the foul little thing. I had Death's permission in dealing with him, but she didn't care about if he would suffer before his inevitable end. It didn't take me long to track him down, and I took my sweet time killing him. By the time I was done with him, he was barely more than a babbling child in the body of a man. Not that he was sane to begin with, who in their right mind severs their souls anyway. It took barely minutes to get him to confess everything to me. He couldn't escape and he knew it. I imprisoned his soul in the body that he was inhabiting. Apparently, the goal was for him to trick the Olympians into eating their golden apples and he would wait until they disappear after ascending. He would then modify his apple into something that would empower him but not enough to get him to ascend. It would make him the most powerful being in the world. You know, stupid world domination stuff. The man had somehow realized what would happen to him should he die and wanted to avoid it at all cost. This was mostly done out of fear, not lust for power, but it was abominable none the same. I had him reveal the location of his second Horcrux. He had seemingly created a new one before the ritual in case something went wrong. He hadn't learned his lesson. I disposed of it easily and finally killed the abomination. With that out of the way, I felt empty. I went back to Olympus, to find nothing there. There were no traces of the Olympians. There might have been some, but it would be the handful of artifacts that were outside of Olympus when the ritual happened. One of these items was Hestia's cup. It was something that we had modded together, not that it matters now. It was one of the few things I had left of her. The cup was a constant reminder of my failure, of my loss. After a while, I couldn't handle it anymore. I put the goblet in one of Hestia's temples. Perhaps it would serve the mortals by giving them some comfort, and inspiring them somehow. With that out of the way, for the first time in centuries, I was lost. I didn't know what to do or where to go. So I went where lost people usually end up. I went to Camartage. Chapter 83, Welcome to Bayville. September 1, 2005, Bayville. Jasmine Sayer POV. It was Monday morning and as usual, I was driving from my cottage to my job. I was in my car, a black 1967 Chevy Impala, definitely one of my favorite cars. I modified it slightly, for my own comfort to be honest. The car was nigh unbreakable, was enchanted to fly and turn invisible on command. It also powered entirely by magic. The fuel tank had a rune that constantly conjures petrol and vanishes the exhaust fumes. It was pretty tricky to do it, especially because of the automatic electromagnet field generated in places with a saturation of magic and the possibility of the car gaining some kind of limited sentience, but I had a long time to practice, hence the masterpiece I am currently driving. I hadn't had a good night's sleep. I kept dreaming of my time in Greece, with Hestia. It's been a long time since I dared to think of her. I spent a couple of centuries mourning her. But at least she wasn't dead, and I hope that she is happy in the Olympus realm. I was lost and broken after the ascension of the Olympian. I spent decades just roaming around, doing nothing, until I found myself in Nepal. I don't know if I meant to go there. I had barely used magic during my journey, but perhaps I was subconsciously wanting to go to a place where I could heal, where broken people go to get fixed. Perhaps I was hoping to move on, to feel happy on day. But when I found myself in front of the doors of Camartage, I didn't hesitate and entered. I threw myself in the studies of sorcery, something that I neglected after the fall of Atlantis. Truth be told, I realized how little I was doing before going there. I fought against unspeakable opponents, gods and demons alike, and for the first time, I understood how little I mattered in the large tapestry of fate, how powerless I really am in the face of such power. I thought myself invincible, unbreakable. I was wrong. I was an ant fighting monsters. I became a symbol of power and magic. I was the most powerful defender of humanity. Demons quivered at the mention of my name. They called me a goddess of magic behind my back. It made some sick sort of sense. I was calling myself Hecate back then. It was that period that I was the most active as Death's Hunter. There was so many idiots experimenting with their souls like it was some toy, which resulted in some rather disturbing results and even an actual eldritch abomination once. But I wasn't a fighter by nature, I was a scholar. Hence my time was mostly spent studying and theorizing, and it was when I experimented some very obscure and dangerous magics that I realized my most powerful enemy, time. Traveling back in time is possible in one or two ways. I had to either be an observer or be part of the events themselves. It's not possible to change the past, it has already happened, you can only be a part of it. And I was a part of it, I was unknowingly a figure of history. And it had to happen in a way with no paradoxes or changes. Time always wanted to right itself. Should I change something from its destined path, the universe itself will fight back using every dirty trick it could. It would make absurd things happen by manipulating their probabilities. My presence in the past was a necessity as I have roles in history, but I could feel it was a reluctant one. When I became Sorcerer Supreme and studied the Eye of Agamotto, also known as the Time Stone, I realized that the stone was unenthusiastic to work with me. It's difficult to explain, it was like it was resisting somehow. Magical artifacts tend to develop a certain sentience over time. It's extremely limited, but it can oppose to a wielder. The Eye of Agamotto held an infinity stone, something far more powerful than simple magic, which allowed the artifact to develop some sort of personality. It didn't matter as the stone kept resisting me. Perhaps it was because of my jaunt through time, hence my potential to rip reality apart, or perhaps it was because I am the chosen wielder of the Soul Stone, although I lost it when Olympus fell, and infinity stones do not like to share. After a few centuries, I passed my title as the Sorcerer Supreme to young master of the mystic arts called Cagliostro. The kid was bright and an academic at heart. However, he was a monster on the battlefield. A very wise man for his age. My time in Kamartaj helped me heal from my heartbreak and gave me a new lease in life. The immediate proof of how many times Earth was being targeted by outside forces grounded me. It gave me a mission to protect this world. When I was traveling outside Rome in the 2nd century, I came across a ritual that was taking place. A witch was trying to sacrifice the countless souls of Rome to cure herself of her curse. The witch was powerful, but she was also desperate. She was born with the innate ability of absorbing souls to live but couldn't control it. Her soul was fundamentally different, constantly needing a supply of soul energy, having to feed on a new person every few years to survive. I had no choice and stopped the ritual. It was against the natural law, not that it would have worked anyway. I guess that's what desperation does to someone. When I did stop it, the residents of Rome realized what had happened and attacked the witch. I saved her from getting burned alive. It was only then that I realized who she was. Selene. She was another immortal, and she too suffered the same loneliness. When she asked me who I was, I had no answer. Morrigan was a name of legends, a name that instilled fear in the hearts of men, even back then. I answered with the first name to come up in my head, Medusa. I had abandoned this name when I lost Hestia, and it was quite disconcerting to be honest. It didn't take long for us to live together. For the first time in centuries, I had a home. We told each other stories, shared our experiences, our hopes and dreams. I ended up telling her my real name. I couldn't handle someone calling me Medusa for too long. Memories of Hestia haunted me at the mere mention of that name. We helped each other. She kept me grounded and I helped her control her gift. Her ability was at its heart a spell, or more accurately an always active bloodline limit, like Parseltongue and Metamorphs, but it was based on soul magic instead of blood magic. It was mainly because of her birth somehow. From my analysis, someone had performed a ritual during her birth that made her absorb the soul of her mother. It was an attempt at creating some sort of super witch with immense power. Unfortunately, the ritual ruptured her soul. Her energy was leaking and she needed a constant supplies of life force to survive. The absorption ability was at its core, Selene's magic trying to save her somehow. It was instinctive and it was always on. She couldn't touch someone without killing them. She stayed alone for thousands of years. That was until she met me. I was undoubtedly one of the most knowledgeable people on the topic of soul magic in the world. I devised a small runic artifact to temporarily seal her soul, hence stopping her need for soul energy. I then slowly taught her how to control the magic, as to not kill everyone she touches. The artifact I made wasn't some kind of cheat to her abilities. No matter how powerful it is, her soul was still leaking. I needed to teach her proper soul magic so that she could patch up her soul. It was painfully slow, but 15 centuries later she had a powerful soul. Although she had a very powerful life force from the thousands of people she had feasted on, she needed an obscene amount of life force to survive, and there was still a lot left when her soul was healed. She still could steal someone's life force but refrained from doing so too much in risk of straining her already fragile soul. She still sometimes used it as an attack spell to knock out her opponents. We spent centuries together, only staying apart when I either had a mission from death or a role in time. After I properly honed my senses, I could somewhat make of what they needed me to do. I was very spiteful of this because it sometimes took me centuries away from Selene to fulfill my mission, and it almost always ended up with me getting attached to mortals and losing them, whether to old age or simply to some sort of senseless violence. Speaking of Selene, we got progressively closer over the years. I genuinely don't know when our friendship started to turn into a romantic relationship, and I'm glad today that it was explicit. I would have probably refused, afraid of getting hurt again, scared from losing her like I did Hestia. Even now, thoughts of my first love still hurts me. My relationship with Selene started subtly but became without a doubt the greatest thing that ever happened to me. Selene was someone that challenged me, someone that even after thousands of years of life kept surprising me, especially with her ambition. She joined her little club of business tycoons that pretty much rules the world. I gave her control of my company, Marvel Corporation, where she was partnered with my Morgan Evanshade persona, ruling one of the most successful entertainment companies in the world, be it movies, books, comics, TV, or newspapers. She left most of the boring stuff for Alfred to do, but she was always involved in politics. Although, for some reason she changed her usual clothes for something a lot more risque at home, Selene stood around 5'9" with long black hair loose to the small of her back, a fit trim body encased in a leather corset and leggings, and crimson-colored lipstick standing out sharply on her pale features. To look at her one would think she was a young woman, around 25 or so, with a rather unhealthy dominatrix fetish. I truly regret showing her those bondage videos. She became obsessed with them. Thank God that she didn't wear that when we go out in public. I stop my train of thought when I arrive at my destination, Bayville High, where I have worked as a teacher in the last 3 years. I got out and entered the school, ignoring the high school boys gaping at me. I knew I was attractive, but this was getting ridiculous. I get inside my usual classroom and wait for the students to enter. My first class were the senior students, who held some of my more troublesome students but mainly the reason of my stay here, Jean Grey, the Phoenix Force avatar. The mess with Fox pretty much guaranteed a Dark Phoenix avatar should Jean awaken without my help. Not that Xavier's meddling is helping. I tried fixing things discreetly using telepathy, but it was only a few days later that Xavier tightened his mental binding on her powers even more so. I refrained from doing so again, but I was running out of time. I would have to reveal myself to her to start training her properly. Honestly, the girl was a mess. Her emotions didn't make any sense, which was purely Xavier's fault, and she kept making choices that are influenced by the telepathic thoughts of the others around her. I sigh. I needed to take care of it soon. Anyway, I had a lesson to start. Hello, for those who don't know me, my name is Jasmine Sayer. You may call me Ms. Sayer, and I'll be your history teacher this year. Chapter 84, Fated Meetings. September 1, 2005, Bayville. Jean Grey POV. Jean Grey wasn't feeling good getting into her last year in high school. There was something wrong with her, but she had no idea why. She did actions that made no sense to her. She changed her mind randomly all the time. It was like that thing at the mall the other day. She tried an outfit and loved it at the mall, so logically she loved it. 2 days later, when she tried it on, she was disgusted at it. Even her relationship with Duncan was the same. It didn't make any sense to her why she even was dating the guy. She was never attracted to jocks and didn't even care about football. She even joined the cheerleading squad, but that was mostly to figure out what was the hype about it. For some reason, the other girls in school made a big deal about joining the team. She didn't get it, but it did help her with her flexibility. Even Logan was impressed there. Oh, right, back to Duncan. He really acted like an asshole sometimes, especially with Scott. She was very random with her relationship with Duncan. Sometimes, she would feel like a lovesick puppy, but other times, she would just feel disgusted with her choice of boyfriend. She tried to tell Professor Xavier about it, but he chalked it up to teenage hormones. Now that would be enough drama for any teenage girl, but Jean Grey was no ordinary girl. She was a mutant that could read minds and move objects with her mind. She lived in a school, created by Professor Charles Xavier, for other gifted students, learning to control their powers and maybe even use them for good as X-Men. Speaking of Professor Xavier, she was starting to have more trouble controlling her powers. Her telepathy is starting to get out of hand. Especially when she started to get assaulted randomly with the thoughts of everyone around her. This was getting very tedious. Even her telekinetic powers were acting weird, getting stronger and weaker randomly. She was almost hurt during one of her training sessions when a telekinetic shield just randomly stopped working for some reason and Logan almost stabbed her with his adamantium claws. She had a lot in her mind on her ride to school. She was going in Scott's car, a red convertible with 2 white rally stripes. It was such a boy car that Scott treated like it was his own child. She even caught him once trying to name it. She had read his mind, although unwillingly, and found out that he was calling it Jeanette after her. It was honestly disturbing. Scott Summers could be dependable as a team leader, but not when it concerns her. He tended to either act like a creep, watching her every move, or just tried to pamper her. Jean tried to stop thinking about unpleasant things, but she soon found out that they were almost at their high school, Bayville High. Most of the kids were actually looking forwards to school. Jean, however, was not. Going back to school meant going to a place with a lot of people and, more importantly, a lot of thoughts broadcasted at her at the same time. It's a wonder she hasn't gone insane. Scott parked the car, and they then walked towards the entrance of the school. Jean steeled herself. It was time to face the music. The moment they got close, Jean was assaulted by the thoughts of hundreds of hormonal teenagers. She put up her telepathic shields like Professor Xavier taught her. Meager as they may be, they were still enough to help with the issue. Jean was then able to walk without wincing, even if she was still able to pick up the occasional errant thought. She branched out from the other students from the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters to get to her boyfriend Duncan, who was talking to her friend Taryn, who was one of the most boy-crazy girls she knew despite having a good head on her shoulders. Jean didn't even pay attention about what they were talking about, preferring to reinforce her mental shields. For some reason, her shields were very brittle and were overwhelmed easily. According to the professor, it's supposed to be somewhat instinctive. She didn't understand why it was so hard for her to do so. She had to consciously keep her shields up all the time and she could barely focus on anything else. After a while, Jean entered the school administration to receive her schedule. Great, she had Miss Sayer as a first class. Jasmine Sayer has been her English and history teacher for the past 2 years. Jean could never get a read on her, not that she could get a read on anyone these days. Her control was destroyed to bits and it was very hard to read a single mind in particular. Miss Sayer was by far Jean's most favorite teacher, and pretty much everyone in her school shared her opinion. She was generally very friendly and warm-hearted. She was very patient, even with the more troublesome students. She was even able to teach Fred, also known as Blob, and got him to pass her course. The woman was truly brilliant and knew her subject inside out. Jean always thought that she had to have a degree in history or literature, but Ms. Sayer refused to answer when someone asked her that. But what truly set her apart from other teachers was how she makes her subjects interesting by comparing it to today's events. She even got anyone invested by organizing a class trip if everyone in her class passes her class. Last year, she even took Jean's class for a week trip in Rome, and while Ms. Sayer took them to see a few monuments and museums, she also got them for a day at the beach and one evening at an amusement park. To this day, Jean had no idea how the school paid for Ms. Sayer's trips. She had postulated that Ms. Sayer could have paid for everything herself. She wasn't hurting for cash, that's for sure. Scott noticed that her car was very heavily customized with some weird engine he had never heard of before, and Scott knew his engines. It also helped that the woman was extremely attractive. Don't get her wrong, Jean isn't attracted to women in any way, but she had to admit that her teacher was one of the most beautiful women she ever met. Jean walked to her history classroom, a little excited with the prospect of another lesson with Ms. Sayer. She entered the classroom to find her teacher sitting at her desk, drinking her usual cup of coffee. Slowly but surely, the classroom started to fill up and everyone took a seat. The bell rang and the chatter dissipated instantly. The teacher got up and introduced herself. Hello, for those who don't know me, my name is Jasmine Sayer, you may call me Ms. Sayer, and I'll be your history teacher this year. She continued, this year's curriculum will mostly center itself around the country of England. Everyone groaned, settle down, it's one of the most interesting fields of study. It was either that or the French one, and trust me, French history is a lot more complicated than the English one. Now, as usual, if everyone in your class gets a passing grade, I will organize another trip, this time it will be in England, what do you think? Everyone was excited at the prospect of another trip and straightened up. Now, as usual, I'm not taking your attendance nor checking your homework. This is your senior year, you have to start behaving like adults, which means I will treat you as one. I don't care if you don't attend as long as the assignments I give you are done and you pass your exams. As always, I will be available during school hours in case you have any sort of issue. Anyway, let's get started on our first lesson, the Arthurian myths. Now, I'm not talking about the stories themselves but their effect in British society. Now, to get things started, who can tell me what the Arthurian legends are, exactly? A few students raised their hands and the lesson continued. It was very interesting to Jean, how much made-up stories from a long time ago could affect society today. Halfway through the lesson, for some reason, Jean found herself drifting off. She was very distracted and her control over her mental shield slipped. She was then assaulted by the thoughts of everyone around her, but the most powerful thoughts were Taryn's. She was right next to her, so it was a lot louder and easier to understand. For some reason, Taryn was feeling guilty. Curious, Jean decided to dig further to understand why her friend was feeling nervous, only to find herself looking at the image of Taryn and Duncan dancing at a club and then sleeping together. Barely containing her rage, Jean chose to focus next on Duncan, who was fantasizing about Ms. Sayer. She dug inside and saw that he truly didn't care that he cheated on her and had told the entire football team some rumors about their sex life, not that she ever slept with the guy. For the first time in a long while, Jean was angry. No, she was furious, and she rarely got this pissed off. She almost always got over it very quickly, but this was different. This rage felt all-consuming like fire. She knew that she should control herself, but her powers that she already had pretty cool control over them, started to react to that anger. The voices were getting louder and louder, and she had no idea how to stop them. She just wanted the voices to stop. She felt a surge in her powers and almost everyone in the classroom grabbed their heads simultaneously. Everyone but Ms. Sayer. Slowly, her vision started to blur and the last thing she saw was Ms. Sayer's emerald green eyes, before everything fell into darkness. When she woke up, she had a headache that made her remember the hangover she had when she and Scott had snuck so beer into the mansion and gotten very drunk. She sat up, with her head pounding, wanting nothing more than to go back to the professor, he would know what to do. Before she could excuse herself, her teacher spoke up, Ms. Gray. It's time you got up. Don't worry about your next class, I wanted to talk to you about something. Jean just nodded, which kinda made the headache even worse. She was nervous, she had lost control of her powers in the middle of a lesson. Ms. Sayer continued, it seems that you fell asleep during my lesson, Ms. Gray. I'm sorry, ma'am. It won't happen again. Her teacher just chuckled, it's not that. Didn't you listen at the beginning of the lesson? I don't care what you do as long as you don't perturb my lesson. I'm just worried about you. Ms. Sayer just looked at her thoughtfully before continuing, how much free time do you have on a day-to-day basis? Jean frowned at the odd question. Not much really, I get home around 7, I'm part of the cheerleading squad and the soccer team right now. Then I'm part of the basketball team when in season, the floor hockey team when in season, and of course I've got homework for school and daily workouts with Logan, one of our teachers in Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. The history teacher responded, but it's still the beginning of the school year, the tryouts haven't begun yet. Yeah, but our coaches told me that they're not planning on getting me off the team. Me and a few other girls practiced almost every day during the summer. It was a good idea to distract her from the issues with her powers. What about food? Do you eat well? Jean answered, yes, I do. We have our own chef in the mansion. Have you been ill in the last few days? No, Ms. Sayer. The history professor was frowning. All right, this getting nowhere. I'm just going to come out and say it. Ms. Gray, can you tell me why did you think it was a good idea to send in a telepathic blast in the middle of a classroom filled with students? To say that Jean was caught off guard would be an understatement. Chapter 85, Life and Death. September 1, 2005, Bayville. Jean Gray POV. Have you been ill in the last few days? No, Ms. Sayer. The history professor was frowning. All right, this getting nowhere. All right, Ms. Gray, can you tell me why did you think it was a good idea to send in a telepathic blast in the middle of a classroom filled with students? To say that Jean was caught off guard would be an understatement. What did she know? How could she know it? Is she a mutant as well? Did she work with Mystique and her mysterious backer? Questions kept flowing in her head. So much so that Jean was starting to lose control over her telepathy again. She took a deep breath to compose herself. She realized that she was hyperventilating. In through the nose, out through the mouth. She never thought Ms. Monroe's meditation exercises would be effective for anything. She guessed that she owed her an apology for being so dismissive. Back to the conversation at hand, she needed to handle this situation delicately. Denying everything was always a good step. Not that she thought it would fool anyone, but it would make her history teacher or whoever replaced her reveal more. Clearing her throat, she answered, I don't know what you're talking about, Ms. Sayer. The black-haired woman just smirked at her. Come on, Jean, can I call you Jean? Before Jean could deny her request, the history teacher continued, okay, Jean, I'm talking about the telepathic blast that would have lobotomized the entire class, maybe even the entire school, had I not intervened. This is not going well. She had almost killed her classmates, maybe even the entire school, and that was truly horrifying. How many lives would have been lost if it wasn't for her teacher stopping her? Her lack of control was starting to get really dangerous. She really needs to tell the professor about it, maybe he would know how to help her. At least she learnt that Ms. Sayer recognized a mental attack. And she was probably the one responsible to putting her to sleep. Jean didn't know whether to be thankful for it or not. For now, she'll stay neutral. Telepathic blast, Ms. Sayer. Have you been reading some science fiction? You're not making any sense, the redhead denied. The green-eyed history teacher gave her a look that made Jean feel like she was being an idiot. Look, kid, I already know about your kind and about Xavier's little school. At Jean's shocked look, she continued, yeah, I know who Charles Xavier really is and what he can do. I have been keeping tabs on him and Eric ever since the mess in Cuba. I can't believe the two idiots were having an ideological debate in what could have been World War III. Anyway, I had to make sure that neither of them would destroy the damn planet in a foolish attempt to prove that they're right. What is she implying? Who is Eric? What rivalry was she talking about? What happened in Cuba? How does she know so much? Was she part of the government or something? But the professor wouldn't blow up the planet. Ms. Sayer interrupted her, kid, everyone has a past, even your professor. He means well, I'll give you back, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't mess up. Now back to our topic, why did you almost kill everyone in this school with your telepathy? Jean refused to answer, to admit of what could have happened because she didn't confide in anyone about her problems with her powers. However, her history teacher wasn't relenting. I'm not kidding here, you almost killed hundreds of people. Not just people but teenagers who had their entire lives ahead of them. They would have been in agony, trapped in their own minds for what seemed like an eternity, but it would be for just a few seconds outside. In the end, they would just be a vegetable, their bodies would have survived but they will not have any spark of life, they would be dead, maybe they would wish they would be. Even your teammates would suffer the same fate. You would have killed off the entire X-Men, you would have killed Xavier's dreams. Your powers are a responsibility and they should be used appropriately. You almost committed murder here, kid. I need to understand why you would do something like this. With every statement, Jean's will was breaking bit by bit. Her fragile mental shields were cracking over the images of her fellow X-Men dying by her hand. Slowly, the pressure built in her mind. The tables and chairs started floating because of her uncontrollable telekinesis. It was even worse than it had been during class, it was just personal anger at Duncan's infidelity and her friend's betrayal. But this was pure and utter devastation. The pressure kept building up, until it was almost too much for her to try to contain, but then it dissipated completely. The furniture slowly got down and put themselves in their place. It was as in nothing happened. The telepathic burst was stopped somehow. Jean had been afraid of accidentally killing everyone like she had almost done during Miss Sayer's lesson. Suddenly, the dam broke and her emotions ran wild, and she started sobbing in front of her teacher. It didn't matter that she was practically a stranger. She saved her from committing an atrocity and that was all that mattered. While she was crying, she kept babbling, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. It was getting too much, the voices were too loud. I'm so sorry. Her mind was unshielded and the voices returned. Jean closed her mind, praying for the torture to stop. Inside her mind, she heard a voice that was louder than everyone else. Jean, listen to me, you need to learn how to control the voices. Imagine speaker in your mind, a giant speaker where all the voices came from. Jean didn't know why she trusted the voice, but it was better than keep hearing the voice. She just followed the voice's instruction. A giant speaker appeared in her mind. She could feel the noise coming from it, the yelling, the murmuring, everything. The noise was entirely coming from the speakers. The voice continued, good job, now picture a button connected to the speakers. I'm talking about a button that turns, like the one on a stereo. When Jean was done, the voice gave her another instruction, now this button is the volume button for the speakers. It controls how loud the voices are. To make sure the volume goes down, all you have to do is turn it counterclockwise. Just like the stereo at home. Now try it. Jean kept following the voice's instruction and slowly but surely, the voices kept quieting down. It was slow but the yelling and screaming started to turn into a normal volume and then into a quiet murmur until finally, all that was left was silence, the speaker was entirely muted. She opened her eyes, to find green concerned eyes looking at her. The silence was blissful, and all she could do was say, thank you. Jean's teacher just chuckled at her, don't worry about it. This trick I taught you is to just regulate the input. You still have not control over the voices. All I did was help you install a small mental trigger to help you control your telepathy. It's a small trick so that you wouldn't be overwhelmed, it doesn't mean in any way that you have actual control over your telepathy. But you have a lot to explain, kiddo, this shouldn't happen to you at that age. The redhead sighed, I know. I guess I owe you that much. I've been having problems with my abilities. They keep fluctuating all the time. I got overwhelmed during the lesson and I guess I just reacted. And by reacting, you almost killed 24 other students. Can I take a look? You really should have more control, considering how long you've had your abilities. What? How much did she know? Is she a danger to the institute? Relax, kiddo. I've known about your abilities and those of your teammate, and the members of the so-called Brotherhood of Mutants. She snorted at the name, you're a telepath and a telekinetic. Summers releases a concussive blast from his eyes, although he has no control over it. Wagner can teleport but is actually blue but is wearing an image inducer. Kitty Pryde can phase through anything. Evan Daniels can bet bones to emerge from his body, and Rogue who can absorb the life force of others, along with their powers and some of their memories. You have 3 other instructors, other than Xavier that is. There's Aurora Monroe who can control the weather, Logan who can regenerate from pretty much everything and has an adamantium skeleton, and Henry McCoy also known as Beast, who looks blue and furry. Is that enough? I already pretty much know everything. You need help, Jean, and the fact that you told no one about your problems is telling me that you either don't trust them or you're not comfortable enough for their help. Jean just gaped at her teacher, she really knew a lot, didn't she? What does she have to lose? Finally, she just decided to risk it. She really needed help. For a few months now, I have been having trouble with my powers. They're kinda inconsistent. 1 second, they're too weak, then they get really strong. I don't know what's going on. I was afraid to tell the professor, because he would have banned me from going to school. And he would be right to do so. Your abilities are very powerful but they're also very dangerous. You could do some serious damage if you lose control. At her downtrodden look, the green-eyed teacher looked at her in the eyes and said soothingly, don't worry, now. I'll take a look in your mind and tell you what's wrong. You seem physically fine so whatever's happening to you is probably mental. Don't worry, you won't feel a thing. Before she could answer, she felt some kind of presence in her mind. It was faint, far more subtle than the professor's mind probes. Jean tried to follow it, but couldn't. It was like trying to grab sand. The moment she felt she was closer to the invading probe, it would escape her once more. A couple of moments later, the pressure in her mind receded and she knew that Ms. Sayer had finished her mental scan. She took a look at her teacher and her heart fell at the grim look on her face. All right, kid, I know what's wrong with you and it's not pretty. What is it? Sometime when you were younger, Xavier put a block on your power. It made sense, I suppose. I can understand the decision, even if I don't agree with it. But you can't change the past. At her indigent look, Ms. Sayer explained further, you're very powerful, Jean, like absurdly so. You truly cannot imagine what you are capable of. Xavier probably assumed that this power is too much of a responsibility for a girl your age to manage, and normally he would be right. He probably wanted you to learn control and be responsible enough to use them productively. Trust me, a criminal with your powers could do some serious damage and there are few individuals in the world who could stop them. What happened to the block? Is it failing? No, the history teacher denied, it's working exactly as intended. If you were any other mutant, it would have worked perfectly, but you're special, you're more than just a mutant. And that came with automatic defenses. How am I different? You're not ready to know that yet. At her frown, Miss Sayer sighed and continued, the truth is a beautiful and terrible thing, and should therefore be treated with great caution. What is said cannot be unsaid, and the answers you seek would just overwhelm you. I will tell you when the time is right, as a desperate bid for you to preserve your innocence and your childhood. Jean just stayed silent, processing what has been said. She knew that her teacher would not say anything further. Then how do we fix it? Do I reinforce the block somehow? No, Miss Sayer denied, your bindings are basically like a wooden dam trying to hold down an ocean. What you've been experiencing is just a few drops of power that overflowed, making your abilities fluctuate in strength. The mental block doesn't just affect your abilities but also certain aspects of your personalities that have been sealed up ever since your childhood. What happened to you now was something that happened to every telepath, even myself and Xavier. But that usually happens when our abilities first showed themselves, which was when we were children. The bindings have shielded you of these attacks until they started to happen again. Normally, when we react the way you do, the worst we could do is cause everyone around up to have a headache, but you are a lot powerful than a child just discovering their abilities. Your reaction was a lot more dangerous to everyone around you. Then do we remove the blocks? Again, no. It would hurt you. You have no idea how truly powerful you are. You would get consumed in your power and would most likely end up killing thousands of people. The only way to solve this is the same way as to slowly dissolve the bridge, letting you get used to a power level and slowly increase your strength. It's the only viable solution I have. Jean was undecided. She had no idea what to do, or whether to trust her with undoing the professor's bindings. While what he did to her is disgusting, the professor must have had a reason, and she trusted him with her life. She had to get his side of things. I need to talk to the professor before doing anything. The history teacher sighed, all right, just be quick about it. This is urgent and the bindings could collapse at any time. I'm telling you that once you leave this office, what happens to you is your responsibility, and if you become a danger to everyone, I will deal with you accordingly. The last sentence made a chill travel through her spine. She had no illusion that her teacher would deliver on her threat. She couldn't help but ask, who are you, really? Her teacher just smirked, as I said before, the truth is a beautiful and terrible thing. I'll tell you who I am when I deem you worthy. Jean just sighed at the response and left the classroom. She had a lot to think about and a long conversation ahead of her with the professor. Chapter 86, Questions and Answers. September 1, 2005, Bayville. Jean Grey POV. Jean had no idea what to do, or whether to trust her with undoing the professor's bindings. While what he did to her is disgusting, the professor must have had a reason, and she trusted him with her life. She had to get his side of things. I need to talk to the professor before doing anything. The history teacher sighed, all right, just be quick about it. This is urgent and the bindings could collapse at any time. I'm telling you that once you leave this office, what happens to you is your responsibility, and if you become a danger to everyone, I will deal with you accordingly. The last sentence made a chill travel through her spine. She had no illusion that her teacher would deliver on her threat. She couldn't help but ask, who are you, really? Her teacher just smirked, as I said before, the truth is a beautiful and terrible thing. I'll tell you who I am when I deem you worthy. Jean just sighed at the response and left the classroom. She had a lot to think about and a long conversation ahead of her with the professor. The second she got out of the classroom, Jean felt conflicted. While she was glad with her newfound control over her abilities, her conversation with Ms. Sayer gave her a lot of answers but even more questions. She wanted nothing more than to confront the professor, get him to explain himself, to confess to messing with her head ever since she was a child. This explains it now, how unstable she is, how broken she truly feels. A psychic binding at that age would greatly affect anyone, especially a telepath. The professor told her many times that a telepath was very intimately connected to their own mind. To master her powers, she should master herself. At first, though it was some wise quote he read somewhere, maybe he was pretending to be Yoda or something, but now she understands that she never had a chance in the first place. Someone defiled her mind, scarred her. She was incomplete and she felt it. For the first time in years, she was in control. Even if it was just a volume button, she could finally think in silence. She had forgotten what silence felt like. There was always this buzzing in the background, the constant thoughts of others that were always trying to let themselves known in her mind. Finally at peace, she could think without interruption. She started to analyze her behavior, her actions in the past, and it left her horrified. She started with her relationship with Duncan. Her feelings for him felt artificial, far more different from her feelings for her parents. It was like they were in black and white instead of in color. It was disturbing. She traced back her feelings for him and discovered its source. It was slow, but she started to get her feelings whenever she was near the cheerleading squad. Oh God, she had passively mimicked her classmates' desires and tried to fulfill them herself. No wonder she never got physical with him, she subconsciously knew that she didn't have any feelings for him. Holy shit, it was like a veil was lifted, her extracurricular activities filled this pattern. She became a cheerleader because the other girls wanted to be ones, she joined the soccer team, the basketball team and the field hockey team. What was she thinking? It was pure madness to try keeping this schedule. And she wasn't passionate about a single one of those activities. How many of her decisions were truly hers? How many of her mannerisms are hers? Is she Jean Grey? Is there even a Jean Grey, or is she just a poor copy of everyone around her? Jean felt nauseous and felt like she couldn't breathe. She needed to get out of here. Jean just realized that she was in her math class. When did she get there? She was sitting in the middle of class, like always. Was that her decision to do that? It was so not the time to second-guess everything. She felt like she was going to vomit, she just raised her hand and spoke, "Mr. Daniels, can I go to the restroom, please?" The man looked at her probably pale face figuring out that something was wrong, just nodded and completed his explanation like nothing happened. She ignored Scott's concerned gaze on the back of her head and slowly got out of class. Once she was outside, she ran to the restroom and emptied the contents of her stomach. This was the worst thing that ever happened to her, to discover that she was truly broken. She looked back and understood her parents' attitude towards her. They still loved her, but after the accident and Annie's death, her powers were uncontrollable. Thank goodness she couldn't use her telekinesis back then, or she might have killed someone. But after the professor's treatment, she acted different, she was different and it freaked her parents out. It wasn't the fact that she was a mutant that terrified them but the fact that she became a true stranger to them and they blamed her powers for it. Oh God, she was a terrible daughter. She had to fix this somehow. But how can she become whole? How can she become herself after almost a decade of living like a puppet to her surroundings? She needed to talk to the professor. She can't keep living like this. She now knew that she was broken. Was it a mistake for her to know? Would it have been better if she kept living a lie? No, Jean decided, now that she knows, she can fix it. She can stop being a puppet. But first, she needs to speak with the professor, to understand what he did so she could slowly reverse it. He had a lot to explain. She attended her next classes, waiting for the bell to ring, to get back to the mansion and confront the professor. But her identity crisis aside, she had another mystery in the name of Jasmine Sayer, her history teacher. And while she was thankful for her aid, she was a complete stranger to Jean. She was a terrific teacher and had a way with words that made you respect her. But she was also a telepath and maybe even a telekinetic like her, considering how the classroom was unharmed after her outburst. Maybe her suspicions were unfounded and she was simply trying to help her. She could help her train. She definitely knew her stuff, and her offer was attractive. She was someone who knew what she was talking about, considering how easily she recognized Jean's problem and helped her. But she had learned her lesson after the professor, she needed to know to trust her first. Ms. Sayer definitely knew more than what she said and that made her wary. But it was nice to have her offer as a backup plan, if things go sideways and she was out of her depth. The bell interrupted her train of thoughts regarding her history teacher. The first day of school was over, it was time to get back to the mansion. She walked out in silence to Scott's car. She waited for Scott, Rogue, Kitty, and Kurt to get there. She sat in the front seat, as usual, and strangely admired the road around her. Everything was clearer now. How could that make sense? How does understanding that her life has been a lie ever since she was 8 years old change how she sees the world? She's still broken, still not herself, she shouldn't feel like this. As if sensing her thoughts, Scott spoke up. "Jean," he said in a concerning tone, "are you all right?" Jean just gave him a blank look, raising her eyebrow, and he continued, "It's just that you haven't been yourself." "I'm sorry," Jean apologized in a hoarse tone. Oh shit, other than excusing herself to her math teacher, she hadn't spoken a word ever since her conversation with Miss Sayer. "I've got a lot on my mind." "Anything I can help you with?" Scott answered. He was always a helpful guy, but he was so clingy and always treated her like she was some sort of flower. Sometimes, Jean felt like punching him for underestimating her so much. And whenever she got hurt, he just abandons everyone and just jumps in her rescue, even if she wasn't hurt, or really in danger. It was very frustrating. She knew that he has a crush on her, but this is getting ridiculous. "No," Jean replied, "I just need to speak to the professor." Scott just nodded. "Yes, the professor will probably know what to do." Jean silently nodded at his answer. She never noticed it before, but Scott had an unwavering confidence in Professor Xavier. It was like he could do no wrong in his mind. Did she feel the same way, before her eyes were opened? Because now she sure as hell is not disillusioned anymore, considering what is happening to her and how much of her situation was because of the professor. The question is that if the professor knew what he was doing to her, what he was turning her into. Because if he did, if he knew what was happening, then she couldn't stay at the same place as him. She would leave the mansion. She can't stay in a place where someone had violated her in such a way. Even if he was innocent and he didn't mean to do this, the men had killed her. Maybe not physically, but he destroyed her personality, stopped her emotions. The rest of the ride was in silence. Kitty and Kurt were arguing as usual. Rogue, on the other hand, was ignoring the world around her and put on her headphones. She was in a world of her own. They arrived to the mansion, and Jean was starting to get antsy. She was both looking forward to her conversation with the professor, but she was also nervous at the answer she would get. She found Ms. Monroe, sitting down on the sofa. She was probably taking care of Evan, also known as Spike, who was sick all day, much to his delight. The guy really needs to study and stop goofing off all the time. He almost failed his classes last year and he only passed because his aunt, Storm, decided to personally tutor him. Ms. Monroe, do you know where the professor is? I want to talk to him about something, Jean asked. The white-haired woman smiled at her. Yeah, he's downstairs, with Logan and Dr. McCoy. When she went towards the normally hidden entrance to downstairs, which pretty much had Cerebro, the danger room, and the X-Men equipment, Scott ran up to her. Let me join you. I wanted to ask Dr. McCoy about his upgrades to my glasses. He told me he should be done today. Jean could sense his lie and she was a bit miffed at him. She's really trying to be understanding of his crush, but there has to be boundaries, and she feels like he's trying to spend time with her whenever it's possible. She sighed inwardly. This was not the time for this. She took the elevator and entered the secret corridor, and the usual metallic silver greeted her eyes. She really needed to speak to someone about redecorating this thing. It looked futuristic and everything, but it lacked character. On the right, she could see the entrance to the hidden garage, containing the infamous Blackbird, and a lot of odd vehicles they used for missions over the years. They walked towards Dr. McCoy's office and heard the professor's voice. Are you sure about this, Hank? Yes. Charles, Mystique's message is true. Magneto is missing. Who was Magneto? What are they talking about, and why are they in communication with Mystique? Jean only knew her to be the leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants, a group of young mutants, who also attend Bayville High, that use their powers to their own benefits. Jean heard the professor hum. This is really worrying. Misguided as he might be, Magneto was a very powerful mutant. The presence of a foe capable of capturing him makes me nervous. With that in mind, both teachers came out of their room to find Scott and Jean waiting for them. Professor, Jean called out, are you free? There are a few things I need to speak with you. Of course, Jean. I'm always available to help my students. Before they could have their talk, some sort of giant purple ball materialized in the middle of the corridor. When it opened up, it revealed that inside was some sort of blue man, probably a mutant, and a man in red wearing some sort of metal helmet. Get out of here now, the professor called out. Run. The man in the metal helmet just raised his hand and the professor's wheelchair was sent towards the bubble. Was he a telekinetic too? Jean tried to summon back the professor but was quickly overpowered, and their foes had the professor in their grasp. Scott just released his glasses, making his eyes released a concussive blast towards them, to Dr. McCoy's protest, who yelled out, no. The purple ball closed up and disappeared before the beam could reach them. Instead, it hit Cerebro, causing an explosion that engulfed the whole floor. The last thing she saw was the fire going towards her, and then darkness. It seems like she won't be getting her answers today. Chapter 87, To Battle. September 1, 2005, Bayville. Jean Grey POV. Scott just released his glasses, making his eyes released a concussive blast towards them, to Dr. McCoy's protest, who yelled out, no. The purple ball closed up and disappeared before the beam could reach them. Instead, it hit Cerebro, causing an explosion that engulfed the whole floor. The last thing she saw was the fire going towards her, and then darkness. It seems like she won't be getting her answers today. When Jean woke up, she had one of the biggest headaches she ever had. She hadn't even opened her eyes yet and her head was killing. When she actually did open her eyes, her vision was extremely blurry and she blinked in an attempt to clear it. Slowly, the previously blurry picture started to sharpen into a familiar ceiling. She was in the infirmary. It was something that was quite normal for her, especially after a training session with Logan. The feral mutant worked her until she could barely stand anymore, and sometimes she would collapse from the fatigue. Although that might be because of her mild case of malnutrition. What the hell was she thinking when she decided to start dieting? Oh yeah, she got the idea telepathically from her cheerleader friends that were obsessed with their figure. Dear Lord, she was participating in most of the school sport teams and her X-Men training, especially Logan's torture sessions that he calls physical training. The fact that she wasn't a skeleton with skin is a miracle. Every realization she makes about the effect of the professor's bindings on her life causes her sick in her stomach. Suddenly, voices assaulted her. Damn it, though she had her telepathy under control. She closed her eyes, imagining the giant speaker in her mind and connected the voices to it like Ms. Sayer taught her to do. She then slowly decreased the volume until there was nothing but a blissful silence in her mind. Whether Ms. Sayer was trustworthy or not, Jean would always be grateful for her tutelage of that little trick. It's been only one day and it had already changed her life. She still needed to speak to the professor. Oh yeah, he was taken. Slowly, the events before she fell unconscious played out in her head. This was bad. Whoever the two people that kidnapped the professor were very powerful. She could feel it in her gut. The inevitable mission to rescue the professor wasn't going to be an easy one. And she wasn't sure that her teammates would be ready for something of this caliber. This was so going to suck. She sat up, holding her head. Her headache still wasn't gone. Looking around, she determined that she wasn't alone. The moment she was up, Scott ran up to her. Jean, are you all right? Does anything hurt? What the hell? What's wrong with him? The guy turns psychotic whenever something happens concerning her. Does he not understand the concept of personal space? I'm fine, she replied. What happened? Jean wanted to change the subject. Logan was the one that answered her question. Chuck's been taken. We need to get him back. Who were these people? Jean asked. We don't know about the blue man, but the man in red is called Magneto. He's one of the most powerful mutants on the planet. He's Mystique's leader, which means he's also the one responsible for the little brotherhood at your school. What? Scott protested. Why didn't we know about this? This is information that we needed. Logan growled at him. Bub, you're a kid and Magneto is way above your pay grade. You can barely handle the kids at your school. You're not ready for the big leagues, let alone someone like him. Then why are we training? Why do we work day and night, mastering our powers, helping mutants? We're the X-Men, fighting people like him is what we're supposed to do, Scott replied heatedly. Logan sighed. Kid, the X-Men isn't ready for someone like him. He isn't your normal mutant and your team is young, inexperienced. You fight him directly, you die. He might spare you out of pity because you're a mutant, but believe me, if he took you seriously, you won't last a minute. The missions you've been on so far are simple ones where you've been fighting inexperienced mutants, who haven't developed their powers to their full potential. Fighting Magneto is something you should avoid as much as you can. That shut Scott up, finally. The guy really needs to stop being entitled. He's acting like a spoiled brat. Being the team's leader doesn't mean that he was on the same level than Aurora or Logan. He's just a student like the rest of his teammates, but Jean always thought that he acted like he was superior, even outside of training of missions. We still need to find the professor and we still have no idea who the blue man is. Dr. McCoy said, relieving the room of its tension. Perhaps we can help with that. A voice came from the entrance of the infirmary. She turned to take a look at the intruder. It was Mystique in all her glory. She had bright blue skin, red hair cut to her shoulders, extending slightly in the back, and pale yellow eyes with no pupils. She had a triangle-shaped gem on top of her forehead. She wore her usual sleeveless white dress with a high neck, purple skin suit under her dress, thigh-high white boots, and white gloves which reached nearly to her shoulders without covering her fingers. Behind her were the rest of the Brotherhood, Lance Alvars, also known as Avalanche, Toad, Blob, and Pietro Maximoff, also known as Quicksilver. At the sight of their rivals, Scott straightened up, glaring at them. His hand was on his glasses, ready to fire a concussive blast at a moment's notice. Logan released his adamantium claws and pointed it at Mystique in a threatening manner. Aurora stayed as impassive as ever, but Jean could see her furrow her eyebrows at the shapeshifter. Mystique just smirked and raised her hands. Peace, I'm not here to fight. We need your help and you need ours. What do you say about a little temporary partnership? Jean sighed. This was going to be a long night. Why would we need your help? Scott yelled out, your leader is the one who kidnapped the professor in the first place. Mystique just looked at him like he was an idiot. Magneto is missing. We detected the signature of a powerful mutant in Egypt, and when I'm saying powerful, I mean monstrously so. We had never seen anything like it before, so Magneto went to investigate or maybe even recruit this individual. We haven't heard anything from him since. The attack on Xavier was the only sign we have about what happened. So, we have nothing except the fact that he can teleport somehow. Jean answered. Actually, we do, Beast interjected, a laptop in hand. I just cross-referenced the abilities we have witnessed so far in his appearance and created a search algorithm focusing on the data originating from Egypt in a hope that their government had any idea what was happening. I didn't get anything recent, but I still got something. At their expectant look, he continued, it's old, like thousands of years old, but I found mentions of a god in human form. He had blue skin, like the intruder. He was known as the king of Egypt in ancient times. He was worshipped as a god and was said that the desert itself was under his command. There are references on the fact he could disappear in a purple sphere, but they thought it was some sort of godly power. Somehow, it said that the people rose up from his tyranny and imprisoned him somehow. As far as I could tell, the abilities he portrayed are possible for a mutant to have. He has a lot of abilities. There's even something about the world being clay that he shaped at his leisure. We're not dealing with a god but with a mutant. quite possibly the oldest mutant, and probably the most powerful mutant to have ever existed. All of them paled at the prospect of fighting someone like that. They stayed in silence for a solid minute, but it was Mystique that spoke up. Are you sure we could trust this? It's thousands of years old and the facts can be distorted. Dr. McCoy answered, maybe, but there are a lot of sources about this. This isn't any normal myth, it was an entire religion. There are historians that based their entire lives' work on this. There are still cults in Egypt worshipping him, praying for his return. As much as I hate this, it is entirely possible that he's the one we're up against. Is there anything else you can tell us? Logan asked. Yes, he tended to gather the 4 strongest people in his kingdoms, mostly mutants as well, and had them as his enforcers. Jean spoke up. What was his name again? Dr. McCoy looked her in the eye and said, Apocalypse. The name sent a chill through all their backs. It was like the world itself was warning them against this mutant. What a cheery name. Pietro commented and Jean couldn't help but agree. Logan stood up. This isn't getting us anywhere. We need to understand why they took Chuck. Maybe he's recruiting, Jean thought out loud. Maybe he wants to find the strongest mutants around. Maybe he wants to recreate his horsemen. Magneto could be the first one. Mystique interrupted her reasoning. Magneto would never serve under anyone. I can't see him agreeing on following orders. Maybe he doesn't have to agree, Storm interjected for the first time. It's entirely possible that he could be under Apocalypse's control. If he has so many powers, mind control could easily be one of them. It's not possible to mind control him, Mystique replied. His helmet stops any mental attacks from reaching him. Logan summarized the situation. So, we have a 3,000-year-old mutant who is so powerful he could be a god who kidnapped the world's strongest telepath and one of the strongest mutants who may or may not be under mind control. Alright, Hank, I want a full list of Apocalypse's abilities so we could strategize a way to kill him. Do a satellite search in Egypt for anyone with blue skin and for any anomalies in the weather. Why Egypt? He could be anywhere in the world. And why weather pattern? Questioned Beast. He just woke up from thousands of years of imprisonment. The world is strange for him, he should try to stay somewhere familiar. You said that the entire desert was his to control, which means he could manipulate sand. Chances are, he would use it, which would cause weather anomalies on a large scale. It is a shot in the dark, but it's the only thing we have. We need to find the bastard as soon as we can. Suddenly, Jean's mind was assaulted by a powerful presence. It was some sort of psychic attack and it went through Jean's meager shields. It was the professor. Jean, I don't have much time. You need to stop him. Stop Apocalypse. I don't know how long I could keep fighting him. He already has Eric. He's so strong. So powerful. You're our only hope, Jean. I'm sorry. After the message was over, some coordinates appeared in her mind, probably from the professor. She knew where he was. When the message had ended, Jean found everyone at each other's throats. Everyone stop, she bellowed. They all quieted down, looking at her in surprise. Just stop, she continued, the professor just contacted me. We're in trouble. He said something about him having Eric. Jean noticed that Mystique paled when she said this. He said he was fighting him somehow and that he was losing. Dr. McCoy is right, it's Apocalypse and I know where the professor is. Chapter 88, Plans to Fight the Devil. September 1, 2005, Bayville. Jean Grey POV. Suddenly, Jean's mind was assaulted by a powerful presence. It was some sort of psychic attack and it went through Jean's meager shields. It was the professor. Jean, I don't have much time. You need to stop him. Stop Apocalypse. I don't know how long I could keep fighting him. He already has Eric. He's so strong. So powerful. You're our only hope, Jean. I'm sorry. After the message was over, some coordinates appeared in her mind, probably from the professor. She knew where he was. When the message had ended, Jean found everyone at each other's throats. Everyone stop, she bellowed. They all quieted down, looking at her in surprise. Just stop, she continued, the professor just contacted me. We're in trouble. He said something about him having Eric. Jean noticed that Mystique paled when she said this. He said he was fighting him somehow and that he was losing. Dr. McCoy is right, it's Apocalypse and I know where the professor is. Where is he exactly? Asked Mystique in a hurried tone. She was obviously worried about that Eric guy. From a quick mind scan, she figured out that the professor was talking about Magneto. Jean snorted, what a ridiculous name, he must have been a kid when he chose it for himself. Jean still had almost no control over directing her telepathy. She just turned the volume up a notch and started to make out the thoughts that were being projected. It was better when there weren't too many people around. As composed as she looks now, Mystique was very anxious inside and was pretty worried about Magneto. They must be close or something. Some place called the Valley of Kings, in Egypt. I have the exact coordinates if you need them, Jean answered them. She sensed the fear in Mystique's spike. She was thinking about her impending fight with her now former boss. She was right to be scared, of course. From Logan's description of the guy, it would be a hassle to fight just him, let alone with an unknown number of mutants, one of which is probably the most powerful mutant who ever lived. Jean missed the days where her biggest problem was fighting Toad or Blob. She so isn't ready for something like this. To be honest, Jean doesn't want to involve herself in this fight. She knows that this is far above her level, and so beyond her that it's crazy. It would be like going from her high school soccer team and start playing with professionals. The only reason she wasn't protesting about this mission is the fact that the professor was at stake, and with him, the knowledge of what he did to her. He was her chance at lifting the fake life she's been living and becoming herself. She would no longer be a puppet but her own person, and that is enough for her to risk her life in a dangerous mission. To be honest, with the recent revelation, Jean doesn't think she wants to remain in the X-Men. Her priorities have shifted somewhat, and her desire to join the professor's cause could be similar at her desire to be a cheerleader. She could have instinctively picked it up from her teammates telepathically, or maybe even from Logan or Ms. Monroe. She needs to figure out what she wants in her life before committing to anything. We need to assemble a team and head there now, stated Logan in a tone that would say that anyone disagreeing with him would end up being stabbed by his claws. Mystique, though, had no reservations to voice her opinion. What do you mean head there now? Are you mad? We need a plan, and a good one at that, before rushing in and getting killed pointlessly. Logan growled at her. From the sound of it, Chuck's being tortured right now. We don't have time for fancy ideas. Listen to me, you uneducated savage. If we go right now, we will die. Will that help Charles in any way, Logan? Listen to yourself. You're not being rational, and you never were whenever your precious professor is in danger. Take a breather and think clearly, for once. If Jean was honest with herself, she agrees with Mystique with that one. She might be their enemy, but that doesn't mean that she wasn't right. Although she seems too familiar to Logan. Mystique had to have known him well for her to calm Logan down like that. The man sometimes acted like a savage in threatening situations. It must be his mutant instincts somehow. And Logan must trust her in some degree to listen to her when they're this mad. Her words seemed to calm Logan down. He stopped breathing heavily and composed himself. All right, what plan are you suggesting? He asked Mystique. First, we need to figure out who to bring. There's no need to endanger kids who won't contribute anything in the fight. Logan hummed in agreement. So myself, Storm, Beast and Mystique are a given. Who else do we bring? As soon as he asked that, Scott got up and puffed up his chest. I'm going. I will not abandon the professor. Jean sighed internally. Was Scott that attached to the professor? She understands that he feels indebted to the man. He had helped him in understanding his powers and given him his glasses to stop him from destroying everything at sight. But come on, he still has no control over his beams, not that he even tries to practice, relying completely on the professor's equipment to live a normal life while wallowing in pity at his ability to see only one color. All the professor had done was make him some glasses. It's not enough to get himself killed over the man. Especially how easy it would be, considering all it would take to defeat him is to just remove his glasses. After that, he would have to close his eyes in fear of hitting an ally and he would be out of the fight. Jean doesn't think that he understands that he could get seriously hurt in this mission and that it wasn't some danger room simulation. They were often beaten in the simulations, by a machine no less. This will most likely kill them. The though of her death didn't scare her. What was wrong with her? Was she always so broken thing? Was this something that the professor's bindings took away, or did her subconscious know that she was living a lie and hence wanted to escape it somehow, but dying seems an excessive measure to escape a false life? When did things get so complicated? She needs answers. She sighed to calm herself down. She would get her answers from the professor. I wouldn't normally agree with this, Logan replied to the leader of the X-Men, but we're out of options. We'll take you on this mission, but you'll only be responsible for long-range attacks, nothing more. And listen to us when we give you orders. This isn't some stupid simulation where you can try again. This is real life and you could get killed. There are no do-over here, bub. Scott nodded, happy with his mission. Jean opened up her telepathy and was disgusted by her teammate. He didn't heed Logan's warnings and was hoping that this mission would get the professor to promote him to the same rank as Aurora and Logan. He could such an idiot sometimes. Logan seemed to know the teen's thoughts as he audibly sighed in exasperation. Red, Logan turned to look at Jean. You're also coming. I'm sorry, I wouldn't ask you for this somehow, but you're too powerful to be left on the sidelines and we could need a telepath to help Chuck fight off Apocalypse's mental attack. Jean nodded, understanding the logic but still finding flaws in it. She didn't have a good control over her powers and Logan knew it. But still, the professor was her only chance at getting her answers. She would still go. Scott, as usual, decided to act all protective of her. What? No. It's too dangerous for her to come. Logan just gave him a deadpan stare. Kid, the girl can kick your ass in a fight without even getting a scratch. You're saying that you're strong enough to come and she isn't. That shut him up. After this mess is over with, she'll have a long conversation with Scott about boundaries because recently, he's been acting like a mix of a jealous boyfriend and an overprotective father, and it was driving her insane. Mystique spoke up, trying to defuse whatever teen drama was going on my side. Pietro, Avalanche, and Blob are coming. Toad will only be a liability in a fight in this scale. Pietro will act as damage control and try to save us if one of us is in mortal danger or is injured. Avalanche's powers could be useful if used from a long range. He'll join Summers. Blob is strong enough to take care of himself. He could protect the other kids if they're attacked. Storm nodded, agreed. But what about the other kids in the Institute? I for one refuse to let Evan join this mission. He's too inexperienced, all of the rest are. Logan replied to her, Kitty also isn't ready. The only one I'm thinking of bringing are Nightcrawler and Rogue. No, Mystique exclaimed with a panicked look on her face. She composed herself quickly, in mere seconds her face showed her usual aloof expression, I refuse. This isn't a good idea. They would all be a liability. Rogue needs contact for her powers to work and I don't think she's experienced enough in close combat to actually be able to touch him. Nightcrawler is barely 16 years old, he can't make a decision like this. Someone this age shouldn't be part of a fight like this. Jean narrowed her eyes at Mystique's reaction to Logan's words. This was out of the norm. Not trusting the shapeshifter's motives, she turned on her telepathy once again and what she discovered stunned her. The woman wasn't trying to deceive them but she was worried about her children. Yes, children. Rogue and Nightcrawler are unknowingly Mystique's children. Although, Rogue was adopted. This was unbelievable and something that will probably end up a problem down the line, but is irrelevant now. She'll deal with it later. For now, she will not argue Mystique's decisions, she was their mother and they were still minors. Logan ignored her protests, I agree with you about Rogue but not about Nightcrawler. He could help Pietro with the damage control. We might need his help. Mystique looked like she wanted to protest further but just nodded her head. Logan frowned at the shapeshifter's reaction but ended up ignoring them. All right, we have our lineup. Scott and Avalanche are on long distance with Blob protecting them. Quicksilver and Nightcrawler are on damage control and will act as backup to anyone who needs to be rescued. Red, your mission is to get to the Professor and try to break Apocalypse's control over him and Magneto. Chuck is strong enough to resist him and I have faith in him. We need them to join us to beat this guy. Until you get to him, Mystique, Beast and I will have to hold off Apocalypse. Storm, you'll take Magneto. Your lightning can somewhat interfere with his abilities. I know this isn't much but it's the only plan we got. Does anyone have any other suggestions? Silence followed his question. Jean couldn't come up with a better plan but she was still nervous, this plan banked on her fighting off Apocalypse's control over Magneto and the Professor. She still had almost no control over her powers and she had no faith in her abilities to do it. Nonetheless, this was the best they will come up with considering the lack of intel. Seeing no objection Logan continued, all right. Storm, get Nightcrawler here and everyone suit up. We meet at the Blackbird in 10 minutes. Get ready. Jean sighed inwardly, this was going to be a troublesome mission, that's for sure. It seems they were going to Egypt. Chapter 89, Meet the Horsemen of Apocalypse. September 1, 2005, Valley of Kings. Charles Xavier POV. Charles Xavier was often accused of being an idealist. He never denies it that his dream is very optimistic in a flawed world but Charles prefers to call it ambitious. The idea of a united world, mutants and humans cooperating peacefully was worth every sacrifice he ever did, and was definitely worth his efforts. It was a dream to strive for, something that had helped him inspire all those around him into joining him. He had lost the use of his legs, forever bound to a wheelchair, for his dream. He opposed Eric's own ambitions of mutants ruling over humanity, striving for a peaceful solution instead of a violent one. Eric, or Magneto as he calls himself now, was forever marked by his miserable childhood, by Auschwitz, by humanity's cruelty during the Second World. The truth was, in Charles's professional opinion, that the men had never really left the concentration camps and still has the mentality of killing or being killed. He still lived in fear that his people would end up in a similar situation. In a way, Charles admired Eric. He admired his ability in doing what needed to be done for his people. The master of magnetism was ruthless in a way that he never was and would probably never be. It was something he was both thankful and disappointed about. However, seeing his friend's expressionless face, fully under the control of Apocalypse, truly broke his heart. Eric and Charles still had an odd friendship and their rivalry was primarily ideological. They would never seriously harm each other, going so far as to save each other a few times. Seeing him helpless in the hand of a lunatic was just wrong. Eric was always fearful of mental attacks. It was one of the reasons he wore his infamous helmet in the first place. He could never trust his own judgment if he had a slight inclination of the possibility that his actions not being his own. Charles was pretty sure he even slept with the helmet on. However, that helmet ended up being futile. Apocalypse ended up simply knocking him out and removed his helmet. He then implanted commands in Magneto's head so serve him. He then even put the helmet back on, as to avoid any other telepath from undoing his work, destroying Charles's chances of escape significantly. From what he figured out about Apocalypse's powers, he was able to take over the body of other mutants and added their abilities to his own. Every ability the monster displayed was at the cost of the life of another mutant, probably thousands of years ago. Charles was still surprised by this revelation. To think that mutants existed this far back in history. What other mythological figure was actually a mutant, who were treated like gods? But that wasn't the time to analyze the anthropological implications of the mutant before him. He looked around his fellow horsemen of Apocalypse. He was the only one left resisting Apocalypse. Magneto was the first to fall under his control. Their captor then ordered Magneto to offer a powerful mutant for his cause. A few hours later, he returned back with an Australian young man who revealed himself to be St. John Allardyce, or Pyro as he called himself, a mutant who can control fire. The fire element didn't even need to be mind-controlled but freely offered his services to Apocalypse in exchange for a power boost and the promise of burning stuff. Great, he had a pyromaniac in his new team. Their final member of the Horsemen was the infamous Angel. A mutant with white feathered wings who once acted as a vigilante in New York City, before deeming the world not ready to find out about mutants like him. Apocalypse had disappeared for a minute, where Charles attempted his first escape attempt by mind-controlling Pyro. A plan that failed spectacularly when he was caught by Magneto. Something that the first mutant prevented from happening again by giving all the other Horsemen helmets similar to Magneto, protecting them from any psychic attack. Apocalypse then returned with a mind-controlled Angel and promptly enhanced his powers, turning his previously feathered wings into metalled ones. The metal itself was weird somehow, a little similar to the metal in Logan's claws, but not exactly the same. If he was wings made of adamantium, then the Angel became much more deadly. And wasn't it surprising when Charles figured out that Apocalypse could enhance the powers of other mutants? Eric became a literal one-man army, capable of lifting cities from the ground. Pyro was able to generate fire, not just manipulate it. He could literally burst into flames at a moment's notice. And Angel's flight speed and reflexes got a boost, reminding Charles of the tales of Captain America, except with unbreakable sharp metal wings. Charles estimated that should his powers be enhanced, he would possess the same abilities as he does when he uses Cerebro, only without the large room and all the machinery. Charles's thoughts were interrupted with another mental attack from Apocalypse. The father of mutants appeared to have started to pay attention to him again. Charles cursed his distraction and waited for the father of mutants to arrive. He wasn't disappointed. Apocalypse then slowly stepped towards him. "My child, why do you keep resisting?" Charles sneered at him. "You try to take control of my mind and wonder why I refuse to let you in. It's because you do not understand the importance of our goals. The world is full of conflicts, dictated by men who are ants before our might. I once wanted to conquer the world for my own greed, but now it is out of necessity. If we do nothing, we will end up sharing the same fate as the mages. They were wiped out centuries ago because of their compliance. Soon, the mortals will discover us, and if we are not prepared, death will come for every one of our brethren." "No," Charles protested, "humans are capable for so much evil, so many atrocities, but also so much good, kindness, bravery, and so much more. We only need to teach them not to fear us. To teach them by example. You are a fool, child. I didn't come here to debate with you. Your naivety will be your undoing. The history of mankind is proving you wrong. You would doom our people with your ideals. I realize now that there is no convincing you. I will simply have to force you." Before Charles could process Apocalypse's words, he felt a veritable battering ram that made his previous psychic attacks feel like a light tap on his mental shields. Still, his mental protections held, and Apocalypse sighed, disappointing. Charles sighed in relief. From his previous conversation with the former pharaoh, he found out that Apocalypse had taken over the body of a mutant called Mesmero, who was able to mind control people. Mesmero was part of the cult that worshipped Apocalypse and awaited his arrival. From Apocalypse's tale, the telepath had awoken him from his prison and offered his body for Apocalypse to take over. This was why Charles disliked fanatics, especially superpowered ones. Charles was only thankful that Mesmero's powers were far weaker than his. Should Apocalypse been any stronger, Charles would have been defeated long ago. "What are you planning, really? Do you want to take over my body and take control over the world?" Apocalypse actually chuckled at that. "My child, I do not sacrifice needlessly the lives of my brethren. I do not take over bodies unnecessarily. As for my plans, it's better for me to show you." He called the other 3 horsemen to him, and they came obediently to their master. Apocalypse opened his spherical portal, swallowing them. Seconds later, Charles felt the sun scalding his bald head. When he opened his eyes, all he could see was sand. They were situated in some sort of valley, with some sort of giant doors made of stone, making was inside the mountain itself. Charles had no doubt that this structure was thousands of years old. You now reside in the Valley of Kings, where the tombs of pharaohs are located. But what many people don't know is that, hidden inside, is the location of the temple of the serpent goddess Wadjet. I have once attempted to enter this place but failed due to the temple's guardian. But now, that guardian is long dead and the temple is defenseless. Inside it, is the rumored treasures of Wadjet, and extremely powerful artifacts. One of which is the legendary Ankh of Wadjet, an artifact granting its wielder the ability to alter reality itself. With me amplifying its power, I will make it as if mutants had always ruled over the mortals. And that's where you come in, my child. You, Charles Xavier, shall be my weapon. You will find traitors before they even think about doing anything. You shall be my enforcer, my executioner. At Charles's pale expression, Apocalypse laughed. You doubt my powers, child. Let me give you a demonstration. With that said, Apocalypse just raised his hands and the sand obeyed his will. The mountain itself started to decompose, and shape itself into some sort of metal pyramid. The sand from all around joined it, continuing the giant pyramid that encompasses the entire temple. The ancient mages of Egypt were able to devise a way of harnessing the power of the sun itself to power protections. With a pyramid this size, I will harness the power necessary to destroy the protections of temple within. Slowly, the pyramid started to fully build itself. He was single-handedly creating an eighth wonder of the world, and the ancient mutant didn't look like he was breaking a sweat. Charles was gaping at the scene in front of him. He could now understand why people once worshipped him as a god. This power was beyond human comprehension. However, the father of mutants was distracted, which meant that Charles could somehow send a message to his fellow X-Men. He sent in a giant telepathic pulse that would be able to cover half the globe. It was only geared towards the only telepath that he could trust fully, his student Jean. Jean, I don't have much time. You need to stop him. Stop Apocalypse. I don't know how long I could keep fighting him. He already has Eric. He's so strong. So powerful. You're our only hope, Jean. I'm sorry. He then sent in the pictures and name of their location. He could only hope that the message would reach her. The message also had a secondary objective should it reach Jean. Charles hated doing this, but it contained a small telepathic adjustment in the bindings he made her. He used the backdoor he created in her mental shields to bypass any instinctive shielding to make sure she gets the message, but also loosened her bindings somewhat. Charles knew that the only chance for them to win against this foe was using Jean's full power. He still shivered when he felt a shard of it when the bindings loosened somehow. He could not trust anyone with that kind of power and promptly tightened the bindings further. He only hoped that what he was doing wasn't causing more harm than good. He had created the backdoor into Jean's mind as a precaution. If she got out of control and abused her powers, then he would be able to mentally restrain her. The psychic pulse was complicated and very powerful. It hadn't escaped Apocalypse's notice. He could not understand what its content was, as he wasn't used to the intricacies of telepathy, and there was nothing the so-called god could do about it. The message is already sent. Apocalypse turned back to look at him. That was a mistake, Charles. Nothing could have prepared him for the power of the follow-up psychic attack from Apocalypse. He screamed in pain, trying to resist the onslaught. He had done what he could. He only hoped that his message reached Jean. The future of the world rested in her hand. Chapter 90, Final Preparations. September 1, 2005, Bayville. Jean Grey POV. Jean couldn't come up with a better plan, but she was still nervous. This plan banked on her fighting off Apocalypse's control over Magneto and the Professor. She still had almost no control over her powers, and she had no faith in her abilities to do it. Nonetheless, this was the best they will come up with considering the lack of intel. Seeing no objection, Logan continued, "All right. Storm, get Nightcrawler here and everyone suit up. We meet at the Blackbird in 10 minutes. Get ready." Jean sighed inwardly. This was going to be a troublesome mission, that's for sure. It seems they were going to Egypt. The flight to Egypt was both silent, awkward, and uncomfortable for everyone. The passengers of the Blackbird had a history with each other, and it was kinda uncomfortable to a telepath to be in the middle of it. Jean kept her telepathy up, at Logan's order, to make sure that the Brotherhood weren't planning on betraying them. Her newfound control over her powers allowed her to open her telepathy without the thoughts of others overwhelming her. She still had trouble in focusing on a single mind and filter out the rest, but progress was progress. By the middle of the flight, Jean had a headache from all the thoughts that kept assaulted her. But she could confirm something: tensions were high. From Logan paranoia, to Storm's worry over the Professor, to Mystique's worry over Kurt and Magneto, and finally, Pietro's worry over his father, who happened to be this Magneto person everyone is so afraid of. Even Pietro was afraid of them. The worst was Scott's thoughts, who were either centered on her or on the Professor. The redhead never understood Scott's obsession with her. Looking back, it started from the first time they met. She could have chalked it up to love at first sight or something, but Jean never thought that it was a real thing. Love is something built over time, so it's completely illogical to be in love during a first meeting. On the other hand, Scott was completely infatuated the second they ever met. It was odd. She never thought about it before, but Scott had always been acting very weird whenever it concerned her. She had to think about it later. But, believe it or not, Scott wasn't the only one that was having fantasies about her. Fred, also known as Blob, was also imagining her as his girlfriend. It would have been sweet if he hadn't tried to force her to date her when they first met. Although Jean understood his obsession, the large teenager was simply starved for affection. He had been ridiculed all his life, and that made him angry. When Jean had helped him during his first day of school, it must have been the first time someone his age was genuinely kind to him. Almost everyone was mocking him for his size, which was just a byproduct of his mutation, and his lowered intellect, which can be attributed to a lack of formal education, due to a life in the circus. It was cruel to feel so alone all the time. So, at the first sign of affection, he tried to hold on to it like a starving man would to a piece of bread. He was so unused to simple kindness that he mistook it for a romantic relationship and tried to force her to be his girlfriend. She could have probably beat some sense into the misguided teenager. Even if he didn't listen to her, she would have used her telekinesis to push him away and just get away from him. But Scott had to do his righteous superhero thing and attack her captor, causing enmity between Blob and the X-Men. It made sense, Fred's, or Blob's, obsession with her. That doesn't mean that she's in any way comfortable staying near him for a long time. And normally, she would have been disgusted with him being so close, but with being able to think somewhat clearly for the first time in years, it made her more aware to everything about her. Following the awkward silence during the first half an hour of the flight, Dr. McCoy ended up making a small report of his findings about Apocalypse's powers. The list was very extensive, and probably a lot of it was exaggerated or just made up by his worshippers, but it was still extremely terrifying if even a fraction of it was true. Apparently, aside from the portals and the sand manipulation, the first mutant was as resilient as Logan, capable of healing from any wound. From the professor's message, they inferred that he had some sort of mental powers since he was able to control Magneto somehow. To make this worse, he was also a telekinetic, like her, but the most terrifying ability Dr. McCoy theorized is his matter manipulation. From what was written, Apocalypse could shape the world as if it was clay. Dr. McCoy theorized that it might be reference to a very rare ability called transmutation, but on a much larger and precise scale, hence matter manipulation. The idea of someone able to control everything with a mass was completely terrifying, and Jean could feel it tenfold as a telepath. It was really making her anxious and more than a little uncomfortable. In the end, Jean just asked Logan for permission to turn off her telepathy, reassuring him that the members of the Brotherhood were being genuine and had no plans on betraying them. In fact, they were as terrified as they were and only wanted to rescue their leader. He agreed, to her relief, and Jean could finally enjoy the psychic silence. What a difference a single technique could give her. She really needs to thank Ms. Sayer for teaching her this little trick. Speaking of her history teacher, Jean was still undecided about her. The green-eyed woman hadn't done anything nefarious or anything, but there was something about her that didn't make sense. Someone as powerful as her could do anything in the world. Telepathy and telekinesis were very powerful abilities, and the woman was a lot smarter than most of the other teachers. It didn't make sense for her to just teach high school student, and especially the one with the most mutants inside. She also exactly started working in Bayville High when Jean started to go there. Excluding the fact that she's extremely overqualified for her job, the location of her employment definitely isn't a coincidence, especially when she admitted that she has been keeping an eye on the professor after he apparently made a mess in Cuba. Hidden goals aside, Ms. Sayer was very knowledgeable about her powers and could help her. After all, asking for just a few tips won't make too much of a difference. She won't make any decisions before talking to the professor, though. She needs to hear both sides of the story. For now, Jean enjoyed her limited control over her powers, who started to feel more complete every second. Like there was a dam that was slowly opening, flooding her with power. It was some odd feeling of completeness. Like she was seeing in black and white all her life and the colors were slowly returning. It was a nice feeling, but her abilities were getting stronger as well. She could feel it, in her mind, and that terrified her. Jean was already struggling with controlling her powers, and them getting stronger means it would be even more difficult to control. Dr. McCoy's announcement broke Jean from her thoughts about her powers. We're about to arrive in 10 minutes. Be ready, we have no idea what's happening, the whole area is a dead zone. The redhead was impressed with the speed of the Blackbird, who took them from New York to Egypt in a couple of hours. Jean steeled herself for the fight ahead of her. The others not so much. Jean looked around to find everyone fidgeting nervously. Pietro was actually almost trembling at the prospect of fighting his father. Kurt looked almost comically green, which was odd compared to his usual blue skin. He had never been in a mission like this before, neither had she for that matter, and was very inexperienced in the field. Lance, or Avalanche, was squirming in his seat. He was obviously as scared as the others but tried to put on a brave face as a leader. Scott on the other hand wasn't anxious in the slightest. It was very weird, even Mystique was afraid, and while she was hiding it very well, Jean was a telepath and could still sense it. The shapeshifter was far more experienced than a teenage boy who can't even control his powers properly. Scott seemed to think that everything would go well, as if they were in a simulation in the danger room. There was something deeply wrong with him and Jean was sure of it. Sensing their unease, Logan stood up. "All right, we're about to have one of the hardest fights of our lives. We've all had our differences, but this is bigger than all of us. Apocalypse is a danger to everyone and we need to stop him, but more importantly, he took some of our own. The professor helped us all, in a way, and he's in danger now. It's time for us to pay him back for everything he did. As for Magneto, I never cared for him, but he doesn't deserve to live as a slave of another. He always wanted the best for our species. I'm putting my trust in you." He turned to everyone in the plane, "All of you. Brotherhood or X-Men, I don't care. For just this time, we're one team and we'll beat this blue son of a bitch and take back what's ours." Everyone nodded, and Jean could feel the tension slowly disappear into determination. It was impressive how Logan was able to do that. It felt so natural for him to do so. Maybe he was some sort of soldier before losing his memory. "We're about to arrive. Everyone ready themselves and stick to the plan." Dr. McCoy's voice rang out. Jean took a look from the windows to find one of the most beautiful and terrifying sights she ever witnessed. It was a giant metallic pyramid that was being slowly built. Giant pillars of sand were being levitated into the air before floating towards the pyramid, transforming into some sort of metal. To think that all of this was the work of a single man. It seems like Dr. McCoy was right about the matter manipulation. This was going to be a very painful mission. Suddenly, the plane started to shake, the metal slowly being removed from the plane. The sudden change in pressure almost sucked everyone out of the plane, but Jean was able to restrain everyone with her telekinesis. Jean heard Mystique mutter, "Magneto." Logan leapt into action. "Kurt, take us all out of here now." Kurt just nodded and then proceeded to teleport everyone from the crashing plane. She saw him teleport Scott, then Lance, Mystique, Blob, and Quicksilver. He must have thought this through. Aurora was able to fly and Logan could heal from the crash. Jean knew she was next, and the usual sulfur smell entered her nostril, and she landed on the sand, rolling over. She heard the groans of everyone around her, assuring her that they were safe. Jean heard an explosion at the distance, the impact pushing her back and sending a wave of sand towards them. The redhead coughed from the dirt before shakingly getting up. As the sand cleared, she could make up 4 figures in front of her. First was Magneto, who had a blank expression. Then there was that angel man Jean met once, however his wings were made of metal for some reason and had the same blank expression. Finally, there was this weird blonde guy who was cackling in glee at them. He was wearing orange for some ungodly reason. All 3 of them were wearing Magneto's usual helmet, which made sure that she could hear them telepathically. Mystique had told her about the properties of the helmet, which negated half her powers, making things that much harder. There was no sign of the professor anywhere. Behind them was the same blue man in some weird metallic armor. He wasn't even looking at them. Jean cursed her thoughts as he slowly turned around. Jean felt a shiver run through her spine and had some trouble breathing. She had no doubt in her mind that the being in front of her was the most powerful being she ever encountered in her 18 years of life. For the first time, Jean heard the man speak up. "It seems we have some uninvited visitors. Take care of them, my horseman." His voice was gravely, and strangely inhuman. Jean could honestly say that she was terrified out of her mind. This was so out of her depth. The horseman nodded and Apocalypse turned his back on them, trusting his enforcers to take care of them. Jean knew that would be the hardest fight of her life. Chapter 91, Confrontations. September 1, 2005, Valley of Kings. Jean Grey POV. For the first time, Jean heard the man speak up. "It seems we have some uninvited visitors. Take care of them, my horseman." His voice was gravely, and strangely inhuman. Jean could honestly say that she was terrified out of her mind. This was so out of her depth. The horseman nodded and Apocalypse turned his back on them, trusting his enforcers to take care of them. Jean knew that would be the hardest fight of her life. The redhead noticed that she wasn't the only one who froze at the sight of Apocalypse. Pietro was practically trembling in fear, and she could hear gulping coming from Kurt and Blob. Even the older and more experienced team looked cautious and very hesitant at attacking this foe. They too knew that they were out of their depth. The only one Jean's age that wasn't terrified out of their mind was Scott, who looked angry for some reason. There was something fundamentally wrong with that boy. The redhead had seen danger room simulations that had more self-preservation than her so-called leader. Now that she has a somewhat clear mind, there was no doubt in her mind that Scott was somehow broken, and it boggled her mind how no one else noticed it. Jean felt like she should help him somehow, but she's definitely not the right person to do it. She had her own issues to deal with and she doesn't need to add in someone else's baggage. But that wouldn't matter much if they die here in this desert, forgotten by the world. Something that Jean feels is extremely likely in this god-forsaken desert, fighting a fucking god of all things. Well, not technically a god, but the point still stands. There was something fundamentally inhuman about Apocalypse, and for some reason she felt insignificant in front of the might of the being opposing her. Some minuscule part of her felt indignant at his dismissal of her as a threat, but her more rational mind was mostly scared out of her mind. It was Logan who broke everyone out of their petrified state by stating, "Everyone activate your comms." He waited for them to do so before continuing. "All right, Nightcrawler, Quicksilver, get Blob, Cyclops and Avalanche above the hill. It's a good vantage point." They both nodded and disappeared. "Storm, hold off Magneto while Mystique, Beast and I take care of the Fire Kid and the Angel guy. Jean, try to find Chuck. We'll need him to fight the blue guy. We need to take care of his henchmen before getting a shot at the big guy." Jean interrupted him. "Magneto and Angel are mind-controlled, we could use their help fighting Apocalypse." "Are you sure about that?" asked Mystique. Jean just raised her eyebrows. "I'm a telepath, I can tell who's under mind control at the very least." To be honest, Jean wasn't sure how she knew. It kinda felt like it was instinctive somehow. The way their eyes are blank, their movements are robotic, and their minds felt weird. Jean had briefly lost control over her telepathy during the plane crash and she could sense the mind around her. It was very weird, it was like trying to explain sight to a blind person. Jean was now for some reason able to sense the minds of others. Each mind had a similar taste, so to speak. Logan's was somehow feral, as opposed to Aurora's controlled and disciplined one. However, the Horsemen's minds were weird. It was hard to describe. She was still assaulted by her allies' thoughts, but their opponents' minds were somehow enveloped with something stopping their thoughts from leaving out. She could still sense them and nothing more. But for some reason, the minds of Magneto and Angel felt blank, somehow bland. It felt instinctively unnatural to her and she knew deep in her gut that Apocalypse had done this to them. "What about Fireboy?" Logan asked. "Yeah, he's nuts." Jean snarked back. Mystique didn't share her humor. "Can you free them from the control?" "I don't know," Jean responded, "and even if I could, there's something blocking their minds." The shapeshifter nodded. "It's their helmets. They're like Magneto's." Logan grunted. "All right, new objective. Get rid of their helmets, and Jean break their control. We have no idea where Chuck is, maybe they'll be able to tell us." Before any of them could agree, a giant fireball sped towards them. Jean could feel the scorching heat coming towards her, but it was intercepted by a wall of wind, courtesy of Storm. Coming from the fire were two steel spikes racing towards her. Suddenly, Jean found herself a few yards away from the attack, Pietro having realized the danger and gotten her out. Jean looked at the horseman. Magneto was fighting Aurora. Bolts of lightning illuminated the sky as Aurora tried to fight Magneto's defensive force field, probably some sort of magnetic force field. Mystique was fighting Angel but didn't have an easy time doing it. Angel flew up and Mystique surprised him by transforming into a raven and followed him. She kept fighting him to a standstill in the air, Mystique being too skilled for the winged mutant to handle and Angel being far more resilient to damage due to the weird armor he wore. Jean hid behind a rock for cover and fully opened up her telepathy. She wanted to find any sign of the professor. She started to focus her sensing even deeper, not only feeling the presence around her. It felt instinctive, natural even, like breathing. By focusing in her newfound skill, she noticed some sort of mental link between the Horseman and Apocalypse. When she noticed the father of mutants' presence, Jean really wanted to throw up. There was nothing natural about him, he felt like a twisted version of what a mind is supposed to be. It was like someone cut up hundreds of shards from other minds and roughly taped them together. This was a true abomination and Jean wanted it gone. Something inside of her wanted to tear up the anomaly into thousands of pieces. However, Apocalypse's presence revealed something. There was a fourth connection, to the inside of the temple. It was faint and very well hidden, but Jean followed it to the inside of the metallic pyramid Apocalypse was building. Inside she found a familiar mind, it was the professor. Meanwhile, Logan was trying to fight the fire guy, who kept Logan at a distance using his flames that the feral mutant dodged perfectly every time. Suddenly, Logan ran into a fireball. It looked like a suicide move to anyone who didn't know about Logan's enhanced healing. Something that the boy didn't know, considering the widening of his eyes. Logan then stabbed the kid in the chest, a rather ruthless maneuver, but this was a battle with a pseudo-god, and it was definitely not the time to be merciful if they wanted even a minuscule chance of winning. Instead of showing any sign of pain, the fire boy just smirked and veritably turned into fire, going through Logan and burning him into a crisp. All that was left of Logan was a humanoid blackened figure. He was out of the count. The fire elemental was maniacally laughing in triumph and turned towards the aerial battle between Mystique and Angel. He was preparing for some sort of attack when a beam of red light hit him. He wasn't paying attention, so didn't have time to turn into fire and was thrown away. He got up seconds later as if nothing happened. Damn Scott, he must have been going easy with the beams. This was so not the time to be a pacifist. Of course, this pointless attack revealed his position to their enemies, causing Kurt to teleport them away, in case they would be attacked somehow. Unfortunately, this had the side effect of making the fire mutant turn around and noticing her position. He smiled and then released a veritable wave of fire towards her. Impulsively, Jean raised her hand to protect herself and close her eyes, preparing herself for the pain this last attack promised her. It was a pain that didn't come as she had somehow created a telekinetic bubble around her, bending the fire away from her, melting the sand and stone around her but leaving her unharmed. This was the first time she had done something like this. She usually could only move a few things with her mind, she never imagined doing something that impressive. She didn't have the luxury at marveling at her newfound abilities before her shield started to crack from the continuing attack from the pyromaniac. Quickly, a plan formed in her head. She spoke in her comms, "Kurt, when I give you the signal, teleport and take the helmet off Fireboy." "Yes, Jean." The teleporter answered. Jean concentrated and strengthened the telekinetic shield before she abruptly made it grow with a pulse, pushing the fire elemental away at the unexpected attack. Now, the redhead bellowed. She then saw Kurt teleport on top of the disoriented fire elemental, take off his helmet and teleport away. The fire elemental's eyes widened when he realized that his headgear was gone. Jean used the distraction to focus her telepathy at the young man in front of her. Her opponent was already preparing a fire blast and Jean yelled at his mind, "Sleep," hoping that it would work. She tried to somewhat imitate the telepathic pulse that she used in Miss Sayer's class but in a more controlled and less deadly manner. She realized that she was successful when the young man's eyes rolled back and he fell unconscious in front of her. Jean sighed in relief. That's one down, 2 to go. She looked at her ally to find that Magneto and Aurora were still at it. Aurora was still hurling lightning at the Master of Magnetism who used some kind of magnetic force field to block his attacks and Magneto kept hurling metal at her but she protected herself with a wind and lightning shield that shredded any attack and stopped Magneto's control over them. She's definitely isn't getting involved in that fight in any way. Jean looked towards the fight between Angel and Mystique only to gasp as she found the shapeshifter stabbed in the abdomen with one of Angel's metallic wings. As she was falling to the ground, Kurt teleported towards her in mid-air and stopped her fall by teleporting away. Enraged by Mystique's injury, Beast leapt into the air, punching the unexpected brainwashed winged mutant. Angel righted himself in the air, before being hit by one of Scott's concussive blasts. Angel then fell crashing into the ground. For a second, Jean hoped that he was unconscious. Unfortunately, when the sand cleared, the Horseman of Apocalypse was standing unharmed. When Scott tried to blast him once more, Angel's wings wrapped in front of him, shielding him from the blast. Jean noticed that it didn't just shield him, they completely protected him from the attack, something normal metals aren't supposed to do. What the hell are his wings made of? Angel retaliated by throwing metal spikes from his wings in the direction of his attacker. Jean feared the worst until Scott confirmed that Quicksilver got them out of there and that they were safe. Angel then sent another spike towards Beast. Dr. McCoy tried to dodge but was still hit in the thigh, causing him to groan in pain. Seeing him injured, Kurt teleported and got him out of there. Something that was very wise considering the wave of metal spikes that missed them by a millisecond as they teleported away. The Angel then looked towards Jean and sent in an entire wave of spikes. Jean then raised her hand, praying that her telekinetic shield still worked. Fortunately for her, it did and was able to stop the spikes. However, the winged mutant kept throwing wave after wave of metal spikes, and Jean didn't know how much she could keep this up. Suddenly, the attack stops and the redhead heard a small yell of pain from her attacker. As she took a closer look, she found a healed Logan stabbing the enemy in the thighs. He really was holding back because Angel in brainwashed. With him distracted, Jean telekinetically pinned him in place, allowing Logan to take off his helmet. "Now, Jean," Logan yelled to her on the comms. Jean obeyed and sent another telepathic attack at him. With the shielding gone, she could clearly see into his mind. It was being chained somehow, blocked by some sort of telepathic chains. She could tell because she had seen that they weren't there in the fire mutant's mind when she put him to sleep. So that must have been how he was being controlled. Not understanding what she should do, Jean took a chance by mentally tugging at the chains. She felt a resistance. That must be Apocalypse's will. She kept on tugging and pulling telepathically. Apocalypse's control over him was so strong, she now understood the professor's words. Why he was scared so much. The father of mutants wasn't even directly fighting her, yet she had trouble stopping his control. Jean kept pulling and tugging, so much so that she was sweating in real life, until finally, the bindings began to crack and then broke. She heard a yell of pain and watched as the winged mutant held his head. She scanned his mind once more to find that it was fine. It started to work normally. Apocalypse's control over Angel has broken. That's 2 down, 1 to go. Unfortunately, that last one was Magneto. Seeing the situation, Logan spoke on the comms, "We need a distraction. Quicksilver and Nightcrawler, get us out to regroup." Lance spoke up for the first time, "I'm on it. One distraction coming right up." "No." Jean yelled. However, she was unheard as the earth started to shake. It started slowly before it got very violent. Then, the mountain around the valley started to break and giant rocks started to tumble towards the battlefield and the giant metal pyramid. Jean was terrified out of her mind as a veritable avalanche of rocks and sand was coming towards her. Dude really lives up to the name Avalanche, huh? Chapter 92, Against the Master. September 1, 2005, Valley of Kings. Jean Grey POV. Seeing the situation, Logan spoke on the comms, "We need a distraction. Quicksilver and Nightcrawler, get us out to regroup." Lance spoke up for the first time, "I'm on it. One distraction coming right up." "No." Jean yelled. However, she was unheard as the earth started to shake. It started slowly before it got very violent. Then, the mountain around the valley started to break and giant rocks started to tumble towards the battlefield and the giant metal pyramid. Jean was terrified out of her mind as a veritable avalanche of rocks and sand was coming towards her. Dude really lives up to the name Avalanche, huh? The humongous wave of rock and sand was on its way and Jean prepared herself for the inevitable. She raised her hands, ready to cast her telekinetic shield once more. She knew that it would be unlikely that her telekinesis would be enough to hold it back. But Jean wasn't going down without a fight. She watched in silence as the sand get closer and closer and she found herself being at least glad to have lived a semblance of life for a day. She was thankful for Ms. Sayer for at least setting her free for at least a day. The redhead telepathy watched as Magneto raised both his hands and some of the metal created by Apocalypse diverted itself towards the sand avalanche. He was controlling the metal as if it was clay, creating a giant wall of metal, protecting him and the pyramid. Jean marveled at Magneto's the masterful control of his powers. And not for the first time today, she felt small, insignificant. This was what she was supposed to become, what she wanted to have. One day, if she somehow survived this, she would have a similar control over her powers. Magneto kept reinforcing the wall until it met the sand. The impact almost destroyed the wall and Magneto yelled as he tried to stop it from moving. He took control over more metal and created pillars in front of the wall to stabilize it further. It wasn't enough, since Magneto kept reinforcing the wall, and he kept creating more pillars. Jean was so enthralled at that display that she forgot that Magneto didn't block the entire avalanche and that she was still being in danger of being flattened. She could feel the rumbling, the earth shaking slightly, she could see the sand getting closer to her. Jean closed her eyes, ready to shield herself. She knew that she wouldn't be enough but she had to try. She took deep breaths, preparing herself for the worst but for some reason the noise of the coming sand avalanche got a lot weaker. The redhead opened her eyes to find herself safe with her teammates in a different place. Jean sighed in relief, she was alive. She looked around to find Logan growling in fury at Avalanche, "Are you out of your mind, bub? You almost killed us out there." The young mutant didn't respond and kept gasping in exhaustion. He had obviously overused his powers during this last attack and was too tired to pay attention to Logan. The guy could barely stay standing. Mystique noticed this as well. "Logan, what's done is done. We don't have much time before Magneto attacks. Lance bought us a couple of minutes with this last attack." Logan sighed and answered, "All right, is anyone hurt?" Beast spoke up, "I need some time to rest. I got injured fighting Angel and my healing factor is really minor. I'll need at least half an hour before I'm in fighting condition." Logan nodded, "All right, stay with Cyclops and Avalanche and make sure they don't do anything stupid. Anyone else?" At the silence that followed, he continued, "All right, good job so far. But Magneto's a lot tougher than these guys and we still need to find the professor." Jean spoke up for the first time, "I already know where he is and it's not good." They all looked surprised at her knowledge. Honestly, did they really underestimate her this much? "He's in the pyramid." Logan grunted, "So we have to keep Apocalypse occupied for you to get him." Quicksilver spoke up, "I'm fast enough to get in and out of the pyramid without being noticed. Even Nightcrawler could do it. We can get the professor without having to fight Apocalypse." Mystique shook her head, "We can't take the risk of Apocalypse noticing you. So far, he's leaving us to Magneto. If we directly interfere or make too much noise, we'll have to fight both him and Magneto and trust me Xavier will be pretty much useless against both. Especially because of Magneto's helmet and Apocalypse's mind powers. We need him to be too occupied to notice one of us get Xavier." I nod, "And to keep Apocalypse occupied, we need Magneto." "Yes, we do," Logan said, "the plan seems to be working so far so let's not change much." We need to remove his helmet for Jean to break Apocalypse's control over him, and considering how his powers can make him control it, he will need to be preoccupied. That's our job. Quicksilver, Nightcrawler, you were great, keep going. Avalanche and Cyclops, try to distract him somehow. The rest of us will try to get up close. Storm, we'll need a hole in that force field of his. Will you need help with that? An unknown voice asked. The entire group turned around to find Angel standing up, ready to fight. Logan just nodded and threw him a comms unit. Suddenly, the slight shaking from the avalanche stopped. Their distraction was over, which means that Magneto wasn't preoccupied anymore. Time's up, Logan growled. Quicksilver, Nightcrawler, get us to position. They both nodded, and the members of the team started to disappear in front of Jean's eyes, being either teleported by Kurt or transported using Pietro's super speed. When it was her turn, the redhead felt the world blur around her and found herself standing next to Logan, Storm, Mystique and Angel, looking at the famed master of magnetism. Jean looked to where the sand avalanche was previously to find a veritable fortress made of metal. It was a wall, almost as thick as a castle's. In front of it were hundreds of giant pillars supporting it. It seemed mind-boggling that it was built in minutes as a way to shield a pyramid from what Jean assumes to be thousands of tons of rocks and sand. All right, Cyclops, Storm, it's time. Logan spoke on the comms. Suddenly, a powerful beam of red light flew towards Magneto and splashing harmlessly into his magnetic force field. Following him, Ororo sent in a giant bolt of lightning at the same spot as Scott's concussive beam, blinding everyone. As their vision cleared up, Magneto was still unharmed, floating in the air as if nothing happened. With that said, Wolverine ran up to him, trying to overwhelm him somehow. The master of magnetism just raised his hands and froze Logan in mid-leap. Oh right, Logan's skeleton is made of adamantium and Magneto has control over metals. He closed his fist and Logan started screaming. He was controlling Logan's body, bending his skeleton. Scott noticed this and sent in another concussive blast at Magneto. It was still shielded by the magnetic force field, but the distraction made his concentration on Wolverine waver and Mystique was able to get to him, saving him. Magneto then raised his hands, sending spikes of metal at them. Jean countered using her telekinetic shield, protecting them. She then expanded her shield to create a pulse, hoping to send her opponent flying back. However, the only sign of him being affected was a violent ripple over his magnetic shield. Jean then picked up a giant rock, and levitated it using her telekinesis and threw it as fast as she could at the master of magnetism. Seeing the threat in front of him, Magneto chose to not take a chance and created a wall of metal and threw it at the projectile. The metal enveloped the rock like a liquid, and when Magneto closed his hand, the pressure shattered the rock into 1,000 pieces that harmlessly fell into the ground. Before Magneto could do anything to retaliate, Angel flew up and sent in the metallic spikes towards their opponent. What an idiot, using metal against someone who controlled them. As expected, the spikes froze in mid-air and were sent back at Angel, who tried shielding using his wings but found himself unable to control them. Guess what, genius, your wings are made of metal. Jean couldn't believe her luck. She was fighting the master of magnetism where two of her teammates were pretty much useless because they have metals in their bodies. And Mystique is kinda useless against her boss. What use is shapeshifting in a fight like this? What a joke. With a wave of Magneto's hand, Angel was thrown away, far into the desert. Well, that's one of them down. Jean didn't know what to do and just kept levitating giant rocks and banishing them towards him. This served nothing more than tiring her out, as the master of magnetism was able to counter her attacks effortlessly. Minutes later, Jean was gasping in exhaustion. She had never taken her powers this far before in her life. What the hell are the others doing? Were they just standing there watching her or something? Suddenly, the redhead mutant had an idea. Storm, keep him occupied. Jean then decided to levitate the biggest rock she could find. It was almost the size of a building and Jean was making it rise into the sky, like an eclipse. When it was almost a mile high, she let it fall, making sure to accelerate it further. Pietro, Kurt, get us out of here. Jean bellowed. They must have listened, because seconds later, all frontline attackers were all far enough to witness Jean's attack. The rock fell like a giant meteor and Magneto only had the time to widen his eyes before he was hit with the attack. Jean was barely holding herself together, gasping and panting from exhaustion. Funny thing was, she still felt like she had enough energy to fight, but her body just wasn't handling it. Jean's attack was devastating, and the earth shook at its strength. The rest of the team were gaping at her. Mystique, however, wasn't that enthusiastic about her attack. Are you mad, girl? You could have killed him. Jean glared at the shapeshifter. Well, nothing else was working. They were both interrupted by some sort of rumbling. The giant stone Jean was levitating crumbled into pieces, and rising from it was Magneto. He was glaring at them, a large contrast at the impassive look he had during the whole fight. He was pissed, and Jean was not above saying that was scared out of her mind. Great, Logan deadpanned, you made him angry. In a matter of seconds, their opponent flew towards them, and with a wave of his arms, Logan was banished away, like Angel was a minute ago. Jean noticed that he was glaring at her. Shit, he was gunning for her. He raised his hand and a veritable tsunami of minuscule pieces of iron was heading towards her. Jean had nowhere to go and just raised her hand, hoping she had enough juice for a telekinetic shield. The iron sand splashed against her shield and Jean felt like someone was hitting her with a truck. But the sand just kept coming and coming with no end in sight and Jean didn't know if she could survive the onslaught. Her savior came in the form of a flying storm who hit the metal with lightning, electrifying it and nullifying Magneto's control over it. With that attack, Jean noticed his magnetic shield waver slightly. Suddenly, Jean had an idea. She took over control over a small part of the iron sand and found that Magneto didn't notice. Great, that was step 1 done. Aurora, when I say so, hit the metal around him with your strongest lightning bolt. Yes, Jean. Aurora confirmed. Controlling even a small part of the metal was very difficult and Magneto wasn't even directly fighting her. What kind of monster was he? Jean slowly moved the few pieces of metal around Magneto, creating a circle of metallic sand. As she was doing this, Mystique tried to sneak attack Magneto was caught by the iron sand. She was bound in the air as Magneto created a spike out of iron sand, ready to drive it through her heart. Mystique tried to shift into something else but the restraints were very tight and she couldn't do it without violently cutting off all of the limbs. Before the spike could reach her, Quicksilver blurred and blocked the spike. Magneto readied another one but Pietro said, "Dad, please no." The men froze and visibly hesitated and it was the exact opportunity Jean needed. She arranged the metal and said, "Scott, after Storm's attack, I want you to send in the biggest beam you got, okay?" "Yes, Jean," he replied. "Now, Aurora," the redhead bellowed. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a giant cloud was on top of the battlefield. From the cloud came an equally gigantic bolt of lightning that fell precisely on the metal ring I created around Magneto. The ring absorbed the electricity and shape created a sudden magnetic field that surprised Magneto and disrupted for a fraction of a second his magnetic shield. It was all that Scott needed to send in a concussive blast. Even then, the shield held temporarily, but the blast went through, sending Magneto flying into the ground. With that done, Jean ran as fast as she could, not noticing that she was in fact flying using her powers for the first time, arriving towards the disoriented Magneto. She telekinetically took over control over his helmet, lifting it from his face. The helmet was off but Magneto's eyes narrowed at her and tried to summon his helmet back to him. This caused a veritable tug of war, a fight that Jean was slowly losing but she didn't need to win, she only needed to stall. Magneto's mind was unprotected and Jean delved towards his mind and similarly to what she did to Angel, she destroyed the bindings on his mind. As she did so, the master of magnetism overwhelmed her and successfully summoned his helmet to him and put it on. He groaned as he held his head, "Thank you, girl. You have freed me," he said to her. Jean sighed in relief, she had successfully broke Apocalypse's control over Magneto. Apocalypse POV. Close by, Apocalypse felt his control over his enforcers break. He sighed, "Fine, I'll do it myself." Chapter 93, Fighting the Apocalypse. September 1, 2005, Valley of Kings. Jean Grey POV. Magneto's mind was unprotected and Jean delved towards his mind and similarly to what she did to Angel, she destroyed the bindings on his mind. As she did so, the master of magnetism overwhelmed her and successfully summoned his helmet to him and put it on. He groaned as he held his head, "Thank you, girl. You have freed me," he said to her. Jean sighed in relief, she had successfully broke Apocalypse's control over Magneto. That's all of them gone. They just needed to take out the last guy and get the professor. Logan limped towards Magneto, "Do you remember what happened when you were under Apocalypse's mind control?" Magneto responded, "It's a little fuzzy," then his eyes widened, "We need to stop him." Mystique looked worried at his frantic tone, "What is he planning?" "It's about the pyramid, that's his goal. There's a temple underneath with some sort of mythical artifact. I'm not sure of the specifics but Apocalypse seems to think that he would easily win if got inside. The pyramid is just the key to enter the temple. We have to destroy it." Storm interjected, "What about the professor? He was in some sort of telepathic battle against Apocalypse. I don't know what happened but from the looks of it he was losing. Apocalypse is planning to use him as a weapon, a psychic enforcer with a permanent access to Cerebro. He would root out any thoughts of rebellion in Apocalypse's rule. A couple of hours ago he did something to anger Apocalypse. They went together in the pyramid, I'm not sure what happened to him after that. He's still alive," Jean spoke up, "I sensed his mind inside the pyramid. We just have to go get him." "Trust me, young one," Magneto answered, "there are things far worse than death." Jean felt a shiver run up her spine at the master of magnetism's answer. The certainty in his tone as he said that was a testament that he, in fact, experienced things worse than death. Could he be talking about being under Apocalypse's control? Suddenly, a loud gong sound happened and Jean knew that something had happened. She turned towards the sound. It came from the pyramid. It was fully built and it looked inhumanly perfect. Anything being built in the world has imperfections, it's a testament of the humanity of its builders. But the pyramid in front of the redhead was so perfect that it could have been in a geometry book. Considering Apocalypse's molecular manipulation, Jean had no qualms believing that the fist mutant had built this structure without a single molecule out of place. The top of the pyramid then started to have some sort of orange glow. The glow took the shape for ancient Egyptian symbols that Jean didn't understand. The glow was slowly moving down towards the base of the pyramid, revealing more symbols on the surface of the pyramid. The pyramid is built. We only have minutes before it's charged up. We need to destroy it now. He raised his hands, and Jean thought he looked constipated. She snorted in amusement. He's a lot less terrifying when he's on their side. I can't take control over the metal. There's something blocking me, protecting the pyramid. Logan sighed. All right, we'll do it the hard way. Cyclops, send your strongest attack at the pyramid. Yes, Logan, Scott confirmed on the comms. Suddenly, a huge red beam of concussive force appeared and hit the pyramid. The impact was so violent that the entire view of the giant structure was veiled by dust and sand. When the view was cleared, the pyramid stood there intact as if nothing happened. How is that possible? The metal Apocalypse used was also wielded by Magneto during their fight and she had destroyed it without any problem. It is futile to oppose me, my children, a voice spoke to them. They stiffened in surprise to find Apocalypse standing in front of the pyramid. The pyramid is indestructible. I was taught a few tricks, long ago, by the mages of old. I was their king after all, and they served me. Willingly or not. Jean had no idea what the man was talking about. Mages. Did magicians exist or something? Magneto asked. Mages. Ah, yes. They were wiped out centuries ago. They were feared for their powers, like our kind is. They were hunted down and killed by the powerless. Now, there is nothing left of them besides stories and fairy tales. If we do nothing, our kind will suffer the same fate. I am only trying to ensure our survival. Jean was shaken from what was just said and from the looks of her teammates. She wasn't the only one. The man in front of her was a monster, an abomination, but she could still sense the truth in his words. There had been other superpowered people but they were hunted down and killed. But that was centuries ago. People fought with swords and bows, they were practically savages. Things should be different now. The redhead tried to reassure herself but she still felt like she was lying to herself. The Master of Magnetism retorted back, I agree with what you just said but I know that this isn't your goal, is it? Your goal is to enslave everyone, even us mutants. You would take away our freedom, our free will. You are a monster, Apocalypse, not a savior. The father of mutants sneered at Magneto, it is not your place to question me, betrayer. Magneto looked at him incredulously, you forced me into servitude and you're asking me why I am not loyal to you. Magneto then floated in the air, you're about to understand how much of a mistake this was. He then raised his hand and the tons of iron sand from his fight with Jean was rising like another giant wave. It concentrated into a giant beam and was propelled at blinding speed towards Apocalypse. The father of mutants didn't seem bothered by the attack and some sort of force field materialized in front of him, protecting him from the attack. It was so powerful that there wasn't a single crack in the shield when the attack was over. Logan started to give out orders, Nightcrawler, go inside the pyramid and get to the professor. The rest of us will deal with Apocalypse. We have to beat him before the pyramid is charged up. With that said, they all readied themselves to fight the so-called father of mutants. Jean looked at the titanic fight between Magneto and Apocalypse. It was at a clear stalemate, both of them were protected by their respective force fields and kept throwing projectiles at each other. Then suddenly, Apocalypse was enveloped with some sort of purple spear and disappeared. He had teleported somehow. Magneto looked around trying to find his opponent and after a few seconds, Jean saw him smirk in triumph at the possibility of Apocalypse running away from him. Then suddenly, another purple sphere appeared out of nowhere, right next to a floating Magneto. Apocalypse stabbed him in the gut with a glass sword. Jean had no idea where he got the sword from, he probably just used his molecular manipulation to create it. I will deal with your betrayal later. Apocalypse's words were probably whispered to Magneto but Jean and the rest of her team could hear it very clearly. Jean didn't want to imagine what punishment the abomination had in mind for Magneto. Dad! Pietro exclaimed. Before anyone could stop him, he ran towards his father and got him away from Apocalypse. When he returned, he looked at Apocalypse with hatred in his eyes, you're going to pay for that. He then started to run at super speed, punching and kicking Apocalypse and to Jean's surprise, it was working. Pietro then punched him once more, sending him flying into a rock. Jean never noticed how powerful Pietro was, considering that he was often easily defeated because of his arrogance. Pietro came in with the finishing punch, only to find his feet enveloped with hardened sand. Apocalypse had caught him, foolish child. He kicked his legs, causing them to break. Quicksilver was pretty much neutralized without the use of his legs. He raised his hand with his sword, ready to stab to silver-haired teen. Only to be attacked by Beast. Dr. McCoy must have healed from his injuries. Apocalypse dodged the attack, but it gave her time to break the sand using her telekinesis and summon Pietro out of danger. Jean cursed inwardly. With Kurt gone to get the professor and Pietro injured, there was no one to get them out of danger. Magneto is also out of the commission. Their chances are getting even lower. The only chance they had was if she and the professor fought him telepathically. Jean was already sore from the previous fights and didn't like her chances against someone who beat Magneto in less than a minute. While she got Pietro out of the way, Beast was then supported by Wolverine and Mystique on the ground with Storm and Angel helping them from the air. Beast leapt at their opponent, who sidestepped the attack and blocked another surprise attack from Mystique, who was trying to kick him. He then dodged the metallic spikes from Angel and threw Mystique at him, hitting him in midair. Fuck, that guy is strong. Angel was able to right himself in the air and caught Mystique and put her on the ground. However, Storm wasn't done and threw a bolt of lightning at Apocalypse. He shielded using the force field and redirected it towards Logan, who dodged it. Logan leapt into the air, slashing his claws at Apocalypse. The Father of Mutants put up his force field to block both this attack and another lightning bolt from Storm. The shield blocked the lightning, but Logan's claws were able to pierce it and slashed him through the chest. The adamantium got through the force field somehow. At that moment, the entire battlefield was silent. Even Apocalypse was gaping at his bleeding chest. The wound closed down almost immediately. Great, he has a healing factor like Logan's. Their opponent's eyes hardened and suddenly, an wave of sand erupted, throwing everyone around. Apocalypse directed the sand towards Logan with tremendous speed. When it stopped, Logan has dozens of cuts around his body and was bleeding profusely. Apocalypse then leapt into the air, punched him, sending him flying into the air. Jean was sure that Logan was out of the fight now. The first mutant then ran at tremendous speed towards Beast, kicking him towards a rock, who started to envelop him as if it was a liquid. He was then attacked by Mystique, who shared a similar fate. He then raised his hands, creating a giant hand made of sand that grabbed the flying Angel and pulled him into the ground and imprisoned him in sand. Jean cursed. In a few seconds, they lost their frontline team except for her. All that was left of their team was Scott, Blob, Avalanche, and her. That's it. This team could barely handle Logan, let alone someone like Apocalypse. The redhead wasn't above saying that she froze in fear as Apocalypse looked at her, an angry expression on his face. Damn, did Logan's hit piss him off that much? Of course, the rest of her teammates came in charging at him. Blob was first and tried to punch Apocalypse. The punch landed, but the aged mutant didn't move. Apocalypse responded with a punch of his own, sending him flying towards Lance, knocking them both out. Jean readied herself to fight him, resigning herself into a similar fate as her teammates. Scott then ran in front of her. Don't worry, I got this, Jean. He really was an idiot, wasn't he? There's something deeply wrong with that boy. He then threw a concussive blast at Apocalypse, who just used his force field to protect himself and kept moving forwards. Scott kept the concussive beam going, screaming as he probably powering it up with everything he had. However, Apocalypse kept walking forwards unbothered by the assault on his shield. When he was almost a foot in front of Scott, he just punched him, sending him flying away, knocking him out. All that was left was Jean and Apocalypse. Her opponent leapt in the air, preparing to punch her, and she created a telekinetic shield to protect herself. The impact caused an entire shockwave in the sand. However, neither of them had moved. Surprisingly, the shield held. Apocalypse was surprised as well, considering the slight widening of his eyes. Jean took that as a distraction and banished him away from her with all her might. The man was only sent back for a dozen yards and was still standing. Jean was too tired now. She had never exerted herself that much in her life. Nothing prepared her for this. She prepared herself to fight Apocalypse. She knew that it would be in vain, but she will go down fighting. However, a giant beam of light, going into the sky from the top of the pyramid. Apocalypse froze. Finally, it is time. He just used the sand to transport himself towards the pyramid. They had failed. The pyramid was charged. Jean, the redhead, heard from the comms, I got the professor out, he's asking for you. He says that he has a plan. Jean immediately responded, take me there. This was her chance for getting her answers. Even if she dies, she wants to know the truth. Jean felt Kurtz teleporting her to a small cave where the professor was lying down. Jean, he spoke to her, I have a way to fight Apocalypse, a last resort if you will. What do you mean, Professor? We lost. He still hasn't gotten the artifact yet. Until he does, we still have a chance. Jean gave him an incredulous look. Everyone is down. We have no chance. There's still us, my dear. You want to fight him telepathically? He smiled sadly, something like that. Before she could register, Jean felt an attack on her mind. She didn't know what it was doing. Was this the professor? The last thing she hears was the professor's sad tone. I'm sorry, Jean, but this is the only way. After that, her world was enveloped with flames. Chapter 94, From the Ashes. September 1, 2005, Valley of Kings. Jean Grey POV. Jean felt Kurtz teleporting her to a small cave where the professor was lying down. Jean, he spoke to her, I have a way to fight apocalypse, a last resort if you will. What do you mean, Professor, we lost? He still hasn't gotten the artifact yet. Until he does, we still have a chance. Jean gave him an incredulous look. Everyone is down. We have no chance. There's still us, my dear. You want to fight him telepathically? He smiled sadly, something like that. Before she could register, Jean felt an attack on her mind. She didn't know what it was doing. Was this the professor? The last thing she hears was the professor's sad tone. I'm sorry, Jean, but this is the only way. After that, her world was enveloped with flames. Jean didn't know exactly what happened. Everything seemed to have slowed down. The bald man in front of her was frozen, no blinking, and so was the blue devil child. The redhead couldn't feel the wind across her face anymore. Time didn't exist. Had it ever existed? Was the world simply a giant painting? A three-dimensional painting of a frozen instance of time? Jean never had thoughts like this before. Or was she always like this? It didn't matter. What mattered were the flames. The world was on fire, yet it was not. The flames were everywhere, yet nothing was burning. The flames were powerful yet kind. Destructive yet creative. The beginning and the end. And then the beginning once more. The flames were all around her, consuming her, entering her soul, searing it bare to the core. They were red, like her hair. Was her hair made of fire? Was it always engulfed in fire? Jean didn't care, all that mattered were the flames. They were death and rebirth, destruction and creation. They were life and rebirth. Everything came from the flames and will return to them. Fire wasn't malicious yet it wasn't kind. It simply was. And it was all around her, enveloping her. She was the fire. She was the flame that burns away the impurities of the universe. She was the balance between life and death. And she was angry. She started seeing. Not with her eyes, but with the flames. She saw the corruption, she saw the defilement of the laws of life, she was disgusted. She was going to burn this place, bit by bit, starting with the abomination that she was fighting. The thing was disgusting. What was his name again? Oh yes, Apocalypse. What a silly name. Jean was the apocalypse. She was creation and destruction. She was rebirth. And that thing that dared calling itself a god was just an ant before her flames. Jean tried to remember why she was here, before she was consumed with the flames. She was fighting the abomination with the stitched soul. But why was she? Apart from him being a disgusting abomination that doesn't deserve to live a second more, of course. She has flashes of the fight. She was scared. Why was she scared of the ant? It didn't make any sense. She was destruction incarnate. She was fire. But was she fighting alone? No, she wasn't. She had comrades, allies. She remembered a couple of them, the animal man, the changing woman. And there was the nature woman. She was odd, her powers felt different, they came from the earth itself. It was odd, but Jean was fire and fire didn't care for such things. At least she wasn't like the abomination. Jean sneered at the thought of the creature. It was bad enough that it was there, its presence was insulting enough for the redhead, but it had the audacity to try to fight her. An ant had no quarrel with a boot. The abomination's presence was irking her. It was like having an itch that just wouldn't go away, and Jean had had enough. She was going to kill the thing, at least the itch will be gone. Not that she cared about the abomination, the deader it was, the better. Jean rose into the air, flying. It felt natural. It was like she was born with wings, wings of fire. Was she always meant to fly? She felt like she was. The flames followed her, listening to her commands, she was fire after all. With barely a thought, she was propelled into the air, high in the sky. She spread her imaginary wings and the fire obeyed, creating two gigantic wings made of flames around her. The fire that wasn't fire enveloped her body. Yet it didn't hurt her one bit. She felt warm, complete for the first time in her life. She felt free. Up in the air was where she was meant to be. Far above the world, cleansing the unworthy, destroying the corrupt. She was the ultimate judge, jury, and executor. It was her right, the world is made of her flames, which means she had the right to burn it all away. Up in the air, Jean noticed a beam of light coming from the ground, rising to the heavens. The redhead scowled in anger. It was the work of the abomination. Oh right, she had forgotten herself in the joys of flying. She was hunting for the creature. It just felt wrong. It was like having a man with 20 arms, 30 legs and 17 brains. It felt like a violation of what it meant to be alive. I was his time to perish and be punished in his afterlife. Jean somehow knew for certain that the abomination will not survive the day. Jean decided that enough was enough, it was time for the creature to die. She flew towards the beam of light. She arrived in front of a pyramid. It was producing that weird light. She did not arrive discreetly, after all, there was no need to be discreet in killing an ant. As she landed, she released a shockwave of power, sending the sand flying away. The abomination seemed to have noticed. Good, it should know who will kill it today. It looked angry. Why was it angry? It's supposed to be scared at the prospect of dying. Jean shrugged, she didn't care about the abomination's feelings. However, the abomination seemed to have decided to fight her. Silly ant. It turned sand into metallic spikes and hurled them towards her. Jean didn't move, the spikes couldn't hurt her. She was fire after all. She was proven right when her flames burned the metallic spikes, rendering them into nothing but ash. The abomination wasn't expecting that. Not that it would comprehend what she could do. It was like an ant trying to understand an ocean. It simply couldn't understand. Jean wasn't sure she could understand either. Jean decided to retaliate by simply grabbing him from the neck. She didn't actually lower herself to touch the abomination, she simply used her powers to do so. The act amused her and seemed somewhat familiar. Had she done this before? No, it was something else. An image of a man with a black suit and a mask appeared in her mind for a fraction of a second. It disappeared just as quickly, so Jean decided to think about it later. She had a bug to deal with. The thing created a shield to stop her power's grip on him. Jean had never been so insulted in her life. It was using a variation of her powers to stop her. Did it try to fight her with her own powers? What hubris! Now, that wouldn't do at all. It wasn't a matter of itch anymore but a matter of pride. Jean just pushed against the shield with her powers. It slowly started to crack until it broke like glass, sending the abomination flying from the impact. She didn't even let it go flying back, not wanting to chase it. She summoned it from the air, and it slowly floated by her, immobilized from the neck down with her powers. The flames were eager to kill him, cleanse his presence from the world. Just before she did so, the abomination spoke and Jean let him. Everyone deserved to have a few last words before departing to the afterlife. Attack me and your friends die. Its voice was as unnatural as it was. It was like it had as many voices as souls. Anyway, what is it talking about? She had no friends, she was fire after all. She turned around to see her allies bound with blades of steel pointing at them. Was he talking about them? They were just her allies, weren't they? Jean didn't remember. Did she want to remember? All she remembers was being broken girl in a fake life. Why would she want to acknowledge a lie? Did she care? She was fire and fire didn't care about such things. Jean Grey was a broken girl. Did she want to be Jean Grey when she was so much more? Fire is immortal, it is life, it is death. Did a few lives truly matter in the end? She would rather just be the fire. Jean Grey never existed, she was fake. She wasn't even a person but a rough combination of everything around her. She didn't feel, not really, she just copied the feelings of others for her to feel. She had no ambitions that were not copied from someone else. Jean Grey was a puppet but now she was free. She was the fire and she didn't want to be Jean Grey anymore. Jean turned her head back to the abomination who was smirking in triumph. Its smirk disappeared when Jean simply raised her hand preparing to kill off the annoying insect. Unfortunately, she was interrupted once more when a beam of red light attacked her from the back. She sensed it before it hit her, of course, and ended up creating a barrier around her, stopping the concussive blast as if it was nothing. It was one of her old allies. The boy who was infatuated with her. No, he was infatuated with Jean Grey, she wasn't Jean Grey anymore. She was so much more. Perhaps it was because the boy was as broken as Jean Grey and he was able to tell. In any case, Jean Grey did not like him. Neither did the new her. Snap out of it, Jean, please, the boy exclaimed, you can't kill him. It's wrong. What was he talking about? She was fire incarnate, life and rebirth. She had a duty to purge the world from abominations like the one in front of her. Why was the boy protecting it? It's unworthy of life. The boy continued, this isn't you, Jean. You're better than this. Killing is never the answer. She was bored of the boy now. Perhaps he was simply an idiot. She didn't care anymore. She just pushed the annoying brat out of the way with her telekinesis, knocking him out. Just as she prepared to kill the abomination once and for all, she was interrupted again. This was very exasperating. However, this time, it wasn't a person that stopped her but the pyramid that did so. The beam of light stopped and the pyramid itself disintegrated into nothing, releasing a shockwave that pushed her back a few feet. How was this possible? As the sand cleared from the shockwave, a figure appeared from where the pyramid was, and for the first time, she was afraid. She didn't know who it was, but she felt their power. It was equal to her own, maybe even stronger. She didn't know, it was hidden, but she could still glimpse it. Were they a challenger? No, she knew it wasn't. They were her opposite, yet they were not. They radiated darkness and death. She was confused and nervous. What will this being do? She didn't have to wander long before she was surrounded by darkness. She felt her flames being contained, somehow. This was impossible, she was invincible. The being appeared out of the shadows in front of her and touched her chest. Suddenly, she felt her flames being snuffed out. Her vision was blurring, and the last thing she heard before falling unconscious was a kind, definitely feminine voice. "I'm sorry, but you're not ready yet, child." Chapter 95, The Phoenix Force. September 1, 2005, Valley of Kings. Jasmine POV. A clusterfuck. That is the only thing I could use to describe what was happening in front of me. How the hell had that happened? The day had been eventful enough when I confronted the Phoenix Force avatar in the morning. Everything was coming according to plan. I had been planning to integrate myself to her life and involve myself in her training. To do that, I made her understand how screwed up she actually is and made her question Xavier's competence. Not that I was lying about that, the man really needs a reality check about the mutant coexistence issue. Additionally, the man screwed up his sealing of Jean's power, sealing a small part of Jean along with her abilities. I still can't believe they call him the world's greatest telepath, even after fucking up this badly. In the end, Jean's confrontation with Xavier should have made her either extremely furious at the man, or simply uncomfortable to stay in the same residence as him, causing me to be the only person she could rely on for help controlling her powers. Jean's reaction will entirely depend on her professor's explanations of what he did and why he did it. Either way, she wasn't going to stay with him anymore. After all, you can't just forgive someone for messing with your head. It was manipulative, I'll admit to that, but this was the Phoenix Force we're talking about. I was not going to take any chances with it, any misstep and it could just destroy the planet. I was prepared for Xavier to be defensive, try to mess with Jean's mind further or even attack me telepathically, but I didn't prepare for this. Later on, that night, I felt one of wards on my old temples in Egypt break. I wasn't overly worried, I had emptied pretty much every temple and every hidden cache from any dangerous artifacts or actually dangerous items and put them in my palace in Avalon. To be honest, I only left the wards on so I could watch cursebreakers try to get in. I left a sizable amount of treasure, mostly gold and jewels, as a rewards for breaking my wards and defeating my traps. It was silly, but it was a way for me to have a bit of fun, something that added a bit of spice in my old age. It was like watching a real-life Indiana Jones movie but with magic. Celine and I usually have bets on who would survive out of the teams that go through and how much they will be able to handle. And I had temples everywhere, in every continent and even in most countries. So, when I got a signal that the entirety of my wards broke at once in one of my old temples in Egypt, it caused me to raise my eyebrows, while I weakened the wards by a lot so that the challengers would actually stand a chance. Overpowering the wards even then would take hundreds of wizards working at once. Curious, I teleported to the site. This temple was a special one, in the fact that it was the one Apocalypse tried to break into thousands of years ago. It was also where most of my ancient Egyptian treasures were hidden. In fact, my ankh was hidden there. The artifact was the result of my experimentation with reality celestial runes. I had always had a problem with those, especially in understanding their limitations. I had created the artifact to learn reality manipulation without the usage of runes, the ankh acting like a focus, similarity to a wand is to a wizard. It had helped me learn to hone an extremely dangerous and difficult field of magic. I'm pretty sure that I was the first one to use it. Even in Atlantis, I never heard of anyone using something even remotely similar. The artifact in question is currently sitting in my vault in Avalon with the rest of my ridiculously powerful artifacts. I also call it it was probably a mistake to make these vault. Hey, don't judge me. It gets really boring living for so long. Anyway, I wasn't too worried too much about it. I had taken everything from it after the confrontation with En-Sabah-Nur, realizing that it was possible, no matter how unlikely it was for someone to break inside. I only left the gold for the luck team of cursebreakers who would be able to break in. When I did arrive that I noticed how much things were going wrong. First of all, En-Sabah-Nur was back. Yeah, that guy. And he was trying to get inside my temple. Again. The guy really doesn't take no for an answer. I was a bit surprised that I didn't get alerted by a ward when he woke up, but there's chance that the ward broke after so many millennia without me maintaining it. I'm not proud of it, but I will say that I kinda forgot about him. It was just so long ago, and it was only a small fight that I barely remember. Additionally, just after it, I lost Hestia, which caused a long period of depression. Either way, the guy might have made me exert myself at the time, but I was barely as experienced as I am now and definitely not as powerful. I would have just taken him out, if only for the fact that I had a much bigger issue to deal with, the Phoenix Force avatar, Jean Grey. If I was just fighting En-Sabah-Nur, I would have just killed him and left. But with the X-Men there, I would have let them handle it. They will need the experience for the things to come. I know it sounds very apathetic, but Apocalypse is a powerful foe and would give them a taste of what's waiting for them in the future. It will also serve as a wake-up call for them to train their powers once more, if they want to save mutant kind, for both Xavier's X-Men and Eric's acolytes. But unfortunately, someone ended up completely removing Jean's bindings at once. It was probably Xavier. It sounds like thing he would do if he's desperate. This is exactly what happens when someone idiotic who thinks they know better make righteous decisions without understanding the consequences. There was a reason why I never just removed Jean's bindings, and it was the fact that the power will simply overwhelm her. The bindings themselves are a problem because of the fact that the power was supposed to grow with her, not just pile off in the back of her mind to be released at once. So, when I tried to loosen the bindings somewhat and Xavier noticed, I just gave up on them. Anything I would do will end up being undone by Xavier later, and I couldn't risk removing all the bindings at once. The power will be too much for her to handle. Any mortal mind will simply not understand the power they were gifted, and make no mistake, Jean Grey is mortal. The breaking or removal of the bindings Xavier put will pretty much guarantee a Dark Phoenix situation, something that I dearly want to avoid. Honestly, if I had a choice, I would have simply killed the girl. But an avatar of a cosmic being killing another one's avatar has consequences. And I definitely don't want to anger the Phoenix Force. Even among an infinity of cosmic beings, it was one of the most powerful ones, right up there with death. It was the source of all psionic energy in every universe, in every multiverse. Any form of telepathy or telekinesis originated from it. But that was good and all, but while life represents the beginning and death represents the end, the Phoenix Force is the balance. It is rebirth, the never-ending cycle of life and death. What the Phoenix Force hates the most is stagnation or the lack of progress. In cases like this, it simply purges it like an infection and simply waits for new life to grow. It is rebirth incarnated. And that power was being represented in a hormonal teenaged girl with more issues than Vogue. And with the bindings gone, she was feeling her full powers at once, and she was getting lost to it. Add in the fact that it was imbalanced due to Fox's death, it would have been leaning towards darkness, also known as destruction. I could see it now in her eyes, her powers are starting to overwhelm her. Jean Grey was becoming less and less, while the instincts of the Phoenix Force were rising. If I do nothing, I would be left with nothing but a body with the messed instincts of the Phoenix Force that were leaning towards destruction. The girl was pretty much playing with Apocalypse now, but I could see it in her eyes, the girl was losing her humanity. The Summers kid is trying to calm her down and see sense. It would have worked if Jean was in love with the kid, but it seems the boy's feelings were one-sided, the redhead just knocked him out. This was getting too much. I just create a powerful telekinetic pulse, knocking everyone around and causing the sand to block everyone's view. I walk towards the Phoenix Force avatar wearing my Master of Death outfit and just shadow travel in front of her. I use the celestial power runes to physically bind her powers. I could have permanently done so, but I chose one that degraded over time. The better control she has over her abilities, the more it would loosen. This was the way it was intended, with her growing with her powers. At least that's one disaster avoided. Looking at the teenager, I can't help but pity her and try to reassure her, I'm sorry, but you're not ready yet, child. Because that's what she is in my eyes, a child that was being failed by everyone around her. I promise to myself that I will not fail her as well, as the girl passes out in my arms. I take off my hood and put her down gently. There was no need for the girl to suffer further. She's going to feel terrible when she wakes up. Her body isn't used to channeling this type of energy, especially Phoenix flames. But with that out of the way, I needed to think on the main issue. Someone was occluding my senses somehow. I have no idea how that happened. I should have sensed the Phoenix Force awakening during her fight. It was the same thing with Fox when Dumbledore killed him. I couldn't sense it either until after it had happened. My role as Death's avatar should allow me insight when something this important or this impactful happens. I thought that it was just a fluke with Fox. But this was something else, something important, something sinister. The only thing able to suppress the power of a cosmic entity is another cosmic being, and whatever it was, is interested in the Phoenix Force somehow. I had no idea what was going on, but I'll need to handle that later. My thoughts were interrupted by a gravely voice. How? You're supposed to be dead. Oh, yeah, that guy. I completely forgot about him. I stare at him and just shrug. There's a reason they called me a goddess, En-Sabah-Nur. My words seemed to enrage him further. Do you have any idea how long I was imprisoned because of you? I just keep smirking at him. Of course, I'm the one who planned it out after all. Apocalypse's face contorted into a scowl. I'm going to kill you for what you've done. I'm going to cut off your every limb one by one, until there's nothing left of you but a broken shell of a woman who dared defy me. I just tilt my head and answer him with a distracted tone. I'm sorry, did you say something? The face he made was hilarious. Trolling mad men is so much fun, and I need to release some stress after the situation with Jean. I'm not going to say no to a punching bag. Chapter 96, The Rematch. September 1, 2005, Valley of Kings. Jasmine POV. My thoughts were interrupted by a gravelly voice. How? You're supposed to be dead. Oh, yeah, that guy. I completely forgot about him. I stare at him and just shrug. There's a reason they called me a goddess, En-Sabah-Nur. My words seemed to enrage him further. Do you have any idea how long I was imprisoned because of you? I just keep smirking at him. Of course, I'm the one who planned it out after all. Apocalypse's face contorted into a scowl. I'm going to kill you for what you've done. I'm going to cut off your every limb one by one, until there's nothing left of you but a broken shell of a woman who dared defy me. I just tilt my head and answer him with a distracted tone. I'm sorry, did you say something? The face he made was hilarious. Trolling mad men is so much fun, and I need to release some stress after the situation with Jean. I'm not going to say no to a punching bag. The so-called father of mutants decided to start out impromptu duel. How typical. Patience was never one of his virtues, was it? Apocalypse started by controlling the sand behind him, creating a veritable sandstorm, and banish it towards me. How unoriginal. The guy really needs to learn some new moves. I create a powerful wall of wind in front of me, nullifying his attack completely. I smirk at him and challenge. Are we going to stand there all day, or are we going to fight? I said mockingly. En-Sabah-Nur snarled in response and answered by controlling the sand around us. I estimate that he's currently controlling every grain of sand in a 3-mile radius. If the guy wasn't a nutjob, I would have been impressed by his control. He then banished the tons of sand towards me. To protect myself from being crushed to death, I cast my spiraling darkness shield. It's a nifty spell I created that destroys whatever it touches. It's pretty useful in a situation like this where the danger is the quantity of the sand, not its quality. It materializes as a spiraling dome made of my darkness element, protecting me from all sides. The sand disintegrates as soon as it touches my shield, leaving me unharmed with tons of dust and ash around me. Whenever I feel like the attack is over, I create a gust of wind, scattering the ash around me, blinding my opponent's view of the battlefield. I put on my cloak back and grin. It's time for me to attack. My spiraling darkness shield is still up, and I make use of it by transforming it into thousands of little feathers containing a small amount of my darkness element that are fully under my control. I take control of them and banish them towards En-Sabah-Nur, destroying any obstacles in their way. He must have sensed the danger because he created a wall of sand in front of him. He wasn't successful in blocking all of the attack. The wall stopped almost all of the feathers except a few that were able to sneak through and sank into his chest. Apocalypse gave a light scream of pain before removing the feathers, who started to slowly disintegrate his body. Unfortunately, his healing factor stopped the spread of the darkness effect, started to heal his wounds. Although the healing was slow because it was constantly fighting the destructive effects of the feathers. En-Sabah-Nur, enraged, transmutated the wall of sand into a giant rock that he banished towards me. I simply conjure a spear of light in my hand and throw it at his attack. The light spear sinks into the giant incoming projectile and exploded, destroying it from the inside. I suddenly dodge a steel spike coming at me. So, the guy wants to play dirty, huh? I dodge the next one and I close my eyes. Suddenly, time seemed to slow down. I jump over the incoming spikes, using them to propel myself in the air, jumping from one spike to another. When I'm nearing Apocalypse, I create a giant portal in front of the spikes. The portal exits just at the back of En-Sabah-Nur, who noticed my counter and conjured his force field to protect himself from his own attack. While he was distracted, I jumped from the spike I was standing on and leapt into the air. I land just on top of the force field, punching it with all my might. The impact resulted in a loud gong and a veritable shockwave around us. Apocalypse widened his eyes as the shield started to crack, before being destroyed as if it was made of glass. He created a sword in his hand, attempting to stab me, but I was able to dodge his swing and kick him with everything I had into the mountain. Apocalypse flew into the air and hit the mountain with the force of a tank. My perception of time returned to normal and I smile inwardly. It was so rare that I hit things physically without holding back. It's really stress-relieving. I'm not that much of a physical fighter, preferring to use my magic, but I can't deny the satisfaction of just hitting things. Unfortunately, or fortunately depending on your outlook, my opponent wasn't out yet. He got out of the mountain and the sight caused me to raise my eyebrows in surprise. Instead of my 7-foot-tall opponent, stood a 300-foot-tall Apocalypse, sneering at me. Well, this is new. I hadn't seen this the last time we fought. Was he holding back or something? I don't have time to ponder as I see the gigantic hand coming to crush me. I teleport away out of reflex and look at my opponent, grinning. This should be interesting. In turn, I create a giant humanoid avatar out of hard light, standing just as tall as En-Sabah-Nur. Apocalypse creates a giant sword in his hand, and I create a giant staff out of hard light. We leap at each other. This is a lot more exciting than I thought it would be. En-Sabah-Nur tried to stab me in the chest and I just parry using my staff. I quickly turn my weapon, trying to hit him with the butt of my staff, but the former king of Egypt was able to block it using a small wall of sand. He sent in an overhead strike this time, but I was able to block it using my staff. The impact created a gigantic shockwave that shook the earth itself. We stayed like this, in this contest of strength. I could see why he was considered a fighter with no equal even before awakening his powers. The former pharaoh is a very skilled combatant. While we tried to overpower each other, Apocalypse spoke. Why are you opposing me, Wadjet? I only wish to save my people. You do not want to save them. You want to rule over them, conquer them. There's a difference, En-Sabah-Nur. You do not have the right to judge me, Wadjet. You're nothing but a failure. Even your precious mages are gone now, turned into nothing but children's tales and myths. I just smirk at him. He had no idea what happened with the mages, did he? Perhaps, but that doesn't change what you are planning. You may pretend that you care for your people but you don't. I don't know if you're lying to everyone or just lying to yourself, but what you desire, what you have always desired, is power. Nothing more. En-Sabah-Nur growled at me and broke our little stalemate by kicking my light construct in the chest. It was a relatively good hit, but instead of being banished far, I only slid away a few steps. Feeling confident from getting a proper hit for the first time, although it was just on a light construct which didn't affect me anyway, Apocalypse punched the mountain, creating some giant boulders that he picked up and threw at me. Choosing to not test my light construct's resilience on what was basically a small mountain being thrown at me, I enveloped the ends of my hard light staff in my darkness element. When the boulder neared me, I hit it with the staff, which cut it clean into two halves going past me. The darkness was easily able to destroy whatever it touches. I will admit that this was a bit inspired by the lightsabers from Star Wars. Although, it doesn't really cut or burn but disintegrates anything it touches. Furious at me for avoiding his last attack, Apocalypse leaps at me, sword in hand. For the first time, I do not meet him, but start rotating. It was moving so fast that it was basically a circular blur of black and white. When Apocalypse reached me, he swung his sword at me, but it was cut in half by my rotating staff. However, that was not it. He had overextended the swing, underestimating my defense, which caused his hand to also be caught by the staff, cutting it off. Screaming in pain, he didn't see my punch hitting him straight in the face, and was sent back disoriented. I then followed by conjuring a giant bolt of lightning that hit him straight in the chest. He must not be able to force fields big enough to cover this form. I then followed by throwing my hard light staff at him. The staff hit him in the chest and fully went through him, pinning him to the ground. Apocalypse fell, defeated. He slowly started to shrink back to his original form. He was panting on the ground, slowly healing. I dispelled by hard light constructs, and floated towards him. He looked up, glaring at me. This is not the end. I will win. I expected some sort of attack, but what I didn't expect was for it to be mental. I couldn't help but chuckle. He was using a mental attack on me of all people. I analyzed the mind probe and discovered that its purpose was taking control of the victim. Apparently, he was able to take over Magneto and Angel that way. He was also on his way to overpower Xavier, which is pretty impressive to be honest. I might not like the man, but he is a somewhat decent in telepathy and has a good control over his powers, for a mortal at least. Sure, the former king of Egypt was pretty much using pure power instead of a single ounce of control, but it was still somewhat impressive. You are mine, Wadjet. You will be my servant until the end of time. This is my revenge for my imprisonment. I lost 3,000 years because of you. I shall do the same to you. Unimpressed with this declaration, I just shred his mind probe. I could have done worse, but I was done playing. It's time to kill the worm. En-Sabah-Nur cried out in pain at his mental attack being destroyed like that. It was a very stupid idea to mentally attack someone a lot more skilled at the mind arts than you are. When he recovered, he chuckled at me. Here we are again. We're still at the same stalemate. I am invincible, and you are immortal. Perhaps it's time for me to prepare for our next altercation. He probably wanted to teleport out, but to his look of confusion nothing happened. I smirk inwardly. I learned from the last time we fought. I have locked this entire area from any type of space manipulation except for mine. There's not getting out of it, En-Sabah-Nur. This is your end. I'm not going to drain him like I did last time. It would take too long and it could be enough for him to escape somehow. Instead, I form a crow made of darkness. It flew from my hand and dove towards the former king of Egypt. It was absorbed into his body. Then slowly, Apocalypse started to disintegrate from the inside, turning into dust. This was an attack of pure destruction, able to overpower a healing factor of someone like Apocalypse and kill him without issue. And so, finally, En-Sabanur, also known as Apocalypse, perished. I decide to teleport away, my work here was done. Chapter 97, The Endless Desert. September 1, 2005, Valley of Kings. Mystique POV. For the first time in her life, Mystique was absolutely speechless. What she has just seen, what she has just experienced, was something that both humbled her and scared her out of her mind. Here in the sands of the desert, in the heart of Egypt, she stood still, in shock. To be honest with herself, the shapeshifter entered this fight knowing that she had a small chance at surviving it. They weren't fighting some upstart mutant who got a taste of power and got addicted to it. They were fighting someone who was able to take control of both Charles and Eric. No, they're Xavier and Magneto now. It's sad that the people she had once considered to be her closest friends are now nothing but strangers to her. Magneto stopped being her ally and became her superior. The men actively frightened her into obeying his orders, and who wouldn't be terrified at someone of his power and skill. Xavier, on the other hand, lost her trust when she decided to leave with Magneto after the fiasco in Cuba. He had tried to persuade her using his powers to stay with him, removing the point of her having a choice in the first place. Fortunately, Mystique was familiar with his telepathy, having lived in his house, or mansion, for years. She was able to resist his powers somewhat, which was something she did when she noticed the mental compulsion. He stopped being Charles after that, he became Xavier instead. The shapeshifter stayed under the thumb of those two super mutants for decades. Truth be told, she disagreed with both. Magneto was too violent, focusing on the extermination of humans in general. The master of magnetism was still affected by his childhood in the concentration camps during the Second World War. Charles, however, was too pacifistic. He put his faith in the understanding nature of humans, hoping for some sort of coexistence. It was a beautiful dream, but that's the problem, it's just a dream. Charles never understood the true nature of humans. When you remove all threats or supervision, they became little more than animals. Mystique saw this side of the world before she met Charles and moved in with him. On the streets, might makes right. However, society punishes those who break the rules, and that allow the people to feel safe and secure, but also to curb their instincts. The reality of mutants throws that security out of the window. If Magneto decided to one day kill the president, there was little that anyone could do to stop him, or apprehend him after the fact. Fear breeds anger and anger breeds hatred. Charles never understood that. He hadn't suffered much, nothing more than neglectful parents and his paralysis from the waist down during the shitstorm that was Cuba. Charles always put humanity above mutants, and that belief scared the crap out of her. She chose Magneto, not because she supported him, but because it was the only path in front of her that had a chance at her kind's survival. Irene said so herself, and she was rarely wrong when she divined the future. But now, Mystique understood how outclassed she really was. They fought a foe so much stronger than them, it would have been impossible for them to survive. The shapeshifter had held hope after their little team defeated the Three Horsemen, Jean Grey proving, surprisingly, to be a valuable asset to their makeshift team. After Magneto being free, she thought they had a chance. She thought wrong. Apocalypse played with them and beat them soundly. To be fair, Mystique didn't mind dying. She was far older than she looked and she lived a full life. She knew misery and knew great love. She has seen conflict and experienced true serenity. What she wouldn't accept was her son, Kurt, dying as well. Mystique had many regrets in her life, but losing Kurt had to be one of her worst. It was nice to see that he was well taken care of, and was overjoyed when she saw him in the institute, recognizing him the moment she laid eyes on him. However, his joining of Xavier's little team posed problems to the missions he will be expected to accomplish in the future. The thought of having her little teleporter in a conflict like the one she just experienced sickened her. She'll need to talk to Xavier about it. Thankfully, her son hadn't gone out of his way to enter the fight, choosing to teleport people out of harm's way instead. The kids were uninjured in the fight, and that was her priority. Except for the Grey Girl. The shapeshifter had no idea what the hell Xavier did to her, but when she returned to fight Apocalypse, she was more than powerful. Mystique had no idea how to explain it properly. There was something inhuman in her gaze, and the shapeshifter shivered at the memory of the empty look in her eyes as she easily overpowered the so-called father of mutants. She would have been amused at Apocalypse getting his ass handed to him by a teenage girl if she wasn't scared out of her mind of the girl. Said girl had been knocked out by the blast from the temple opening. She still didn't understand the mumbo-jumbo that Apocalypse was trying to accomplish, and she was too tired to care about it. But the aftermath was Jean being knocked out somehow and Apocalypse fighting a figure in black, Wadjet if she heard correctly. The issue was the Mystique knew who she was. One of the teachers at her school, Jasmine Sayer. They had met through Irene decades ago. She went by a different name back then. The Green Eyes woman had taken upon herself to protect Irene, something about the rarity of true seers. Mystique had no problems about someone protecting her beloved, but whenever she stood at the presence of the history teacher, she felt like something more. She had once questioned her ability to protect Irene. That was until a group of some sort of vampires attacked her beloved and was defeated soundly by Sayer. She was wearing the same outfit, and the bloodsuckers had trembled in fear at the sight of her, so she must have some sort of reputation in certain circles. All she did then was unleash a wave of shadows that pulverized the attackers. Either way, Mystique had assumed that she was a mutant capable of some sort of shadow manipulation and that was somehow extremely long-lived. She hadn't aged ever since the day they first met. She expected a powerful mutant, she didn't expect this. First of all, she and Apocalypse seemed to be familiar with each other. Which means that she had lived for far more than the shapeshifter thought, thousands of years at the very least. Mystique had a very difficult time processing this. But what truly made her jaw drop was her power. The shapeshifter didn't get to see the first part of the fight, as she was knocked out when the pyramid was destroyed, but the battle of giants that happened between Apocalypse and Jasmine pretty much woke everyone up. Their blows generated shockwaves that were enough to wake people from miles away. The history teacher ended up easily triumphing against the father of mutants, killing him in minutes, not looking winded in the slightest and then melting into the shadows. This was a fight between gods, and Mystique was especially out of place in a battle like this. She specialized in infiltration and assassinations, not front-line combat. She was a good recruiter, but she would always lose when it came to people like Magneto or Storm. After the fight was over, all that was left was to get back to New York. Yet, no one moved, staring at the devastation in front of them. What was once an ancient burial site is barely more than a crater. A large section of the mountain had collapsed. The valley was covered in a thin layer of ash and sand. The Mystique was sure that they will have to redraw maps of the area after today. Her teammates were feeling the same, considering they were still frozen at the site in front of them. Even Magneto kept looking at where the valley once stood with wide eyes. Logan was the one who broke the silence. Well, that was a thing. Yeah, that's the best way to put it, and Mystique turned around to check on the children. They seemed relatively unharmed, just a few concussions and Pietro's broken leg. Considering his passive healing factor, this shouldn't be much of a problem. They looked pale though, either from the fight with Apocalypse or the display of power that Wadjet expressed. The important thing was that the children were safe, and that was what mattered in the end. Summer's brain seemed to have rebooted. Jean. Oh, yeah. Mystique had forgotten about her. The redhead had been impressive, especially with her fight with Magneto. The Summers boy seemed obsessed with her though, considering she noticed him pretty much stalking her whenever they were in school. She wondered why Xavier was letting this happen, and he must be. One has no right to privacy in Xavier's school to gifted youngsters. The boy ran towards the rubble with no concern. Was he planning to look in the entire valley by himself? Mystique just gave a look to Logan and he nodded. He sniffed somewhat loudly and said, "She over there." The rest of the team followed him, Summers joining them when he noticed they went a different way. They found the redhead lying unconscious. When Hank checked her for injuries, he cleared her. "She's all right, but there's something you need to see." He was addressing Aurora directly. He pointed at a rip in her suit near her belly. At a closer inspection, she was able to see underneath, and there was some sort of tattoo under it. Aurora ripped open the rest of the suit near her stomach and gaped at what was underneath. The tattoo was far larger than it appeared. It looked like some sort of lightning bolt, but with thousands of small symbols coming around it. The shapeshifter had seen something like this before. She had no doubt that this was magic. Yes, Mystique was aware of magic, but only in passing. She had an acquaintance in the form of Agatha Harkness, who was also a witch. She also seemed to be as ageless as Jasmine, but appears to have a few screws loose. It was safe to assume that Jasmine was a witch as well. Logan picked up the unconscious teenager, and Mystique noticed the lustful look on Summer's face when he looked at the exposed belly of the redhead. Seriously, what was wrong with that kid? The was unconscious, for crying out loud. What kind of school was Xavier running? Mystique knew that she shouldn't criticize him, especially with how the members of the Brotherhood acted. But these kids came from very poor backgrounds, and only respected power, a survival instinct so to speak. Logan sniffed once more. "Chuck's that way." He pointed at another direction. And once again they followed him, with Pietro being carried by Fred because of his broken leg. They were tired and sore. They were barely standing, but they carried on to get to Xavier. Perhaps he could explain what the hell actually happened to the gray girl. They found the telepath lying down next to Kurt, looking visibly relieved at their survival. "I'm so glad to see you're okay." Magneto interjected, "This changes nothing, Charles. Surely you can see how much we could achieve together." God, they're going to have that absurd argument again. The shapeshifter was rather sick of it, to be honest. Magneto shook his head. "We are fundamentally different, Charles. My ideals have not changed, and you still won't give up your ridiculous dream." Scott interrupted them. "Hey." One look from Magneto and the kid crumbled. Mystique didn't think less of the boy. Magneto sometimes terrified the hell out of her too. You once believed in that dream too, Eric. Magneto didn't respond to Xavier and just turned to face Mystique. We're leaving. Suddenly, a sphere of iron came from the sky. It opened up, showing the fact that it was hollow. Magneto stepped inside in utter silence and Mystique mentioned to the members of the Fellowship to follow. Once the sphere closed, she heard Magneto mutter, "Goodbye, old friend." Mystique smiled to herself, perhaps Eric was still in there somewhere. Chapter 98, Awaken. September 2, 2005, Bayville. Jean POV. Jean had the strangest dream. She had the worst day ever. She lost control over her powers during class, which resulted into some sort of altercation with her history teacher. Then she ended up in some sort of suicide mission to get the professor against some sort of blue god who kicked their asses. The dream must have ended because the last thing she remembered was Professor Xavier telling her about some sort of plan. The redhead still closed her eyes, like it would take a lot of effort to actually open them. It was then that she noticed how sore she actually was. It was like her muscles were on fire after a particularly intensive training session, but 100 times worse. She's definitely not up to go to school today. She was even considering not even getting out of bed for the rest of the day. What the hell happened? She was sure that she hadn't worked out the day before. There was also something different. Something more. She felt everything, all her emotions, all her senses to a point that was astonishing. Was it always meant to be like this? Was everything meant to feel this way? Then, her memories started to play in her mind. It started with the accident, with Annie. It was where it all began. She had unlocked her telepathy, trying to save her, to force her to stay alive, but ended up almost joining her in death. She should have died, she had died, hadn't she? But then she had been saved. She had no idea by who, but it felt warm, protective, and safe. The world became more vibrant, more passionate when she came back. But she had no control over her newly awakened telepathy. She felt the pain at the noises around her, but then came the professor. He put her to sleep and stopped the pain, but the world started losing its colors. She watched as she became a broken thing, hurting her parents from her indifference. She wanted nothing more than to hug them, tell them she loved them. But it wasn't to be. She watched herself move to the institute, she looked at the world around her and felt passion. Anger, jealousy, envy. She felt what she should have when she lived. It was too much, it became too much. She decided to bottle it up. Every time she heard those rumors about her from school, she bottled it up. Every time Scott was trying to protect her as if she was some kind of glass figurine that needed to be defended at all costs despite being far stronger than him. She had never felt this much anger when it happened to her, barely some sort of mild irritation. But now, it felt like an uncontrollable fire bursting to get out of her. She felt everything, the fear before her exams, the hatred at Duncan who cheated on her, the minimal amount of happiness with the rest of the X-Men, but most of all, she felt the rage. She took some deep breaths and calmed herself. She bottled everything, she will deal with this later. She didn't have the energy to do it now. What the hell happened to her? Before she could contemplate further, she felt something odd in her mind. Like someone was trying to poke her head for some reason. It annoyed her a lot, but she couldn't be bothered to stop it. Her arms felt like lead and could barely move them. Instead, she listened. So what's the verdict, Chuck? Is she going to be okay, or is she going nuclear like she did yesterday? The voice was gruff and harsh. This must be Logan. I'm afraid that I don't know. I put these bindings on her to stop this particular phenomenon. Right now, while I can enter her mind like I always do because she still hasn't learned to protect her mind, I cannot make any sort of alteration. Which means I cannot reinstall the bindings again. Something is blocking me. It's not Jean, it's like something is doing it on her behalf. What are they talking about? What was that about bindings? She remembered the conversation she had with Ms. Sayer in her dream. Didn't she say something about the professor putting bindings on her powers? She wanted to talk to him about it, but then he got kidnapped. Oh shit, that wasn't a dream, was it? Did she really fight that blue mutant god thing? What was his name again? Apocalypse. The name sent in shivers in her spine, and out of fear, she finally opened her eyes and sat up suddenly. She was in the infirmary, she could see that much. Next to her were the professor and Logan, who had his claws pointing at her. Why was she in the infirmary? What the hell happened? Jean tried to speak, but her mouth was dry, raspy. She just motioned to her visitors to get her some water. Both of them relaxed, the tension seemingly draining from their shoulders for some reason. Logan stood up and got her a cup of water that Jean drank eagerly. After that was done and she could start speaking without her throat feeling like it was a desert, what happened? The professor looked at her gently. What is the last thing you remember, Jean? I remember Apocalypse. We defeated Magneto, Pyro, and Angel. We fought Apocalypse after that. It's a little fuzzy. I think Kurt brought me to you. You said something about having a plan and then nothing. Do not concern yourself with this child. Perhaps it's better that you not know. A spark or pure rage shot through her so strong her body shuddered but took a deep breath and she fought it back. She had to learn to control herself better until she figured out what was wrong with her emotions. However, the rage got her to remember something. It was only for a fraction of a second but she remembered the fire. The all-encompassing flames all around her. What the hell happened? That's enough, Professor. You've done enough. We're talking about this and we're going to do it privately. Logan growled at her, if you think for one moment that I'm going to leave you alone with him. The professor interrupted him, Logan, that's enough. She has questions and I have shirked around the issue for long enough. Logan didn't seem enthused with the matter but still obeyed the professor. Dear God, it's like he's an attack dog or something. When he left, an awkward silence reigned. Jean realized that the older men will not start the conversation so she began, before we could start, I have to ask. Did you put bindings on me? The professor seemed resigned and nodded, yes. I did. The rage once again almost got the best of her before she reined it in. She gritted her teeth and asked, why? The professor signed in resignation, do you remember the first time we met? Jean nodded, yes. What about it? You only have your view of the interaction, not mine. The day you awakened your powers, the day Annie died, I felt a giant psychic pulse at you awakening. I barely had to use Cerebro for a second to find you, you were lit up like a giant bonfire in a world of darkness. When I tracked you down, I was surprised to find a child, not even 10 years old. That type of power is often seen when someone hones their gifts day and night for at least a decade. Yet, you a child had as much. You have to understand, you were a child, scared out their mind and in pain but you were a child and as such had a child's mentality. But most of all, you were as strong as I was at the time and would only grow stronger as you age. You had the power to reshape the world but none of the maturity to do so. Imagine it, Jean, a child capable to brainwashing people, of possessing them, of altering their memories on the scale of an entire city. When you later unlocked your telekinesis, you could actually control the world around you. I couldn't in good faith risk it. The potential of you turning against humanity, of being found and turned into a weapon was enough for me to limit you before it became too late. I put a mental block in your mind, stopping you from using the true extent of your powers. It saddened me, but for the greater good of the world, it had to be done. Jean stayed silent at his explanation, is that all you have done to me? Xavier nodded in confirmation. So, you taking me in, training me, my friends, everything was so you could have an eye on me. Not particularly. I have to say that moving you into the mansion was mainly to keep an eye on you. I normally ask people to move in if they had no control over their powers. And you had almost no control over your powers. For everything else, I just treated you like I did all the other children in my care. Jean sneered at him, you really have no idea what you did to me, Professor, do you? The man tilted his head, confused. Jean continued, getting angrier and angrier, I can understand you blocking my powers, I really do. But are you so arrogant that you think that you are infallible? I'm afraid I don't understand. Yes, that's the problem. You didn't just lock up my powers, you locked everything that wasn't my memories. You locked up my fucking emotions. You broke me. You killed everything that was me, turning me into a fucking thing that wasn't human. I was barely a living husk. I used my telepathy to imitate everyone around me. I had no ambitions, no desires that is mine. I experienced no love or hatred. I knew nothing but emptiness for 10 years. You killed me, Charles Xavier. But you never thought that it was possible because Charles fucking Xavier can never do wrong. The professor paled at her words and the redhead was gasping at the pure emotions she just expressed. The crippled men in front of her tried to appease her, Jean, please. I had no idea. Of course, you had no idea. You can never comprehend the idea of you making a mistake. The worst thing is that you tried to do it again. I'm sorry, Jean, I really am. But when I unlocked your bindings in Egypt, you were taken over by your powers. You stopped being Jean and became this empty thing that almost killed everyone. I did it because I'm terrified of you, Jean. This answer took the breath out of her. He was scared of her. The professor continued, I was scared that you were going to wake up as the monster I saw in Egypt, that you were dead. I still am scared that you'll stop being the girl I see as a daughter and start becoming the monster I saw in the fight against Apocalypse. I would rather see you broken than see you like this. I understand if you never forgive me, Jean, and I am sorry for the misery my actions have condemned you to, but if I have to choose between you and the entire world, I will choose the world. Jean deflated, her anger almost vanishing. She didn't notice that her eyes were blurry and the tears streaks across her cheeks. She sighed and just said, I'm not sure I can trust you, Professor. I know, Jean, but before you do anything rash, I would like you to see someone. Why? The professor replied, look at you belly, Jean. Jean looked down, to see some sort of tattoo. It was some kind of lightning bolt, with some weird symbols coming from it. "What the hell is that?" she exclaimed. "I don't know." Hank ran some search at the symbols and found them to be some sort of runes. Magical letters from what I could understand. From the legends, they are immensely powerful and we have no idea what these do. I called an expert to decipher them. Who could possibly understand magical letters? His name is Dr. Stephen Strange. Chapter 99, Visiting Sorcerers. September 2, 2005, New York City. Jean POV. Jean was in the car, watching the city go by as it moved forward. She had no idea who would buy a car in New York, as it would be easier to just take a cab or something. However, she was sitting in the back seat of the christened X car, which was just a normal back car. She had no idea why Scott always adds X before the name of any vehicle if it belonged to the Institute. They even had an X-van, for crying out loud. This car in particular was the professor's. It was a black and gold Bentley who exuded luxury and prestige. Just how rich was the professor? He always had enough money to access state-of-the-art technologies like the Danger Room, the Blackbird, or Cerebro. He also paid to fix whatever damage they caused while training or outside. Considering how destructive their mutations are, he must have cost him millions. Anyway, Jean was sitting in a car that was too expensive for her to be comfortable sitting in, trying to ignore the awkward silence. Jean more or less understood where the professor came from when he decided to put his bindings. It must be terrifying to encounter a little girl as powerful as he described her to be. It was surprising that she was as powerful as the professor, who is considered the most powerful telepath in the world, when she was a child. As understanding as Jean could be, there was a line and the man had crossed it. He took 10 years of her life out of fear, and it wouldn't be wrong to say that his arrogance stopped him from checking further. And while Jean wanted nothing more than to punch him in the face, she couldn't bring herself to hate him. She was furious beyond belief, but she still couldn't hate him. He had a hard choice in front of him, and if she was honest with herself, she didn't know if the one he made was the correct one. She doesn't remember what happened in the desert when the bindings were removed, but she had lost herself to her power, something that she can't allow to happen again. Nevertheless, confusing feelings aside, there was something that the redhead was sure of. She will never be able to trust Charles Xavier again. Which brings her to the matter of her teammates. Jean doesn't know how to deal with them, or even if she wants to stay at the mansion. She had once thought that the Institute was the only place in the world where she felt free, but now it stifled her. It was a memory of her fake life, and the redhead didn't know if her bonds with the rest of the X-Men are as deep as she thought. But here she was, sitting next to the men who practically killed her for no other reason than the fact that he was scared. They both knew that there was a lot to talk about, but neither of them knew how to start. Logan was driving the car, so she was left alone with the professor. Trying to break the awkward silence, Jean asked, "Who was this guy again?" The professor pretty much jumped at the chance. "Dr. Stephen Strange. He was once considered one of the most skilled neurosurgeons in the world. Unfortunately, he was in a car accident and his hands were greatly injured. Trying to find a way to heal them, he traveled the world and found the answer in mysticism. Fascinated by it, he stopped practicing medicine and focused entirely in the art of sorcery." "So, how did you meet?" The professor chuckled. "Funnily enough, I met him before his accident during a conference. I have to say he was quite obnoxious, and I have rarely seen anyone with a larger ego. It was well earned, of course. The man was brilliant, but it made him very hard to work with. I encountered him years later while trying to stop my brother Kane, who has enhanced his powers with a mystical artifact. Stephen was instrumental in apprehending him, where he remains in a specialized prison until this day. We kept in touch ever since." "Huh, that was a lot more interesting than she thought. Do you think he'll be able to help?" Even if she tried to hide it, Jean was scared about the runes on her stomach. She had no idea what they could do, and it's not like she could look up magical runes online. She certainly hoped that it was nothing harmful. The professor answered, "Stephen is one of the most powerful sorcerers in the planet and probably the next in line for the title of Sorcerer Supreme." At her confused look, he continued, "It's the title for the leader of the sorcerers, and it's generally the most powerful and knowledgeable sorcerer who wields it. If there's anyone who could help you, it would be him." Well, that calmed her down significantly. At least he wasn't taking her to a nut job or anything. She was still angry though. The burning rage inside her wasn't stopping anytime soon. Years of repressed emotions bubbling inside her, she had a trouble keeping it all inside. She almost lost it completely back at the mansion, and the redhead had to resist the temptation to just smash everything around with her telekinesis. The car finally stopped and Jean got out. She found herself standing in front of a peculiar building. It was a 3-story Victorian-style brownstone townhouse built in the French Baroque architecture design with a mansard roof with a weird-looking glass symbol at the top. Jean looked at the address and saw it to be 177A Bleecker Street. The building had a certain air of mystery, a prefect residence to a magician. They walked up the stairs. While Jean and Logan walked, the professor rolled up and knocked on the door. A few seconds later, a man answered to door. He looked Oriental in origin and was wearing Oriental clothing while holding himself with grace. He had brown eyes and looked to be around 5 feet 8 inches. He was also bald. He greeted them, "Good morning and welcome to the New York Sanctum Sanctorum. My name is Wong and I am the assistant to Dr. Strange. He is expecting you. If you will follow me." He let them through and they walked inside. If Jean had to say something about the sanctum, it would be that it was odd. In terms of furniture, everything matched the outside, continuing the Victorian theme. But there were also some weird knickknacks showing that it is indeed the home of a magician. There was an abundance of medieval armors, some weird-looking paintings. Jean swears that she saw one of the vases glowing for some reason. In the end, they passed through a dining room, walking by what Jean assumes to be a library and towards a study where the man she presumes is Stephen Strange was waiting for them. He was Caucasian with a dark hair and mustache that went down to create a thin beard on his chin. He had silver streaks on either side of his head that made him look dignified. The only thing that would let her know that the man was a sorcerer was what he was wearing. He was dressed in black pants and boots, a blue tunic, a yellow sash and a red cape with gold trim. The man was immersed in some old tome, and looked up at his guests and smiled. "Charles, it's been a while. You said that it's urgent. What happened?" The professor smiled and returned, "We fought a very powerful and ancient mutant in Egypt. His name was Apocalypse." The doctor nodded. "Ah, Apocalypse. Around 3,000 years old, I believe. Though he was dead, the people rose against him or something." "No, he was simply imprisoned. He escaped a few days ago but was defeated by what I assume to be a sorcerer." The doctor shook his head. "No, I would have known about it. It can't be a sorcerer. I only assumed that it was a sorcerer because they put some sort of runes on one of my students. I was worried about the implication so I contacted you as soon as possible." The former doctor looked worriedly at her and just raised his hand. An orange magical circle came around his hand and another one came around her and went through her body. The glow came out and flew towards Strange's magic circle. Immediately, an exact copy of her tattoo materialized in front of him. At least she didn't have to strip. Dr. Strange, on the other hand, was gaping at the symbols in front of him. She heard him mutter, "Magnificent." The men kept looking at the runes in reverence for what seems to be 10 minutes straight. It kinda made her uncomfortable. Logan lost his patience and asked, "So what's the verdict, Doc?" Dr. Strange was startled by the sound, having lost himself in his study of the runes. "Oh, yeah. This is the most magnificent and outstanding usage of runes I have even seen in my life. Whoever did this is more than just a master, he or she could revolutionize the field if they so wished. I have learnt more studying this array in the last 10 minutes than thousands of hours in the library." Logan growled, "That's great and all, but what's it doing?" The formed doctor seemed unperturbed by Logan's hostility. "I have no idea what the big rune is, but I assume it's some sort of power source. The rest are a mix of hieroglyphics and Sumerian runes. Few people tend to study them due to their complexity and even fewer have mastered them. Lucky for you, I am one of them. It's some sort of power regulator. More specifically with psionic energy." "Psionic energy?" Jean asked. Psionic energy is the energy used only by the mind. It's often represented as telepathy and telekinesis but can be used in creating energy construct and much more. The array on you has a simple goal but it's extremely powerful, hence its complexity. There are backups over backups in case something happens. The goal of the runes is to evaluate your control over psionic energy and only allows you to use what you can control. In its basis, it's a training tool for someone with too much power and too little control. It also considers your mentality to make sure that you don't lose yourself to power. It also stops any attempt at mental manipulation. It's truly a piece of art. Jean's shoulders slumped in relief, tension leaving her. She needed this, a way to help her control over her powers. And she was now reassured about the runes as well. 2 birds, 1 stone. And now the professor can't out the bindings on, and even if he could, there would be no reason to do it. She was going to be able to control her powers properly. For the first time, the redhead thought that she was free. The former neurosurgeon asked, "Do you have any idea who did that?" Jean just shrugged. Everything was a blur after the professor removed his bindings. The bald telepath was just as clueless as her as he was away from the conflict. Surprisingly, Logan grunted in response. Apocalypse recognized her. He called her Wadjet. Dr. Strange hummed thoughtfully, "The Wadjet. An old Egyptian goddess, if I remember correctly. The goddess of serpents and magic. Here, let me check for a second. My master, the Ancient One, has notes dating back to Atlantis. There should be one about Wadjet somewhere." He raised his hand and an orange portal appeared. He put his hand in and got a book from inside. He closed the portal and opened it. He rifled through the book until he found the page. Ah, here it is, the Wadjet. Suddenly, the man paled in fear and his scarred hands started to shake. He muttered a single word in a terrified tone, "Morrigan." Chapter 100, Finding Out. September 2, 2005, New York City. Jean POV. Dr. Strange hummed thoughtfully, the Wadjet. An old Egyptian goddess, if I remember correctly. The goddess of serpents and magic. Here, let me check for a second. My master, the Ancient One, has notes dating back to Atlantis. There should be one about Wadjet somewhere. He raised his hand and an orange portal appeared. He put his hand in and got a book from inside. He closed the portal and opened it. He rifled through the book until he found the page. Ah, here it is, the Wadjet. Suddenly, the man paled in fear and his scarred hands started to shake. He muttered a single word in a terrified tone, Morrigan. Jean could somehow sense his fear. Not by looking at him, but there was something coming off him that she instinctively recognized as fear. She didn't know she was an empath. Seems like her powers are a lot more than telekinesis and telepathy. Or was empathy a subsection of telepathy? Not the time, Jean. Back to the doctor, Jean didn't need her newfound empathetic abilities to know how much Dr. Strange wants to shit his pants about this Morrigan thing. He was trembling and his face lost color. He wasn't the only one that was affected by that name. The room seemed to get colder the moment Dr. Strange uttered that name. The lights flickered, there was a slight breeze. It was as if the world itself recognized that word. The professor seemed to arrive to the same conclusion, so he asked, as in the Celtic deity of death. That Morrigan. The former neurosurgeon shook his head, no. Well, yes but also no, at the same time. Logan growled, you better explain, bub. Dr. Strange sighed, the Morrigan is something that has existed since recorded history, maybe even before. All we know that she has been alive since Atlantis itself. We don't know much about her, except that wherever she goes, death follows. Her name became known when she defeated what I presume is the Norse goddess of death, Hela. We don't know if the Celtics named her Morrigan or that it was her name to begin with. Whatever the case, that name stuck around. That's the woman you saw fighting Apocalypse. That's the woman who put these runes on Jean. But why haven't you done anything about her? Asked the professor. Strange chuckled bitterly, the Morrigan is not just any old woman. She is unseen, silent, unpredictable. She is one with the shadows themselves. She is the living embodiment death, or at least, the closest thing to death there can be on a planet. If you can't kill her, then imprison her. Logan grunted. Imprison who, exactly? She changes faces like you would change the clothes on your back. She is one of the main reasons humans are where they are now. She has guided humanity, sometimes directly, sometimes indirectly, doing her best to preserve the fragile balance that is our reality. She has gone by many names, most of which you'll recognize as they changed the world. Wadjet, Medusa, Morgan Le Fay and so many more. She was even part of our order for centuries without anyone knowing it. She went by the name Hecate then, and to make it worse, she became the Sorcerer Supreme for a while before abdicating her position. And while she has mostly killed horrible people who definitely deserve it, she tends to completely eradicate the problem if she chooses to fight. And even by some miracle, we found her. What are we supposed to do? We do nothing because we can do nothing against someone of that caliber. Jean didn't understand what he was talking about. It was confusing, so is she a good person or not? We have no idea. That's the worst part. At her confused look he continued, let me give you an example. A couple of centuries ago, some group of idiots tried to summon demons to take over the world. Standard stuff for us sorcerers. Except this time, one of them got possessed by a realm lord. I won't go into specifics, but realm lords are immensely powerful demons who rule over regular demons. This happened in a small village in Central Africa. It could have been disastrous and almost our entire order readied itself to fight a battle where they knew many of them wouldn't survive. But when they came to confront the demons, they found nothing. And I mean nothing. The breach was sealed, and the village was standing, but there wasn't a single soul alive. Not the summoners nor the villagers. There were no signs of demons. There was nothing but ash and sand. This is the Morrigan. It's an entity that has committed genocides to protect mankind. Jean looked horrified by the tale. That thing touched me. It talked to me. Dr. Strange's eyes widened. She spoke to you. Like with a voice. What did she say? I don't remember really. Something about me being too young, I think. I'm not sure. I have trouble remembering anything when I went berserk. This is astounding. There have been no reports of the Morrigan speaking. Though I wonder why she directly confronted Apocalypse. As far as I know, she prefers to manipulate people into destroying themselves, choosing to directly fight only when she thinks it's necessary. Apocalypse shouldn't be enough for her to come by herself and directly fight him. I'm not being arrogant when I say that I might have been able to hold him off, and with a good team of sorcerers, we could easily take care of him. By all means, this should be under the Morrigan's radar, but for some reason, she was there. The only thing I can think of that would interest her would be Jean. It's already a miracle that the Morrigan didn't kill any of you off, but the fact that she has interest in Jean is worrying. The professor spoke up. Is there a possibility that Jean's bindings could be sabotaged by someone like that? The former neurosurgeon shook his head. Trust me, if she wants something, there's very little you and I could do to stop her. But the runes are not hidden, so I could understand their purpose. They are not to harm Jean in any way. Perhaps it would be prudent to remove the runes and put back my bindings on Jean, the professor suggested. The redhead almost snarled at the Dr. Strange chuckled. Believe me when I say that removing the runes is riskier than just leaving them. The runes are more than just physical words, Charles. They have been intertwining with her powers. To forcibly remove them is to remove the girl's powers, which would kill her immediately. Jean sighed in relief and the doctor hummed for a second, then righted himself. Wait a minute, did you just say that you put up bindings on her? How did you do that? I just put some mental blocks on her powers as to avoid overwhelming her. The former neurosurgeon roared in anger. You did what? Are you out of your mind, Charles? This isn't a game. You never put mental bindings on a telepath. You could have killed her, you could have caused her mind to break. For fuck's sake, Charles, it's a miracle she's not brain dead. But the professor protested. No buts, Charles. A telepath is deeply connected to their mind. For you to manipulate it, especially during their development years, is twisting their own mind against them. The fact that she didn't go insane is fucking miraculous. You're very lucky, Charles. Someone as powerful as her could cause a lot of harm if they go crazy. I didn't know. The professor whispered. Exactly. You didn't know. So, what gives you the right to do something like this? To destroy the life of a girl over nothing. The doctor sighed. You could have asked me for help. You know that some of our sorcerers specialize in psionic energy manipulation. But you chose to do something that could have endangered so many lives. The professor looked like he wanted to argue, but he stayed silent after a vicious look from Dr. Strange. The doctor turned around and faced Jean. Can I take a look at you? To make sure that you're all right. Jean nodded, stupefied. This was the first time anyone took her side on an argument with the professor. Everyone always supported him. It was as if he could do no wrong, and it pissed her off. She was proof that the men could mess up massively. The doctor put his hand on her chest and suddenly, Jean was outside her body. She was there yet not. She looked around her and found her body falling into the ground, but the doctor had his arms around her, as if he's in the middle of catching her. Time moved slowly, as if the world around her was a movie playing in slow motion. The redhead looked on the ground and found out that she was floating. She raised her hand and found out that she could see through them. What was happening? Before she could make up any theories, she was pulled towards her body and time returned to normal. What the hell was that? Jean exclaimed. The doctor chuckled. I pulled your astral form out of your physical form. You'll be able to do it yourself when you properly learn to control your powers. Your identity itself is represented in your astral form. I can see any damages to your psyche by getting a good look at it. And there are some scars, but they're rapidly healing. It's probably the runes giving you a boost. You had problems with your self-identity, right? Jean nodded. I sort of subconsciously picked up all the thoughts around me and tried to do them. You don't have to worry about that anymore. I can say for certain that your mind is in fact yours now. The only worrying thing is the repressed emotions. You'll have to deal with it yourself. Jean sighed in relief. Anything else? Actually, yes. There's something inside of you. Something outside your powers. It's extremely powerful. I have no idea what it was, but it's probably why the Morrigan was interested in you. The runes act as some sort of barrier between you and that power, so she definitely knows what it is. Jean smiled at the doctor. About the Morrigan, doctor, is there a way you could contact her for me? I have no idea how to do that, but I'll ask the Sorcerer Supreme if she could. Thank you for your help, doctor. The former neurosurgeon smiled kindly at her. Don't worry about it, kiddo. If you ever need help to train your powers, let me know. He then looked at the professor. Charles, if you ever do something like that again, we will have problems. The professor nodded sadly. Goodbye, Stephen. The ride back to the mansion was silent and Jean was deep in thought. The Morrigan occupied her mind. She was seeing flashes of the battle back in Egypt. Everything was still fuzzy, but one thing was for certain, the Morrigan left an impression. She remembered the voice. She remembered that it was kind. Not at all the image of the ruthless monster that the doctor alluded into. But what was weird was the fact that the voice was familiar somehow. Like she had heard it before. She couldn't put her finger on it. Then suddenly, she remembered the conversation with Miss Sayer. The woman had been terrifying in the end, but she had helped her discover what had happened to her. The redhead's history teacher seemed to know far more about Jean's condition than she should. Even more than one of the most knowledgeable sorcerers in the world. And her voice was almost similar to the one she heard in Egypt. Could it be? Could Miss Sayer have been the Morrigan all along?